Chapter 1. My name is Reg, and although I am said to be the brother of Vegeta, I am not the Reg from the Dragon Ball fan fiction who was born with a battle power exceeding 50,000, surpassing even Broly. I am merely an ordinary Saiyan, possessing a battle power that is 10 times weaker than that of Kakarot, who is considered the weakest Saiyan in history, with a power level of merely 20. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world in the year 730 of the age, I have now spent 37 years here, as it is currently the 12th of May in the year 767 of the age. On this fateful day, the androids wreak havoc across the land, and Cell makes his appearance, merging with Dend and Kami, temporarily elevating Piccolo to the status of the strongest warrior among the Dragon Ball fighters. At this moment, Son Goku begins to feel the agonizing effects of the heart virus. Korin and Trunks discover the hidden laboratory of Dr. Gero, where they eradicate the still-forming cell, and the heart medication brought back by Trunks from the future begins to restore Goku's health. Reg has lived on Earth for 30 years. Unlike Son Goku, who was sent to Earth by Bardock due to the belief that he would not amount to much, Reg came here of his own volition to fulfill a colonization mission. However, unexpectedly, Son Goku has come to regard Earth as his second home and has settled down. Though our protagonist Reg has also resided on Earth for over 3 decades, he is not very familiar with Son Goku. They merely acknowledge each other's existence. Reg fears that his intervention might alter the course of events, thus diminishing his advantage of knowing the storyline. Reg's battle power is already quite low, and should he disturb the plot, he would be at a loss when faced with formidable foes like Majin Buu, Beerus, and Golden Frieza. Unless Reg's power level reaches that of Son Goku, he would lack the strength for self-preservation. In a vast, empty expanse, Reg takes a deep breath. With a sudden burst, Reg transforms into Super Saiyan 2, a radiant golden light erupting around him, accompanied by crackling lightning that dances around his form. His aura shifts from flames to a jet-like intensity, and his hair stands even more rigidly. As Super Saiyan Reg, his battle power measures a staggering 70 billion, with Super Saiyan 1 at 35 billion, and his base form at 700 million, closely resembling Gohan's initial transformation into Super Saiyan 2. After years of arduous training, I have finally attained Super Saiyan 2. Surely, the plot has progressed to the android saga by now, Reg states with a determined expression. At this moment, Reg resolves to cast aside any concerns regarding the so-called plot. He cannot continue to hide behind Son Goku and the others, fearful that his mere existence may lead to unforeseen developments. After enduring 100 years of rigorous training, Reg is driven to madness by the fact that it took him so long to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, Reg has been using the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes since Goku was a child. His wish was for Shenron to impart all the magical techniques of this universe. Consequently, over the past 30 years, despite possessing the gift of foresight and training for an equal amount of time, if not more, than Son Goku, Reg's battle power barely keeps pace with Goku's. However, Reg has mastered numerous magical techniques from this universe, including instant transmission and the healing abilities of the Kaishin. Currently, Reg's lifespan has been extended to near immortality, comparable to that of the gods of destruction and the Kais. He often questions whether he is truly suited to be a Saiyan warrior or if he is more inclined to be a Saiyan mage. At this moment, Reg finds himself in a time chamber of his own design, far superior to the hyperbolic time chamber, with no restrictions on entry. One may enter as many times as desired. The time ratio remains the same, 1 to 365. Reg has already spent a century training within his own time chamber and has resolved to master Super Saiyan 2. Even if his battle power falls short of Goku and Vegeta in the future, the myriad strange and wondrous magical techniques he has acquired will provide him with an advantage. As long as he can endure even a second in the presence of a god of destruction, he can escape at will. Upon exiting his time chamber, Reg engages in the simple pleasures of bathing, resting, sleeping, and dining. The following morning, Reg dons new attire. His outfit resembles that of Vegeta, with bangs akin to Goku's, but a slightly smaller frame than Vegeta's. He wears a short orange tank top paired with a deep blue turtle school GI, emblazoned with the character for Reg similar in style to Goku's attire, but in Vegeta's colors, along with Vegeta's boots and gloves. At this moment, Reg wears a confident smile. Now is the perfect time for the androids to make their appearance. Hey ho, Vegeta, Kakarot. Today, I shall astonish you both. May 12th, 767 of the age. In the outskirts of South City, cars occasionally speed past on the roads, their engines startling a few resting birds. Not far away lies South City, the largest city in the southern hemisphere of Earth. Vegeta and Android 18 stand atop a swiftly moving train. Despite the train's speed, they maintain their balance atop the roof, the wind tousling their hair. Having effortlessly defeated Android 19, Vegeta grows somewhat complacent, underestimating the fact that Android 18's power far surpasses that of 19. However, he remains confident that 18's current display of strength is still within his control. Oomph. A flash of golden light streaks by. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta and Android 18 engage in aerial combat. Vegeta is going to lose. Reg stands suspended in midair, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed upon the now transformed Super Saiyan Vegeta. Currently, Vegeta's battle power has surpassed Kakarot's, yet he finds himself evenly matched against Android 18, whose infinite energy reserves render her a formidable opponent. Even though Vegeta's battle experience exceeds that of 18, over time, he will become outmatched. Boom! 10 minutes pass, and as Reg foresaw, Vegeta ultimately loses his left arm to a kick from Android 18. Meanwhile, Trunks, Piccolo, and the others are swiftly defeated, leaving only Krillin, who is yet to engage in battle. What perplexes Reg is that Android 18 does not incapacitate Trunks, and the others at this moment. Trunks is still struggling to fight back. Trunks is sent flying over 100 meters by a kick from Android 17. It's over. Android 17's right hand slowly gathers a white energy wave aimed at Trunks. Damn it, is today the day I perish? Trunks thinks despairingly, gazing at the energy wave aimed at him, feeling its terrifying destructive power. Phew! A massive beam of light suddenly appears before Trunks, and just as he believes he is doomed to be obliterated by the energy wave, a familiar figure materializes before him. This individual merely swats the energy wave aside effortlessly. Indeed, it is Reg. What? Android 17 looks at Reg in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Reg could so casually deflect his energy wave. Before 17 can utter a word, Reg calmly states, Android 16, you should be well aware that my battle power now far exceeds yours. If you wish to survive, you ought to Leon the 20th. 80 million Piccolo, 140 million, giving it his all. Tormenting number 20. Number 17, 500 million significantly stronger than all Z warriors. Number 18, 500 million similar strength to number 17. Vegeta, 420 million injured by the androids, recovering. Trunks, 320 million similarly injured. Piccolo, 500 million merged with the Supreme Kai, comparable to number 17. Cell, 440 million weaker than Piccolo, but certainly stronger than Vegeta. Cell, 600 million having absorbed countless Earthlings, his power greatly increased. Number 16, 600 million should be roughly equal to the enhanced Cell. Cell, 1.5 billion absorbed number 17, easily defeating number 16. Super Saiyan Vegeta, 3.2 billion feels it's pointless to fight Cell. Super Saiyan Trunks, 3 billion perhaps slightly weaker than Vegeta. Krillin, 250,000 easily defeated by Cell. Note. Pay attention to units. Cell, 3.5 billion perfect form, not using full power. Cell, 4 billion increased his energy somewhat. Vegeta, 4.8 billion ultimate flame. Just like Piccolo's power surge to 1480 against Raditz, Vegeta previously stated that power levels can fluctuate based on the battle. Cell, 5 billion toying with Vegeta. Trunks, 6 billion Super Saiyan Stage 3. His strength surpasses Cell's unrestrained power, yet his speed significantly decreases, still unable to defeat Cell. Piccolo, 2.5 billion after training in the hyperbolic time chamber, should now exceed Cell's second form. Vegeta, 5 billion Trunks, 4.5 billion Krillin, 300,000 reminder. Pay attention to units. Incha, 280,000 Tian Shinhan, 350,000 Goku, 10 billion Super Saiyan full power. Cell, 12 billion, clearly stronger than Goku. Gohan, 8 billion Super Saiyan full power. Little Cell, 5 billion able to match Vegeta. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, 58 billion Cell, 20 billion using full power, yet severely outmatched by Gohan. Cell, 60 billion survived self-destruction, naturally on par with Gohan. Gohan, 42 billion left arm incapacitated, considerable energy expended. Gohan, 700 million after recovery, in normal state. Since Super Saiyan is 50 times normal, and Super Saiyan 2 is double Super Saiyan, thus Super Saiyan 2 is 100 times normal, Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 is at 7 billion. Trunks, 12 million after revival, in normal state. Super Saiyan is 50 times normal, so Trunks in Super Saiyan state is 600 million. Mr. Satan, 8 still weaker than the initial Goku. In the future, where Trunks resides. Number 17. 600 million seems to be stronger than the previous number 17. Number 18. 600 million similarly. Super Saiyan Trunks. 600 million easily defeating number 17, number 18, and Cell. Cell. 800 million. In the Underworld arc. Frieza. 200 million Crud. 250 million Cell. 10 billion Careless. Not using full power. Rib Rice. 12 billion easily dispatches Frieza and his father, along with the Careless Cell. Oliver. 11 billion slightly weaker than Rib Rice. Goku. 12 billion Saiyans grow stronger with each battle. Goku. 13 billion should be stronger than Rib Rice. In the Buu arc. Gohan. 5 billion Super Saiyan. A significant decline. Piccolo. 6 billion Krillin. 500,000 Insha. 400,000 Goku. 700 million normal state. Vegeta. 600 million normal state. Satan. 9 Buu. 80. Gohan has previously stated that Buu is significantly stronger than Satan, Goten. 10 million normal state. Trunks. 12 million normal state. Should be slightly stronger than Goten. Super Saiyan 1 Goten. 500 million Super Saiyan 1 Trunks. 500 million Android 18. 900 million. Should be stronger than both Goten and Trunks. Spobobich. 1000 defeats Buu. Yamcha 1200. Slightly stronger than Spobobich. King Kai Shin. 300 million. Was said to be much weaker than Piccolo. But for some reason, Piccolo lost to him. Kid. 100 million. Instantaneously killed by Dabura. Pui. 50,000 defeats Yamcha easily but is swiftly vanquished by Vegeta. He believes Vegeta cannot withstand 10 times gravity. Indicating Pui's battle power is merely in the tens of thousands. Babidi. 1,000. Only as powerful magic. Easily sliced in half by Piccolo. Yakon. 300 million Super Saiyan 1 Goku. 35 billion. Defeated Yakon without needing to lift a finger. Not using full power. Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta. 35 billion. Not using full power. Super Vegeta 2. 60 billion. Not using full power. Dabura. 20 billion. Approximately as strong as the pre-explosion Cell. Super Saiyan 1 Gohan. 20 billion. Was said to be roughly equal to Dabura. But due to lack of training, he has forgotten many combat techniques and is consistently outmaneuvered by Dabura. Super Saiyan 2 Goku. 70 billion. Vegeta states he is stronger than the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan during the Cell games. Not using full power. Majin Vegeta. 70 billion. Approximately equal to Super Saiyan 2 Goku. Super Saiyan 1 Gohan. 35 billion. In a state of rage, but cannot reach the level he attained during the battle with Cell. Fat Buu. 60 billion. Has not yet unleashed full power. Easily defeats Dabura, Gohan, and King Kai. Vegeta. 80 billion. Using full power. Mercilessly defeats the not fully powered Fat Buu. Fat Buu. 100 billion. After becoming enraged, expels evil energy, weakening his power. Thin Buu. 1,700 billion. Defeats Fat Buu. Big Buu. 3,500 billion Super Saiyan 1 Gotenks. 450 billion. Strength has increased, but cannot defeat Big Buu. Piccolo. 6 billion Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. 3,600 billion. Should be slightly stronger than Big Buu. Mysterious Gohan. 4,300 billion. Defeats Big Buu. Goten. 500 million Trunks, 600 million Gotenks Bu, 4,500 billion Piccolo Bu, 3,500 billion. The fusion with Gotenks inside has been undone. Strength diminished, Gohan Bu, 6,000 billion Goku, 800 billion Vegeta, 800 billion Vegeta, 7,200 billion. Fusion of Goku and Vegeta using earrings can easily defeat Gohan Bu in normal state. Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta, 36 trillion, incredibly strong. Super Vegeta, 360 trillion, incredibly strong. Goku, 800 billion Vegeta, 800 billion Kid Bu, 9,000 billion. Personally believe he should be stronger than Gohan Bu because in episode 279, Goku states he is stronger than all Bu. Super Saiyan 3 Goku, 8,000 billion Goku, 8,500 billion fully recovered. Vegeta, 1,200 billion fully recovered. Fat Bu, 1,200 billion perfect sacred ruins. Immortal Emperor's holy domain. Earth Immortal Emperor's lower god. Celestial Immortal's true immortal middle god. True immortal king upper god. True immortal emperor true god. Ancient god Deluo golden immortal. Hunyuan golden immortal lord god. Quasi-saint god king. Hunyuan Deluo golden immortal saint master. Hunyuan Wujing supreme Deluo golden immortal heavenly Tao unity. Hunyuan Taiji supreme Deluo golden immortal. Humph. Number 17 huffed coldly, although he did not know when number 16 had appeared beside him. However, what number 16 said only further provoked number 17's competitive spirit. Having never fought, how could you know that I cannot defeat him? Number 17 thought to himself, and in an instant, a surge of white energy erupted from his body, transforming into a phantom as he charged at Reg. Boom! In an instant, number 17 was sent hurtling back at a speed several times greater than when it charged in. Number 17 was struck directly by a punch from Reg, crashing into a small mountain about 10 meters high. Goodness! Reg, without transforming, had become so powerful. What would happen once he did transform? Krillin exclaimed, his face filled with shock as he watched Reg. What an overwhelming aura! Reg's battle power had surpassed Vegeta's. Piccolo looked on with some astonishment at Reg, who had not transformed into a Super Saiyan in his memory. While Reg's battle power was commendable, it still paled in comparison to Goku's. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku had just come of age, and Reg's power was merely on par with him. Now, however, Reg's power not only surpassed Goku's, but that of everyone present. Yet one question lingered in Piccolo's mind. Would Reg ever transform into a Super Saiyan? Reg! This guy had vanished for 3 years, and now he reappears with such strength. How infuriating! Why must all of you lower-level warriors always outpace me? Vegeta said, his face a mask of fury, although Reg was his brother. Reg's battle power at birth was 10 times greater than Goku's, boasting a strength of 20. Goku's was 2. Meanwhile, Vegeta's power was close to 1,000 at birth, rivaling that of King Vegeta when Goku was born. Thus, Vegeta was pushed to the brink of rage. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the mountain where number 17 had been struck exploded, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Number 17, utilizing his energy, forcefully shattered the mountain before instantly transforming into a phantom and darting toward Reg. Ha! 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 Number 17's fists relentlessly struck at Reg, but every attack he launched was effortlessly dodged by Reg. That if this is all you can do, then this little game should come to an end. Reg said, evading number 17's strikes while speaking softly in his ear. How dare you look down on me? Take this super attack wave. Upon hearing Reg's words, number 17's fury reached a boiling point. He leapt into the air, balancing his hands toward Reg to unleash a massive energy wave. That a long white energy wave, capable of obliterating the earth, surged toward Reg. Calmly, Reg raised his left hand and countered with a colossal attack wave aimed at number 17's energy blast. What? In number 17's eyes, it seemed as if Reg casually deflected his super attack wave back at him. As number 17 faced imminent danger from his own attack, a colossal figure suddenly flashed past, appearing directly in front of him and delivering a punch that sent the energy wave soaring into the sky. How is this possible? Number 17 gasped in shock, as did Android 18. They could hardly believe that the usually silent number 16 possessed a battle power that far surpassed theirs. Regarding battle powers, Krillin, 1.5 million, Yamcha, 1 million, 2.8 million, Kayata, 700, Gohan, 2 million, and at this moment. The battle power of Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta stands at 400 million, normal state at 80 million. Super Saiyan Great Vegeta, 300 million, normal state at 60 million. Piccolo, 60 million, full power at 140 million. Number 17. 500 million, number 18. 400 million, infinite energy, stronger than Vegeta, number 16. 600 million, Reg, Super Saiyan 2 at 700 billion. Super Saiyan 1 at 350 billion, normal state at 70 million. Shall we continue? If we do, I might not hold back. Speaking of which, Reg transformed instantaneously into a Super Saiyan, his power level soaring to an astonishing 700 million. Far surpassing that of Android 16 that had Reg not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Facing the combined forces of Android 16, 17, and 18 would indeed render him at a disadvantage. How could this be? Is he truly a Saiyan? Android 17 exclaimed in disbelief, as Dr. Gero's files contained no information on Reg, primarily due to his infrequent appearances on Earth. With his transformation, Reg's combat prowess had exceeded the limits detectable by Android 16's energy scanner. Even Android 17 and 18, lacking energy detectors, could feel the overwhelming energy radiating from him at that moment. Their confidence was utterly shattered, leaving them devoid of any inclination to resist. What will it be? Speak your choice. Will you continue to fight, or will you flee? Reg's voice carried a menacing undertone as he uttered the final words. Should Android 17 stubbornly seek his demise by challenging him, Reg would not hesitate to eliminate him. Unlike Goku, Reg bore no kindness. He held little interest in Android 17, 18, or 16 that Reg could be deemed an anomaly among Saiyans. Although he possessed a combative nature, he lacked the relentless fervor exhibited by Goku and Vegeta. In the narrative, Vegeta, in his quest for an equally matched adversary, aided Cell in absorbing Android 17, nearly leading to his own downfall, as a foe far beneath him ultimately eclipsed his power. Even the minion spawned by Cell could match Vegeta's strength. Goku, even more formidable than Vegeta, initially had the chance to defeat Raditz, but ultimately brought about his own demise. Upon resurrection, he spared Vegeta, and later, during the Namek saga, he willingly divided his energy with Frieza. Throughout his journey, Goku had shown mercy to nearly all his adversaries. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, he would have perished countless times. Are you truly letting us go? Android 18 gazed at Reg with skepticism. Yes, be swift. I might change my mind shortly. Reg replied nonchalantly. With that, Android 16, 17, and 18 transformed into beams of light and vanished. Why do you allow them to escape? They are androids. Trunks expressed his discontent, staring at Reg, who possessed the effortless ability to annihilate the androids, yet chose to let them go. Trunks, has any android in this realm ever taken a life since their inception? Reg calmly inquired. Reg held a certain fondness for Trunks. There's a saying online, in the Dragon Ball universe, anyone can indulge, but Trunks cannot. In contrast to the Trunks of the main timeline, who was born into an era of peace, experiencing a life of luxury under the care of his parents, with Goten as his childhood companion. The Trunks from the future resided in a world devoid of Dragon Balls. Once something is lost, it is lost forever. Reflecting on his losses, he lost his father as an infant, a mentor and brother figure in his youth, and now he has lost his mother with whom he relied upon. Even with a time machine to return to the past, in Akira Toriyama's constructed world, returning does not alter one's future point one day. He must return to his era and shoulder the future of a fractured world. Trunks has matured to a point that evokes sympathy. By age calculation. During the fight against Cell, he should have been merely 16 or 17, perhaps even an overestimation. Yet he bore the entire hope of saving the world. 3 years prior, he witnessed the death of his only mentor and elder brother, Gohan. His decisiveness in confronting Frieza and his unwavering rationality against the androids are traits even many adults may struggle to attain. While Gohan is indeed a good person, he is not a born warrior. Compared to the Gohan who received guidance from Goku and Piccolo, the Gohan in this timeline possesses talent, but lacks knowledge on how to wield it. His time with Trunks was too brief, for his mother. Bulma has always retained a girl's mentality. According to Trunks' memories, while Bulma in that world is considerably more mature than in the main timeline. She likely forced herself to mature amidst the death of friends and family. With hope extinguished, at most, she could provide Trunks with psychological guidance and some support regarding his strength, perhaps in your world. Androids are merely machines, but every world is distinct. Have you not yet realized that the androids in this realm differ from those in your world? Reg said to Trunks with a sense of calm. Oh, indeed, the androids in this world are entirely different from those in mine. Trunks pondered. Though he understood the logic, the harsh realities of his world made it difficult for him to change his views on androids based on Reg's few words. By the way, why should he concern himself with this? After all, Reg could easily defeat the androids here. What if he brought Reg back too, just as Trunks was about to voice his thoughts? Reg interrupted him. Are you suggesting that I assist you in defeating the androids from your world? I believe it would be best for you to handle this matter on your own. Reg stated calmly. Although Trunks did not comprehend how Reg discerned his thoughts. Had he been capable of confronting the androids, he would not have come here. Observing Trunks' expression, Reg understood his intentions that a smile emerged on Reg's face as he said, I know a place where your combat power could multiply several times over, perhaps even enabling you to reach the third stage of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan third stage? Trunks exclaimed in shock. Yes, indeed, Reg affirmed. There are indeed levels within Super Saiyan transformations. The first Super Saiyan has 3 stages. Currently, Vegeta is at Super Saiyan. The battle power of Super Saiyan first stage ranges from 150 million to 400 million. Second stage from 3 billion to 4 billion. And third stage reaches 6 billion. The fourth stage, full power of Super Saiyan, ranges from 8 billion to 10 billion. I never expected that after transforming into a Super Saiyan for so long, I would still be at the lowest tier of Super Saiyan, Trunks said with a wry smile. Reg, at that moment, Vegeta appeared as a fleeting shadow beside Trunks. Having consumed a Senzu bean, his power level had increased by 20 million. Now standing at 420 million. And a flash of golden light enveloped Reg, transforming his hair and eyebrows to gold, with his hair standing upright except for the bangs, surrounded by a golden aura. Is this the full power of Super Saiyan? Vegeta and Trunks gazed in astonishment at Reg, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, as the formidable aura of the Super Saiyan was entirely suppressed by him. Had they not seen that Reg's hair had turned golden, they might have believed he was still in his normal state. Uncle Reg, where is that place you mentioned that can enhance our combat power severalfold? Trunks inquired hastily after recovering from his shock. At the same time, Vegeta regarded Reg with fervent anticipation. With a serene smile, Reg replied, It is in the temple, where there exists a room known as the hyperbolic time chamber. Training there for a year equates to a mere day outside. If you train for a year inside, surpassing Android 16's power may not be a formidable challenge, as Reg reminisced about the plot of Dragon Ball. He conveyed this to Trunks and Vegeta. The temple? Vegeta murmured to himself, familiar with the concept, having heard Bulma mention it during his time at her home. While he had heard of it, he had never visited. How does one reach the temple? Just as Vegeta pondered how Bulma had navigated to the temple, Trunks interjected, Haha, you can ask Piccolo and Krillin. They're now regular visitors there. With that, Reg vanished in an instant using his teleportation ability. At the location of the Capsule Corporation, Son Goku's residence, a mature woman's voice echoed. Goten, where did you put the medicine? Mom, wasn't it you who placed it there? Son Gohan's resigned voice responded at, I forgot. Chi-Chi's impatient tone followed. While the two searched for the special medicine Trunks had given to Son Goku, Reg suddenly appeared beside Son Goku's bedside. Brother Reg, Uncle Reg, Chi-Chi and Son Gohan exclaimed in delight that it's been a while. Chi-Chi, Gohan. Reg greeted them with a warm smile. It's wonderful that you could come to my home. Uncle Reg, unfortunately, my dad is unwell, Son Gohan said, his face filled with concern. Gohan, quickly help find your father's special medicine. Chi-Chi called out loudly, then turned to Reg and politely added, I'm sorry, Brother Reg, but I must leave Goku's care to you. Reg nodded, his gaze settling on Son Goku, who, due to repeatedly using the Kaioken, had pushed his body beyond its limits, resulting in a heart condition. Reg gathered a surge of green energy in his left hand, his eyes sparkling with determination as he declared, Blessing of the Dragon God. A beam of green light shot into Son Goku's body, simultaneously obliterating a third of his damaged heart with a golden light, while the green energy rapidly restored his heart. After a tense 10 seconds, Son Goku suddenly sat up, expelling a mouthful of dark blood, a manifestation of the heart's destruction. Following this, his previously pale complexion gradually returned to normal. During the events on Namek, Vegeta had endured for several minutes after Frieza pierced his heart. But Son Goku's recovery was instantaneous, so Reg had no worries about him suffering a fatal heart explosion. The blessing of the Dragon God was a power Reg had crafted by merging the healing energy of the Namekians with his understanding of the dragon's might from the Dragon Balls. Through the dragon's wishes, he had acquired the training memories for all the super abilities in the Dragon Ball universe, including his own instantaneous movement. I am well, Son Goku exclaimed joyfully after expelling the blood. Just then, Son Gohan's voice chimed in, Mom. I found a special medicine that Trunks gave. Ah, that's wonderful. Quickly, give it to your father. Chi-Chi's excited voice rang out. Soon, Son Gohan and Chi-Chi hurried into Son Goku's room. In the next moment, they were both stunned to see Son Goku, who had been lying lifelessly in bed, now animatedly chatting with Reg. Dad! Goku! Son Gohan and Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly as they rushed into Son Goku's embrace. Reg hovered above the room, arms crossed over his chest. Just as Son Goku embraced Chi-Chi and Son Gohan, Reg had already teleported away, awaiting Son Goku's arrival. In the storyline, Vegeta had only been summoned by Son Goku to the hyperbolic time chamber 3 days after being defeated by Android 17. But now, with Son Goku healed 3 days early, Vegeta would be able to train in the chamber ahead of schedule. Son Goku's combat power, having just recovered, was at 480 million, slightly surpassing Vegeta, who had yet to enter the chamber. Yet he still fell short against the androids, whose energy was limitless. The initial struggle against the androids might seem favorable, but over time, as their stamina waned, defeat would inevitably follow. 10 minutes later, Son Goku finally found an excuse to bring Son Gohan along. Brother Reg, I brought Gohan. Where exactly is that place you mentioned? Son Goku and Son Gohan slowly ascended, floating in midair as they curiously asked Reg, Haha. Right here, Reg replied, as a golden light began to materialize beneath their feet. As the scenery shifted before them, they found themselves in a vast, white expanse, a world comprised solely of a white sky and floor. Welcome to my time realm. Reg's voice resonated in their ears. Such immense gravity, Son Gohan remarked, examining his hands, feeling as if he were being weighed down by an unseen force. However, given Son Gohan's current combat power, this tenfold gravity posed little challenge, especially since he had experienced similar conditions training with Piccolo. As for Son Goku, having overcome 100-fold gravity, 10 times was trivial. Brother Reg, did you train here to become a Super Saiyan? Son Goku asked curiously. Yes, but not exclusively. As he spoke, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan. Unlike Son Goku's transformation, Reg's hair turned golden, yet he lacked the golden aura characteristic of a Super Saiyan. What is this? Son Goku and Son Gohan stared in astonishment at Reg. This is the 4th stage of Super Saiyan 1. The full capabilities of Super Saiyan 1. Reg smiled at the astonished Son Goku. Full capabilities of Super Saiyan 1. Son Goku murmured to himself. With a surge, a golden aura erupted from Son Goku, his hair standing upright and turning golden, his pupils shifting to green, radiating golden light all around him. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku exuded an aura akin to a ferocious beast, powerful and terrifying, while Reg appeared as a celestial being, poised and in control, as if commanding all existence. Well then, let us battle, Reg said with a smile directed at Son Goku. With fierce determination in his eyes, Son Goku lunged at Reg, transforming into a blur as he charged forward. Ah! Ha! Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches towards Reg. Yet every assault he launched was effortlessly evaded by Reg Ha. At that moment, Sun Wukong hurled a punch toward Reg's face, but this time, Reg did not dodge. He braced himself and absorbed the blow directly. Sun Wukong's immense power, boasting a battle strength of 500 million, struck Reg squarely. I hit him. Sun Wukong's expression brightened, but in the next instant his countenance shifted dramatically. Reg wore a tranquil smile as he gazed at Sun Wukong. This is not good, Sun Wukong thought grimly. Yet his fist was already in motion and could not be retracted. Reg slightly lowered his stance. A glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes, and unleashed a punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong's abdomen. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Reg's battle power soared to a staggering 35 billion. Yet he employed merely 1/10 of his strength in this attack. The golden flash passed, and Sun Wukong clutched his stomach as he plummeted rapidly to the ground, his golden hair gradually reverting to its original black. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in agony. Meanwhile, Reg hovered in mid-air, gradually descending to stand before Sun Wukong. "How are you holding up, Kakarot?" Reg observed Sun Wukong with an unruffled demeanor. "Cough, cough, cough. A single punch rendered me utterly powerless. It appears the chasm between us is insurmountable." Sun Wukong coughed a few times and slowly rose to his feet, his left hand still pressed against his abdomen. "Father, are you all right?" Sun Gohan rushed over, gently touching Sun Wukong. I'm fine, Gohan. I never imagined that after just 3 years, my brother Reg could transform into a Super Saiyan as well, and his power exceeds mine by far." Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly, acknowledging that Reg had moderated his strength. Despite losing his combat capability in an instant, he had not sustained significant injury. "Well then, Kakarot, use the remaining year wisely and train diligently." The androids created by Dr. Gero are not limited to just androids 17 and 18. There may exist androids far more potent than 16, 17, and 18. Only by achieving full mastery of the Super Saiyan transformation can you possess the strength for self-preservation. Reg advised Sun Wukong. More formidable androids? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with battle intent, his face alight with excitement. Observing Sun Wukong's expression, Sun Gohan felt somewhat helpless. As a hybrid Saiyan, while he too had a combative spirit, he did not share the same relentless zeal for battle as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who could not endure a single day without fighting. Is it merely about possessing self-preservation strength? Uncle Reg, do you not intend to intervene? Sun Gohan, more astute than Sun Wukong, directly inquired about Reg's intentions. As long as the Earth remains intact and humanity does not face extinction, I shall refrain from intervening. Even if multitudes perish, of course, they best not provoke me. As he uttered the final words, Reg's tone exuded a formidable killing intent. Reg was not one to play the saint. He remained indifferent to those who did not concern him, leaving matters to the protagonist, Sun Wukong. The overwhelming aura emanating from Reg compelled both Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong to instinctively retreat several steps, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they gazed at him. Soon enough, an entire day had elapsed in the outside world. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta and Trunks emerged after a year of rigorous training. Super Saiyan Vegeta's battle power stood at 32 billion, while Super Saiyan Trunks, slightly inferior, possessed a power of 30 billion of. "These androids are utterly beneath my notice," Vegeta scoffed coldly, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he soared away from the temple. "What a remarkable increase in power. Just one day inside has yielded such gains?" Krillin exclaimed, astonished. "Yes, Mr. Krillin, my father and I have been training inside for an entire year, so it's only natural our battle power has escalated significantly." Trunks replied with a smile. I see. That's quite enlightening." Krillin chuckled, realizing he had simply been slow to grasp the obvious. "Mr. Krillin, I must take my leave. I need to assist my father. He's overly confident, and I fear he may encounter trouble." With that, Trunks transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards Vegeta's energy signature. "Humph! You androids have truly let me down." Vegeta hovered in midair, his expression one of disappointment as he surveyed the trio of androids he had thoroughly bested. The combined battle power of androids 16, 17, and 18 barely exceeded 20 billion. They were no match for Vegeta. Were it not for their limitless energy, they would have been vanquished long ago. "Let us finish this." Vegeta slowly raised his left hand towards the 3 androids, a golden energy coalescing within his palm. Damn it! How could this guy have suddenly become so powerful? Android 17, filled with reluctance, reflected on how just a day prior, he had been unable to contend with Vegeta. In less than 2 days, Vegeta's battle power had inexplicably multiplied by dozens, leaving Android 17 perplexed. Haha. Well, let me enlighten you. Super Vegeta is about to reveal why my power has surged so dramatically. You are now facing me from a year into the future. I trained for an entire year in a most extraordinary place, equivalent to just 1 day outside, Vegeta proclaimed with arrogant glee. Hee, now that makes sense. Android 18 replied with a wry smile. Oh, you all understand? Then prepare to. Before Vegeta could finish his statement, a voice rang out nearby. Solar flare. Vegeta was momentarily blinded, though the brightness lasted only 5 or 6 seconds before his sight returned. Android 17. Android 18 gasped in shock as she witnessed a half-insect, half-human monster consuming Android 17. Run. Reacting swiftly, Android 16 seized Android 18 and urged her to flee. What kind of monster is this? Vegeta ignored the fleeing Androids 16 and 18. His focus fixated on a creature with a tail resembling that of a green insect. This creature, having absorbed Android 17, experienced a rapid surge in battle power, skyrocketing from a mere 400 million to 15 billion that its appearance morphed, becoming increasingly humanoid, with a face resembling that of a human, yet retaining its tail and sporting large lips. Haha, what incredible power! Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cell. Thank you, Vegeta. Cell exclaimed with an arrogant grin directed at Vegeta. Humph. Regardless of who you are, since you devour my prey, you shall become my quarry. Vegeta's gaze locked on his Cell. Sensing that this new foe's energy was several times more potent than that of the previous androids, a smile creeping onto his face. You asked for trouble. Cell, possessing Saiyan blood, was emboldened by his newfound strength and disregarded the fleeing Android 18. Eager to gauge his own capabilities against Vegeta, the battle of Super Vegeta versus semi-perfect Cell commenced 10 minutes later. In that span, the not-yet-perfect Cell was thoroughly thrashed by Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta sent Cell hurtling through the air with a powerful kick, crashing into a mountain and obliterating it in the process. I expected more from you. It seems your battle power is nothing extraordinary after all. Vegeta let out a cold snort, his face contorted with dissatisfaction as he remarked that his battle power was twice that of Cell's, rendering him dismissive of the latter. Frustration brewed within him due to the absence of an opponent who matched his formidable strength. How infuriating! Once I achieve my perfect form, you, Vegeta, shall undoubtedly be no match for me. Cell gritted his teeth, gazing at Vegeta in disbelief. He had never anticipated Vegeta's power to be so overwhelmingly strong, a stark contrast to the data provided by Gerard. Is it true that by absorbing another android, you will attain your perfect form? Vegeta inquired of Cell. Indeed. Once I absorb Android 18 and become perfect, I shall be the mightiest warrior in the entire universe, Cell retorted with a disdainful scoff. Oh, is that so? Then hasten to absorb Android 18, become perfect, and return to battle me, Vegeta declared confidently. What? Cell, taken aback, questioned whether he had misheard. If you delay any longer, I might just change my mind, Vegeta said with a smirk. Arms crossed over his chest. No. Father, we cannot allow him to absorb Android 18. Trunks, who had been observing, immediately grew anxious upon hearing Vegeta suggest allowing Cell to absorb Android 18, while Vegeta might not fully grasp the extent of Cell's power. Trunks was acutely aware that Cell's battle power was merely in the range of 3 to 400 million. However, after absorbing Android 17, Cell's power had surged exponentially. Should he also absorb Android 18? Trunks feared that Cell's strength would surpass that of Vegeta. After spending a year training in the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta, Trunks had discerned that Vegeta's character was marked by excessive pride and confidence, especially when his own power increased. With a mighty roar, a flash of golden light surged forth as Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair turning golden as his muscles bulged, in his Super Saiyan second-grade form. Trunks boasted a battle power of 3 billion, double that of Cell. What? How is this possible? Why are all Super Saiyans becoming so incredibly powerful? Cell stared in shock at Trunks, who had transformed into a form distinctly different from the ordinary Super Saiyan. The computer had informed him that a Super Saiyan's power was roughly comparable to that of androids, but they were incapable of defeating them in combat. Ha! Trunks soared forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Cell flying. Then swiftly positioned his hands, fingers spread wide, with his thumb and index finger touching, channeling a massive energy wave. Just as Trunks prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Cell, Vegeta suddenly interposed himself. Blocking Cell's path, Trunks, halt. Even if he absorbs Android 18, he will not be my match, Vegeta confidently declared, arms crossed. Trunks remained silent, his eyes icy as he regarded Vegeta, an increasingly potent aura emanating from him. Upon seeing the intensity in Trunks' gaze, Vegeta's heart sank. This is bad. He is serious. Polestar collapse. Trunks unleashed a colossal golden energy wave toward Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta crossed his arms in front of him. He was well aware that Trunks' strength was nearly on par with his own and could not afford to underestimate him. The force of Trunks' attack sent Vegeta hurtling into the skies. Trunks resolved to unleash his full power, intent on defeating Cell before Vegeta could return. Meanwhile, Cell had already taken flight toward the location of Android 18, a long trail of green light streaking across the sky. Trunks, pursuing Cell at double the latter's speed, was closing in when Cell unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Humph! Trunks scoffed, accelerating even faster to intercept Cell's projectiles. Boom! Trunks effortlessly deflected Cell's energy wave, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Though his speed decreased slightly in the process, for Cell, that was sufficient. Thus, the two engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase high above. Minutes quickly passed, and in that brief span, Trunks and Cell traversed thousands of kilometers. Just as Trunks was about to catch up to Cell, suddenly, a golden energy wave struck Trunks from above, sending him flying. Cell, hurry and absorb Android 18. Leave Trunks to me, Vegeta called, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the direction where Trunks had been sent flying. Haha, then I must thank you, Vegeta. Cell's expression brightened as he accelerated toward where Android 18 had fled. Simultaneously, in another time chamber, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were training. They had been in the time chamber for a year. While only a day had elapsed outside, Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, possessed a battle power of 100 billion, while Gohan, also a Super Saiyan, reached 80 billion, coming close to Goku's power. Meanwhile, Vegeta's battle power, though not as dramatically enhanced as Goku's or Gohan's, had reached levels comparable to Majin Vegeta from the Buu saga, with Super Saiyan 2 at 800 billion, Super Saiyan 1 at 400 billion, and his base form at 80 million. In the Sacred World, Piccolo, Tin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Bulma, and Bubbles sense the intense battle aura emanating from Vegeta and Trunks. Has Vegeta lost his mind? How could he possibly confront Trunks? And how did they allow Cell to escape? What on earth transpired? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Vegeta is far too overconfident in his abilities. In his quest to face a more formidable adversary, he has permitted Cell to absorb Android 18. Piccolo observed gravely. Saiyans are truly a perplexing bunch. Yamcha remarked incredulously. Who is that? Is that really Gohan? Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Ten, and Kaiatsu gazed in shock at Goku and Gohan, who had transformed into Super Saiyans. I never anticipated that this would take place in the Sacred World. Goku exclaimed, initially surprised but soon smiling upon seeing his friends. Goku, 800 billion. Vegeta, 800 billion. Fat Buu, 900 billion, believed to be stronger than Gohan Buu, as referenced in Dragon Ball Episode 279. Super Saiyan 3 Goku, 8 trillion. Goku, 8.5 trillion, fully healed. Vegeta, 12 trillion, fully healed. Fat Buu, 12 trillion at AS for Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball Super GT. 5 years later, GT Goku S base form is 300 billion. Super Saiyan 1 at 1.5 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 3 trillion, and Super Saiyan 3 at 6 trillion. The author estimates a growth factor of 5.6 times in 5 years, 0.5 years later. Vegeta S Super Saiyan 2 is 3 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 1.5 trillion, and base form at 300 billion. The mysterious Gohan, 4.3 trillion. During the GT era, he had neglected training, resulting in a decline in power. But 5 years later, his battle power stood at 1 trillion. Due to Sun Wukong's infrequent training, let me assign him some power levels. Goten, 500 million, which will increase to 3 billion in 5 years. Super Saiyan 1, 150 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 300 billion. Trunks, 600 million, rising to 3.6 billion in 5 years. Super Saiyan 1, 180 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 320 billion. Piccolo, in 5 years he will be slightly stronger than Sun Wukong. But eventually, the trained Sun Wukong will defeat him. So let's assign him 1.2 trillion in the Baby Saga. The battle power of Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong is 10 trillion. As for Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaos, I shall not elaborate on their power levels. When Baby possesses Super Saiyan 2 Goten, his battle power is 600 billion. When Baby possesses Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong, his battle power skyrockets to 2 trillion. When Baby possesses Vegeta, he transforms into a form with silver hair. His forehead, chin, and eyes bear resemblance to his youth, with red pupils. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Wukong cannot compete, with a battle power of 7 trillion. Super Baby 2, after absorbing the Saiyan powers of Sun Wukong, Sun Goten, Trunks, and Bra, all controlled by the living egg, transforms with dramatically increased hair length, muscular upper body, more pronounced facial features, and shoulder-length hair, gradually resembling Baby. With a battle power of 10 trillion. After being rescued by the God of Destruction, with the assistance of the old Kaishin, Sun Wukong regrows his tail, raising his battle power to 9 trillion. But he is defeated by Baby once more. Ultimately, he transforms into an incomplete Super Saiyan 4, with a battle power of 50 trillion, differing from Baby's golden great ape state. The ordinary Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 4 with the aid of a beam of light. However, he does not surpass the limits of Super Saiyan 4, possessing full energy, and after training in the gravity chamber, his battle power slightly exceeds that of fully powered Sun Wukong, reaching 140 trillion. Fully powered Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, after absorbing the energy of Sun Wukong and the others in their Super Saiyan forms, achieve a battle power ranging from 100 trillion to 200 trillion, beginner at 100 trillion, intermediate at 150 trillion, advanced at 200 trillion, transcending Super Saiyan 4. In the face of the formidable one-star dragon, Wukong absorbs all the energy from Sun Wukong and others to enhance his power beyond the limits, achieving a battle power ranging from 400 trillion to 800 trillion, beginner at 400 trillion, intermediate at 600 trillion, advanced at 800 trillion. The one-star dragon is stronger than Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, but weaker than the transcended version. With a battle power of 200 trillion, Super One-Star Dragon. After absorbing the other 6 evil dragon's Dragon Balls, his power is 10 times that of the ordinary one-star dragon, surpassing both Super Saiyan 4 forms. With a battle power of 2 trillion, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. The fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan 4 forms multiplies their power by 10, resulting in a battle power of 540 trillion. Easily defeating Super One-Star Dragon. The power of the ear fusion enhances their strength by 20 times, while the dance fusion increases it by 10 times. Super 17. The Ultimate Android, a fusion of 2 Android 17s. Absorbs Sun Wukong's numerous energy attacks, becoming slightly stronger than Super Saiyan 4 Intermediate Sun Wukong, with a battle power of 160 trillion. 4-star dragon. His power ranks just below the 1-star dragon among the 7 evil dragons. Being able to match Super Saiyan 4 Intermediate Sun Wukong and easily defeating Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. So let's assign him 170 trillion. 3-star dragon. The elder brother of 4-star dragon. His power is slightly weaker. So we assign him 160 trillion. 5-star dragon ranks 4th among the 7 evil dragons. As he cannot defeat fully powered Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, we assign him a battle power of 90 trillion. 6-star dragon ranks 5th among the evil dragons, with a power level of 80 trillion. However, due to excessive attack capabilities, he nearly defeats Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. 7-star dragon has the lowest battle power among the 7 evil dragons. In the plot, even the 2-star dragon cannot contend with Xiaofang, and he is dubbed the most formidable evil dragon. Although his power is not impressive, he possesses a unique skill, releasing toxic gas that renders opponents unable to resist. Therefore, we assign him a battle power of 1 billion in comparison to Dragon Ball GT. Super Saiyan 3 Wukong has a battle power of 850 billion. When transforming into Super Saiyan God in red, we assign him a battle power of 50 trillion, equivalent to the initial transformation of Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, with a power increase of 5.6 times. Super Saiyan Blue, equivalent to fully powered Super Saiyan 4, has a battle power of 100 trillion. Super Saiyan Blue with full efficacy equals the limit of Super Saiyan 4, achieving a battle power of 200 trillion. Super Saiyan Blue sublimation, also known as Super Saiyan Blue Phase 3, corresponds to power surpassing Super Saiyan 4, with a battle power of 400 trillion. Super Saiyan Blue evolution, also known as Super Saiyan Deep Blue, has a battle power of 800 trillion, surpassing the intermediate level of Super Saiyan 4. Note: this may be subject to change in the future. Are you the god, or Piccolo? Sun Wukong questioned Piccolo, whose gaze was fixed upon Sun Wukong's son. Oh, you may call me Piccolo. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Piccolo's expression returned to calmness as he responded, "Very well." Sun Wukong nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of emotion. He had long known that the god would eventually merge with Piccolo, but Piccolo had previously disagreed. "Dad, when do you think Uncle Reg will emerge?" Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, inquired curiously. "I do not know. I have only heard that he is researching how to transform into a Super Saiyan state resembling a giant gorilla." Sun Wukong pondered before responding. Super Saiyan, giant gorilla?" The others gasped in astonishment, envisioning a frenzied giant ape transformed into a Super Saiyan. Time chamber, a white energy sphere resembling the moon hangs in the dark sky. Roar, roar, roar. The thunderous roar of a 100-meter-tall golden giant ape reverberates throughout the time chamber. A sense of destructive malevolence permeates the air as golden lightning flickers, gradually forming a shadow. It is a figure cloaked in golden fur, engulfed in golden flames, as if adorned in golden armor of a deity. With a human-like face, the golden ape's eyes reflect a savage and ruthless glint, seemingly indifferent to all life on Earth. The pupils are golden, akin to a monarch surveying the world with a regal red-gold hue. Although his power has increased tenfold, he still cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4. "Perhaps my strength is insufficient." The transformed Reg murmurs to himself that this moment. Reg resembles the baby from Dragon Ball GT, who controlled Vegeta's body and transformed into a super golden ape, but due to insufficient power, he cannot achieve Super Saiyan 4. However, Reg's strength is still several dozen times weaker than baby's at that time. In his Super Saiyan 2 golden ape state, Reg's battle power is 800 billion. Reg's mastered skills include instant transmission, Blessing of the Dragon God, and Kamehameha. Super Saiyan 2, 800 trillion, Super Saiyan 1, 400 trillion normal state, 80 million, then let us continue training. In the story, Cell's perfect form will host the 5 major tournaments in 10 days. Which means I have 10 years. Reg reflects. Being reborn as a Saiyan is Reg's fortune, yet possessing only average talent as a Saiyan is his misfortune. With insufficient talent, Reg can only rely on external means to catch up with the protagonist. Sun Wukong. Currently, Reg is stronger than Sun Wukong, but only temporarily. Once Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan God, his battle power will likely surge several dozen times. While transitioning from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4 merely adds tenfold power. With insufficient talent, Reg must rely on time to catch up. If he were an ordinary Saiyan, training continuously for 10 years might lead to minimal power increases upon reaching the barriers of realms. However, Reg is different. He does not solely focus on training his body, but also practices the laws. Bang, bang, bang! Trunks and Vegeta have already engaged in battle in the skies. The duo's speed, strength, and ki are on different levels, with one conserving energy for Cell and the other trying to buy time. The scene of their aerial battle begins to intensify. "Dad, if Cell absorbs Android 18, it will become much more challenging to deal with." Trunks remarks grimly to Vegeta. "Humph. I actually hope he becomes stronger," Vegeta retorts. "But you, when did you become so cowardly?" Vegeta, With a tone laced with frustration, coldly admonished Trunks. Trunks refrained from further conversation, merely gazing at Vegeta with an icy stare as he contemplated ways to evade him. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted in the distance. That it was Cell. He had absorbed Android 18. Trunks, with a grim expression, glanced to his right, sensing a formidable presence that rivaled his own. Ha ha! Exclaimed Cell, reveling in his newfound power. Is this the perfect form? The perfect Cell has coiled his tail into his wings, and his feet have begun to resemble those of a human, his visage now indistinguishable from that of a man. The battle power of the perfect Cell is 5 billion, without exerting full strength. Is this your so-called perfect form? I wonder how many of my attacks you can withstand that don't make me chase after you again. With an air of confidence, Vegeta soared before Cell, having already halted his skirmish with Trunks as Cell's aura surged several-fold. Haha. I owe you my gratitude, Vegeta. If you hadn't distracted Trunks, I might not have achieved my perfect form. To repay you, I shall grant your wish and defeat you. Cell smiled at Vegeta, his expression deceptively pleasant. Defeat me? Vegeta laughed heartily. What a joke. Even if you absorb more androids, you will never be my match. Though Vegeta sensed that Cell's aura had grown comparable to his own, he was resolute in his belief that he could vanquish him. With arms crossed over his chest, Vegeta radiated an increasingly potent energy. 3 billion, 3.2 billion, 3.3 billion, 3.5 billion. Oh. Cell's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated Vegeta's battle power could still rise. Yet, Cell remained unfazed, knowing that even if Vegeta's power doubled, he would still be no match for him. Ha! Vegeta unleashed an energy wave directed at Cell, a trivial technique. Cell effortlessly swatted Vegeta's energy wave aside, creating a dazzling explosion in the distance. Oh, where is he? Behind you! Cell's countenance changed abruptly as he turned, only to find Vegeta had already appeared behind him, having previously been over 50 meters away. Ha! Bang! 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 Although Cell's reaction was astonishingly swift, catching Vegeta off guard. He did not dwell on it for long, and launched a barrage of attacks against Cell. Damn it! Trunks, watching from afar, observed Vegeta suppressing Cell, while it appeared that Vegeta had the upper hand. Trunks understood that Cell's battle power had now surpassed both him and Vegeta. Every attack Vegeta unleashed was easily evaded by Cell, who seemed to be holding back his true strength. Haha. Is this all you've got, Vegeta? Cell floated in mid-air, one hand resting on his chin, the other crossed over his chest, addressing Vegeta with disdain. This moment, Cell regarded Vegeta with palpable contempt. Damn it. Vegeta's fury reached its zenith upon hearing Cell's derisive words. With arms spread wide, he gathered golden energy waves in each hand, culminating in a colossal energy blast. Final flash, Vegeta roared, channeling all his internal energy into a single, overwhelming strike, golden lightning crackling around him. What? Cell's expression shifted to one of shock as he was caught off guard, suffering significant damage to his physique from Vegeta's final flash. Ha ha ha. Now this is my true power. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, observing the devastation he had wrought upon Cell. What's the matter, Cell? Where did your earlier bravado go? Vegeta taunted. Ah, you wretched fool. My shoulder. At that moment, Cell's left shoulder and a third of his body had been obliterated by Vegeta's attack. Hearing Cell's exclamation, Vegeta's pride swelled further. Haha, but I shall no longer toy with you. Cell's initially furious expression transformed into a smirk. What do you mean? Vegeta, momentarily bewildered, could not fathom Cell's sudden laughter, only to witness Cell bellowing. Ha! Cell's shoulder rapidly regenerated, identical to its former self. I forgot to mention, I possess Piccolo cells as well. And not just Piccolos. I have cells from all-powerful beings, including yours. Saiyans and Frieza, I have them all. As Cell flexed his shoulder, he continued to address Vegeta. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Realizing the implications of Cell's words, Vegeta understood that Cell likely possessed a myriad of abilities and techniques from everyone he had encountered. Haha, indeed. I am a monster. I am a bioengineered entity developed by D.R.Gero.M. Y formation mechanism involves the collection of cells from all masters, including extraterrestrials who visited Earth, through microrobots, preserving their strengths and cellular memories via genetic technology to create an embryo, which then develops into me. Cell. No more chatter. It's time to end this game. With that, Cell transformed into a blur, propelling himself toward Vegeta at several times his speed. So fast. These words echoed in Vegeta's mind. And then, nothing. Cell's fist struck Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying, blood erupting from his mouth as he soared through the A-I-R-T that moment. All Vegeta could feel was pain. Trunks, witnessing Vegeta being mercilessly battered by Cell, resolved to unleash his full power. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta was tossed back and forth in the air by Cell, his every attack proving utterly ineffective against him. Boom! Cell delivered a powerful kick, sending Vegeta crashing towards Trunks, who unwittingly found Vegeta landing at his feet, rendering him unconscious. Cell, Trunks' aura intensified, muscles swelling dramatically as his power surged to double its previous state. In an instant, Trunks' battle power eclipsed Vegeta's, surpassing even Cell's unexerted strength. Oh, I never expected you to surpass Vegeta by such a margin. Cell's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Trunks, recognizing the warrior's Saiyan heritage and its inherent combativeness. This situation mirrored Vegeta's earlier predicament, where he had underestimated his opponent, ultimately leading to his own peril. The scene shifted to the Room of Spirit, and time. 10 days had elapsed, and the Cell games were fast approaching. The outcome of Trunks' battle against Cell mirrored the original Dragon Ball narrative. Cell spared both Trunks and Vegeta, ultimately seeking to further enhance his power and instill terror in the world. Cell announced the Cell Games, challenging humanity to confront him. Should no one prove victorious, he would annihilate the Earth. Reg, clenching his fists, bent slightly, unleashing a fervent roar as his aura cascaded in layers, enveloped by golden lightning, the very sky transforming in response. Thunder rumbling above, while the ground beneath him began to cave in. Ultimately, after several seconds of shouting, the golden aura transformed from a mere flicker into a stable, jet-like manifestation. The golden hair became more upright and denser, while arcs of electricity flickered incessantly around. His expression was cold and taut, and the aura surrounding him reached a state of equilibrium that if one were to categorize Super Saiyan transformations into 4 stages, Reg preferred to divide Super Saiyan 2 into Super Saiyan 2 and Limit Break Super Saiyan 2. The latter is not subject to any subdivisions, while Super Saiyan 2 can be classified into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The ordinary Super Saiyan 2 is the form that Gohan assumes upon his initial transformation. At this stage, he exhibits a surge of power that leads to a slight arrogance, starting with a battle power of 58 billion, which escalates to 70 billion after defeating Cell, placing him at the intermediate level of Super Saiyan 2. The advanced Super Saiyan 2 was attained by Vegeta during the 7-year period following the conclusion of the Cell Games, where he broke through his limits through rigorous training, achieving a battle power comparable to Gohan's. Ultimately, after his transformation into a Meijin, he attained the advanced Super Saiyan 2 level with a power of 80 billion. The Limit Break Super Saiyan 2, on the other hand, was achieved by the resurrected Vegeta with a battle power of 120 billion. When comparing Super Saiyan 3 to Limit Break Super Saiyan 2, it is noteworthy that the latter lacks any tier distinction, with battle power being contingent upon individual training outcomes. The initial form of Super Saiyan 3 boasts a power of 280 billion, quadrupling that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 2. 700 billion multiplied by 4 equals 2,800 billion, while the intermediate form reaches 850 billion, and the advanced form achieves 1.7 trillion. Both Limit Break Super Saiyan 3 and Limit Break Super Saiyan 2 are evaluated based on personal training results. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3 is indeed a formidable challenge. No wonder Vegeta, Trunks, and Broly are unable to attain this form. It is fundamentally a matter of mastery over one state of being. The conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan require not only a high battle power, but also a pure and stable mind to augment the S cells within. This transformation is triggered by an extreme surge of rage that catalyzes a rapid increase in S cells, resulting in successful transformation. In contrast, achieving Super Saiyan 3 necessitates complete mastery over the power of Super Saiyan 2, a realization of the transformation state. Goku honed his abilities through countless battles in the afterlife over 7 years, coupled with the guidance of King Kai, which ultimately led to his mastery. Vegeta and the others, however, focused solely on arduous training to enhance their battle power, which hindered their ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Even Trunks and Goten could only achieve this form through fusion. Currently, Reg has reached the pinnacle of advanced Super Saiyan 2, boasting a battle power of 80 billion, but he has no intention of pursuing the transformation into Super Saiyan God, as he believes, based on the comparative narratives of Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT, that Super Saiyan 4 surpasses Blue God in strength. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku in Blue God form is evenly matched against any opponent. While in Dragon Ball GT, Super Saiyan 4 Goku is virtually unbeatable. After a decade of training, it is high time for him to emerge. If my conjecture holds true, the Cell games must have commenced by now. Reg mused to himself. With that, he executed an instant transmission, vanishing from his time chamber. Upon his arrival, Reg found himself in the sacred world. At this moment, only Popo and Den, who had just arrived on Earth as a deity, were present. Reg made his appearance in the sacred world without disturbing Popo or Dini. Reg had studied the mechanics of the time chamber. He had created his own version of it, which is also why Gohan and Goku had appeared in the sacred world. 10 years were required for them to reach the advanced Super Saiyan level. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku utilized 7 years to progress from Super Saiyan 1 to advanced Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3, respectively. Reg, on the other hand, took 10 years to elevate from the beginner to the advanced level of Super Saiyan 2 to It is evident that Reg's aptitude pales in comparison to that of Goku and Vegeta. A realization he is acutely aware of. Trunks, at that moment, in the eyes of Piccolo, Tin, Krillin, Yamcha, Vegeta, and Gohan, Trunks was pierced through the chest by an energy wave. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the earth and creating a massive explosion that enveloped the area in thick smoke. Spreading for miles, a familiar aura suddenly permeated the air, leaving everyone in disbelief. Vegeta was rendered speechless, while the Dragon Ball warriors in the distance looked as if they had seen a ghost. An aura that encompassed all their essences manifested in their perception. Cell, you are not dead, Gohan exclaimed. Perfect, I shall kill you once more. With a surge of golden energy erupting from his feet, Gohan's terrifying power rapidly expanded, creating an overwhelming force that shook the earth itself. Is that so? Cell's gaze fell upon Gohan, and he suddenly unleashed an energy wave aimed at the now-prone Trunks. Should this attack connect, Trunks would undoubtedly be obliterated. Damn it, Gohan transformed into a golden blur, racing towards Trunks. But at this juncture, Cell's battle power was not significantly inferior to Gohan's. Gohan merely managed to interpose himself in front of Trunks at the last moment. Boom! Gohan was instantly, grievously wounded by Cell's attack. Trunks. Upon witnessing Trunks being pierced through the chest by Cell's energy wave, Vegeta believed Trunks had been killed and unleashed his full power in a furious assault towards Cell. Vegeta, stop! You are no match for him! Goku shouted anxiously, but Vegeta was consumed by rage, indifferent to Goku's warning. Damn it! Seeing this, Goku followed Vegeta in a battle against Cell. At this moment, Gohan, under Reg's guidance, did not hold back against Cell. And after forcing Cell to expel Android 18, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, sending Cell flying. Thus, Goku remained unharmed, but Cell ultimately transformed into Lightning Cell, comparable to Super Saiyan 2. Currently, Lightning Cell possessed a battle power of 60 billion. After consuming a Senzu Bean, Vegeta's power increased slightly, fueled by his fury, reaching 8 billion. Goku's restored battle power stood at 12 billion. A bunch of defeated foes, Cell scoffed, effortlessly striking Vegeta and Goku aside. Boom! In an instant, Vegeta and Goku were sent crashing into a massive mountain, remaining incapacitated for quite some time. Father, Uncle Vegeta. At this point, Gohan had sustained injuries from Cell's energy wave, drastically reducing his battle power to a mere 48 billion. Gohan, I'm curious to see how you intend to defeat me now, Cell taunted with a sinister grin. Damn it, where is Uncle Reg? Gritting his teeth, Gohan sensed Cell's overwhelming aura and understood that he was no match for him, prompting thoughts of Reg. Though unsure of the extent of Reg's power, Cell scoffed. The Earth is on the brink of destruction. and he dares not show himself. His strength must not be that formidable. Not at all, Cell. You are mistaken. Before I even transformed into a Super Saiyan, Uncle Reg's battle power surpassed mine. Just imagine how much stronger he is now. If he intervenes, you would be hard-pressed to withstand even 3 of his strikes. Gohan retorted coldly. During their time in the chamber, Gohan and Goku had witnessed Reg transform into Super Saiyan 2. Thus he was confident that Cell stood no chance against Reg regardless of how powerful you claim Reg to be. You will all meet your end in hell. A golden aura surged around Cell, entwined with streaks of lightning. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation of Gohan, whose pupils dilated in alarm, yet time allowed for no further contemplation as Cell launched his assault. Kamehameha! Gohan unleashed a tremendous wave of energy towards Cell with a single hand, channeling all his strength into this formidable attack. Boom! The 2 cataclysmic energy waves collided, unleashing a tempest that spiraled outward from the 2 combatants. The winds howled violently, swirling with dust and chaos. Though Cell possessed greater power than Gohan at that moment, he lacked the ability to vanquish him with a single strike, instead gradually forcing the energy wave back towards Gohan. Damn it! Uncle Rigo, if you don't show up soon, I won't be able to hold on, Gohan cried, sensing the gradual depletion of his energy. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. All right, I'm coming, Rigo said with a smile beside Gohan. But I think it's better if you handle Cell yourself. In the next instant, Gohan felt his stamina, energy, and injuries rapidly mending. Why energy is returning, Gohan exclaimed, a spark of joy illuminating his face. Yet this was not the moment for celebration. With a mighty roar, Gohan's power surged 480 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion. He quickly surpassed Cell, a beginner at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Gohan's combat power reached an astonishing 700 billion. With each escalating shout. Gohan's energy waves surged towards Cell at several times its previous speed. No, it can't be. Cell had not even registered Gohan's newfound strength before a colossal energy wave propelled his own back upon him. Boom! In an instant, Cell was reduced to cosmic dust, not a single cell remaining. Phew, it's finally over, Gohan sighed, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. After a brief interlude of 7 or 8 seconds, he sprang to his feet. Realizing that it was Rigo who had assisted in restoring his vitality, enabling him to defeat Cell. Before him stood Trunks, Vegeta, and his father Goku, all revived by Rigo's healing energy. Rigo, who is stronger now? You or Gohan? Vegeta asked coldly, arms crossed over his chest. It's brother Rigo. Rigo retorted, mildly annoyed by Vegeta's demeanor. Humph. Vegeta merely snorted, refusing to address Rigo as an elder despite their similar ages, with Rigo having been born merely days prior. Understanding Vegeta's reluctance, Rigo addressed his earlier inquiry. Of course, I'm slightly stronger. With each word, his power surged, the flames surrounding him transforming into a jet-like form, his hair standing more erect than in Super Saiyan 1. And the quantity of lightning dancing about him exceeded that of Gohan. That Rigo's combat power was an impressive 800 billion. Though Rigo's power stood at 800 billion, he could defeat the newly transformed Super Saiyan 2 Gohan within 20 exchanges. Rigo had mastered the power of Super Saiyan 2 for over a decade, while Gohan was only just acclimating to this transformation. What an overwhelming presence! Even more formidable than Cell, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. That's impressive. If only I could have a match with you. Goku gazed at Rigo with a competitive glint, aware that the disparity in strength rendered such a challenge futile. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, remaining silent yet secretly astonished by Rigo's strength. He had initially believed Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was remarkable, only to discover Rigo was even stronger. 3 days later. All right, the wish has been granted. All those slain by Cell have been revived. With that, the dragon swiftly ascended into the heavens. The dragon disappeared. Tranquility returned to the sky. The ravaged environment of Earth reverted to normalcy, and the slain humanity was resurrected, restoring everything to its state prior to Cell's invasion. I must return now, Trunks declared, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the restored peace of Earth, feeling confident that his combat power now surpassed that of the androids from his future timeline. Upon his return, he would defeat androids 17 and 18, restoring normalcy to his world. With this in mind, Trunks produced a small device and tossed it into the air. Bang! A plume of white smoke billowed, revealing Trunks' time-traveling spaceship hovering above the temple. Trunks, why not wait a few days before returning? Bulma asked with concern. Trunks smiled, replying, No, Mom, I still have to defeat the androids in my world, and I want to restore peace there as soon as possible. Bulma nodded, beaming encouragement. Trunks, good luck. Goku and the others echoed their support for Trunks. Trunks turned to Vegeta, who said nothing but merely nodded, offering a smile. Trunks felt elated at Vegeta's expression, despite the lack of words. That smile was enough to boost his spirits. Father isn't as cold as Mom suggests. He simply prefers not to express his emotions, Trunks mused internally, just as Trunks prepared to return to the future. Wait a moment, Trunks! I want to accompany you, Vegeta exclaimed, having heard Rigo's intention to travel to the future. Rigo, what do you intend to do in that timeline? Has Cell absorbed androids 17 and 18 there? Vegeta asked with concern, his gaze fixed on Rigo, while Trunks appeared agitated as well. About that, Rigo replied, I don't really know. Don't overthink it. I have my own reasons for going to the future. I want to see if I can resurrect Vegeta and Kakarot from that timeline. Rigo continued, as for the Cell you mentioned, even if he has absorbed androids 17 and 18, so what? He scoffed at Vegeta and Goku fell silent, realizing the truth of Rigo's statement. Even if Cell achieved his perfect form, he would still be no match for Rigo. Upon entering Trunks' time machine, Rigo found himself in a dark, intestinal-like expanse. Is this the power of time? Rigo mused aloud, that what's wrong, Uncle Rigo? What is this time energy? Trunks inquired, hearing Rigo's musings. It's nothing. Just know that I've attained a new power, Rigo replied with a grin. Having studied the forces of time and space for over a century, Rigo may not have inherited much of the Saiyans' battle prowess, but he excelled in various other abilities that contrasted with their fighting talent. He had made significant advancements in manipulating the powers of space and time, even devising a means to create small temporal realms. However, Reg had yet to unlock the ability to traverse through time and space. This was primarily due to the fact that Reg had never encountered time tunnel, and thus was oblivious to the means of cultivating such power. Although Reg had never laid eyes on a time tunnel, he had a fundamental understanding of space, complemented by a sliver of temporal energy derived from the spiritual time chamber within the temple. Presently, Reg resembled a barrel of gunpowder untouched by flame. Once ignited, he would erupt with tremendous force. Reg felt a newfound power surging within him, aptly named the power of time and space in the future timeline. At the underground headquarters of Capsule Corporation, a rift in time and space materialized that a small spacecraft suddenly appeared, and Trunks along with Reg emerged from it. Upon seeing her son, Bulma's face lit up with joy. Trunks, Mom, it's me. Bulma hurried forward, her face a mixture of confusion and amazement at Trunks' remarkable growth in just a few days. Previously, when Trunks had departed from the future, he stood merely half a head taller than Bulma. Now, after a year of training in the time chamber, he had grown to nearly 1.8 meters, towering over Bulma by nearly a head. For reference, the heights of the characters are as follows. Vegeta stands at 1.68 meters, although some sources claim 1.64 in the anime. Vegeta appears significantly taller than Bulma, who is recorded at 1.63 to 1.65 meters, so we shall assign her a height of 1.68 meters. Young Trunks is 1.29 meters, while as an adult he reaches 1.79 meters. Goten is 1.23 meters, maturing to 1.76 meters. Goku measures 1.78 meters, while Gohan as an adult is 1.79 meters. Krillin is 1.53 meters, Yamcha 1.83 meters. Tien 1.87 meters, and Kaiatsa 1.38 meters. Reg stands at 1.83 meters. Mom, it's a long story to be. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my father's brother. His name is Reg, Trunks said with a smile towards Bulma. Hello, sister-in-law. Reg greeted Bulma with a warm nod. Oh, hello, Bulma said, curiously observing Reg's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's, about 60% alike. The very moment Trunks and Reg exited the time tunnel, the entire tunnel became agitated, due to Reg's enlightenment of the power of time and space, causing the temporal energy within to spiral into chaos. Had Trunks re-entered at that moment, he would have been transported countless years into the past. In the Destroyer realm, North's gaze was filled with astonishment. This aura, it feels oddly familiar. It resembles that of the god of time and space. Could it be that the god of time and space has come into existence? Haha, Trunks, do you really think finding an ally makes us a match for you two? Such delusions. Number 18 laughed mockingly. The outcome of this battle has yet to be determined, Trunks retorted coldly. Suddenly, number 18 charged at Reg like a flash of white, her small hand reaching for Reg, intending to seize his head. However, Reg stood motionless, an invisible force preventing number 18 from advancing an inch, rendering her utterly immobile. Damn it! This is impossible! Number 18 exclaimed in terror. Feeling herself completely paralyzed, Reg calmly uttered two words. Transform! Before their eyes, number 18's body began to shrink gradually from an adult to a child, and then to an infant, until she finally dissipated into nothingness. She watched in horror as her form diminished, unable to utter a single word. Transformation. This was the ability Reg had comprehended within the time tunnel, akin to the destructive powers of a god of destruction, yet entirely distinct. Vanished number 17, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a golden aura, raising his hand skyward to unleash a massive energy wave. No. Number 17 screamed as he was instantly engulfed by the energy wave unleashed by Trunks. How is this possible? Cell, watching from a distance, was filled with disbelief. Did number 18 truly perish? Suddenly, a voice that sent chills down Cell's spine echoed in his ear. Have you seen enough? Enough? You shall join her. Time acceleration. With those words, Cell's body underwent rapid transformation, swiftly morphing into a desiccated insectoid formed out. Ah no! Cell screamed in terror, instantly turning to cosmic dust. What? Just as Trunks had eliminated number 17, he turned to see Cell disintegrating before his very eyes. An inexplicable demise that left him utterly astonished. With the androids dealt with, the only remaining concerns were Kakarot and Vegeta. Reg placed his left hand over his chest, his right hand stroking his chin in contemplation. Trunks watched Reg thoughtfully, pondering how Reg might resurrect his father Vegeta and his mentor Gohan. Suddenly, Reg exclaimed, I've got it! He placed his index and middle fingers upon his forehead and raised one hand toward the air. Reg proclaimed, I declare, all realms, countless beings of minute dust, heed my name and find freedom, infinite and boundless. I declare, all evil shall ultimately be obliterated. I declare, all karmic burdens shall be released, and I declare, Piccolo, you shall be revived. Arise, Piccolo, strange am I not in the heavenly realm. This is Earth? Piccolo suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Remarkable, Piccolo, you have indeed been revived. This implies that the deity of this timeline has also returned. The task of resurrecting Kakarot and Vegeta now falls to you. Reg said to Piccolo with a smile. What do you mean? Piccolo, still in shock, responded. Heavens, Reg Uncle, you managed to resurrect Uncle Piccolo. Does that mean you wield the power of the dragon? So, you can resurrect Gohan and the others? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. What? I was brought back by this person. Upon hearing Trunks' voice, Piccolo immediately grasped the situation. It's not as simple as you suggest. My ability can only be used once a year, and it cannot be employed over vast distances. You think the power of the dragon is so easily controlled? Reg replied nonchalantly. Although I'm unsure of the specifics, the dragon on Earth can revive others. But Goku died of illness. Not even the dragon of Namek can bring him back, Piccolo said, maintaining his composure as he recalled the details in his mind before addressing Reg. Fear not. Kakarot will naturally be revived after a year, and the remaining issues are in your hands. Piccolo, feel free to ask Trunks any questions you may have, Reg advised. Trunks, I must take my leave, Reg said to Trunks with a smile. Uncle, won't you join me on my ship? Can't you stay a few more days? Trunks implored Reg. Haha. Lingering too long in this timeline could attract the attention of the Time Patrollers. Reg replied to Trunks. We're Time Patrollers, Trunks inquired, somewhat perplexed. Reg smiled mysteriously. You shall learn of them in due time. We will meet again. Train diligently. for when we next cross paths. I hope you have grown stronger. Indeed, I will, Uncle. I will return to find you. Reg nodded and, utilizing his power of time and space, tore open a rift and stepped through. What on earth is happening? How is it that things have changed since I first arrived with 10X? At this moment, Reg was utterly bewildered. The time tunnel had devolved into a chaotic spectrum of colors, rendering it impossible for him to discern the true nature of Dragon Ball Super's timeline. The passages were not particularly deep, but rather a tumultuous distortion of time, oscillating between rapid and slow, making it challenging for Reg to perceive the passage of time, which manifested in erratic bursts of speed. At times, his movements surged to thousands of times their usual speed, while at others, he felt as though he were frozen in place. This was merely the first-time tunnel. Damn it, whatever. I'll just plunge in. With a firm grip on his fists and a slight bend in his posture, Reg was enveloped by a surrounding tempest of golden lightning. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His battle power surged rapidly. 70 billion, 80 billion, 90 billion. Unbeknownst to him, Reg's battle power had surpassed 100 billion under normal circumstances. He might have taken note of this increase, but in his current state, he was far too preoccupied to care. He dove headlong into a time tunnel, oblivious to its destination. Upon entry, he was instantly overwhelmed by an unending pressure that rendered him unconscious. When he awoke, Reg found himself on a planet suffused with the essence of time. Countless rivers of time flowed across its surface, with even the smallest rivulets dwarfing the Milky Way. Awake, new time god. What is that voice? Reg exclaimed, his face reflecting shock as he scanned his surroundings. Ha ha! Stop looking around. I am merely a fragment of will. I am the previous time god. If you have any questions, you will learn the answers once you inherit the time god title. As he spoke, an immense surge of knowledge, imbued with powerful energy, flooded into Reg's being. As time passed, he gradually comprehended the true nature of the time god position. The hierarchy of divine ranks, from lowest to highest, is as follows: Heavenly God, King of Hell, King of Worlds, Grand King of Worlds, King God, Angel, Grand Minister, and Omni King. The time gods are categorized as time patrollers, time managers, and time gods. Time patrollers are equivalent to kings of worlds, while time managers correspond to grand kings of worlds. However, time patrollers and managers suppress those who disrupt the order of other timelines through their combat prowess, placing them above the kings of worlds in status, much like how the king god surpasses the destroyers. To attain the rank of time god, one must possess a battle power equivalent to that of a destroyer. Currently, Reg only barely reached Super Saiyan 3 strength, qualifying him merely as a trainee time god. 6 years later, Reg's black hair began to shimmer, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Shortly thereafter, a layer of crackling lightning danced around him, resembling golden serpents, as his immense energy continued to escalate without limit. Super Saiyan 2. The radiance intensified, becoming blindingly bright, with arcs of electricity surging from his feet upwards as his hair began to lengthen. Ah! Reg roared, veins bulging in his neck and his cheeks trembling. His hair flourished further, forming bangs that cascaded forward, while strand from the back flowed over his shoulders and extended past his waist. Super Saiyan 3. Ha! Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped him, reverting Reg to his normal form, from which he expelled a torrent of powerful silver energy, resulting in a battle power of 7 trillion. This was a mysterious state, akin to the transformation triggered in Gohan by the old Kaishin. Though Gohan transformed from Super Saiyan 2, while Reg did so from Super Saiyan 3, the defining characteristic of this state was its efficiency in battle, preserving every ounce of strength. If Super Saiyan 3 is an externalized state, then this mysterious state is an internalized one. At this moment, Reg's mysterious state boasted a battle power of 7 trillion. Super Saiyan 3 at 3.5 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 1.725 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 820 billion. In normal form at 16.4 billion. Perhaps I should attempt to transform into Super Saiyan 4 now. Goku's battle power at that time was similar to mine now, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 while injured. As a Royal Saiyan, along with my peak condition, I should find it easier to achieve this transformation than Goku. With that thought in mind, Reg conjured an energy sphere and tossed it into the air. A radiant moon emerged in the realm of time. The luminous orb reflected in Reg's eyes, its brilliance seemingly infinite. Thump, 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 thump. The pounding of his heart quickened, contorting Reg's face into a fierce grimace as fangs emerged. And his body became enveloped in fur. His form expanded dramatically, towering over 100 meters, his entire body now covered in silver-white fur, transforming into a colossal silver ape. Roar, roar, roar. With a thunderous sound, the silver giant pounded its chest, then raised its fists into the void, releasing a resounding roar. Da-da! Reg's form shrank, gradually returning to human shape, his silver eyes gleaming with a crimson hue. His body was cloaked in silver fur, his hair a rigid black, cascading to his ankles. With strands framing his shoulders, Super Saiyan 4. Reg had fully inherited the power of the silver giant, his battle power now tenfold that of his mysterious state, 70 trillion. Since Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 4 from the mysterious state, his appearance differed somewhat from that of GT, Goku, and Vegeta. Daha! Finally, I've transformed. Reg sighed in relief, reflecting on the arduous training he had undergone, all for the moment when the destroyer would appear. As the saga of Dragon Ball Super began in earnest. Over the past 6 years, Reg had not been idle. He had grown close to number 18, and 5 years ago, she bore him a pair of twins. Reg was not particularly adept at naming Saiyans, as they traditionally lack surnames, so he used Lei as a surname. The elder was named Lei Chentian, while the younger was called Lei God. Upon birth, Lei Chentian possessed a battle power of 50,000, while Lei God was close to the same level. With the legendary potential of Super Saiyans, Reg couldn't help but feel envious. His own battle power at birth was a mere 20, though Reg did not rigorously train his children. He instilled in them the ability to control their innate powers from a young age. As time progressed, they ultimately achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan. Although Lei Chentian and Lei God were a year or two younger than Tenenks and Goten, their strength was comparable to that of young Tenenks. Young Tenenks and Goten were born when Goku and Vegeta reached Super Saiyan 1, while Reg was at Super Saiyan 3, inheriting their parents' cells at birth. They did not require emotional stimuli to trigger their transformations. They would naturally achieve Super Saiyan status as they aged. However, because of this, they rarely faced life or death battles, making it challenging for them to break through their limits. As they matured, their battle powers remained inferior to their parents. Gohan became known as Vidal's husband, while GT, Goten became a playboy, and Tenenks, though better off, still grew weary of fighting under Vegeta's constant pressure. With only a year remaining until Majin Buu appeared, followed by the arrival of the destroyer on Earth a few months later, Reg mused, "Let us venture into the GT timeline. At present, I should possess sufficient strength to avoid instant annihilation before a one-star dragon." In the GT timeline, a man with long black hair, adorned with a red and gold mane on his upper body, engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal golden ape over 100 meters tall. Countless golden beams of light surged into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Tenfold Kamehameha wave. A chilling aura of terror enveloped the scene as golden rays of light gathered like the twinkling stars of the Milky Way, propelling Baby towards the sun in a desperate bid to escape into a spaceship. Super Saiyan 4 Goku raised his gaze calmly to the sun, sensing that Baby's presence had completely vanished. And only then did he exhale with relief. Clap, clap, clap. Well done, Kakarot. Reg, standing behind Goku, applauded with a grin at "Oh, who could it be?" Super Saiyan 4 Goku turned, his eyes landing on Reg, who hovered in midair, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He felt no aura emanating from this individual, which struck Goku as peculiar. As his gaze fell upon Reg's tail, he exclaimed, "You are a Saiyan?" Reg remained silent, his right hand raised towards Goku, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his palm. A flash of golden light flickered by .0. Super Saiyan 4 Goku looked at Reg with a hint of surprise, puzzled as to why Reg was aiding him in regaining his strength, despite having surpassed Baby in power. Goku had expended 30% of his energy in the battle. "Why didn't you dodge?" Reg inquired. "Because you lacked murderous intent," although Super Saiyan 4 Goku did not comprehend why Reg was restoring his energy. He still responded to Reg's question. Heck, Kakarot, it seems you're no different from my universe's Kakarot. Reg chuckled. What do you mean? Super Saiyan 4 Goku was somewhat bewildered by Reg's words. Ha! A flicker of golden light flashed as he transformed through Super Saiyan forms 1 to 3. Ultimately, Reg emerged as a silver-haired Super Saiyan 4, his body cloaked in pale blue fur, with long silver hair cascading down to his ankles and framing his shoulders. An overwhelming aura surged throughout the earth. As the sky darkened ominously within a 10,000-kilometer radius, centered around Reg and Goku, as if thick clouds threatened to descend. Thunderous roars and blinding flashes of lightning accompanied the oppressive atmosphere, instilling a sense of dread. What a terrifying presence! It rivals that of my father's Super Saiyan 4. Goten exclaimed in astonishment. No, that guy's aura is even stronger than Kakarot's. Dar remarked gravely, being the strongest among the group and thus more acutely aware of the energy fluctuations. How many Saiyans are still out there in this universe that I do not know of? Dar pondered silently. That Trunks, has your father ever mentioned any brothers or the like who are still alive? Suddenly, Gohan asked Trunks, I don't know. He seems to have never mentioned it. Trunks replied thoughtfully. Why do you suddenly ask this? Trunks questioned, intrigued. Haven't you noticed how much this guy resembles Uncle Dar? Moreover, he is also a Saiyan. Gohan pointed out, glancing at Reg in the distance. Humph, why are you all staring at me? Dar retorted irritably, Uncle Dar, do you have any brothers or anything? Gohan inquired curiously. Upon seeing Goten's expression, Dar immediately understood why they had been fixated on him, because Reg bore a striking resemblance to him. Dar delved into his memories, and after a considerable pause, he spoke to, I remember I have a brother who is still alive, but it is certainly not him. Wow, Dad, you have a brother? Trunks exclaimed in surprise. Though I have a brother, he was exiled to a distant planet by my father due to his weak combat abilities. Dar nodded as he explained, just as Trunks and Goten were gossiping about Dar's potential siblings. Reg's voice rang in their ears. Kakarot, allow me to introduce myself. I am Reg, a Saiyan from another parallel universe. I am the brother of Dar from that universe. What do you mean, another parallel universe? My father's brother? Parallel universe? What on earth is that? Trunks and Goten were baffled by Reg's words, while Gohan and Dar, having encountered Trunks from the future, immediately grasped Reg's identity. However, they were uncertain about Reg's nature as a time traveler. Another parallel universe is Dar. What on earth? Is there another Dar in a different universe? Super Saiyan 4 Goku stared at Reg in confusion. To simplify, I come from the timeline 5 years ago, where I am Dar's brother. Reg clarified to Goku. Haha, I see. Just like Trunks back then, isn't it? He is from the future, and you are from the past, so that means there is another version of you in this universe? Goku smiled at Reg. Reg shook his head, saying, I do not know if my counterpart in this universe is still alive. Every timeline holds infinite possibilities. They may exist within the same spatial framework, but differ in their temporal constructs. Akin to two trains racing down the same track at different intervals, or they might share the same temporal structure, but differ spatially, like cars traversing different levels of a freeway interchange. As Reg spoke, he suddenly faltered, realizing that Goku had no understanding of his explanation. At this moment, Goku was utterly bewildered. Although I don't comprehend what you are saying, I only need to know that you are Dar's elder brother from the past. However, what brings you to our universe? Goku directly posed the crucial question to Reg, ignoring the convoluted notions of parallel timelines. In addition to being Dar's brother, I hold another title. I am the Time God King. Reg stated with a hint of pride. Time God King. Goku looked at Reg with a questioning gaze, saying, I have only heard of the Kaioshin. I have never encountered a deity known as the Time God King. If the Kaioshin's primary duty is to maintain the balance of the universe's creation, then the Time God King is tasked with preserving the equilibrium of countless parallel universes, capturing time criminals, and preventing them from altering history. Reg elucidated to Goku that, oh, I see. So, has a villain traversed through time to Earth? How strong is he? Goku inquired excitedly. Reg smiled enigmatically before saying, without further ado, if you truly wish to know, then demonstrate your strength and show me if you possess the qualifications for me to divulge this information. With that, a tremendous burst of light erupted from Reg's form. Silver light radiated from him, filling the sky with a shimmering brilliance. Reg's gaze fixed upon Super Saiyan 4 Goku as he opened his left palm, cradling a smooth, small orb that gleamed with silver light, which crackled ominously in the air. As Reg hurled the energy sphere, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal and terrifying orb that surged towards Goku. What immense power! Kamehameha! Super Saiyan 4 Goku swiftly formed his hands into a flower shape, placing them at his waist, and gathered a blue energy sphere in his palms, thrusting it towards the energy wave unleashed by Reg. Boom! Boom! A magnificent and boundless energy collided and surged through the void, its brilliant radiance piercingly illuminating the entirety of the City of Time. A.S. and the others gazed at the sky. It oscillated between shades of black and white, fragmented into several sections amidst the entangled colors. Moments later, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku retreated swiftly, while Reg remained suspended in midair, utterly motionless. Kakarot, Reg remarked with an air of superiority, coldly addressing Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku. It seems you have yet to fully acclimate to your Super Saiyan 4 form. Although Son Goku had just recently transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and was currently harnessing the full power of this state, he was still no match for Reg, who had been in this form for several months. Despite their combat prowess not being drastically different, the reality of their confrontation revealed a significant gap between Son Goku and Reg. Aha! Son Goku grinned, his expression brimming with fighting spirit as he fixed his gaze on Reg. Is that so? Then let us see your moves, Reg declared, crossing his arms over his chest while floating in the void. Son Goku slowly brought his hands together, forming a flower bud shape at his waist, concentrating energy into a luminous sphere in his palms, and began to chant the words Kamehameha. A terrifying aura surged around Son Goku, enveloping the void in a dazzling crimson light, causing the very earth to tremble. Damn it, Dar gritted his teeth, his expression grim as he watched the two figures of Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Reg from a distance. The overwhelming power emanating from Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku had grown so formidable that Dar could only observe from afar. For to approach would spell certain doom. Is this the true extent of Super Saiyan 4's power? It was so potent that we cannot even draw near. Son Gohan's eyes widened, struggling to articulate the spectacle before him. Reg stood proudly in the air. Strike now, Kakarot! Tenfold! A rift tore through the fabric of space as the devastating tenfold Kamehameha surged toward Reg. Reg's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his body radiating an increasing amount of silvery, flame-like energy. Transform, he bellowed. Just as Son Goku's tenfold Kamehameha was about to strike Reg, a surge of temporal power erupted instantaneously, rendering Son Goku's attack into nothingness. What? Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku was momentarily stunned, witnessing his full-force tenfold Kamehameha vanish without a trace. Reg paid no mind to the astonished Son Goku, stepping forward to appear directly before him in an instant. In a heartbeat, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku had not even finished a sentence before he was sent reeling by a punch from Reg. With a flurry of punches, side kicks, and spinning strikes, each movement fluid and reminiscent of an anime, Reg rendered Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku utterly defenseless. Bang! 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 Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku's form was tossed about in the void. Uffed! He coughed up blood. Ha! Dragon Fist! Suddenly, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku's gaze sharpened, his fist igniting with golden light, transforming into a colossal golden dragon, its immense energy surging forth with a thunderous roar toward the approaching Reg. Unleash it! Son Goku shouted, having finally discerned Reg's weakness through countless prior assaults. Although Reg's mastery of Super Saiyan power surpassed his own, with speed and strength overwhelming Son Goku, he had not yet reached a level that left Son Goku completely powerless. Reg's vulnerability lay in his lack of combat experience, a notion that, to someone like Son Goku, who had grown through countless life-and-death battles, seemed trivial. Compared to other Dragon Ball warriors like Krillin, Reg was indeed formidable. Yet, it was this very prowess that Son Goku seized upon to launch a counterattack. This is bad, Reg thought, realizing too late that the seemingly defenseless Son Goku had unleashed an overwhelming strength in that fleeting moment. especially at such close proximity that in an instant, Reg's chest was pierced by the golden light of the dragon fist. Puffed. Blood erupted from Reg's mouth. Haha, I hit you. Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku gasped. Clutching his arm, beads of sweat trickling down his brow in a state of disarray. And what of it? Reg retorted, delivering a punch toward the wounded Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku. Bang! Son Goku was sent flying over 100 meters, reverting to his childlike form upon landing. Meanwhile, Reg, suspended in the void, found himself in a less than ideal state, his energy diminished by 3- or 4-fold. How careless of me! If I weren't the Time King, I would simply be an ordinary Saiyan. Even with my power surpassing Son Goku's, under the force of his dragon fist, I would have been gravely injured if not killed. Reg mused internally, feeling several bones within him fracture. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Time King's power, he would have been pierced through by the dragon fist long ago. A golden light enveloped Reg, and after a few seconds, he regained his peak condition. Ha! I lost. The childlike Son Goku exclaimed from the ground, grinning foolishly at the suspended Reg. Without a word, Reg pointed at him with his left hand. Not good! Kakarot! Grandpa! Dad! Trunks, Gohan, and the others were taken aback. Fearing Reg intended to strike down Son Goku, 4 golden beams of light surged upward as the 4 Super Saiyan 2 warriors sped toward Reg's position. Meanwhile, the legendary young Son Goku stood up, placing his hands behind his head, appearing utterly unconcerned about any threat from Reg. You aren't afraid I'll kill you? Reg inquired curiously. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Your strength is inherently above mine. If you unleash your full power, I would likely perish in less than 10 moves. The young Son Goku calmly replied. Ugh, have I been seen through? Reg thought. Very well. I shall remain as the deity. This fighting truly does not suit me. Reg silently lamented at that moment. A golden light shot forth from Reg's hand, aimed at the young Son Goku. Just then, Dar and the others arrived. Kakarot, what are you doing? Get out of the way! Dar shouted in exasperation, seeing the childlike Son Goku grinning foolishly at Reg. The golden light enveloped the young Son Goku, and before the astonished eyes of Trunks, Goten and Dar and Gohan, his form gradually expanded, ultimately transforming back into the middle-aged Son Goku. Oh, my injuries are healed. Oh, Dar, Goten, Gohan, Trunks, why are you all staring at me? Son Goku exclaimed, feeling his wounds mend, only to find Dar and the others watching him in shock. Fantastic! Grandpa, you're not dead. A small girl transformed into a fleeting figure, swiftly flying in his Son Goku's embrace. Ha! How strange, Xiaofang. Why have you shrunk? Son Goku asked curiously. Silly, it's because you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and reverted back to your original form. Xiaofang shouted at Son Goku. Ha! So that's how it is. Indeed, I was wondering why Dar and the others were constantly observing me. Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head with a foolish grin. Dar scoffed, remaining silent as his gaze fixated on Reg, who bore a striking resemblance to him, approximately 70 to 80% alike. Dar coldly stated, you claim to be my elder brother from a parallel universe, which implies that Reg from this universe is still alive, correct? It remains uncertain, yet one thing is clear. If he is indeed alive, his combat prowess should be quite comparable to mine. Reg pondered for a moment before responding to Dar. Dar let out another scoff, choosing not to reply. However, Reg could see that Dar's body was trembling, evidently affected by the revelation. 3 days after defeating Baby, Reg chose to remain on Earth, residing at Bulma's house. Trunks, aware that Reg was his father's elder brother, naturally extended an invitation for Reg to stay with him. This delighted Dar immensely, as it provided him the opportunity to inquire about transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, the Old Kai and Supreme Kai began to inform Sun Wukong that Earth would explode in 3 days. What? Only 3 days? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief that it was a mere 3 days to relocate every inhabitant of Earth to planet's foe. The only ones capable of instant transmission were the Supreme Kai, along with myself, and Reg. The thought of 3 individuals moving an entire planet seemed overwhelmingly daunting. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly. I thought it was something serious. This is rather simple. Reg, standing behind Sun Wukong, chuckled. The words of Supreme Kai Din naturally reached Reg's ears. You are indeed the time-space king. I never imagined that the legends were true. The old Kai's voice echoed in the ears of Sun Wukong. Reg, and others. Oh, you have heard of me? Reg inquired curiously, surprised that someone in this universe without angels had knowledge of the time-space king. Your Majesty, I heard about you from the previous Supreme Kai. It was said that above all gods, there exists a most enigmatic time-space king, the king of all gods, and my understanding of you is, in fact, rather limited. Reg mused inwardly, realizing that the previous Supreme Kai had lived for countless millennia and that it was not surprising he had heard of the time-space king. But that involves an entire planet, not just a few individuals, Sun Wukong insisted, still struggling to comprehend Reg's capabilities. Just watch. Kakarot. Space instant transmission. Reg smiled at Sun Wukong before shouting loudly, in an instant, a force of spatial energy, felt only by Supreme Kai Din and Sun Wukong, enveloped the entire Earth. After approximately 3 to 4 seconds, Sun Wukong was left astounded. How did you accomplish this? He asked Reg in sheer amazement. Your instant transmission is merely the basics of spatial laws, while mine has ascended to the divine level of spatial laws. If I were to advance further, I could transport not just an entire planet's populace, but the planet itself. Reg explained to Sun Wukong. Divine level? What does that entail? Isn't there a holy level above instant transmission? Sun Wukong queried, intrigued as he had only heard of the holy level being the highest. The levels of spatial laws are basic, holy, divine, and divine king. Your instant transmission is merely at the basic level. Reg clarified. I see. Although Sun Wukong was astonished by the numerous classifications of instant transmission, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that his current ability was sufficient for his needs. After resolving this matter, Reg refrained from interfering in the plot of Dragon Ball GT, ultimately assisting in the revival of Earth through the Namekian Dragon Balls. 3 months later, boom, Reg unleashed a beam of golden light from his eyes, instantly annihilating androids 21, 22, and 23. Aren't these androids supposed to be dead? Wasn't Gohan the one who defeated them? Dar remarked, his expression tinged with surprise as he contemplated the emergence of new foes. It seems to be an issue with your Earth Dragon Balls. All the opponents you once defeated should have been revived. Reg responded with a grin. What? Dar exclaimed, his expression shifting to shock. Your excessive use of the Dragon Balls has gradually increased the negative energy within them, resulting in their malfunction. Reg explained to Dar. It matters not. I can now transform into a Super Saiyan Ford. If I am revived, I can simply defeat them again. Dar declared confidently, despite feeling a twinge of surprise. With Reg's guidance, he had recently achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, and now his confidence surged. The once proud Saiyan Prince had returned. Kakarot, just you wait. I shall soon surpass you, Dar thought to himself. In the unfolding narrative, Dr. Mew fell into hell and joined forces with Dr. Gero, fulfilling Gero's long-held ambition to create a new Android 17, successfully bridging the gap between hell and the mortal realm, allowing Cell and Frieza to resurrect and seek vengeance against Wukong. Deceived by Frieza and Cell, Sun Wukong found himself trapped in hell, ultimately sealed within its confines. The two androids from hell and the mortal realm fused to form Super 17, prompting Son Gohan and others to engage in battle against this formidable foe. Kamehameha, a colossal blue energy wave surged towards Super 17, who extended his right hand. Swish! This fiend absorbed my Kamehameha, hovering in the skies of West City. Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong stared in disbelief as Super 17 devoured his attack. That moment, Sun Wukong had been transported back from the afterlife by Reg, with Dar just arriving on the scene. Sun Wukong, Dar, you finally made it. Super 17 grinned upon seeing Dar approach. Yes, that's so. Dar retorted, I won't be like that fool Kakarot, allowing you to absorb my energy without a fight. With that, a crimson light shot into the sky as Dar transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Boom! Super 17 was sent crashing into a building by a single punch from Dar, demolishing the structure. The battle between Dar and Super 17 commenced. That moment, Super 17 had yet to absorb the majority of Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong's energy. Although Dar had just transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and his combat power was inferior to Wukong's, he was marginally stronger than Super 17, managing to suppress him in combat. However, Super 17 possessed infinite energy, rendering Dar's attacks relatively ineffective. What? Since when could Dar transform into Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Currently, Super 17's combat power stood at 100 million, while Dar's Super Saiyan 4 initial stage reached 120 million. And Wukong's intermediate stage was 150 million. Dar, I never anticipated that your combat power would surpass Sun Wukong's. Super 17 recalled that during the Cell Saga, the Saiyans' strongest transformation was Super Saiyan 2. Yet now, Dar's current state had already exceeded that of Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong engaged in battle with him, he did not transform into Super Saiyan 4, leading him to mistakenly believe that Dal's combat power surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Humph! Dal scoffed, choosing not to respond to Super 17's words, and charged once more towards Super 17, intent on close combat. However, Super 17 was not about to allow Dal to approach him. Dal's combat prowess exceeded his own. Engaging in close quarters would undoubtedly put Super 17 at a disadvantage. Electric Hell Blast, Super 17 shouted, gathering a sphere of black energy crackling with lightning in his hands, emitting countless beams of dark light. What? Dal's expression shifted as he abruptly halted mid-flight towards Super 17, crossing his arms defensively in front of him, enveloped by a red energy shield. Boom! 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 The ground trembled violently as waves of energy struck, creating numerous deep, bottomless craters. The wind howled, and the sky darkened. Damn it! Dal's face contorted with displeasure. Despite possessing power that surpassed Super 17, he was unable to unleash it fully, leaving him in a state of frustration. With a fierce roar, red energy erupted, and in an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Witnessing Dal being suppressed by Super 17's energy blasts, Sun Wukong became a blur as he launched himself at Super 17. Bang! 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 Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, sending Super 17 hurtling away, executing a series of strikes that left Super 17 utterly defenseless. Dal's combat power as a Super Saiyan 4 barely exceeded that of Super 17. While Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong's power was significantly greater, faced with Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, Super 17 found himself utterly incapable of countering. Damn it, Kakarot, this is my opponent. Dal felt a pang of resentment. He had believed that upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his power would nearly match that of Sun Wukong. To his dismay, he discovered that even as a fellow Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong's strength was still vastly superior. The shockwaves from the battle between Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong and Super 17 spread outward, leveling the surroundings. Fortunately, the majority of humanity had already fled the scene, and aside from a few unfortunate souls at the beginning, casualties were minimal. Tenfold Kamehameha? Ha! Kakarot, stop at once. Dal's expression changed dramatically as he saw Sun Wukong preparing an energy wave to attack Super 17. He quickly shouted for Sun Wukong to halt, but it was too late. Sun Wukong had already unleashed his Kamehameha, a massive red beam shot towards Super 17, only to be absorbed into his body amidst the villain's maniacal laughter, augmenting his power. Ha! Thank you for your energy. Sun Wukong. Dal cursed inwardly, realizing that Super 17 had successfully absorbed the attack. Hovering in the air, Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he sensed that after absorbing his tenfold Kamehameha, Super 17's combat power had now surpassed Dal's, reaching an astonishing 110 million. While his own strength had diminished from a distant rooftop, Reg sat comfortably, a soda in one hand and KFC in the other, observing the battle with keen interest. Once they finish with Super 17, it will be time to face the evil dragon that I suspect that with Dal's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4 ahead of time. Even without merging, it won't be an easy feat for Super 1-Star Dragon to defeat both Super Saiyan 4 Dal and Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. As Reg pondered, the battle intensified. Dal and Sun Wukong had begun to collaborate against Super 17, and without the use of energy blasts, their combined efforts sent Super 17 crashing into buildings. Bang, bang, bang! Super 17 was left in disarray. his injuries mounting, his attire tattered and ragged like that of a beggar. Sun Wukong. Doll, Super 17 gritted his teeth, rage surging within him in a one-on-one confrontation. Even though Sun Wukong's power exceeded his, Super 17 had confidence in defeating or even killing him. However, with Doll and Sun Wukong united, he would have succumbed long ago were it not for his infinite energy. Doll, Sun Wukong. Prepare for the destruction of this planet. Hell Destroyer. Crackling black lightning danced in Super 17's hands as he raised them high. Roaring a massive black-red energy sphere, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, crackled with black lightning and surged towards Sun Wukong and Doll. Kakarot. Doll flew to Sun Wukong's side, calling out to him. The two exchanged glances, immediately comprehending each other's intent. They must not allow this energy blast to detonate on Earth, for the ensuing explosion would annihilate all life on the planet. If the energy blast reached the ground, the entire Earth would erupt in an instant. Clearly, Super 17 had been cornered by Sun Wukong and Doll. Doll, hold him off. Leave Super 17 to me, Sun Wukong shouted to Doll. All right, though unsure of Sun Wukong's plan. Doll nodded in agreement. Gamma burst, Doll shouted, extending his arms wide before slowly bringing them to his chest, radiant red light emanating from his hands. Boom! Doll's gamma burst clashed with Super 17's electric hell blast, creating a cataclysmic force that swept across the entire Earth. The black and red beams of light enveloped the sky, shrouding everything in energy. What? Doll alone is managing to block my electric hell blast. Super 17's expression darkened. Although uncertain of Sun Wukong's intentions, he resolved to eliminate Doll first, believing that Sun Wukong alone would no longer pose a threat to Ha. Super 17 increased the energy, pressing down on Doll. Damn it! This cursed android with infinite energy. Doll cursed inwardly, realizing that while Super 17's power had surpassed his own, the gap was not substantial. However, with Super 17's infinite stamina, Doll quickly found himself at a disadvantage as his gamma burst was gradually being overwhelmed. Kakarot, what are you doing? I can barely hold on. Doll couldn't help but shout in frustration. Dragon Fist. Just then, Sun Wukong, who had been gathering energy, bent slightly, his left hand forming a fist as he struck towards Super 17. Explode! With Sun Wukong's punch, a divine dragon manifested, racing toward Super 17. Roar. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens and earth. A golden dragon pierced through Super 17's body, erupting from his back. As the dragon vanished, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong reappeared. The world fell silent. Super 17 could hardly believe the gaping hole in his chest. How could this? Before he could finish, he was engulfed by Doll's gamma burst. Boom! 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 Several light years away, the cosmos erupted in a cataclysmic explosion as Super 17 was reduced to cosmic dust. Dragon Fist. Is this Kakarot's Dragon Fist? It exuded an aura of divinity, no wonder, in the narrative. Sun Wukong was able to slay Super 17 with ease after unleashing the Dragon Fist in his normal state. Reg stood atop a towering building, speaking to himself. I could see this moment. Doll and Sun Wukong had reverted to their normal forms. Aside from a slight decrease in their energy, they bore no significant injuries. Unlike the Sun Wukong and Vegeta of Dragon Ball Super, the Sun Wukong and Doll of Dragon Ball GT did not enhance their foes to combat stronger adversaries, provided that such adversaries did not threaten the destruction of Earth. Thus, the unfortunate Super 17, having merged with Human 17 for less than half an hour, was swiftly vanquished by the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Doll. Haha, I never expected you to transform into a Super Saiyan 4 as well, Doll. Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Kakarot, do not underestimate me, believing that only you and Reg can achieve Super Saiyan 4. I, Doll, shall soon surpass you. With a scoff, Doll ignored Sun Wukong and soared towards his gravity chamber, fully aware that he still lagged considerably behind Sun Wukong. It seems the evil dragons are next. At this thought, Reg's expression grew serious. His strength was not significantly greater than Sun Wukong's. With a battle power of merely 160 trillion, it appeared urgent for him to cultivate the divine state of the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan 4 represented an evolutionary regression of the Saiyan bloodline, a continuation of Super Saiyan 3, achieving peak physical strength. In Reg's view, it was a path to divinity through sheer force, or rather, a manifestation of power. Conversely, the Super Saiyan God embodied a return to simplicity within the realm of Super Saiyans, possessing a comprehensive strength and profound depth, also known as the divine realm. The God of Mortals. Neither form was inherently superior. Super Saiyan 4 boasted greater offensive power, while the Super Saiyan God excelled in battle endurance. According to Reg's traditional memories as the God King of time and space, the gods of the Dragon Ball universe categorized their strengths as follows. Initial transformation to Super Saiyan 4, Red God, equating to the first tier of divine realm. Wink with a frown, Super Blue God. Advanced Super Saiyan 4 corresponding to the second tier. Super Blue Evolution, transcending Super Saiyan 4 equating to the third tier. Super Saiyan 4 Evolution, Deep Blue, corresponding to the fourth tier, and evolution to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4, White God, equating to the first tier of the dimensional realm. With some destroyer gods existing at this level, the second tier of the dimensional realm comprised the most powerful among destroyer gods, such as the Dark King, Mechikabura, and other dark angels. The third tier represented the strength of ordinary angels, while the fourth tier was embodied by the angel Whis. The half-step rule of the dimensional realm was represented by the Grand Minister. And the rule of the dimensional realm was the embodiment of the cosmic law, Zeno. The narrative once stated that if Beerus's strength was rated at 10, then the Super Saiyan God stood at 6. While Whis was approximately 15 to hence, I shall designate Beerus's battle power in his normal state as equivalent to the second tier of the divine realm, while Beerus utilizing his destroyer powers would reach the fourth tier of the divine realm. After defeating Super 17, the Kais informed Wukong and the others that their excessive use of the Dragon Balls had gradually increased the negative energy within them, leading to the emergence of the evil dragons. They had previously annihilated countless planets, and among the 7 evil dragons, many possessed battle powers comparable to Super Saiyan 4, with some even stronger. 5 months later, mirroring the narrative, Sun Wukong had defeated the 2-star dragon, 5-star dragon, 6-star dragon, and 7-star dragon. Now, only the formidable 1-star dragon, 3-star dragon, and 4-star dragon remained. During these 5 months of battling the other evil dragons, Sun Wukong's battle power had skyrocketed to 200 trillion. Just a step away from surpassing Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong had already engaged with the 4-star dragon, which was unlike the previous evil dragons. Meanwhile, Dal had emerged from his training, now boasting a battle power of 170 trillion. Placing him at the intermediate level of Super Saiyan 4, such a powerful aura. It seems Kakarot has significantly enhanced his strength during this time. Dal mused, his gaze drifting into the distance. Let us begin. Bulma! Reg called out to Bulma. All right, Bulma nodded, her hands deftly tapping on a large computer screen. Suddenly, a massive solar panel, crafted from circular semiconductor materials, such as silicon, erupted in a brilliant white light that shot skyward. Enveloping the entire space around Reg, this energy contained 17 million Bull's waves. Coalescing around Reg, crackling sounds of intense lightning echoed, each clap resonating like thunder, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Something within Reg ignited, causing his body to swell, yet he forcibly suppressed it. Already capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Reg had mastered the power of the Golden Great Ape. Although the Super Bull's waves threatened to trigger his transformation into the Great Ape again, Reg managed to restrain himself from doing so. Upon transforming into the Golden Great Ape and achieving Super Saiyan 4, even gazing at the moon would no longer induce the transformation, as the moon's emitted Super Bull's waves were insufficient for such a change. However, the Super Bull's waves produced by Bulma's device were potent enough to prompt a transformation in a Super Saiyan 4, like Reg typically. Becoming a Great Ape would simultaneously activate the power of Super Saiyan 4, amplifying its strength tenfold. Thus, the power of a Super Saiyan 4 Great Ape would equate to 10 times that of Super Saiyan 4, while Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times its normal state. Super Saiyan 2 100 times, Super Saiyan 3 400 times, and Super Saiyan 4 4,000 times, meaning it would represent 40,000 times the normal state. Yet, this was not the case here. The Super Bull's waves produced by the device only doubled Reg's battle power. Furthermore, Reg aimed not to absorb the Super Bull's waves to enhance his Super Saiyan 4 strength, but rather to harness them to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Although uncertain if the Super Bull's waves would facilitate this transformation, it was known that in the narrative, Sun Wukong successfully awakened his potential by absorbing his own spirit bomb energy. Thus, the Super Bull's waves should yield a similar effect. Even if it did not succeed, attempting it would have no detrimental impact on him. Ha! Reg bellowed, his silver hair vanishing in an instant, reverting to his normal state as blue flames ignited, his eyes shimmering like sapphires. His entire form was enveloped in an aura akin to flames, embodying the Super Saiyan God Blue. Ha! Reg roared once more, and his appearance instantly transformed into that of Super Saiyan 4, his body covered in red fur. Clad in red trousers and black casual pants, surrounding him were 2 layers of fiery aura, with the inner layer being red and the outer layer blue, radiating vibrant flames like resplendent fireworks. Reg, the Super Saiyan 4 God, embodied a fusion of the advantages of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, combining immense power with divine stature. This moment, Reg bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong's Super Blue Kaioken form. Yet Reg's was the inverse of Wukong's. Reg's transformation was rooted in Super Saiyan 4, while Sun Wukong's was based on Super Blue, their auras contrasting. The divinity of Reg, the God King of time and space, combined with the power of the Super Bull's waves and his own strength as a Super Saiyan 4, allowed Reg to finally merge the powers of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, becoming the Super Saiyan 4 God. Should Sun Wukong and Dal attempt to achieve this transformation using Reg's method, they would fail, as they lack the divine essence and enlightenment of the divine realm. Similarly, the Sun Wukong and Vegeta of the Dragon Ball Super universe could not attain the form of Super Saiyan 4 God due to their absence of tails, after fusing the powers of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Reg's battle power reached an astounding 500 trillion, equivalent to surpassing Super Saiyan 4, placing him at the 3rd tier of the divine realm. Such overwhelming pressure, yet strangely, I cannot sense any aura at all. The gaze of Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku fell upon the direction of Bulma. This moment, Goku had absorbed the powers of Goten, Gohan, Trunks, and Pan, elevating his might beyond Super Saiyan 4, with a combat power exceeding 400 trillion. Meanwhile, the 1-star dragon had absorbed the Dragon Balls of the other 6-star dragons, causing its battle power to surge tenfold, entirely surpassing the newly empowered Goku. Currently, the 1-star dragon possessed 10 times the strength of its ordinary form, eclipsing even 2 Super Saiyan 4s, with a battle power of 2,000 trillion. Son Goku, don't even look. No matter who he is, even if he arrives, he shall not be my match, the 1-star dragon boasted arrogantly. Though he could not accurately gauge the strength of the aura before him, he was certain of the overwhelming pressure it emitted. Although this pressure surpassed that of Goku, it still paled in comparison to his own. Kakarot, Vegeta, with a grave expression, addressed Goku. What is happening? Why has this creature's aura suddenly increased tenfold? Indeed, the 1-star dragon has grown powerful by absorbing the Dragon Balls of other evil dragons, Goku replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on the 1-star dragon. Damn it. A flash of light pierced the air as Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, boasting a battle power of 170 trillion. Even if another red monkey appears. What of it? They still cannot contend with me, the 1-star dragon declared coldly, the murderous intent radiating from him growing ever stronger. Kakarot, let us fuse. Vegeta, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the 1-star dragon, realized that a direct confrontation would likely result in his swift defeat. Hence, fusion was the only strategy he could conceive to vanquish the 1-star dragon, even if he summoned Reg to combine efforts. Fusion? Vegeta, I've never heard such a thing. You are actually suggesting we fuse, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, a smile spreading across his face. Fool, Kakarot, are you mocking me? Will you join me or not? The 1-star dragon is approaching. If you delay any longer, I will reconsider, Vegeta snapped, gritting his teeth at Goku's jovial demeanor. Hey, of course I will, Goku replied. I apologize, Vegeta. I am simply too elated. With that, Goku leaped to Vegeta's side, his hands pointing toward an opposite direction. Vegeta grunted, remaining silent as he mirrored Goku's actions that, you wish to fuse. First, ask for my consent. A terrifying aura erupted from the one-star dragon. Not good. Goten Trunks. OOB. Let's attack together. We must not allow the one-star dragon to reach Uncle Vegeta and Father. Gohan shouted, golden light flashing as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In truth, Trunks and the others had already transformed alongside Gohan. Even without his prompting, a swarm of insects be gone. The one-star dragon swatted away the weaker Goten. Trunks and OOB with ease, while Gohan's combined energy wave struck the one-star dragon. Although it did not inflict any harm, it was sufficient to momentarily halt the one-star dragon, providing just enough time for Goku and Vegeta to complete their fusion. Little bugs, get lost. Seeing Goku and Vegeta on the verge of merging, the one-star dragon finally unleashed a portion of his power, forcefully repelling Gohan and the others. Transforming into a purple phantom, he raced towards Goku and Vegeta. Just as a golden light suddenly appeared to block his path, a golden aura enveloped Goku and Vegeta, expanding rapidly. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a colossal golden flame surged skyward, adorned with shimmering stars. This aura, while distinct from Raig's Super Saiyan 4 God energy, was even more formidable. Now, the fused entity, Vegeta, bore a striking resemblance to Raig. Were it not for Vegeta's crimson hair and the distinctive vest resembling a Namekian warrior, along with red eyebrows, blue irises, and a subtle, mischievous smirk, Trunks and the others would have mistaken him for Raig. What an intimidating aura! It likely surpasses that of the one-star dragon by several times. Gohan exclaimed in shock. Although he knew that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta would yield immense power, he never anticipated it would reach such staggering heights. The combined battle power of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta amounted to 570 trillion. Amplified tenfold through fusion, resulting in Vegeta's staggering battle power of 5,700 trillion, far exceeding that of the one-star dragon. Who are you? The one-star dragon asked, astonished as he beheld the newly formed Vegeta. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am simply the one destined to defeat you. My name is Vegeta. Vegeta declared, his expression cold, emanating an air of unwavering confidence. Regardless of who you are, you shall perish. Explosive attack. The one-star dragon shouted, gathering a searing energy in his palm to unleash a massive fireball toward Vegeta. Is this the ultimate move of the four-star dragon? Vegeta mused, his previously cool demeanor growing even more frigid upon witnessing the one-star dragon's assault. Standing resolute in the path of the attack, Vegeta seemed unfazed, prompting the one-star dragon to scoff. I expected something greater. It appears you are merely a fool who has fused to meet his demise. Why does this Vegeta feel so different from the one I've seen in the anime? This one-star dragon is in for a rude awakening, Raig thought, although he was uncertain if the narrative had shifted due to his presence. In the original storyline, Vegeta typically approached the one-star dragon with a playful demeanor. However, the Vegeta before Raig was cold and serious, reminiscent of the Vegeta who had decisively defeated the evil spirit bomb in the movie. Approaching the battle with utmost gravity, Raig reminisced. The fierce battle continued. What? Impossible! How are you unharmed? The one-star dragon exclaimed, disbelief painted across his face as he gazed at Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta offered no response. Swiftly appearing behind the one-star dragon and delivering a powerful punch, the overwhelming killing intent radiated from his blue eyes, instilling an instinctual fear within the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon was sent spiraling, transformed into a beam of light as he shot into the void that a tempest roared, scattering in all directions. Yet Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta remained relentless, pursuing the one-star dragon. With a seamless flow, he unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, elbow strikes, and energy waves, leaving no room for counterattack. Bang! The one-star dragon's chest cracked under Vegeta's assault, blood splattering as fissures appeared across his torso, countless wounds marring his body. Evil Guardian, the one-star dragon roared furiously, pressing his palms against his chest as the unique power of the evil dragons surged forth. With an impassive expression, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gathered silver energy at the tips of his 5 fingers before launching it forward. 5-finger energy bullet. 5 colossal waves of golden energy instantaneously enveloped the body of the one-star dragon. As the ominous aura of death drew nearer, the malevolent barrier surrounding the one-star dragon was shattered by the 5-fingered energy blast of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Boom! In an instant, the massive energy sphere erupted, unleashing a terrifying tempest that swept across a significant portion of the Earth, culminating in a gigantic mushroom cloud that soared into the heavens. Smoke billowed, and debris flew in all directions. Bang! The 6 Dragon Balls landed at the feet of Trunks and his companions. "It's the 4-star ball," Xiao Fang exclaimed joyfully as she picked up the 4-star Dragon Ball beneath her feet. Had the 1-star dragon been vanquished? Trunks fixed his gaze intently on the spot where Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had struck. "That I don't know." Son Gohan shook his head. The disparity in power was too vast for him to discern whether the 1-star dragon was truly dead or alive. "Oh, to survive my strike is quite remarkable indeed. But this will come to an end." Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta observed the 1-star dragon, now reverted to its original form, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he was at the side of the 1-star dragon. "Damn it!" The 1-star dragon glared at Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta with a grim expression. Gogeta spoke coolly. "It's over." 1-star dragon, with both hands raised forward, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta conjured a massive blue energy sphere that appeared before him, its surface shimmering with blue halos. "I will not be killed by you." The 1-star dragon roared defiantly, unleashing a torrent of power fueled by desperation. His deep voice reverberating as he thrust his hands forward, a blood-red energy sphere, laced with dark light, surged forth like a dragon, hurtling at high velocity towards Gogeta's colossal Kamehameha. "What?" The 1-star dragon gasped in shock as his malevolent electric attack was swiftly consumed by Gogeta's Kamehameha, which then advanced towards him unimpeded. "No." The 1-star dragon cried out in panic, as the radiance of Gogeta's Kamehameha transformed him into mere fragments before vanishing completely. After obliterating the 1-star dragon, Gogeta hurled the energy wave skyward, radiating a multitude of colors that illuminated the entire Earth and the cosmos. The malevolent aura emitted by the 1-star dragon was instantaneously eradicated by Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, restoring tranquility and brilliant light to the Earth as evil energies were swiftly dismantled. Gogeta, indeed, he is formidable. The voice of Reg appeared behind Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Gogeta turned to face Reg, a smile breaking across his face, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his lips just as he was about to speak. His body suddenly shuddered, and with a pop, he split into 2 individuals. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from the disintegration of their fusion. "How peculiar. Didn't we have over 20 minutes left? Why did we separate so swiftly?" Goku scratched his head, looking at Reg with confusion. Vegeta scoffed coldly. "Better under 30 minutes. When you fused with me, your energy had already been depleted considerably in the battle against the 1-star dragon. Thus it was inevitable that we couldn't maintain our fused state for long." Reg addressed Goku. "Huh, now it makes sense. No wonder we separated so quickly. Fortunately, we have defeated the 1-star dragon. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome." Goku chuckled. "Humph." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, remaining silent, yet his thoughts mirrored Goku's. "It is time for me to take my leave." Reg announced his farewell to Goku, and Vegeta. "Ah, so soon. I was looking forward to having a spar with you." Goku replied with a hint of disappointment. "Heh, a spar is not a problem at all." Reg grinned. Suddenly, a dragon, tenfold larger than the Dragon Balls, appeared in the sky. "How strange. We did not summon the dragon. Yet it has manifested. And why hasn't the sky darkened?" Son Gohan questioned, perplexed. "Goku, we must depart." The deep voice of the dragon resonated in their ears. "Ah, so soon." Upon witnessing the dragon's appearance, Goku understood he was to follow it. "Kakarot, do you?" Vegeta's expression shifted in shock, just as Goku interrupted him. "Vegeta, it's best you remain uninformed." Goku whispered to Vegeta. "Wait, dragon, can I request that you resurrect everyone who was killed by the evil dragons and Super Android 17? I assure you, this shall be the final time." Goku gazed earnestly at the colossal crimson dragon in the sky. The dragon's eyes met Goku's, and after a lengthy pause for contemplation, it spoke very well. But this is the last time. You shall not invoke the Dragon Balls again. The dragon's eyes gleamed brightly as it began the resurrection of those slain by the evil dragons and Super Android 17. Before its gaze settled upon Goku, "Farewell, Reg. I hope we can meet again." Without allowing Reg a moment to respond, Goku leaped onto the back of the dragon, fearing that any delay would hinder his departure. Just as the dragon prepared to take flight, Reg's voice echoed in his ear. "Gazebo, did you take Goku without my consent?" With that, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan God, enveloping the sky in a dazzling display of purple golden light. Crackle, crackle. The air delayed for a moment before erupting in a cacophony of explosive sounds that Reg's body floated upward, his aura gradually dissipating and transforming into a divine essence that radiated an air of sanctity. The Super Saiyan God in purple gold. This was a fusion of Reg's Super Saiyan 4 power and the authority of the Time God, combined with the might of a Super Saiyan God, distinguishing it from Zamasu's own Kaishin powers mixed with Goku's Super Saiyan God form. Yet both belong to the same realm of power, albeit differing in intensity. The aura of Super Saiyan 4 was red. Super Saiyan God was blue, and the Time God was golden. The blend of red and blue produced purple, which, when combined with gold, resulted in purple gold, with fiery blue hair, blue pupils, and irises transformed to blue. It illustrated that Reg still resided within the realm of Super Saiyan Blue. However, the purple golden aura represented the amalgamation of three energies, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God at the same level. Lord Time God. The dragon Gazebo gasped in astonishment, having not called him that in ages that in the hierarchy of deities. The dragon from Dragon Ball Super held no fear for the Kaishin, but was wary of a god of destruction on par with the Kaishin. Reg, being a time god whose status was just a notch below that of an angel, naturally commanded respect from the dragon. With the memories of the previous time god, Reg was aware of the red dragon's name. Lord Time God, however, without Goku, the evil dragons may one day resurrect again. Gazebo stated, somewhat distressed. If they are resurrected, then we shall vanquish them once more. You may take Goku away if you wish, but you must procure a divine-level time patroller for me as well. Reg instructed Gazebo. Upon hearing Reg's request for a divine-level time patroller, cold sweat broke out on Gazebo's brow. All beings of divine combat power in this universe had already been defeated by Goku. Where could he possibly find one for Reg? Just then, Goku spoke up in defense of the dragon. Reg, please do not impose on Gazebo. This is also my promise to Shenlong to seal the negative energy within the Dragon Balls. So, if I assist you in eradicating this negative energy, what then? Reg responded to Son Goku with a question. Before Son Goku could reply, Shenlong Gazebo's expression brightened with excitement as he interjected, could it be that the Lord of Time and Space has a way to eliminate that negative energy? Haha, eliminating that negative energy. How difficult could that be? Purification. As he spoke, Reg raised his left hand towards the sky, his fingers spread wide, emanating an infinite surge of temporal divine power into the void. Suddenly, the clear sky erupted with a rumble of thunder. Instantly, vibrant rays of light began to permeate the entire sky of Earth, enveloping the planet in a kaleidoscope of colors, as a mysterious aura radiated from Earth. Sweeping across the universe, is this the power of the laws of the universe? Shenlong Gazebo's face was filled with astonishment as he felt the negative energy within him being swiftly purged by Reg's temporal divine power. The King Kai, with a look of shock, gazed at the scene within the crystal ball, sensing the negative energy of the entire universe gradually being eradicated by an overwhelming mysterious force. Incredible. The Lord of Time and Space actually wields the power of the laws. The King Kai governs creation. The god of destruction governs annihilation, while Reg commands time and space. In truth, Reg was not simply eradicating the negative energy from the GT world. He was reversing time, returning that negative energy to the moment of its inception. This was a trivial task for Reg, akin to how the god of destruction can effortlessly obliterate a planet in an instant. Earth. Since the Lord of Time and Space has already rid the universe of negative energy, there's naturally no need for Son Goku to purify it with his own body. With that, Shenlong Gasibo set Son Goku down, bowed to Reg, and swiftly ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 scattered Dragon Balls throughout the universe. The exchange between Reg and Shenlong Gasibo regarding the eradication of the universe's negative energy lasted no more than 30 seconds, leaving Trunks and the others momentarily bewildered. Just like that, it's over. Son Goku looked at Reg in astonishment, having intended to use his own body to cleanse the negative energy from the Dragon Balls, only to find it resolved so effortlessly by Reg. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Vegeta regarded Reg with a serious expression, noticing that his appearance as a Super Saiyan 2 differed slightly in color and lacked a palpable aura. If the aura of Super Saiyan 4 is filled with ferocity and dominance, then Super Saiyan God embodies simplicity and supremacy. This form of yours also as Super Saiyan God. Although Son Goku was puzzled as to how Reg could so easily eliminate the universe's negative energy, he was now intrigued by Reg's transformation, having set aside the earlier matter of purging the negative energy. Not just Son Goku, but Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and others were equally captivated by Reg's state. Reg nodded and explained, "This form is Super Saiyan God, a transformation attained by the Saiyans of my universe. After Super Saiyan 3 comes Super Saiyan God, which is not transitioned through the Great Ape transformation to become Super Saiyan 4. Rather, it is achieved by 6 righteous Saiyans concentrating their righteous light onto one individual, who must then absorb the light from the 5 others to awaken as a Super Saiyan God. 5 righteous Saiyans." Son Goku recalled the battle with the Shenlong and Baby, realizing that after Trunks, Gohan, Goten, and Pan had absorbed their energies, he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan God, merely increasing his power. Kakarot, having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, naturally cannot become Super Saiyan God. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is not inferior to that of Super Saiyan God. Reg discerned Son Goku's thoughts from his expression. Then how can you transform into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God? Hearing Reg's words, Vegeta inquired with curiosity. Quite simply, I am a god. Super Saiyan God is merely a mortal form infused with divine power. Hence the name. Reg replied to Vegeta with a smile. I see. Vegeta nodded in understanding, finding Reg's explanation quite reasonable. By the way, what did you mention about time patrollers? What exactly are they? Why is it that even Shenlong cannot produce one? Are time patrollers required to possess immense strength? Son Goku suddenly recalled something and curiously asked Reg. Time patrollers serve to assist the Kai of Time and the Lord of Time and Space in maintaining the peace of time. They can be likened to police officers traversing the tunnels of time. Their primary mission is to apprehend time criminals, prevent temporal crimes, stop alterations to history, and repair disrupted timelines in Dragon Ball Heroes. Based on battle data, Super Saiyan 4 is slightly stronger than Super Saiyan Blue, as at that time, Son Goku had already defeated the evil dragons and was a few years older than the Super Saiyan Blue version of himself. Reg explained to Son Goku and Vegeta. Upon hearing Reg's words, Son Goku's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly questioned Reg. Does that mean one encounters many formidable opponents? Indeed, while maintaining the peace of time, time patrollers face countless powerful adversaries. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 is merely at a mid-level among them. Those who could traverse time have a minimum battle power of Super Saiyan 3, meaning their power levels exceed 300 billion. Some are even comparable to or exceed the power of you and Vegeta combined as Vegito. Reg recalled the formidable foes from the Dragon Ball Hero storyline, including the evil Saiyan Kamba, the legendary Super Saiyan God's nemesis, as well as Fu, Mira, Tawa, and the Demon Realm's king, Mechagabura, all possessing dimensional combat prowess. Reg felt overwhelmed. Inheriting the divine essence of the Lord of Time and Space signified that he would be at odds with such individuals. Hearing Reg's words, Son Goku, on the other hand, felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, eager to challenge the time criminals Reg had mentioned immediately. Son Goku, are you willing to become a time patroller under my command? Reg asked Son Goku with a smile. Absolutely. The thought of battling numerous powerful foes compelled Son Goku to agree without hesitation. And you, Vegeta? Reg's gaze shifted to Vegeta. Vegeta, with a serious expression, looked intently at Reg and said, Reg, is this your purpose for coming here? Yes. Reg nodded, stating, "My purpose in coming to this world is to seek out strong individuals qualified to become time patrollers. Both you and Kakarot possess the strength to undertake this duty." Unlike Son Goku, who has a rather simplistic mindset, Vegeta took a moment to consider. During his time with Reg, he had developed a favorable impression of him and finally said, "Very well, I accept your offer." Reg nodded, his gaze finally settling on Trunks, Gohan, and Goten. "Gohan, your potential is remarkable. It is unfortunate that you squander it on the pursuit of a meaningless scholarly life. Compared to Vegeta and Kakarot, I actually have higher hopes for you. And Trunks, Goten, you too possess the potential to become time patrollers." Upon hearing Reg's words, Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, over the years, he had devoted the majority of his energy to his scholarly pursuits. Had it not been for Piccolo's training in the preceding months, it would have been remarkable if Son Gohan's strength had merely remained unchanged. After Piccolo's guidance, although Son Gohan, now, possessed Super Saiyan 3 combat prowess, he still proved ineffective against the malevolent dragon. By the way, Reg mentioned to Sun Wukong and the others that upon becoming a time patroller, while their lifespan might not rival that of the Supreme Kai, living for several thousand years was certainly feasible. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces immediately lit up with joy. Although they were not afraid of death, who would not wish to extend their time on this earth a little longer? A month later, in the Time God realm, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and others have been brought there by Reg for training. After arranging for them, Reg finally returned to the main timeline, the Dragon Ball Super Universe, where the saga of the Majin Buu arc had commenced. 7 years later, Son Gohan had matured into a high school student. Thanks to Reg's reminders, he had not followed the plot's trajectory of 7 years without training. Although Son Gohan had not awakened his potential to become the enigmatic mystic Gohan through the Elder Kai's awakening, his strength was not inferior to that of his father, Sun Wukong. Concurrently, new adversaries arose on Earth, Babidi and Majin Buu. At this juncture, Son Gohan encountered Videl, who invited him to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon learning of Son Gohan's participation, Sun Wukong, who had been training in the other world, hastily returned to the mortal realm to join the fray. Thus, the contestants included Krillin, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, Goten, and Reg's sons, participating in the junior division. Due to Reg's influence, Sun Wukong's combat power now surpassed that depicted in the narrative. At this moment, both he and Vegeta possessed the strength to defeat Majin Buu. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong faced off against Vegeta, who was not under Babidi's magical control. Boom, boom, boom. On the arena, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Sun Wukong, who deftly evaded them in mid-air. Suddenly, a pained cry escaped Sun Wukong's lips as one of Vegeta's energy blasts struck him, causing him to plummet amidst the spatial turbulence, nearly falling off the stage. "Ah," Sun Wukong protested, "you promised not to transform into a Super Saiyan." Suspended in the air, his dissatisfaction evident, "I couldn't care less." "Kakarot, your current state brings me joy." Vegeta's grin was uncontainable, disregarding Son Gohan's earlier warning. "Is that so? Well, I shall do the same." Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Sun Wukong ignited his own spirit, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Not good. Vegeta realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Instinctively, he launched a kick. Bang! The clash of fists and feet erupted into a formidable shockwave, shaking the ground and causing the arena to tremble violently. In the aftermath, Vegeta shot forward, crashing into the arena and creating a deep crater. "Damn you, Kakarot!" Suddenly, a golden radiance burst forth, illuminating the arena as it cracked open, with lightning coiling around Vegeta. The energy surged. An invisible wave of energy emanated from Vegeta, sending shockwaves outward, causing numerous onlookers to be blown away. "I knew it would come to this." Son Gohan touched his forehead with his left hand, feeling a headache as he observed Vegeta. Meanwhile, Videl stood beside Son Gohan, utterly mesmerized. Who are these people? The unfolding events had completely upended her worldview. The East Supreme Kai Shin watched in cold sweat, as Sun Wukong and Vegeta's battle power far exceeded his imagination. Jebet, on the other hand, gasped for breath, his understanding shattered, leaving his mind a blank slate. The battle power of the Supreme Kai-Shin was merely that of a peak Super Saiyan 1. Around 6 billion. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong boasted a power of 200 billion. Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong 8.5 trillion. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta 120 billion. Super Saiyan 2 Sun Gohan 50 billion. And Super Saiyan Trunks 5.2 billion. Super Saiyan Goten 5 billion. Super Saiyan Regoten 5.1 billion. And Super Saiyan Vegeta 5 billion. That has Vegeta lost his mind. Vegeta, indifferent to the lives of those around him, was a stark contrast to Sun Wukong, who cared deeply. Seeing Vegeta unleash his full power, Sun Wukong disregarded the tournament entirely and shot off in the opposite direction. "Vegeta, over here," he called, hastening away. "Humph," Vegeta snorted, following Sun Wukong, fully aware of his intentions. He was unconcerned about the lives of others. However, Bulma was nearby, and if she were inadvertently harmed, it would surely devastate him. Simultaneously, in another corner of Earth, Babidi gazed lecherously at the massive egg before him. "I never expected such formidable warriors to exist on this desolate planet. It seems my Majin Buu shall soon be revived. In a desolate, uninhabited desert, the heavens darkened, winds howled, and lightning crackled ominously. The battle between the two Super Saiyan 2s had escalated to its zenith. With golden light shooting into the sky, Vegeta erupted with colossal power, retaliating against Sun Wukong. Fists collided, legs struck, and their clashes reverberated through the earth, sending shockwaves that astonished Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others engaged in the tournament. With Sun Wukong's combat power exceeding 200 billion and Vegeta's at 120 billion, under the immense pressure of Sun Wukong's strength, Vegeta repeatedly pushed his limits, raising his power to 180 billion, though he could not surpass Sun Wukong. Defeating Vegeta would not come easily for him, and "Why Majin Buu has finally been revived," Babidi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, yet trembling with fear of Majin Buu. The massive egg before him quivered violently, emitting increasingly sharp and piercing sounds. Babidi had moved the battleground to this desolate area, where the clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta occurred. With a tremendous explosion, the egg burst forth, searing temperatures scorching the ground and creating a vast pit. The two halves of the shattered shell revealed a surge of energy, sending a whirlwind roaring forth, accompanied by a foul odor. The shell crashed to the ground, intact yet hollow. "Empty," the crowd gasped in astonishment. But within a second, they sensed an overwhelming power. Under the invitation of Supreme Kai-Shin, although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were absent, with the assistance of Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, they easily vanquished the Demon Realm King Dabra, while his minions fell to Piccolo and Krillin. "Wait, Vegeta, we can't continue fighting. You must sense that formidable energy too, right?" After detecting a powerful and malevolent aura, Sun Wukong lost interest in continuing his battle with Vegeta. "Humph, Kakarot, so what?" "I sent to your son, Son Gohan here." Vegeta, despite his awareness of this ominous presence, merely perceived it as a different intensity compared to his own. "No, Vegeta, that is not what I mean. I am referring to the hidden force," Goku asserted, revealing that his strength surpassed that of Vegeta, thus allowing him to sense nuances that eluded the prince. "What?" Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta began to feel something amiss. Although his power was inferior to Goku's, his perceptive abilities were not significantly weaker. With Goku's prompt, Vegeta gradually discerned the irregularity. "Look," Gohan exclaimed, pointing to the sky where two cloud-like entities, one large and one small, were suspended. Supreme Kai-Shin gazed upwards and immediately noticed the swirling mist, which gradually coalesced into a distinct form. What could this possibly signify? Was there truly a second Majin Buu? The East Supreme Kai-Shin stared in shock and confusion at the now corporeal Majin Buu. "Ha!" A large, pink figure resembling a cotton candy ball plummeted swiftly to the ground, landing with a thud. Upon his arrival, the pudgy Majin Buu surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with wonder, with a childlike mentality. He giggled innocently, embodying a sense of Na'vi joy. If the first Majin Buu exuded an air of innocence, then the second, suspended in midair, appeared gaunt and elongated, emanating an unsettling aura of malevolence and decay. One radiated wickedness, while the other retained a semblance of normalcy, albeit with heightened strength. Such formidable energies. They were of an entirely different caliber from that self-proclaimed Demon Realm King, Dabura. It was likely that they rivaled even the might of Uncle Vegeta from before. Wait, Supreme Kai, are these Majin Buu's twins? Gohan inquired, scrutinizing the contrasting figures of the stout and slender Majin Buu. Although Gohan acknowledged the formidable power of the Majin Buus, curiosity overshadowed fear on his countenance. However, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted drastically, nearly paralyzed with terror as past traumas resurfaced. The mere existence of one Majin Buu had instilled dread. Now, with two, despair enveloped him. With a wry smile, Supreme Kai Shin responded to Gohan. No. Previously there was only one Majin Buu. I do not know why there are now two, but each of these Majin Buus is not weaker than the one I encountered before. On the contrary, they seem even more powerful. Beside Gohan, Piccolo, having overheard the Supreme Kai, expressed his concern. Gohan, do you think you can handle these two Majin Buus? After contemplating the two entities once more, Gohan replied, Uncle Piccolo, in a one-on-one scenario, I could effortlessly dispatch one of them. However, against two, I can only hope to defeat them that if they decide to flee, I might not be able to stop them. Indeed, even if the two Majin Buus were to join forces, Gohan felt confident in his ability to eliminate them. Yet he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the slender Majin Buu, which compelled him to refrain from oversimplifying the situation. At that moment, the stout Majin Buu possessed a combat power of 12 billion, while the slender Buu's power reached 18 billion, with Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form at 50 billion. Hey, Gohan, look, the two Majin Buus are clashing, Krillin suddenly shouted. Could it be that the two were adversaries? Did you sense how the slender Majin Buu's aura is almost overflowing with malevolence, while the stout one's feels comparatively normal? Piccolo remarked to Gohan. Indeed, it seems the stout Majin Buu may be on the verge of defeat. Gohan lamented. At that moment, the Supreme Kai was oblivious to Goku and Piccolo's conversation, for he had already approached Babidi, resolved to take action, even if it meant facing his own demise at the hands of Majin Buu. Just as Shin was about to strike down Babidi, a figure named Reg appeared. Observing the Supreme Kai's reckless attempt to ambush Babidi, Reg shook his head, noting that this Supreme Kai was considerably younger compared to his counterparts in other universes, who had been guided by veteran Supreme Kais before them. Shin had recently been promoted to a full-fledged Supreme Kai after the deaths of the other four at the hands of Majin Buu, leaving him lacking in experience and strength compared to the Supreme Kais of other realms. How curious that the slender Majin Buu also appeared prematurely. Reg mused with intrigue. I could see that moment. The stout and slender Majin Buus had already engaged in combat. Sensing the overwhelming threat posed by Gohan, as well as the battling Vegeta and Goku, the slender Buu unleashed his full power from the outset, catching the stout Buu off guard in an instant. He dashed before the stout Buu, delivering a powerful punch to his face before he could brace for impact. The stout Buu was sent skidding across the ground. Upon landing, the slender Buu immediately flicked his head, unleashing a surge of electrical energy from his antennae, striking the stout Buu and transforming him into chocolate. The slender Buu swiftly collected the chocolate and consumed it, triggering a transformation that turned him from a gaunt figure into one of average build, simultaneously boosting his combat power to 35 billion. Meanwhile, Supreme Kai Shin had successfully eliminated Babidi, while Vegeta and Goku, having concluded their battle and consumed the Senzu beans, now stood before Majin Buu. This creature has grown even stronger than before, Goku remarked, sensing that Majin Buu's power had surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2, his expression grave. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, remaining silent as his gaze fixed upon Majin Buu. Majin Buu glanced at Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta, and suddenly launched himself toward Vegeta. At this point, Piccolo, Krillin, and the Supreme Kai had distanced themselves from the fray, leaving only Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. Majin Buu naturally targeted the weakest among them, which was Vegeta. Here he comes, Vegeta! Goku called out. I know. No need to remind me. Vegeta retorted, fully aware of Majin Buu's intentions. Recognizing that he aimed to engage both him and Goku, Perceiving Gohan as the stronger threat, in an instant, Goku and Vegeta surged forward, transforming into two radiant arrows of light, their golden brilliance dazzling like lightning. The battle erupted explosively, with Majin Buu fearlessly confronting the two, holding his ground and even gaining the upper hand against their combined efforts. Majin Buu's stamina seemed boundless, his immortality allowing the fight to drag on, and gradually, the energy of Goku and Vegeta began to wane. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, it seems Majin Buu's stamina is infinite. Continuing this fight is disadvantageous for you. Let me take over," Gohan exclaimed, sensing the decline in their fighting capabilities. Who were these beings? How could such formidable warriors arise on this seemingly desolate planet? The Supreme Kai gazed in astonishment at the fierce clash between Majin Buu and the duo of Goku and Vegeta. Supreme Kai, they are the most powerful warriors in this universe. Super Saiyans, Piccolo explained to the Supreme Kai. Although his own power had surpassed that of the Supreme Kai, he instinctively felt a sense of reverence towards him, recognizing the vast difference in their dimensional strengths. Having merged with the deity of Earth, Piccolo inherited some of that divine power, yet the Supreme Kai stood several levels above him. Thus, Piccolo instinctively felt a sense of awe in the presence of the Supreme Kai. This damned, immortal body. Upon hearing Gohan's voice, Vegeta paid no heed to him. Instead, he unleashed a powerful energy blast that pierced through Majin Buu's form. However, Majin Buu quickly recovered, his aura remaining undiminished. Majin Buu's combat power stood at an astonishing 350 billion, while Vegeta's was merely 180 billion, and Goku's surpassed 200 billion. In truth, the combined might of Vegeta and Goku would multiply their individual strengths several times over. Logically, this should have been sufficient to vanquish Majin Buu. Yet, Majin Buu played by no such rules. With his infinite stamina and the ability to resurrect from even a single remaining cell, even those with combat power several times greater than Majin Buu struggled to defeat him. Bang! Majin Buu transformed into an ethereal shadow, crashing directly into Vegeta's face and sending him flying. "Vegeta!" Goku could not help but exclaim, realizing he could no longer conceal his own power that if he did, he risked being slain by Majin Buu, unless he entrusted the fight to Gohan. But was that even feasible? Every Saiyan was inherently combative, and Goku was certainly capable of facing Majin Buu himself. Thus, it was inconceivable for him to relinquish such a formidable opponent to his son. Gohan, bang, bang, bang. After engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Majin Buu, Goku was forced back hundreds of meters and immediately unleashed his full power. Aya! Goku's roar echoed through the void, his neck muscles bulging. The energy radiating from his body caused his hair to extend to his waist, sparking with electricity, while his eyebrows vanished, and a deep blue ring formed around his irises. Invisible ripples surged through the space, distorting the very fabric of reality. A golden brilliance tore through the surrounding air. In an instant, Goku's combat power surged rapidly. 300 billion, 400 billion, 500 billion, exceeding Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 power and ultimately reaching 850 billion. An astounding fourfold increase, while Super Saiyan 2 stood at 212.5 billion. Vegeta, having been knocked into a mountain by Majin Buu, rose with a stunned expression. He had finally surpassed Gohan from the Cell Saga at the Super Saiyan 2 level. Yet Goku's power left him in awe once more. Goku's overwhelming energy erupted in the void, causing the very earth to tremble. Rip! A flash of golden light darted past, as Goku relentlessly assaulted Majin Buu with a barrage of punches and kicks, forcing Buu into a defensive position and revealing signs of defeat. Even with his immortality, Majin Buu required energy to sustain his constant regeneration. The longer the battle continued, the weaker he became. Though Majin Buu possessed infinite stamina, Goku's strength had far surpassed him, akin to a small river being overwhelmed by a massive sand dune, which would take time to subdue. This was the predicament Majin Buu faced. Goku's combat power had outstripped his own, yet it was not enough to entirely block the river's flow. If the sand were insufficient, it would gradually be washed away. At this moment, Goku and Majin Buu were locked in such a contest. Should Goku eliminate Majin Buu before exhausting his energy? Victory would be his. Conversely, if Majin Buu could endure Goku's onslaught, he would emerge triumphant. Kamehameha, Goku swiftly formed his hands into a blossom shape, placing them at his waist. Gathering a golden energy sphere in his palms, his gaze fixed on Majin Buu at that moment. Majin Buu had been reduced to a cotton candy-like mist, slowly recovering. Suddenly, Goku vanished from sight. The next instant, he reappeared right before Majin Buu. Boom, boom, boom. Goku's Kamehameha struck Majin Buu head-on, shattering his cotton candy-like form into fragments before reconstituting it repeatedly. What manner of monster is this? Goku pondered gravely, observing Majin Buu. Although Goku remained unscathed, every movement in his Super Saiyan 3 form drained copious amounts of energy. Prolonged engagement would render him incapable of defeating Majin Buu, let alone ensuring his own survival. Majin Buu's eyes glinted with a cruel intent as they locked onto Goku, steam billowing from the 6 small orifices atop his head. Despite appearing uninjured, his aura had begun to wane. If Majin Buu had previously possessed a combat power of 350 billion, it now dwindled to a mere 200 billion, nearly halving his strength. Suddenly, Majin Buu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Goku noticed this shift in expression, but was unaware of the reason behind Majin Buu's newfound emotion. In the next moment, Goku's face contorted in horror as 3 pink entities suddenly appeared and devoured Gohan, who had been spectating from a distance. Not only Gohan, but Piccolo and Krillin were also absorbed by Majin Buu. This is bad. Kamehameha! Goku unleashed another Kamehameha at Majin Buu. Boom! 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 It was instantaneous movement. Goku's expression darkened as he gazed upon the now-vanished Majin Buu. He had not anticipated that Majin Buu would adapt so swiftly. Mastering the instantaneous movement technique he had spent a year learning after merely observing it a few times at this moment, Goku realized the gravity of the situation. Had Majin Buu not absorbed Gohan and the others, he would have had confidence in defeating him. Even considering Buu's immortal nature, it would merely take longer. That Gohan's combat power was 500 billion, Piccolo stood at 200 billion, and Krillin's at 30 million, although Majin Buu had not entirely absorbed the energy of Gohan and Piccolo. His combat power now reached 680 billion. Meanwhile, Goku's strength had diminished to 800 billion. At this point, Super Saiyan 3 Goku could no longer easily obliterate Majin Buu with a single punch. Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed, his expression grim as he addressed Goku. What have you done, allowing that monster to absorb Gohan? Damn it! Goku seethed. This creature's body is too peculiar. No matter what I do, I cannot vanquish him. My power may surpass his. Yet I cannot obliterate him in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Goku surveyed the now empowered Majin Buu. Suddenly, Goku's combat power began to plummet, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted to Super Saiyan 2. What is happening, Kakarot? Why have you reverted? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Why transformation in a Super Saiyan 3 has a time limit, and after using the Kamehameha multiple times, I no longer possess the energy required to sustain it. Goku explained to Vegeta. Damn it, this is a serious predicament. Vegeta grimaced as he observed Majin Buu slowly approaching them. If only Broly were here. Suddenly, Goku's words caught Vegeta off guard, prompting him to shout. Broly, where the hell are you? I refuse to believe you are unaware of our battle here. As if summoned, Broly instantly appeared beside Vegeta and Goku, smiling. I intended to join you. I didn't anticipate you would notice me. Broly, Vegeta retorted. What on earth are you playing at? I refuse to believe you did not notice the antics of Majin Buu. You must have deliberately allowed Gohan to be absorbed. Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction towards Rage, utterly perplexed by the latter's intentions. Gohan has made some progress over the years, yet he still lives too comfortably. Without facing some adversity, he will never learn to be wise, Rage remarked with a chuckle. Vegeta scoffed, falling silent. The ease with which Gohan was absorbed by Majin Buu, despite being weaker than him, left Vegeta feeling somewhat embarrassed. Here, take these. They should enable you and Kakarot to easily defeat Majin Buu, and perhaps even allow you to enter his body to rescue Gohan. With that, Rage handed a pair of Patara earrings to both Vegeta and Goku. This thing will allow Kakarot and me to defeat Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired curiously, examining the earring in his hand. I wear it in my ear. It doesn't seem to react at all. Goku commented as he placed his earring on his left ear. Of course, it won't react if you wear it alone. Once Vegeta puts his on, you'll witness something miraculous, though it only lasts for 1 hour, Reg said, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he looked at Vegeta. Is this little thing really so powerful? Vegeta questioned skeptically. Yet the moment he donned the earring on his right ear, he was abruptly thrust into an unexpected collision with Goku's chest. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted as Goku and Vegeta collided, their bodies emanating a radiant glow akin to that of the sun, rendering the surroundings utterly blinding. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth like the tea that moment. Reg watched with excitement as Goku and Vegeta fused into Vegito. Thanks to Reg's influence, Goku, Vegeta, and the other Dragon Ball warriors had all become significantly stronger than in the original storyline. Given Vegeta's awareness of Reg's presence, he would never have willingly agreed to fuse with Goku, prompting Reg to trick him into wearing the Patera earring. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 power was 180 billion, while Goku's was 212.5 billion, adding up to a staggering 392.5 billion, which could potentially multiply to nearly 8 trillion. If they transformed into Super Saiyan 3, that would amount to 32 trillion. As the light gradually dimmed, a figure appeared suspended in the void, clad in deep blue attire, with black hair and standing at a height of 1.8 meters, each ear adorned with an earring. The figure slowly turned, revealing a cold, fierce visage. Vegito lowered his gaze to his hands, then clenched his fists, performing a few simple movements. Boom! The space around him erupted in an explosion, sending ripples of energy through the air. Now I see. Vegito turned to Reg, a smile spreading across his face, his lips curling into a devilish grin. Reg, even though you tricked Kakarot and me into fusing, the power coursing through me is truly formidable. I am the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta. I shall be called Vegito. Well then, Vegito, let the show begin, Reg said, reclining lazily against a rock, arms crossed, observing Vegito with keen interest. Meanwhile, Majin Buu gazed at Vegito in shock. After absorbing Gohan and Piccolo, Majin Buu had gained Piccolo's intellect and Gohan's strength, realizing that Vegito's power was exponentially greater than his own. Vegito was now capable of obliterating him in an instant, rendering him truly incapable of revival. Good opportunity, Majin Buu thought, his eyes glinting. Although he could not gauge Reg's strength, he believed that since Reg was summoned by Vegeta to confront him, Reg's power could not be inferior to Vegeta's. As Majin Buu observed Reg, lounging lazily on the rock, he became increasingly convinced that Reg's strength was on par with or greater than that of Vegeta and Goku. Secretly, Majin Buu maneuvered a mass of cellular slime towards Reg. Now just 2 meters away, he believed that absorbing Reg would elevate his power to rival Vegito's. However, Majin Buu's plan was misguided, for even if he absorbed Reg, he would not stand a chance against Vegito, whose power far surpassed his own. Vegito had no intention of allowing Majin Buu to dictate the pace of the battle. Bang! Boom! With a mere kick, Vegito obliterated Majin Buu's upper body. Crack! Majin Buu's lower half continued to flail in the void until, with a loud crack, it reformed back to his upper body. Boom! Vegito crossed his arms and delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu once more, effortlessly shattering his upper body again. Boom! 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 The fierce battle raged on as Majin Buu attempted to reform his body repeatedly. At this point, his battle power had diminished to 100 billion s. Oh, your immortality is indeed limited. Once your energy is expended, you cannot revive, Vegito taunted, gazing mockingly at Majin Buu. Damn it! Majin Buu's face turned ashen as he glared at Vegito, inwardly screaming in frustration. Just a little more. Meanwhile, the mass of cellular slime that Majin Buu had sent towards Reg was now only 2 meters away. The game was about to conclude. Vegito was determined to eliminate Majin Buu and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo and Gohan. Unlike in the original story, the new Guardian of Earth had not been absorbed by Majin Buu, and the planet had not been destroyed. Thus, Vegito had little time to waste enticing Majin Buu to absorb him in order to save Krillin and the others. It's it's your turn to die." Majin Buu suddenly shouted arrogantly, as a mass of flesh descended upon Reg like a parachute. "Not good." Vegeta's expression shifted in alarm. If even a powerhouse like Gohan could be consumed by Majin Buu, he feared whether Reg could withstand this assault. Yet Majin Buu had been preparing to absorb Reg for some time and was not about to let Vegeta disrupt him in an instant. Majin Buu appeared before Reg, and the mass of cellular slime enveloped Reg, swiftly returning to Buu's form. "Damn it!" Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at Majin Buu, regretting not having eliminated him sooner and allowing Buu to absorb Reg. However, Vegeta sensed something amiss. Despite Majin Buu absorbing Reg, his energy had not increased at all. In fact, it had slightly diminished. What? Upon hearing the words of Vegeta, Majin Buu felt an unsettling shift. After absorbing Son Gohan and Piccolo, Majin Buu's combat power had significantly heightened. How could it be that after absorbing Reg, there was no discernible enhancement? In fact, it seemed to have diminished slightly. Suddenly, a profound change swept across Majin Buu's countenance. Within Buu's being lay a realm reminiscent of a stalactite cave that if one were to ascribe color to this dark expanse, it would be the eerie dark blue of the stalactites, walls, and ground surrounding him. Abruptly, a luminous white radiance pierced through the inky darkness. It was a humanoid light. Could this be the interior of Majin Buu? Reg mused to himself, realizing he had indeed been absorbed by him. At that moment, Reg's base combat power had already surpassed that of Majin Buu. Reg's Super Saiyan 4 God, Purple God, strength was at 500 trillion, while his Super Saiyan Blue form stood at 300 trillion, and Red at 150 trillion. Super Saiyan 3 was at 50 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 25 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 12.5 trillion, and his base form at 6.2 trillion, with Reg's current prowess. The gap between his base form and transformed states was gradually narrowing. This was akin to Son Gohan, whose mysterious state eclipsed his Super Saiyan 2 form, as he had reached a state of returning to simplicity. Also referred to as the Divine Realm. The first phase of the Divine Realm varies in strength. The powerful can rival Super Saiyan 4 or Divine, while the weaker, like the Supreme Kai, possess the Divine Essence without the corresponding power. In a narrative twist, Vegeta had deliberately allowed himself to be absorbed by Majin Buu, knowing that the disparity in their strengths was so vast that Buu would be unable to digest him. Reg found himself in a similar predicament. The moment of absorption. He mimicked Vegeta from the storyline by enveloping himself in an energy shield. With his eyes closed, Reg began to sense the auras of Son Gohan and others within Majin Buu. In an instant, Reg found himself in a world composed of protein fibers, with the fibers ahead bulged in the middle, resembling fleshy spheres, one of which displayed a green face. That's Piccolo. A flash of white light darted by, and 3 of the fleshy spheres fell to the ground. This was impossible. Outside, Majin Buu trembled violently as his combat power plummeted. Suddenly, Majin Buu's entire form became still. Although Vegeta was unaware of the reason for Buu's sudden immobility, he suspected that Reg was up to something inside him. Meanwhile, within Majin Buu's inner realm, he gazed at Reg with a face ashen with fury. "Stop this at once." Majin Buu bellowed at Reg. "Oh, you've arrived," Reg replied with a smile, yet his actions continued unabated, sending forth another beam of light. This time, it was the fleshy sphere of Fat Buu that plummeted to the ground. "No!" Fat Buu cried out, his entire body beginning to disintegrate and soften, ultimately merging into a puddle of mud with the earth. At the very moment of Majin Buu's demise, Reg executed a sudden teleportation, bringing Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Fat Buu outside. At this juncture, Majin Buu's muscles swelled alarmingly, particularly the back of his neck, which appeared as a massive rock. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Fat Buu, even as he rapidly shrank in size, transforming into a childlike form reminiscent of the original Buu. Upon becoming the original Small Buu, his aura became even more sinister. Whereas Fat Buu possessed a combat power of 680 billion, the Small Buu still had a formidable 600 billion as Small Buu's gaze fell upon Vegeta. A malevolent grin spreading across his face as he gathered a red energy sphere in his hand. What was he planning? Vegeta wondered, observing the red orb coalescing in Buu's grasp. In the next moment, Vegeta's expression changed drastically, for the energy sphere was not aimed at him, but rather at the ground. Should this energy sphere strike the Earth, it could lead to an instantaneous explosion, likely claiming the lives of everyone except Reg and himself. Who could teleport to another planet? This lunatic out of his mind. Vegeta cursed inwardly, hastily launching an energy blast to intercept the red sphere. Boom! A blinding light surged upward, followed by a tremendous explosion that flattened everything within a vast radius. Just then, a golden light flickered, and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta appeared above Small Bu, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the air. Super large Kamehameha. Vegeta raised both palms forward, and a blue energy sphere materialized before him, its surface shimmering with blue halos. Ha! Vegeta shouted, unleashing a radiant beam akin to a colossal sun toward the unprepared Bu. Though Small Bu's combat power was inferior to Vegeta's, his myriad bizarre abilities posed a significant threat. Furthermore, with the time constraints on Vegeta's transformation and the fact that Gohan and the others have been rescued by Reg, Vegeta unleashed his full strength in a colossal Kamehameha wave directed at Majin Bu. The immensely potent beam propelled Bu away from the Earth, piercing through to the sun within the galaxy, leaving not a trace of him behind. Finally, he was defeated. A triumphant smile graced Vegeta's face as he turned his gaze toward Reg. Oh, but it shouldn't be Reg. Rather, it was Fat Bu beside him. Vegeta's expression shifted as he exclaimed, why is there still another Majin Bu? Unlike in the storyline, Goku and Vegeta had never encountered Fat Bu, leading Vegeta to assume this Fat Bu was equally malevolent as the prior one to Vegeta. This one is different from the last, Reg interjected. Besides, even if he is dissolved, he is no match for Kakarot or Vegeta. Reg could see Vegeta's intent to eliminate Fat Bu as well. Very well. Do as you wish. Whatever happens, you shall handle it. Vegeta nodded in agreement, affirming his resolve. Reg then suggested, how about we spar? After all, you still have over 40 minutes left. Upon hearing Reg's words, Vegeta's face lit up with confidence as he replied, good. Ever since Goku and Vegeta achieved Super Saiyan forms, Reg's strength had remained an enigma to them. Transform. You are no match for me in your current state, Vegeta declared confidently. As you wish. Allow me to showcase my latest transformation. Reg smiled at Vegeta, gradually ascending into the air. His once jet black hair shifted to a deep crimson hue. His eyebrows transformed to match, while his pupils were enveloped in a layer of red. His physique appeared somewhat leaner, yet the terrifying power within was palpable only to the gods. An immense sense of pressure radiated from Reg, and his combat power surged to 250 trillion. Thunder rumbled ominously as the sky darkened, followed by flashes of lightning that lashed out like whips. The appearance of Super Saiyan God heralded a cataclysmic shift in the environment. Streams of crimson starlight emanated from Reg, enveloping him in a terrifying and potent aura that bore down upon Vegeta. Astonishingly, he felt no trace of energy emanating from Reg. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the seemingly omnipotent Reg, feeling an absence of any discernible aura emanating from him, which indicated that he was utterly unaware of the true extent of Reg's formidable strength. However, the oppressive force radiating from Reg made it clear to Vegeta that he was at least 10 times more powerful than he at present. Ha! Vegeta bellowed, his fists clenched tightly. With a shout, the very earth trembled violently, and his previously upright hair rapidly elongated, cascading down to his waist. The golden eyebrows vanished, the brow bone lowered, and his face took on a resolute expression. As if hewn from stone, in his singular, pale green irises, deep blue pupils emerged. The golden aura surrounding him transformed into a brilliant golden light, solidifying, while the intermittently flickering blue arcs of electricity grew denser. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was a gradual process. Nevertheless, the unleashed energy was terrifying, expanding outward from the earth into the cosmos. Boom! Crack! Bang! The sky began to quiver under the influence of Vegeta's energy, and thick bolts of lightning struck the ground. Countless sparks crackled around him. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus, the god of destruction, was stirred from his slumber by the overwhelming aura of Super Saiyan 3 emanating from Vegeta. "Is this the god of Super Saiyans?" A figure clad in pajamas murmured, half asleep, reclining in bed. "Back on Earth, Super Saiyan 3, a battle power of 30 trillion. Is this your full strength?" Vegeta exclaimed. Regrettably, it was still far from sufficient in the presence of the god of Super Saiyans. Reg observed Vegeta with an impassive expression. "The god of Super Saiyans?" Vegeta muttered to himself, and as soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from his position, reappearing instantaneously behind Reg. Boom! Vegeta unleashed a powerful kick at Reg, causing the very fabric of space where Reg stood to explode, and the surrounding air crackled with electric sparks. "This is an illusion." Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by a colossal fist. Bang! Reg's blow struck Vegeta's left cheek, the tremendous force caving in his face and drawing forth blood. Vegeta was sent hurtling away, his mind buzzing. Is this truly the god of Super Saiyans? The disparity between him and Super Saiyan 3 was staggering. Vegeta felt the weight of Reg's punch, realizing that Reg had withheld much of his power, the impact being approximately equal to his own strength, concentrated entirely in that fist. Yet, to Vegeta, it felt as though he had endured the full brunt of 30 trillion battle power. However, Vegeta found himself smiling. The more formidable Reg became, the more exhilarated he felt. In midair, Vegeta forcibly halted his descent. "Bring it on," he declared, charging towards Reg like a shooting star. While Reg remained still, awaiting his approach, the collision of fists and feet reverberated with a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations of the earth. "How is this possible?" Piccolo and the others gasped in disbelief. The immense shock wave sent weaker fighters like Piccolo and Krillin reeling backward. "This is simply too powerful. With my current battle power at full capacity, I can barely withstand the residual energy from their clash." Gohan's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Surrounding rocks were lifted by the gale, sand swirled violently, and the ocean's surface churned as thunder rumbled ominously, intertwining with the dark clouds above. Vegeta left countless afterimages in the void, and despite his attempts to engage Reg in close combat and energy blasts, he could not force Reg to retreat even an inch. Instead, his own energy began to plummet rapidly. Vegeta mused, if it didn't he take the opportunity to challenge Vegeta now, by the time Kakarot and Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan gods, he would be left behind. Reg chuckled inwardly, then turned to Vegeta, feigning nonchalance as he declared, "Game over." Vegeta, with a flick of his wrist, a crimson light engulfed Vegeta, the tremendous force sending him tumbling through the air, flipping countless times before finally crashing to the ground as two radiant beams of light. "Oh dear, your brother is remarkably powerful, isn't he? Are you truly related by blood?" someone remarked, astonished that Vegeta was so easily defeated. Although Goku and Vegeta had been vanquished, Goku remained exhilarated as he turned to Vegeta. He had realized that there existed a form beyond Super Saiyan 3, the Super Saiyan God. Kakarot, do you believe that any lowly warrior can grow to your level of power?" Vegeta scoffed at Goku, implying that he considered Goku's battle power inferior. Yet he couldn't fathom how Reg, being their father, could possess such terrifying strength. Normally, Goku's words would have set Vegeta ablaze with fury, but at that moment, his attention was captivated by Reg's Super Saiyan God form. That moment, two emerald beams shot toward Vegeta and Goku. Upon seeing these two beams, neither of them dodged, for they recognized them as Reg's healing energy, the blessing of the Dragon God. Moments later, after 3 or 4 seconds, Goku and Vegeta instantly regained their battle power. Meanwhile, Reg had already appeared beside them. "Reg, is this state truly what it means to be a god among the Saiyans?" Vegeta inquired curiously. Among the Saiyans, there existed legendary warriors known as Super Saiyans, and naturally, there were those even more ancient, the Super Saiyan gods. Indeed, Reg nodded and proceeded to explain, the Super Saiyan God form comes in 2 varieties. One involves 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans concentrating their righteous energy into one individual, enabling that person to transform into a Super Saiyan God. However, such Super Saiyan gods possess limited strength. The other method is akin to mine, where one cultivates the form independently, resulting in the strongest variant. Of course, there are levels even among Super Saiyan gods. My current state represents the most basic form. As he spoke, Reed's appearance shifted. His hair and eyebrows turned blue. His pupils glowed with a soft azure light, and the aura surrounding him became divine and radiant, scattered with star-like specks. This energy was incredibly dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, infused with an aura reminiscent of bubbling water. Swirling sporadically, the Super Saiyan God form of Super Saiyan, Ultra Blue. This represented yet another refinement and breakthrough beyond the red form, boasting greater power but also consuming more energy, unless one attained the full efficacy of Ultra Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, Kakarot. If you wish to transform into Super Saiyan gods, perhaps you could attempt the first method, summon Trunks and the others. We can give it a try, Reed stated, reverting to his regular form. Super Saiyan God? Goku and Vegeta exchanged excited glances, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. Vegeta, your son Trunks along with Gohan, Goten, and the two youngsters, Ragutin and Raguti, perhaps we can give it a shot, Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed. Very well, Vegeta nodded. Eager to attain the Super Saiyan God form. By the way, who will go first? Reed inquired of Goku and Vegeta. Of course, it will be me, Goku and Vegeta replied in unison. Vegeta, I can already transform into Super Saiyan 3. It should be easier for me to become a Super Saiyan God, Goku asserted to Vegeta. Super Saiyan 3 is one thing, but did you not hear Reed say that even Super Saiyan 2 can achieve it? Vegeta retorted, refusing to back down. Vegeta, do you want to fight? Goku said with an annoyed expression. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Vegeta was utterly unwilling to concede, his gaze fixed intently on Son Goku. The golden aura emanated from Vegeta, transforming his hair into a brilliant gold as he ascended to Super Saiyan. Humph! Son Goku also let out a cold snort, unwilling to yield the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan God to Vegeta. As the tension escalated, it seemed an altercation between Son Goku and Vegeta was imminent. Finally, Reg intervened, declaring enough of the bickering. Why not join forces? Reflecting on a narrative involving Trunks, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, and the yet-to-be-born Pan, Reg pondered that their combined energies could enable Son Goku to achieve the transformation into his Super Saiyan God. Although Pan was not yet conceived, the presence of Regu and Regu the Emperor should suffice to facilitate this metamorphosis for both Son Goku and Vegeta. Furthermore, the objective was merely to assist them in becoming Super Saiyan gods, not necessarily to attain the full power of a Super Saiyan God. If all else failed, Reg could bestow a portion of his own Super Saiyan God energy to both Vegeta and Son Goku. Oof! Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged cold snorts, ignoring one another. Observing their expressions, Reg mused inwardly. Vegeta and Son Goku truly are a pair of adversaries bound by a complex camaraderie at Bulma's residence. Regu the Emperor, Trunks, Gohan, and Goten gathered together. Trunks, Goten, what do you think our fathers summoned us for? Regu inquired. Trunks and Goten shook their heads, with Trunks responding, I have no idea. We'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps they intend to train us? Goten speculated with a hint of curiosity. Maybe, Regu the Emperor remarked casually. Minutes passed, and Reg addressed Trunks and the others. You five, come here for a moment, under Reg's guidance. The five Saiyans, Trunks, Gohan, Goten, Regu, and Regu the Emperor, followed his instructions to elevate their energies, unleashing a surge around Son Goku and Vegeta as their focal points. Ha! Ha! 5 radiant golden auras shot into the sky, with one achieving Super Saiyan 2, 2 surpassing Super Saiyan 2, and 2 unleashing the full power of Super Saiyan 1, all augmented by Reg's Super Saiyan God energy as the golden flames ignited. The expressions of most onlookers shifted dramatically. What? Goten and the others gaped in astonishment at the display centered around Son Goku and Vegeta. Since when did becoming a Super Saiyan lose its significance? Krillin chuckled wryly, feeling unsettled by being surpassed by a few youngsters. Time gradually passed, and the auras emanating from Gohan and the others grew increasingly formidable. Reg, witnessing this, released a wave of white energy from his hands, enveloping the entire Bulma residence. Boom! Two immense crimson beams soared into the sky. Had it not been for the energy shield Reg had previously established around Bulma's home, the overwhelming force from Son Goku and Vegeta would have obliterated all structures in the vicinity. While the sky transformed into a canvas of vibrant clouds and auspicious light, casting an unimaginable brilliance upon Son Goku and Vegeta. Floating gracefully in midair, neither Son Goku nor Vegeta exuded any detectable aura. Their bodies radiated a divine luminescence, imbued with an ethereal grace. The crimson mist swirled like ethereal flames, interspersed with hues of color, while their hair and eyes transformed to a striking red, rendering their physiques seemingly more slender. Is this the manifestation of our Saiyan divinity? I cannot sense its presence, Gohan exclaimed, astonished. Though he had witnessed Reg's transformation from afar before, the proximity now allowed for a profound realization. It appeared that divinity lacked a tangible aura. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Such immense power! Vegeta marveled at his hands, feeling the overwhelming Super Saiyan God energy coursing through him, magnitude stronger than before. Indeed, Son Goku lamented. Regrettably, this state is not one we achieve through our own training. Yet excitement gleamed in his eyes. Son Goku's combat power had surged to 30 trillion. Although he had transformed years ahead of the story's timeline, he was not yet as formidable as the Super Saiyan God depicted in the narrative, possessing approximately 60% of that strength. Vegeta, while slightly weaker, still boasted a combat power of 25 trillion, or 50%. Despite Son Goku's current strength being comparable to their previous fusion, Vegito, it was evident that 3 or 4 Vegetos could not contend against the Super Saiyan God Son Goku. And even Vegeta could easily overpower 2 Vegetos. The difference between a Super Saiyan God and a Super Saiyan, though only a single word apart, lay in the fact that the energy wielded by a Super Saiyan God could unleash devastation several times greater than that of a Super Saiyan. Once transformed into Super Saiyan gods, Son Goku and Vegeta turned their gazes toward Reg, their eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. With their powers amplified, it was only natural for them to seek a worthy opponent to gauge their newfound strength. Reg, perceiving the challenge in their eyes, anticipated their inclination to confront him following their transformation. A faint smile graced Reg's lips as he began to levitate, rising to meet Son Goku and Vegeta at equal heights in the void. Emitting a radiant crimson aura akin to the sun's surface ablaze, Reg's energy shimmered with a divine essence. The red mist danced like ethereal flames, interspersed with vibrant colors, while Reg's hair and eyes transformed to a striking red, his physique becoming leaner, that a pressure more formidable than that radiating from Son Goku and Vegeta enveloped Reg. Let us ascend to the heavens. He proclaimed that, in an instant, Reg morphed into a streak of red light, soaring into the cosmos beyond Earth. Although Son Goku and Vegeta, as Super Saiyan gods, could not sustain themselves in the cosmos for extended periods like Frieza, they were still capable of doing so for a brief duration. Let the battle commence, Reg announced calmly. While his red Super Saiyan God form might not be as potent as his blue form, it still boasted 150 trillion, ensuring an overwhelming advantage against Son Goku and Vegeta. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Son Goku and Vegeta charged at Reg, 3 colossal crimson beams swirling through the cosmos, sending shockwaves through the multitude of asteroids nearby. Occasionally, debris was dislodged, falling toward Earth as meteors. Ha! Ha! The ferocity of their clash ignited a series of explosive reactions among the surrounding asteroids, with smaller fragments disintegrating into nothingness amid the tempestuous winds and fierce energy converging into a whirlwind of brilliance. Ascending ever higher, Son Goku and Vegeta's brows glistened with perspiration. Despite both being Super Saiyan gods, Reg's prowess eclipsed theirs by a significant margin. Had Reg not tempered the force of his strikes, he would have easily triumphed over them. While Son Goku and Vegeta's combat abilities gradually escalated amidst their ongoing battle, Reg's strength continued to rise in tandem. Attempting to ambush, are we? Reg teased. Not quite, Kakarot. As Reg's voice echoed, he effortlessly deflected Vegeta's energy blast with a flick of his wrist before swiftly pivoting, seizing Son Goku's head as he teleported behind him. Though Son Goku's teleportation was swift, Reg's speed proved superior, capturing him in an instant. Reg hurled Son Goku toward a massive asteroid, colliding with several smaller ones along the way, forcefully rubbing Son Goku's face against the surface. Finally, Reg released Son Goku into the air, conjuring a crimson energy sphere aimed directly at him. Reg calibrated his strength to remain within Son Goku's limits, unconcerned about inflicting fatal harm, yet ensuring Son Goku felt the intensity of the attack. Ah! Son Goku howled in agony as Reg's energy sphere struck him amidst the cosmos. With each movement of Reg, the very fabric of space erupted in explosions, causing stars to tremble. If it were impossible to withstand even a few moves from Reg, then why, despite both being Super Saiyan gods, is there such a vast disparity? How has this fellow trained himself? Vegeta spat in frustration, his body radiating a shimmering red aura that sparkled amidst the starlight. Filled with indignation, his combat power now far exceeded that of Vegeta, the fusion of himself and Goku, and he believed that even if he were not as strong as Reg, the difference would not be significant. Yet reality delivered a merciless blow. Reg's power still surpassed his own, and this was before Reg had even transformed into a blue Super Saiyan God, after Goku was struck by Reg's energy blast. Vegeta charged forward, unleashing a barrage of red energy blasts at Reg in a moment of desperation. However, before his attacks could even approach, they vanished swiftly against the formidable red aura emanating from Reg. A mere parlor trick? Reg scoffed, observing the futility of Vegeta's assaults. Suddenly, Vegeta launched a sweeping kick aimed at Reg's neck, producing a resounding impact. Had he underestimated his opponent? The voice of Reg, now fused with Vegeta, echoed through the cosmos. This kick, intended to be his full strength, barely caused Reg to flinch, standing resolute as a mountain. It was merely an afterimage technique. Alas, the force was too feeble. With that, Reg seized Vegeta's ankle with one hand, lifting him effortlessly and hurling him mercilessly against a nearby meteorite. Boom! 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 Vegeta transformed into a streak of red light, darting through the cosmos, colliding with countless stars. The successive explosions raised doubts about whether Vegeta could survive such an onslaught. Countless fragments of meteorites scattered through the void, creating a veritable meteor shower. Vegeta's hair shifted from vibrant red to black as he lost consciousness. Although Goku had reverted from the Super Saiyan God state back to a Super Saiyan, he was no match for Reg either. He remained conscious, primarily because he was significantly stronger than Vegeta, despite not being in the God form. The battle had concluded. Reg appeared before Goku and spoke. Reg mused, perhaps if Vegeta and I were to fuse into Vegeta, we might possess the power to truly contend with you. Goku replied with a pale smile directed at Reg. Perhaps? Reg contemplated. But do you think Vegeta would agree to that? Goku's combat strength stood at 30 trillion, while Vegeta's was 25 trillion, totaling 55 trillion. When multiplied by 20, it reached 1,100 trillion, surpassing Reg's power. Yet Reg possessed temporal laws and unique abilities. Even against the fused Super Saiyan God Vegeta, he was confident he could hold his own for a time. Once the fusion time expired, victory would naturally be his. Indeed, it seems that way, Goku acknowledged, realizing Vegeta's temperament would likely prevent him from consenting to the fusion in the narrative. Even if the Earth were to be destroyed, Vegeta would refuse to fuse with Goku, ultimately only agreeing when Goku threatened him with Bulma. 3 years later, Gohan married Videl. Just as in the story, to make up for Gohan's training in the Kaishin realm, Reg arranged for the Kaishin to take him there for training. On their way, Reg intentionally broke the seal on the sword containing the 15th generation Old Kaioshin to unlock Gohan's latent potential. Reg resurrected the Old Kaioshin. Thus, once Gohan could transform into his mystic form, his power immediately surpassed Super Saiyan 3 Goku, where Super Saiyan 3 Goku stood at 1 trillion, and Vegeta at 500 billion, with Mystic Gohan reaching 2 trillion. After 3 years, under Reg's guidance, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan finally achieved the ability to transform into Super Saiyan gods. Among them, Goku was the strongest, while Gohan, due to less training time compared to Goku and Vegeta, matched Vegeta's power. Goku's Super Saiyan God power reached 60 trillion, while both Vegeta and Gohan stood at 55 trillion. Trunks, Goten, Riguten, and Regulai also attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. As for Reg, he had not merely trained for 3 years, but for 30 years with his current peak combat power reaching 5,000 God power points, surpassing the third stage of godhood. The God power levels were as follows: Super Saiyan 4 God status at 5,000 points. Super Blue at 2,500, Super Red, Mystic Form, at 1,500, Super Saiyan 3 at 750, Super Saiyan 2 at 375, Super Saiyan 1 at 188. In normal state at 94 points of God power. Currently, Reg's base energy already surpassed that of Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan God forms. However, Reg was acutely aware that although his God power exceeded that of Goku and Vegeta, once they trained under Whis in the God of Destruction realm, their God powers would likely catch up to or even surpass as within months in the God realm of Earth, high above in the void. There existed a circular arena over 1,000 meters in diameter, enveloped in a golden glow, with gravity 1,000 times heavier than the outside world. At this moment, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan were training within. Countless spheres of light relentlessly bombarded the trio, while Reg attacked them from above with energy waves. At this point, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Vegeta and Gohan were panting heavily, while Goku fared slightly better but still struggled to catch his breath. Over the past 3 years, Reg had provided no respite during training, pushing them to their limits without pause, compelling them to rely on their Saiyan will to continue. Reg did not possess the depth of understanding of godhood that Whis did. He could only utilize his traditional training methods for Goku and the others. True enlightenment in godhood was left to Whis to impart to them. 3 years later, in the realm of destruction, Beerus had awoken for several months. During this time, he searched the universe for Super Saiyan gods, but found nothing. Losing his patience, Beerus turned to Whis and inquired, "Whis, are there any Saiyans remaining in the universe?" "Yes, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, beginning to examine his crystal ball. "There are still Saiyans present in the universe." As Whis scanned Earth, he began counting Reg and the others. The moment Whis started searching Earth, Reg felt a presence observing him from the shadows, a divine ability. He quickly deduced it was Whis observing Earth. Instinctively, Reg utilized his temporal powers to evade Whis' scrutiny. 3 There are 7 Saiyans, Whis continued. Among them, 3 should pique Lord Beerus' interest. One named Goku, another named Gohan, and the last, Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent for a moment before responding, Saiyans indeed? Is it possible that planet Vegeta was not destroyed by Frieza? Where else might they be? With a smile, Whis explained, they are all Saiyans who fled planet Vegeta, and the one named Son Goku is currently on King Kai's planet. Vegeta and Gohan, on the other hand, are on a planet called Earth, King Kai's planet. That name seems familiar, Beerus inquired, his curiosity piqued. That IT is the planet that Lord Beerus once destroyed, Whis replied, that place, Beerus recalled, remembering the time he played hide and seek with King Kai. Whis, isn't that a bit closer? Beerus asked. Lord Beerus, it would actually be faster to reach King Kai's planet from here. Whis said with a smile. I could see that moment. Son Goku was on King Kai's planet, seeking guidance on how to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, a level even higher than Super Saiyan God. This is a bit tricky. A short, stout figure shook his head at Goku. The rotund figure was none other than King Kai, who was significantly shorter than Goku, standing at an estimated height of barely 1.4 meters, yet his width was double that of Goku. Just as Goku was about to speak, King Kai's body suddenly trembled, his antennae twitching. Upon inspection, he realized that the God of Destruction was approaching, nearly scaring him to death, that he immediately contacted the Supreme Kai, intending to keep this from Goku. Knowing that Goku's combative nature would inevitably lead him to challenge Beerus. Goku, I have something to attend to. How about you head back to Earth for now? I'll inform you once I discover the technique to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. King Kai said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke hastily. King Kai's demeanor instantly made Goku suspect that something was being concealed from him. Having known King Kai for a long time, Goku was well aware of his personality, which only fueled his curiosity further. Lord Kai, is there something urgent? I can assist you. Once I've helped, I can return. Goku offered kindly. No. By the way, Goku, I have a book in my room. Could you please retrieve it for me? King Kai, feeling the urgency of Beerus's impending arrival, sought an excuse to have Goku enter his room. However, the current Goku was no longer the dramatic version of himself, with only Super Saiyan 3's power. He had now comprehended the divine realm. He could sense the aura of the god of destruction, as Beerus had not masked his presence. Otherwise, King Kai would not have sensed him. All right. Although Goku understood that King Kai was fabricating reasons to avoid him, he agreed and rushed into his room. Just moments after Goku entered, Beerus and Whis appeared before King Kai. Lord Beerus. King Kai's voice trembled as he addressed him. King Kai, is that Saiyan here? Beerus inquired calmly. What Saiyan? Hearing that Beerus was searching for Goku sent King Kai into a panic. He had no idea what Beerus intended for Goku. He feared that once Goku met Beerus, he would undoubtedly be killed, and his planet might meet the same fate. Thus, he feigned ignorance. Before King Kai could finish his sentence, Goku burst out of the room. Oh, Lord Kai, who is this familiar-looking fellow? Goku's curious voice echoed in King Kai's ears. The atmosphere on King Kai's planet turned eerily silent. Upon hearing Goku's voice, King Kai's complexion drained of color, while Beerus's expression soured as he glared at Goku. Since becoming the god of destruction, no one in the universe had ever spoken to him in such a manner, except for fellow gods of destruction. Whis' light laughter broke the tension. King Kai, shocked, quickly reacted by covering Goku's mouth. You are quite bold. It's been a long time since anyone has spoken to me like that. Of course, even if there were, they have long since vanished. Beerus's icy voice resonated in Goku's ears. Lord Kai, what are you doing? Goku, bewildered, pushed King Kai's hand away, confused as to why he was being silenced. However, upon hearing Beerus's words, he innocently inquired, why have those who spoke to you like this disappeared? Did they all perish? Beerus was at a loss for words, beginning to doubt whether he had encountered a fool of a Saiyan who did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Did this individual even comprehend what Super Saiyan God was? Believing Goku to be a simpleton, Beerus exclaimed, I do not wish to explain myself to you. I shall ask you this. Do you know where Super Saiyan God is? Super Saiyan God? Goku looked at Beerus, astonished. Upon seeing the expression on Goku's face, Beerus surmised that Goku must know where Super Saiyan God was located. Speak quickly, and I shall spare your life, Beerus stated bluntly. Goku chuckled. Although I am unsure why you're seeking Super Saiyan God, there are 4 of them. I am unaware of which one you are searching for. As he spoke, a red aura enveloped Goku, his body radiating a divine and ethereal light, the flames of his aura dancing gracefully around him, transforming his hair and eyes to a striking red, rendering him seemingly slimmer. This is Super Saiyan God. Beerus gazed at Goku in astonishment, realizing that the Saiyan he had deemed a fool was indeed the Super Saiyan God he had envisioned. There are 4 Super Saiyan gods. Beerus chuckled heartily. Ha! So you are Goku. You now possess the right to know my name. I'm the most exalted deity in this universe, the god of destruction, Beerus. As he spoke, a brilliant blue light emanated from Beerus's entire being, illuminating him like a divine entity, exuding a potent aura of destruction combined with a lofty, sacred presence. God of destruction? Goku regarded Beerus with a mix of seriousness and curiosity. In his understanding, gods typically possessed unique abilities but lacked great strength. How curious! The Supreme Kai also claims to be the most exalted deity in the universe. Yet why does he lack your power? Goku queried, his curiosity directed at Beerus. Do not compare me to the Supreme Kai. Beerus retorted, displeased. The thought of being associated with the relatively weak Supreme Kai irked him. Although Goku did not comprehend why Beerus was agitated, he remained unconcerned. From Beerus, Goku sensed a dangerously overwhelming aura that brushed against the edges of death. Yet, Goku was not one to retreat in the face of danger, especially a deity as immensely powerful as Beerus. This, in fact, only serves to further excite Son Goku. With this in mind, Son Goku gazed at Beerus with eyes filled with the fervor of battle. Aside from Brother Reg, you're the first to make me sense the breath of death since I became a Super Saiyan God. Son Goku's gaze was intensely fixed on Beerus, brimming with a warrior spirit. You dare to challenge me with such thoughts? Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Beerus's expression shifted. Where once there was disdain and mockery, now there was admiration, coupled with a newfound curiosity regarding the Brother Reg that Son Goku had mentioned. Let us fight. Son Goku did not respond to Beerus, fearing that if he hesitated any longer, he would lose the courage to confront Beerus. This was not due to fear of Beerus or death, but rather an overwhelming pressure stemming from their vast difference in realms. That moment, Son Goku sprang into action that a colossal red light, infused with countless shimmering specks of energy, surged towards Beerus. Beerus momentarily paused in surprise. Bang! Although Son Goku's speed was impressive, Beerus was even swifter. Just as Son Goku was about to close the distance, he was effortlessly deflected by Beerus, crashing heavily to the ground. Once on the ground, Son Goku quickly brought his hands together in a flower petal formation at his waist, concentrating a red energy sphere in his palms. His gaze locked on Beerus. This kid, Beerus observed Son Goku with a hint of excitement. Kamehameha, a mere parlor trick? Beerus retorted, looking down at Son Goku with a single finger raised in a taunting gesture. However, the next instant, what transpired left Beerus utterly astonished. Son Goku had not launched his Kamehameha from a distance. Instead, he had used instant transmission to materialize directly behind Beerus. Boom! 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 Son Goku's full-powered Kamehameha, if it struck head-on, possessed enough destructive force to annihilate a being several times stronger than himself. The energy, surpassing 300 points of divine combat power, collided with Beerus, illuminating the King Kai's planet in a dazzling flash. How is this possible? Son Goku's expression was one of shock as he beheld Beerus, who floated effortlessly in mid-air, seemingly unaffected by the full force of his Kamehameha. Clap! Clap! Beerus brushed off the dust from his pants, his left hand behind him, while with his right hand, he pointed a finger at Son Goku, gathering a sphere of purple energy. The moment this energy sphere materialized, it suddenly expanded exponentially, quickly growing to the size of the King Kai's planet. You truly startled me. I never anticipated that you, as a Super Saiyan God, would possess 60% of my power. My anticipation for the other Super Saiyan gods grows ever greater. As he spoke to Son Goku, the energy sphere in Beerus's finger swelled to match the King Kai's planet in size. At just 60%, let me see how much more power I can draw from you. Haim. Son Goku slowly formed his hands into a flower petal shape, placing them at his waist as he gathered a red energy sphere in his palms. His gaze locked on Beerus. This is it. It truly is the end. Goku, you must endure. At that moment, the North Kai, terrified, sat on the ground, murmuring to himself. Having already faced death once, if he were to perish again, he would truly vanish. Meanwhile, was calmly observed Son Goku's battle with Beerus, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Go. With a gentle flick of his finger, Beerus sent forth a massive energy sphere, its diameter exceeding 100 meters, nearly the size of the King Kai's planet, or perhaps even larger. Wave! Son Goku shouted, as the energy of his Kamehameha had been accumulating for a considerable time. It represented his total power, in his Super Saiyan God state. Son Goku's Kamehameha became more resplendent, radiating a series of shimmering divine auras that spun like a whirlwind, the center glimmering with sparkling waves. Fortunately, while the King Kai's planet may be small, it is significantly more durable than an ordinary planet. Had this been Earth, it would have been flung from its orbit, ultimately transforming into the reality of a wandering planet. Son Goku's muscles bulged, the veins on his arms nearly bursting, the divine light surrounding him shining ever brighter. Go for it! Son Goku bellowed, as his divine combat power surged to 70 points, causing his Kamehameha to swell, pushing back Beerus's energy sphere launch from a single finger. Bang! Beerus, witnessing his casually released energy wave being returned by Son Goku, was kicked away into the distance. Beerus chuckled. Ha! This is becoming increasingly interesting. With that, Beerus vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Son Goku, who was panting heavily to as soon as Son Goku saw Beerus before him. He launched into an attack. If Beerus struck first, it would mean defeat for him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Son Goku and Beerus engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their speeds escalating, their auras intertwining like two shooting stars. The duo had already ventured beyond the King Kai's planet, battling in a void where surrounding energies could obliterate a star. Had this taken place in a realm populated by countless stars, their clash would have surely annihilated numerous celestial bodies. Every strike from Son Goku was effortlessly countered by Beerus. Despite Son Goku landing blows, Beerus remained unfazed, while each hit Son Goku received was met with immense pain, each one weighing heavily upon him. He was exerting every ounce of his strength to Beerus. It felt as if he were merely playing a game, claiming to use only 70% of his power. Yet, Son Goku sensed that Beerus was still concealing a formidable strength. Bang! Utilizing the distance gained from being pushed back by Beerus' punch, Son Goku bent slightly, clenched his left fist, and began to gather energy. Aiming a punch at Beerus, Dragon Fist, Son Goku shouted as a red divine dragon manifested before Beerus. Unleash! Roar! The roar of the dragon reverberated through the void. What? Beerus exclaimed, his face a mask of surprise, for Son Goku's technique possessed a destructive force equivalent to 700 points of divine combat power. Tenfold his usual strength. Should Beerus underestimate this, he would surely suffer. In his normal state, Beerus's divine combat power was 100 points. As a god of destruction, he could unleash destruction exceeding 3 to 5 times his own strength. A surge of purple energy erupted from Beerus, elevating his divine combat power from 100 points to an astonishing 1,000 points. Boom! Bang! A white mist enveloped the surrounding void for miles, and after a considerable time, the haze gradually cleared, revealing the figures of Son Goku and Beerus. Damn it! Son Goku glared intently at Beerus, who had now grasped his fist firmly. Is this your full strength? Beerus regarded Son Goku with a glimmer of anticipation, intrigued by the fact that Son Goku could unleash such tremendous power with only 70 points of divine combat power. If this is truly your full strength, then the game is about to reach its conclusion. With that, Beerus swung his hand, sending Son Goku soaring into the sky. So powerful. As Sun Wukong unleashed his dragon fist, the hand trembled, momentarily feeling a sense of numbness. Beerus extended a single finger towards Sun Wukong, and in an instant, a blindingly bright purple energy sphere coalesced and hurtled toward him. To the moment of its approach, the sphere ballooned into a massive energy orb exceeding 10,000 meters. Sun Wukong braced himself against the colossal and terrifying energy mass, gritting his teeth as every nerve in his body tensed, muscles swelling with an overwhelming power. Was this to be the end? Beerus observed with a cold gaze, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes as he spoke nonchalantly. However, in the next moment, Sun Wukong finally surpassed his own limits. A divine aura surged around him, and behind him erupted a splendid ocean of starlit brilliance. The red starlight emanating from Sun Wukong transformed into a vibrant blue, altering his appearance. His hair and brows turned azure, and his eyes glowed with a faint blue luminescence, exuding a sacred and radiant presence scattered with star-like sparkles. This aura was extraordinarily dynamic, its outer layer undulating gently, interspersed with swirling, bubble-like energy. The Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan, Super Blue, Sun Wukong's divine combat power surged to an astounding 400 points. Sun Wukong shouted, effortlessly pushing away the energy blast Beerus had directed at him. The energy sphere exploded in the distance with a tremendous bang, a dazzling light mist enveloping the area as colossal energy waves rippled through much of the underworld, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Had he broken through? Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with a flicker of excitement. Observing Sun Wukong in his super blue form, Beerus extended one arm while resting the other behind his back, beckoning Sun Wukong to initiate his attack, implying that he could contend with him using only one arm. Sun Wukong grinned, a slight smirk playing on his lips, though it seemed Beerus regarded him with a modicum of disdain. He possessed that formidable strength. Yet transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue, Sun Wukong felt his confidence swell. Despite feeling provoked by Beerus's gesture, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. Clenching his fist, he darted forward, a blue apparition lunging at Beerus. The blue starlight danced through the void, vibrant flames swirling as Sun Wukong launched a blue dragon fist towards Beerus. However, Beerus effortlessly sidestepped, his arms crossed behind him, calm and collected. After Sun Wukong's initial strike, Beerus finally made his move. His speed nearly surpassing light itself, he extended a hand, directly striking Sun Wukong's nose. Sun Wukong was sent reeling backward, blood trailing behind him as he soared through the void, leaving a resonating echo in his wake. Bang, 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 boom! Sun Wukong's energy blast struck Beerus in the face, yet he nonchalantly swatted the super blue Sun Wukong away. The Kamehameha wave, a radiant brilliance, surged forth, targeting a single point, instantly tearing through space with chaotic power intent on obliterating everything in midair. Beerus shielded himself from Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, glancing at his outstretched hand with a slight change in expression. It had been countless years since he had encountered an opponent capable of matching him. Although Sun Wukong's divine combat power was inferior to his own, the force he unleashed was sufficient to inflict harm. While Beerus knew he would not suffer severe injuries, even from such energy, he instinctively retaliated. The transformation beyond Super Saiyan God could not surpass him. This fellow was indeed formidable. Perhaps only Brother Rhaegar could stand against him. No, even Brother Rhaegar might struggle. At that moment, panting heavily, Sun Wukong looked at Beerus, realizing he had exhausted his energy while in Super Saiyan Blue form, now reverting to Super Saiyan 3.0 as he transformed back. Beerus gazed at the now Super Saiyan 3 form of Sun Wukong with a hint of disappointment, speaking softly. Ha! I concede. Sun Wukong exhaled, returning to his normal state. If even Super Saiyan God Blue couldn't defeat Beerus, then there was no hope for Super Saiyan 3. What rank do you hold among the other 4 Super Saiyan gods? Beerus inquired of Sun Wukong, having lost interest in him after defeating him. I'd say I'm second. Brother Rhaegar is significantly stronger than I. Sun Wukong pondered briefly before responding to Beerus. Significantly stronger, you say? Beerus murmured, standing still as if in a daze, reminiscing about a vague prophetic dream. In that dream, he encountered a formidable rival known as the Super Saiyan God. He had specifically counted down for 39 years, setting a time bomb to awaken in that year. Yet, to his surprise, the prophecy proved true, but 4 Super Saiyan gods appeared. Who among them was the strongest? Just as Beerus contemplated which Super Saiyan God was his rival, Sun Wukong interrupted his thoughts. Lord Destroyer, would you like to accompany me to Earth to meet Brother Rhaegar? He would be thrilled to see you, Sun Wukong invited excitedly. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Whis on King Kai's planet couldn't help but grow curious about him. Others would often avoid Beerus, but here was Sun Wukong, the first to invite Beerus to his homeland, Earth. Very well. Beerus observed the innocently beaming Sun Wukong, feeling an unexpected fondness for him. Moments later, Sun Wukong transported Beerus to Earth, a stark contrast to their earlier confrontation. The atmosphere shifted from hostility to one resembling that of ordinary friends. Was everything just an illusion? King Kai mused, taking a while to process before notifying the other Kais that the god of destruction had awakened. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, she was hosting her 38th birthday party, inviting most of the Z fighters, including Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin. This time, Rhaegar and his wife, Android 18, were also present. What's wrong, Rhaegar? Android 18 noticed the sudden change in Rhaegar's expression as she leaned on his shoulder. Her curiosity piqued. It's nothing. Just a rather high-ranking deity has arrived on Earth, Rhaegar replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the suddenly appearing Sun Wukong. The deity. Android 18 looked at Rhaegar with perplexity, recalling that deities were generally beings of limited power with a few special abilities. From Rhaegar's perspective, he noticed a tall figure over 2 meters with blue-green skin, adorned with a light blue halo around his neck, holding a lengthy staff that glimmered with a faint red light. Beside him stood a slender humanoid figure, with a black and white band around his neck, golden bracelets adorning his arms, and predominantly deep red attire. It was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, his attendant. "Android 18, I must attend to something," Rhaegar said, his expression serious. "Be careful." Although Android 18 was unaware of the situation, she had never seen such a serious expression on Rhaegar before. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious." At that moment, Beerus was indulging voraciously in the snacks prepared for Bulma's birthday party, devouring cakes, ice cream, and KFC as if he were a famished specter. "Ha! Lord Beerus, it seems our trip to Earth was well worth it," Whis remarked with a smile. Though he maintained a more elegant demeanor, he consumed just as much as Beerus. "Ha! This is simply delightful. After indulging in the delicacies here, I feel as though everything I had previously consumed was merely junk food." Beerus exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Indeed," Whis nodded with a smile on his face. Just as Whis and Beerus were enthusiastically discussing the culinary delights of Earth, Whis's previously cheerful expression suddenly shifted, sitting so close to Whis. Beerus naturally noticed the change in his demeanor. "What is it, Whis? Is it the god of Super Saiyans?" Beerus began to take the matter seriously, realizing that anyone capable of capturing Whis's attention must possess power that could rival his own. Hence, Beerus inquired if it was indeed the god of Super Saiyans. Whis shook his head, his face once again regaining its smile as he spoke. "I never expected to encounter the true form of the Time God King in such a humble place." "What? Whis, are you saying the Time God King is here? Didn't he die? How could he possibly be resurrected?" Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Whis in Beerus's eyes, or rather in the perception of all the destroyers. The Time God King might not have been particularly powerful, but he was undoubtedly the most formidable and least desirable being to encounter. For while the Time God King may not be able to defeat a destroyer, his mastery over the laws of time and space allows him to easily escape from their clutches. If a destroyer were to act carelessly, they could find themselves banished to a desolate, lifeless planet by the Time God King. Throughout history, countless destroyers have been sent away by the Time God King to such forsaken realms, and even angels would find it difficult to locate a destroyer in a short time, let alone reach them without considerable effort. Therefore, nearly all destroyers are wary of offending the Time God King. The saying has circulated among the deities: "It is better to offend the Grand Minister than to provoke the Time God." Offending the Grand Minister might result in punishment or demotion, and in the worst case, death. However, to offend the Time God King could lead to a fate worse than death, until the previous Time God King's demise. This adage had gradually faded into obscurity among the gods. Among them, the status of the Time God King was not inferior to that of a destroyer, if it were not for their lesser combat prowess compared to the destroyers. The Time God King's standing would undoubtedly rival that of the angels. No, Lord Beerus, this is the newly appointed Time God King. You should be cautious. Surely you have heard the saying among the gods. Whis addressed Beerus. "Of course I know. It is better to offend the Grand Minister than to provoke the Time God. But is that Time God King really that formidable?" Beerus replied, somewhat unconvinced. "Lord Beerus, every new destroyer has been sent away by the Time God King. How could he not be powerful?" Whis remarked with a knowing smile. The implications of Whis's words prompted Beerus to take a deep breath. If all previous destroyers have been schooled by the Time God King, just how formidable must he be? Suddenly, Beerus chuckled and turned to Whis, saying, "Whis, did you just mention that this Time God King is newly appointed?" "Yes, indeed." "What of it?" Whis was somewhat puzzled by Beerus's line of questioning. "Well, if he is newly appointed, how formidable could he possibly be?" Beerus responded, his gaze now filled with a combative spirit directed at Whis. Whis now understood the nature of Beerus's amusement. The previous Time God King had been deceased for quite some time, and most of the destroyers who coexisted with the Time God King had likewise retired, leaving few who understood the true depth of the Time God King's might. Not his combat strength, but his abilities. Just as Whis was about to elaborate, Reg appeared beside Beerus and Whis. "Are you satisfied with the food on Earth?" "Lord Destroyer." Reg's voice resonated in their ears. "Who are you?" Beerus inquired, curiosity evident on his face as he regarded Reg, uncertain of how Reg recognized him. "You must be the new time God King." Whis smiled at Reg, asking, "Yes, that's correct. Please, just call me Whis." Reg nodded in acknowledgement, unfazed by Whis's ability to discern his identity. "Haha, you flatter me. Time God King. Just call me Whis," Whis replied with a grin. "You are the time God King. You don't seem all that impressive," Beerus remarked with a hint of condescension aimed at Reg, given Whiss's high regard for Reg and the legends circulating among the destroyers. Beerus felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity about Reg's true capabilities. However, upon encountering Reg, the actual time God King, Beerus found himself somewhat disappointed and questioning why the previous destroyers held such reverence and trepidation towards him. At that moment, Reg was in his normal state, with a divine combat power of merely 94 points. Naturally, Beerus looked down upon our EG in his view. While Reg might possess decent strength, he paled in comparison to Goku. With such a level of power, Reg tarnished the legacy of the previous time God King. As soon as Beerus spoke those words, Whis immediately sensed trouble. He was not concerned about Beerus's potential peril, but rather worried about the considerable time he might have to spend searching for Beerus. "What's that to you?" Reg retorted without reservation. Having seen Beerus and was being brought to Earth by Goku, Reg surmised that Goku must have already encountered Beerus and been defeated, given that Beerus had come to Earth. It was highly likely that he was targeting Reg, making it unnecessary for Reg to show any courtesy towards Beerus. "What did you say?" Beerus exploded in fury, having never encountered anyone who dared speak to him in such a manner. Reg's words ignited Beerus's wrath. In that moment of anger, a terrifying pressure erupted from Beerus. Boom! 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 The sky suddenly darkened, followed by flashes of lightning and booming thunder as if sword were slicing through the firmament. The entire earth trembled beneath the fury of the god. When a deity is enraged, the heavens may shatter, and when an emperor is incensed, countless lives may be lost. Yet when a destroyer is enraged, entire galaxies may vanish. Oh, you think you can dictate my words? Reg met Beerus's fury head-on, his hair rapidly elongating, radiating a golden glow before transforming into a fiery red hue, his body enveloped in crimson fur, clad in red pants and black casual trousers. Surrounding him were two layers of flames, one red and one blue, emanating resplendent light akin to dazzling fireworks. He was the god of Super Saiyan 4. A fusion of the strengths of the Super Saiyan transformation and the power of Super Saiyan 4, embodying the might of Super 4 and the realm of Super Saiyan. Facing the destroyer Beerus, Reg dared not be complacent and immediately transitioned into his most powerful form, his divine combat power soaring to an astonishing 5,000 points. "What? This is impossible!" Beerus gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Reg's sudden amplification of divine combat power. However, recalling Whiss's earlier esteem for Reg, Beerus found it increasingly plausible that Reg's divine combat power could exceed 5,000 points. "Are you also a god of Super Saiyans?" Beerus suddenly remarked, sensing a similar aura emanating from Reg as he had from Goku. "Indeed," Reg affirmed, "but my state differs from Kakarot's. I am not merely the god of Super Saiyans, but the god of Super Saiyan 4, Reg clarified to Beerus. "What a load of nonsense. The Super Saiyan god indeed has its classifications." As Beerus pondered to himself, it was somewhat acceptable for there to be 4 Super Saiyan gods in existence. However, the emergence of a Super Saiyan god 4 left him utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he decided to engage in battle first and contemplate later. With this thought, an overwhelming pressure, far more potent than when he faced Son Goku, emanated from Beerus. The radiant purple aura enveloped him, flickering with arcs of violet lightning. Upon revealing his god of destruction form, Beerus's divine combat power surged to an astounding 30,000 points, a staggering 6 times that of Reg. What an intimidating presence. How could Reg have matched the god of destruction so swiftly? Gritting his teeth, Son Goku remarked with a wry smile, sensing the terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, the guests at Bulma's birthday banquet were utterly bewildered, unaware of the events unfolding, as they could not perceive the aura of deities. They only witnessed the sky darkening and rumbling, mistakenly believing it to be a mere downpour. Only Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo, who had fused with the gods, could sense the auras of Beerus and Reg. Haha. Do you sense it? My divine power is 6 times yours. Although a god of destruction cannot arbitrarily annihilate other gods, your disrespect towards me, if left unaddressed, could lead to the obliteration of this planet. Beerus boomed with laughter. After witnessing Reg display a combat power exceeding 5,000 points, Beerus was wary of offending him too gravely, especially after savoring Earth's culinary delights. He was reluctant to destroy the planet. Thus, he merely threatened Reg, aware that each god possesses unique abilities, like the Kais, who can create life and planets, while his own role is to bring destruction. However, he regarded the Kais as trivial, given their feeble strength, were it not for their lives being interconnected. He would hardly consider them. With 5,000 points of divine power combined with the space-time abilities inherent to the time god, Beerus could not guarantee he could restrain Reg entirely, even with his own power being 6 times greater. What if he provoked Reg to the point where he retaliated against the Kais? That would spell disaster for Beerus. Reg did not apologize. Instead, he fixed a steady gaze upon Beerus that sent a shiver down Beerus's spine. Leaving him bewildered by the intensity of Reg's stare, in Beerus's view, Reg raised his left arm towards the sky, fingers splayed, gathering a radiant purplish-golden light. Gradually, this light coalesced into a screen displaying the realm of Beerus, the god of destruction, his own domain. Reg calmly spoke. Beerus, should you dare to destroy Earth, your realm will be reduced to but a mere meteorite in the universe. As he spoke, a brilliant purplish-golden light swiftly enveloped the entirety of the god of destruction's realm. Beerus, with his destructive power, could effortlessly erase a planet from existence. Yet Reg's time-space authority could revert a planet to its original state, transforming it into a meteor. After all, planets are formed from the gradual evolution of small meteors. What? Beerus exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he gazed at our EG that moment. He finally understood why Whis treated Reg with such deference, and why his saying circulated among the gods. Better to offend the Grand Minister than to provoke the Time God. Although his realm was light years away from Earth, Reg had somehow managed to use his time-space abilities to strike at the god of destruction's domain from such an immense distance. While Whis could reverse time within the god of destruction's realm, he could only rewind to a maximum of 3 minutes prior, and it would take him at least 30 minutes to return to the realm. How dare you threaten me? Beerus seethed with fury, glaring at Reg. And what of it? Beerus, what if I were to send you back to your realm and revert it to its primordial state? Living as a meteorite should be quite comfortable for you. Reg replied with a grin, inciting Beerus's ire. While Beerus recognized that the time god was adept in the realms of time and space, he could scarcely fathom Reg's mastery being so profound. With your strength, do you truly believe you can send me back to my realm? Beerus retorted coldly. While Reg was skilled in spatial manipulation, Beerus doubted Reg's capability to transport him back against his will. Even Whis, whose power far exceeded Beerus's, could not achieve such a feat without cooperation. Yes, that's so. Stop! Reg suddenly commanded, pointing at Beerus with both hands. In an instant, an invisible force immobilized Beerus. No, rather, it was the time around Beerus that froze. Teleport! At that moment, Beerus was forcefully transported to the moon. Damn it, just moving Beerus to the moon had consumed a third of Reg's energy. He wondered how the previous time god had managed to send the god of destruction to the far reaches of the universe. However, possessing mastery over all magic in the 7th universe, Reg had ways to swiftly replenish his energy. While he could not achieve the infinite energy levels of Android 17 and 18, he could restore his energy at 100-fold the rate of an ordinary person. Within mere seconds, Reg had recovered the energy he had expended. Simultaneously, Beerus, having been sent to the moon, swiftly returned to Earth, his expression a stormy shade of rage as he glared at Reg's super energy. He shouted, gathering a violet, destructive energy in his hands, preparing to strike at Reg. Stop! Teleport! Reg's voice echoed in Beerus's ears, and in an instant, Beerus's movement ceased, frozen in mid-attack before he vanished, this time transported to Venus. Huff! Huffed out. Reg's complexion had paled. Although he had sustained no injury, the significant energy expenditure left him breathless. He closed his eyes, focusing on recovering his energy. This time, Beerus found himself on Venus, with a temperature soared above 400 degrees Celsius. Surrounded by a landscape of craters, mountains, and perilous cliffs, my goodness. Each time he returned to Earth, he was immediately sent to another distant planet. Were it not for his status as a god of destruction, enabling him to survive in the cosmos, any other being, no matter how powerful, would likely be left to fend for themselves on these foreign worlds that Beerus's face was a mixture of frustration and confusion. He could not comprehend how, despite maintaining a considerable distance from Reg, he could still be transported to other planets. Reg wielded all the magic of the universe, and at that moment, he employed one of Babbidi's spells, spatial teleportation, to modify the environment to suit his needs. Babbidi's spell required the consent of the target to transfer them to another location, and the distance could not be too great. However, Reg effortlessly sent Beerus to Mercury. He first utilized the power of the time god to freeze the time around Beerus. And with the assistance of spatial god power, he successfully transported Beerus to the outskirts of Mercury. How could one even approach him? It was utterly impossible. At this moment, Beerus finally understood why newly appointed destroyer gods held such apprehension towards the time god king. Although he sensed that Reg's strength was not on par with his own, he repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage against him. That it was said that the previous time god king possessed a divine battle power comparable to that of a newly appointed destroyer god. Around 20,000 points. Note, the battle power of a candidate destroyer god ranges from 10,019,999, with 20,000 points marking their official status. Yet, the current time god king had just recently attained this rank, and his temporal powers were already formidable. If he were to continue growing, he could effortlessly send me to another universe. Legend has it that a destroyer god offended the time god king and was sent to a desolate, uninhabited planet while he slept in his realm. Each time he returned, the time god king would send him away again, resulting in him being tossed around the cosmos for over a century before he finally reconciled with the time god king under the intervention of an angel. Contemplating this, beads of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. What nonsense about divine dignity he had cast aside. If Reg would send him to a lifeless wasteland for countless years, it would indeed be a fate worse than death for Beerus. Damn it, if I weren't at a disadvantage against Beerus, I wouldn't have to go through such trouble to send him to other planets. Reg mused inwardly while recovering his energy. If Beerus's divine battle power were merely slightly higher than his own, or even double, Reg would have been confident enough to trade blows with him, rather than hastily sending him away before he could even get close. Reg certainly lacked the confidence of the main characters, Son Goku and Vegeta, who could face foes many times stronger than themselves and still manage to outsmart them. I am a mage, not a warrior. I cannot be compared to those two freaks. Reg inwardly scoffed. Meanwhile, at Bulma's house, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others were left utterly bewildered. Son Goku, in particular, had anticipated a fierce battle between Reg and Beerus, but was astonished by the outcome. Each time Beerus approached Reg, he would instantly vanish, only to return from outer space moments later. As for Vegeta, he had encountered Beerus in his youth, when the destroyer had effortlessly pinned his father, King Vegeta, to the ground, leaving a lasting impression on him. Naturally, he had heard of the legendary destroyer god Beerus, the embodiment of destruction and the strongest being in the universe, who even the fabled Super Saiyan could not rival. Yet, witnessing the current events left Vegeta dumbfounded. Despite his extensive battle experience, nothing could prepare him for the sight of the universe's mightiest destroyer. Being unable to approach his brother Reg, there was no grand spectacle of combat. Earth had only trembled momentarily at the outset, and now everything was eerily calm. Aside from Son Goku and Vegeta and Android 18, the others were largely oblivious to the unfolding drama as Bulma's birthday celebration continued unabated. Meanwhile, was munched on snacks, attentively observing Reg, marveling at how rapidly he restored his energy and stamina. Here it comes, Reg thought to himself, his gaze fixed on a distant corner of the sky. The vibrant aura of red and blue flames enveloped his body, the inner layer shimmering in crimson, while the outer layer radiated in azure, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to dazzling fireworks. The intensity of the flames began to swell. Reg's divine battle power surged to its peak, surpassing 5,000 points, 5010, 50-20, 50-30, that although the increase was gradual, it filled Reg with unexpected excitement. Just as he contemplated whether to send Beerus to Venus or Mercury, he suddenly heard Beerus's voice resonate in the sky. "Time God King, I concede, this battle is truly unwinnable." Beerus rapidly materialized before Reg, hastily exclaiming, fearful of being sent to Mercury or Mars once more. Upon hearing Beerus's declaration, Reg was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Beerus with a wary gaze. "Beerus, you aren't planning to sneak up on me, are you? I warn you, if you dare to attempt anything, I will eliminate the Supreme Kai," Reg warned. Though in the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus was portrayed as a being who respected strong opponents and desired to engage them in combat. Yet, for Reg, this was the real world, and he had no way of knowing whether Beerus would behave as his fictional counterpart did or if he might suddenly launch an ambush, should Beerus indeed be scheming. Reg would find himself in grave danger. With Beerus's divine battle power, 6 times greater than his own, a miscalculation could lead to his swift demise that Reg's words caused Beerus to break into a cold sweat. He had considered the possibility of approaching Reg and unleashing his full power to subdue him. However, he did not anticipate Reg would resort to threatening him with the Supreme Kai. Realizing this, Beerus immediately abandoned the notion of ambushing Reg. If he inadvertently drove Reg to the brink of death, he could indeed kill the Supreme Kai far away in the realm of the Kaioshiins. Leading to his own ruin, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Reg. To perish alongside him would be sheer folly. How could I? I am a destroyer. A destroyer would never resort to such despicable acts. Beerus chuckled awkwardly at Reg. Reg snorted coldly, gradually descending from the void, simultaneously reverting from his Super Saiyan God form. Minutes later, upon seeing the array of delicacies at Bulma's birthday celebration, Beerus entirely forgot about his earlier encounter with Reg. "Damn it, Kakarot! You dared to transform into a Super Saiyan God Blue before me." Vegeta glared at Son Goku, frustration evident in his voice. Just before, when Beerus had faced Reg, Son Goku had recounted his experiences with Beerus on King Kai's planet, including his transformation into Super Saiyan God Blue. Son Goku did not respond to Vegeta's complaint, instead smiling at him and casting his gaze toward Beerus, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Oh, how intriguing. As Son Goku's gaze fell upon Beerus, the destroyer noticed Son Goku observing him. Apart from being a fellow destroyer, Beerus had not fought in ages, and his recent skirmish with Reg hardly counted as a true battle. The fact that Son Goku could compel him to enter his destroyer form was enough to warrant Beerus's serious attention. Finally, the narrative has returned to its starting point. It appears the plot is about to unfold. Next, Frieza will be resurrected. Reg looked at Beerus and Whis sitting together, contemplating in his heart. Following the events of Gods and Gods, Goku and Vegeta were taken to Beerus's planet by Whis to undergo rigorous training under his guidance in their quest for greater strength. Bulma, fearing that Beerus might return to destroy Earth, frequently invited Whis to savor Earth's delicacies, hoping he would protect their home. Suddenly, the cosmic tyrant Frieza resurrected and arrived on Earth to exact revenge on Goku. Utilizing instant transmission, Goku and Vegeta swiftly returned to Earth to confront Frieza, while Beerus and Whis watched the battle from the sidelines, enjoying the strawberry sundae Bulma had prepared in return for their hospitality. Beerus and Whis promised to safeguard Bulma and the others should Earth face destruction. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed in the realm of destruction. Goku let out a mighty roar, and an astonishing aura surged around him, a brilliant light obscuring the space, imbued with a divine heaviness, scattered like starlit fragments. This aura was incredibly dynamic, with its outer layer gently undulating, occasionally swirling like bubbles. Goku's hair and brows transformed to a striking blue, his pupils shimmering with a soft azure glow as he stood majestically in the heavens, embodying the form of Super Saiyan God Blue. Just as Goku assumed this form, another beam of blue light shot into the sky. Vegeta unleashed a similar aura, countless blue rays emanating from him as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta hovered slowly in the sky, facing Goku. Their battle cries resonated simultaneously, and in an instant, Countless blue afterimages appeared within a 10,000-meter radius. 6 months later, under Whis' tutelage, Vegeta had also mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan God Blue. I could see this moment. Goku and Vegeta were significantly stronger than their counterparts during their battle against Golden Frieza. Back then, they had only recently attained the Super Saiyan God Blue form. Now, both Goku and Vegeta had achieved the full efficacy of Super Saiyan Blue, meaning their transformations no longer drained excessive stamina. Goku's battle power stood at 800 points, while Vegeta's was at 780 points. On Earth, following the events of Gods and Gods, Reg either contemplated the temporal laws left to him by the previous Time King or accompanied Android 18 and their 2 children, Regution and Regudi, on leisurely outings or trips to amusement parks. For others, 6 months had passed, but for Reg, over a century had elapsed. In that span, Reg's battle power had only increased from 5,000 to 800 points. However, Reg had not emerged empty-handed. Though his power had not significantly grown, his mastery over energy control had reached unparalleled heights. With a single point of energy, Reg could unleash 3 times the destructive force, meaning his 8,000 points of battle power equated to 24,000 points for others. If one were to categorize these levels, Reg referred to them as the martial arts of energy or aura, dividing them into 4 distinct tiers: mortal, heaven, immortal, and divine. The mortal tier consisted of those capable of controlling their aura to emit energy blasts or fly, also known as transcendence. The heaven tier was exemplified by Goku after defeating the formidable Demon King Piccolo and training under Master Karen to reach the heavenly realm. Guided by the servant bubbles, where the essence of training was mindfulness, aiming for a state of tranquility akin to the sky. Swifter than lightning, Goku's mastery of this state was signified by his ability to sense the movements of fish in a river with his eyes closed, a feat he accomplished in a mere day, while Reg took 3 years. Those who attained the heaven tier could vanquish foes stronger than themselves, and at the pinnacle of this tier, they could defeat adversaries several times their strength. Akin to Goku leveraging the Kaioken technique to amplify his power 10-fold or 20-fold. The immortal tier was represented by Master Roshi, who could repeatedly defeat foes several times stronger than himself during the Tournament of Power, even trading blows with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. The divine tier, in Reg's perception, was perhaps attainable only by the Omni King. Among those Reg had encountered, only Master Roshi and Whis had reached the immortal tier. At this moment, Goku had yet to utilize a 20-fold Kaioken while in Super Saiyan Blue. Still at the pinnacle of the heaven tier, Reg's martial arts theory was not contingent on the heights of battle power, but rather on the depth of one's understanding of aura energy. Currently, Reg believed he had reached the peak of the immortal tier, with Master Roshi at the initial level and Whis at the intermediate level. Reg discovered that a single point of his battle power could unleash the equivalent of 3 points from Goku or Vegeta. If he unleashed his full strength with the time-space exploding wave, Reg could produce 80,000 points of energy, comparable to a destructive force of 240,000 points for others. The time-space exploding wave was akin to Goku's 10-fold Kamehameha in terms of destructive capability. And within the time-space tunnel, Reg's wave surpassed Goku's 10-fold Kamehameha in potency. Thus, Reg no longer envied Goku and Vegeta for achieving the full efficacy of Super Saiyan Blue within a mere 6 months. As Goku and Vegeta had faced countless life-and-death battles and possessed extraordinary talent, compounded by the protagonist's halo as the child of cosmic fortune, while Reg was merely an average Saiyan. Had he not been familiar with the entire narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Reg might have perished with a battle power that would never exceed 10,000 points, or perhaps he would have met his end on Vegeta's planet. To this moment on Earth, Krillin, much like his counterpart in Dragon Ball Super, had become a police officer and married a woman named Lei, who bore a striking resemblance to Android 18, thus inadvertently becoming Reg's relative. Lei was the cousin of Android 17 and 18 before they were transformed into androids, and they had a daughter named Marin, just like in the story. Currently, Krillin was considerably stronger than his narrative counterpart, boasting a battle power of 5 billion due to his familial ties with Reg, frequently receiving guidance from him. Meanwhile, Yamcha's life mirrored the story, as he had become a baseball star, albeit with a slight increase in battle power, now standing at 100 million due to his continued training. In the Dragon Ball universe, Tien was a martial arts enthusiast, and perhaps influenced by Reg's presence. His battle power now rivaled that of a newly transformed Super Saiyan 2 Gohan at 58 billion. Kaiotsu, on the other hand, might have a battle power of around 10 million. In the narrative, Piccolo could contend with the mysterious Gohan, granting him a battle power of 30 points in West City, at Bulma's residence. A peculiar aura, Trunks, who was training in the gravity chamber, suddenly halted his training, his expression astonished, eyes filled with confusion as he gazed out the window at the sky. Countless malevolent auras, ranging from 1,000 points to over 7 billion, were rapidly approaching Earth, among which the most formidable presence left Trunks utterly stunned as the aura surpassed 1 trillion. What Trunks sensed was the presence of Frieza, who, after 4 months of rigorous training, had unlocked his full potential, significantly amplifying his power in the narrative. Even in his first form, he could easily defeat the normal state of Son Gohan with a single blow. He could see this moment. Trunks, having endured 6 months of arduous training combined with a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, found his Super Saiyan 2 form with a battle power of 80 billion to be considerably weaker than Frieza's. Meanwhile, Son Goten possessed a battle power of 78 billion, and the legendary warriors from the Regu lineage, Regu 10 and Regu D, boasted battle powers of 90 billion and 95 billion, respectively. All 4 had undergone training in the hyperbolic time chamber. It should be noted that a battle power of 9 points and 10 points represent a minor tier, while 99 points and 100 points indicate a small level. The disparity between each increase of 10 is substantial. In a normal assessment, 2 individuals with a battle power of 9 would undoubtedly overpower someone with a battle power of 10. However, 3 warriors with 9-point powers would still be unable to contend with a single warrior possessing 10-point power, but a battle power of 1 point and below also constitutes a level. At this time, Frieza's first form held a battle power of 3 points, his second form 5 points, his third form 25 points, his fourth form 50 points, and his fifth state reached 100 points, culminating in his final golden form with a staggering 450 points of battle power. A battle power of 3 points equates to 30 trillion, and even in his normal state, Frieza could overpower everyone on Earth, including a fused Trunks and Son Goten, and even Super Saiyan Blue Son Gohan. This is because Gohan had only recently achieved Super Saiyan Blue, with his battle power trailing Frieza by approximately 400 points. At this juncture, Gohan was akin to Frieza in his early training phase for the Golden State, unable to maintain this transformation for an extended period without exhausting significant stamina and reverting to his normal state. Can you feel it? Tien's expression turned grave as he addressed the newly arrived Krillin. Yes, I can feel it. I never expected that Frieza would be resurrected, Krillin replied with a somber countenance. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Din, and Piccolo were hastily making their way to join them, due to his belief that the power levels of the human characters in Dragon Ball Super were somewhat exaggerated. Adjustments have been made to the power levels of these warriors. This Earth. What a beautiful planet, Frieza remarked with a sinister grin, standing in his first form, a height of less than 2 meters, hands on his hips, with blood-red eyes and purple-black lips. 2 streaks resembling blood tears marked his face beneath his eyes, and his purple carapace glimmered. His battle power stood at 30 trillion. 10 minutes later, as Frieza's colossal spaceship appeared above Earth, Krillin, Din, and Tien arrived at the location where the massive spacecraft was set to land. This enormous vessel, stretching thousands of meters, hovered 100 meters above the void. Accompanied by numerous smaller spaceships, the hatches of the massive spacecraft opened. Figures began to emerge, with Frieza leading the charge. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of aliens clad in outfits akin to Vegeta's materialized on Earth. Although most of these aliens possessed battle powers under 10,000, some formidable warriors exceeded 1 million, while their power may not have posed a significant threat to Krillin and his companions. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even with their current combat abilities, it would take considerable time to eliminate them. Simultaneously, as Frieza's subordinates emerged, Krillin and the others prepared to engage. Heavens, there are so many! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, No, it's not just thousands. It may surpass 100,000, perhaps even millions, Tien replied gravely, his third eye allowing him a broader perspective than Krillin. Let us act swiftly. These are merely appetizers for us. Otherwise, once they scatter, we will have a difficult time clearing them out, Piccolo stated with a stoic expression before transforming into a bolt of green light, charging into the throng of aliens. The area within 1,000 miles seemed to freeze, with only Piccolo darting through the sky, unleashing a terrifying energy that swept across the heavens, cutting through everything in its path. All aliens that came near Piccolo were instantly reduced to cosmic dust. Ah! Ah! Countless cries of despair echoed from hundreds of meters above. Despite Piccolo donning heavy armor, his battle power still stood at 10 points, and once he shed the armor, it soared to 30 points, far exceeding Frisia's first form. However, Piccolo was acutely aware that even though his current strength surpassed Frisia's, the latter had multiple transformations, and once Frisia reached his ultimate state, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. With each roar, Piccolo's energy erupted, his palms pointed skyward, generating a massive energy sphere that expanded outward, annihilating everything within its reach, enveloping the sky in a sea of green light. Incredible! Dend exclaimed in shock, witnessing Piccolo's prowess. Not a trace of energy fell to earth. Piccolo had mastered his energy control to such an extent. Tien gazed at Piccolo in astonishment, realizing the extent of his power had surpassed his own expectations. How many warriors did Frisia bring? Just as Krillin marveled at Piccolo's ability to vanquish thousands of aliens in an instant, he suddenly noticed another swarm of aliens approaching, rivaling the previous numbers. Krillin, stop dawdling. Let us move. If those guys disperse, it will be troublesome. Right, Master Roshi? Krillin nodded eagerly. After calling out to Krillin, Master Roshi quickly shaped his hands into a flower bud formation at his waist, gathering energy into a glowing sphere, shouting, Kamehameha. A colossal blue energy wave erupted from his hands. Kamehameha! New Kamehameha! Kamehameha! At the moment Master Roshi unleashed the Kamehameha, Krillin, Dend, Tien, and others followed suit, releasing their signature attacks. The earth trembled. The air crackled, and even the drifting clouds were halted as a tempest surged. Countless energy waves shot forth, saturating the sky with brilliance, resembling searing lines that cleaved through space. Boom! 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 Namekian, wasn't that brute slain by me? Oh, right, there are Dragon Balls here. His revival is to be expected, yet I never anticipated that this Namekian would possess such strength. Frisia's gaze fell upon Piccolo, although Piccolo's power had surpassed his first form. Frisia remained unfazed. Once he transformed into his golden state, his power would multiply exponentially, far exceeding Piccolo's. However, Frisia was somewhat angered by the absence of Goku and his companions. His attention shifted to the Super Saiyan transformations of the young Saiyans. Trunks, Goten, and the Regula lineage. How infuriating! They've spawned so many young Super Saiyans in my absence, Frisia exclaimed in dissatisfaction, observing their transformations. Very well, I refuse to believe that after I eliminate you, Goku will still hide. Frisia muttered to himself. Boom! Boom! Two muscular figures, each standing at 1.5 meters tall, radiating green light, and sporting green hair, unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards the aliens. Haha! Regitian and Regidi were wreaking havoc among the cosmic beings. Engaging in a frenzied slaughter, transcending their forms, the two brothers compared their violent fighting style to that of Trunks and Son Gohan, their approach devoid of any technique, relying solely on raw power and sheer force. Regutian, Regudi, have you lost your minds? How dare you launch energy blasts at me and Trunks? Son Goten exclaimed as he delivered a sweeping kick to the neck of a cosmic being with a battle power of 100,000, instantly obliterating his head and effortlessly deflecting several energy blasts fired by the two brothers. Indeed, Trunks pointed out the devastation surrounding them. Look at the environment you've destroyed. It has been reduced to charred ruins. The earth stripped away in thick layers. My apologies, Trunks and Son Goten. We were simply too exhilarated. We couldn't help ourselves. Regutian sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, Regudi added, it has been ages since we fought like this. Those areas we wrecked, We could just call my dad to restore them later. All right, Trunks cautioned, just be careful, or you might inadvertently destroy the Earth. Understood, Reggie-Tion and Reggie nodded, though the Earth had been fortified by Reggie's modifications. It could not withstand the relentless assaults from two transcended beings. Boom! As Piccolo effortlessly dispatched the character Tagma, who had trained in the plot, Piccolo noted the presence of Trunks and his companions lurking amidst the chaos. 10 minutes later, as Frieza's subordinates were being decimated by Piccolo, Krillin, and a dozen others, Frieza finally made his move at that moment. Reggie-Tion, Reggie, Trunks, and Son Goten were comparing their tallies of defeated foes. Suddenly, Piccolo realized Frieza had appeared behind them, and he felt a sense of impending doom. Meanwhile, the four young fighters continued their playful banter. I've defeated 10,684 opponents. Son Goten shouted with excitement that I've bested you by 10. I have 10,694, Trunks replied proudly. If it weren't for the chaotic energy blasts earlier, Reggie-Tion and I would have surpassed you both. Reggie retorted, though it was evident their indiscriminate firing had yielded few hits. While those cosmic beings were indeed sentient, Trunks and his companions, with their Saiyan lineage, felt no remorse or fear in taking lives, viewing it as merely a game. Don't you four realize you can't chat until the battle is over? Frieza's mocking voice echoed in their ears. Who is it? Frieza! The faces of Trunks and the others turned pale as they quickly turned to face Frieza. Upon seeing him before them, Reggie-Tion, Reggie, Trunks and Son Goten exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Solar Flare, Son Goten shouted, launching an immediate attack. Super Explosive Wave. Super Explosive Wave. Together, Reggie-Tion, Reggie, and Trunks unleashed their most powerful energy waves toward Frieza. With Trunks at Super Saiyan 2 with 80 billion, Reggie-Tion at Transcended Super Saiyan 2 with 90 billion, and Reggie at Transcended Super Saiyan 2 with 95 billion, their combined power reached an astonishing 265 billion. Multiplying their energy waves attack power tenfold to an overwhelming 2.65 trillion, striking Frieza head-on. Goten, run! Trunks shouted as he transformed into a beam of golden light, heading toward Gohan. Just as Trunks' warning left his lips, Son Goten had already taken flight, followed closely by the Reggie brothers, all four of them escaping in unison, leaving a bewildered Frieza behind. Though the brothers were eager for combat, they were not foolish enough to charge recklessly at an opponent whose power dwarfed theirs by hundreds of times. Hence, after launching their powerful attacks, they made their swift exit. Approximately 7 or 8 seconds later, a plume of white smoke began to dissipate, revealing Frieza in his fourth transformation, his pale visage now a stormy shade of iron as he glared at the fleeing quartet. Frieza took a step forward and vanished from sight, leaving behind 4 streaks of golden light in the sky. Goten, is that guy following us? Reggie-Tion queried anxiously. I don't know. I didn't see him. Son Goten replied, glancing back. Suddenly, Reggie's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, Oh no! Frieza is in front of us! What? Trunks, Reggie-Tion, and Son Goten halted mid-air, their eyes widening in horror as they beheld Frieza standing before them. Arms crossed, surveying them with a chilling smile. Reggie-Tion, Reggie, Trunks, and Son Goten exchanged glances. Super Explosive Wave, Super Explosive Wave, Super Explosive Wave, Kamehameha! In unison, the four unleashed their most formidable energy attacks at Frieza. Child's play. Frieza's voice was cold and unyielding. Cutting through the air, a massive purple energy sphere gathered at his fingertip, extending over 100 meters, slowly advancing toward the four. Impossible, Trunks gasped, astonished that the energy ball from Frieza's single finger surpassed the combined might of their attacks. Stay focused, Trunks! Quickly, defend yourself! Reggie-Tion shouted, channeling all his energy into his super explosive wave. I can't hold it off. Trunks gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength he had, already pouring all his energy into the attack. Reggie-Tion, Reggie! Trunks, I don't want to die, Son Goten cried out, his hands trembling as he prepared his commandment. Of course we don't want to, Trunks bellowed. Yeah. The four shouted in unison that we can't stop it. Father, if you don't come soon, it will be a tragic farewell. Reggie-Tion lamented. Gohan, Mom, Dad, goodbye. Tears streamed down Sun Goten's face as he, though a half-Saiyan child, felt the weight of impending doom and succumbed to despair. Trunks, Goten, Regutian, Regudi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tin, and Piccolo called out anxiously from behind, watching as the four faced the wrath of Frieza's energy wave. Boom! 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 As Frieza's energy blast consumed the energy waves unleashed by Trunks and his companions. It propelled them into the ground, creating a vast crater and obliterating a significant expanse of land. Dust and debris surged into the atmosphere, shrouding everything in chaos. The air, under immense pressure, spiraled into numerous small storms, while thunderous roars echoed as the heavens and earth collided. No! Krillin shouted in fury, realizing that Android 18 and his wife, Lazuli, were cousins, and that Rikum and Goku's children, Goten and Trunks, were like family to him. With all of them now perishing at Frieza's hands, Krillin felt a sorrow deeper than that of Piccolo and the others. Frieza, Kienzan, two circular energy discs materialized in Krillin's hands. Bang! At the moment these discs hurtled towards Frieza, they multiplied into hundreds of Kienzans, all aimed at him. What is this? Frieza's face darkened as he regarded Krillin's Kienzan, a devastating technique of his own invention, capable of inflicting harm regardless of the opponent's superior strength. Once on Namek, Frieza had lost his tail to this very attack. Now, however, Frieza stood motionless, coldly observing the incoming Kienzans. Bang! Bang! When Krillin's Kienzan struck Frieza directly, they merely produced a series of dull thuds before vanishing entirely. What? Impossible! Krillin's expression was one of utter shock as he gazed at Frieza. Even when Frieza's battle power had been thousands of times greater than his own, his Kienzans had still harmed him. Yet now they had no effect whatsoever. Frieza had grown far too powerful since those days that so it's you little bald head. After I killed you, you somehow resurrected and even grew hair, but no matter, I shall slay you once more. Frieza sneered at Krillin, raising his left hand to point at him. Instantly, an invisible force enveloped Krillin. Not again. Krillin began to gather his energy to resist Frieza's psychic power, a white aura emanating around him. Was he destined to die again? A bitter smile crossed his mind as he felt a terrifying force coursing through him, wreaking havoc within. Just as Krillin fought against Frieza's abilities, Piccolo made his move. He darted forward, appearing before Frieza in an instant. Following this, his fists rained down like a deluge upon Frieza. Frieza quickly reacted, his attack on Krillin interrupted by Piccolo, whose arm shifted to counter the flurry of blows. However, without transforming, Frieza was no match for Piccolo. Smack! Whoosh! Piccolo's punch sent Frieza hurtling away, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. Yet in that moment of falling, Frieza sprang back up, propelling himself towards the sky with explosive speed, aiming directly for Piccolo. In that instant, a flash of purple light flickered as Frieza transformed from his first to his fourth state, his battle power skyrocketing from 3 to 50. Damn it. How did his power increase so much? Piccolo cursed inwardly as a green aura erupted from him, forcing his weighted clothing to explode off. With the removal of his heavy attire, Piccolo's battle power surged to 30. The transformations of both Frieza and Piccolo occurred in an instant as they collided. Boom! Boom! The sound of countless explosions echoed, Frieza bursting forth from the rubble, delivering a powerful kick. Beerus quickly raised his arm to defend, feeling the shock of their clashing powers reverberate through him, his arm numbing. But he gritted his teeth to withstand it, retaliating with a punch towards Frieza. Frieza raised his hand in defense, his tail colliding with Piccolo's fist as they continued to exchange blows. The air crackled with energy, rocks tumbling into the rivers below. Frieza grew ever more emboldened, becoming increasingly adept with his ultimate transformation, while Piccolo's stamina rapidly waned. After all, Frieza's might surpassed his own. Yet, despite Frieza's advantage, the disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable. It would not be so simple for Frieza to extinguish Piccolo's life. Wow, I didn't realize Uncle Piccolo was so formidable, Goten exclaimed as he flew to Krillin's side in astonishment. Goten, you're alive? Upon hearing Goten's exclamation, Krillin turned, his expression one of joyful surprise. We almost met our end. Thankfully, my brother saved us, Goten replied with a grin. Has Gohan arrived as well? Where is he now? Krillin inquired eagerly. Uncle Krillin, I'm right behind you, Gohan's voice called from behind Krillin. Turning around, Krillin saw Trunks, Goten, and the two other boys beside Gohan. At that moment, Yamcha, Tin, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi also joined Gohan's side. With a grave expression, Master Roshi asked Gohan, "Can you defeat Frieza?" Piccolo seems to be on the verge of losing. Gohan's gaze fell upon Frieza as he battled Piccolo and replied, "If Frieza possesses only this level of power, defeating him would be trivial. However, I fear he may be concealing greater strength. Do not forget that Frieza can transform." What? Krillin, Yamcha, Tin, and the others gasped in shock. Bang! 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 A colossal explosion erupted as Frieza sent Piccolo soaring into the sky. His body rapidly ascending until he was launched into the cosmic expanse beyond Earth. Huff! Huff! Piccolo gasped for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat, his gaze fixed intently on Frieza. At this moment, Frieza followed Piccolo into space. His fourth form fully manifested, arms crossed over his chest, crimson eyes glaring, lips a dark purple, with two blood-like streaks beneath his eyes, his pale skin contrasting sharply as he descended slowly towards Piccolo. I never expected Namekian to grow to such heights. What say you? Would you be interested in serving under me? I could grant you a position of unparalleled power, second to none, Frieza offered with a seemingly friendly demeanor. Serve under you? Ha ha! Piccolo burst into laughter in response. Frieza, I acknowledge your strength. I am not your match. However, if this is all the power you possess, you are merely courting death. Piccolo replied coldly, Oh, are you referring to that Super Saiyan? Goku! Frieza's expression shifted instantly upon hearing Piccolo's words, his politeness evaporating into icy disdain. Piccolo, shaking his head, continued, Of course not. Goku is not on Earth right now. Did I speak of Gohan? As he spoke, Piccolo descended rapidly. And Frieza followed suit. Humph. Namekian, do you think you are amusing me? That little brat from back then could barely withstand a single finger from me. Frieza scoffed disdainfully at Piccolo. Ignoring Frieza's taunt, Piccolo's gaze landed on Gohan, who had now appeared beside Krillin. Gohan, it's your turn to take action. As he spoke, Piccolo swiftly vanished from before Frieza, who made no attempt to impede his escape, confident in his own power, with his strength having surged dramatically. Frieza had grown as arrogant and haughty as the planet Namek itself. It was under Frieza's relentless pursuit that Goku had repeatedly surpassed his limits, ultimately leading to Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan and sealing his own fate. Gohan nodded towards Piccolo, addressing him. Uncle Piccolo, you should retreat a bit further. I sense that Frieza may still be concealing a power tenfold stronger than what he currently displays. With that, Gohan instantaneously disappeared from Piccolo and Krillin's sight. Good heavens, could Gohan's words truly hold any weight? How could Frieza possibly harbor such formidable strength? Krillin exclaimed incredulously, I don't know, but I believe it would be prudent to heed Gohan's warning, replied Piccolo, rapidly retreating as Krillin and the others hastily followed suit. You are, Frieza's gaze ignited with a nameless fury upon seeing Gohan's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Goku's. Goku, he ground out through clenched teeth, glaring fiercely at Gohan. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Frieza shook his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ah, so it is you, little brat. How delightful. You resemble your father, Goku, so closely. Since Goku is absent, it seems I shall collect the debt owed by his son. With that, a burst of purple energy erupted from Frieza, unleashing a terrifying aura that reverberated through the air, causing countless rocks to levitate, the ground to tremble, and the atmosphere to crackle with energy. Ah! Suddenly, Gohan let out a fierce roar as a pressure far greater than Frieza's erupted forth, transforming him dramatically. His hair and eyebrows turned blue, and his pupils glimmered with a ghostly azure light, radiating a divine and brilliant aura, speckled with star-like particles. This ethereal energy ebbed and flowed, swirling with a bubbly essence. He had achieved the form of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, or Super Saiyan Blue. Gohan's divine combat power surged to an astounding 400 points. That it appears I have arrived just in time. Oh, why is Gohan facing off against Frieza? The storyline had been altered too much by Rage, who, fearing unforeseen consequences, hastily transported himself back to Earth from the realm of the gods, only to witness Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue instead of Goku. Rage, Big Brother? Rage, Kakarot? Vegeta, in the blink of an eye. Due to a twist of fate, Vegeta materialized beside Rage, along with Goku. The three of them stood momentarily in astonishment, exchanging glances before their minds caught up to reality. Kakarot, did you sense my energy coming this way? Rage inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. He had already felt the surrounding space shift the moment Goku and Vegeta arrived, yet he could not fathom how Goku had sensed his energy. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. I sense the energies of Piccolo and Frieza, Goku replied with a grin, having not anticipated his arrival next to Rage. Given the vast distance from Earth to the realm of destruction, Goku could not pinpoint his teleportation to Piccolo's side and ended up on Earth instead. However, for him, teleporting to Piccolo's location and arriving on Earth felt like no significant difference. He simply did not expect to find himself next to Rage. Vegeta, on the other hand, had no time to ponder such matters. Upon seeing Rage, his focus was already fixed on Frieza and Gohan. Super Saiyan Blue, Gohan has actually succeeded in transforming as well, Vegeta remarked, a hint of surprise in his expression. While Gohan's divine combat power was inferior to his own, it was worth noting that Vegeta had achieved his transformation under Whis' guidance, and even Goku had pushed his limits only under the pressure of Beerus, the god of destruction. The fact that Gohan had attained this form through his own training left Vegeta somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Considering Gohan's innate talent, it was hardly surprising that he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue. This is impossible. Frieza's expression darkened as he stared at Gohan, taken aback by Gohan's growth. This power could very well rival his own golden form. Frieza, transform. In your current state, you are no match for my Super Saiyan God, Gohan declared, his voice icy, radiating divine light that illuminated his entire being as if he were a deity. Celestial sounds echoed around him, and a sacred aura emanated from every fiber of his being. Ha 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 ha! Hearing Gohan's challenge, Frieza suddenly burst into laughter, finally asking, Super Saiyan God? What is that? Gohan explained, a Super Saiyan God is exponentially more powerful than an ordinary Super Saiyan, with strength comparable to that of a deity. Comparable to a deity? Frieza murmured, processing Gohan's words before erupting in a thunderous roar. Son of Goku, you claim to be comparable to a deity? Then I shall surpass divinity. Ah, an aura emanating from Frieza, not inferior to Gohan's, erupted forth. No, it was even more potent. Dazzling golden light spread across the sky, blazing like the sun, searing like magma, a scene reminiscent of a divine descent. Frieza's limbs trembled as he howled, his body becoming enveloped in a layer of golden skin, immersed in an overwhelming surge of power. Super Saiyan Blue Gohan gazed coldly at the transformed Frieza, unfazed by Frieza's divine combat power exceeding his own. How can this be? How could Frieza conceal such immense strength? Surely it exceeds the tenfold increase Gohan mentioned, Piccolo thought, grappling with the sheer magnitude of Frieza's power. Once combat power reached divine levels, it transcended previous comparisons. The difference between 9 and 10 divine combat power was a minor tier, but a disparity of 10 units could create significant gaps. Logically, 2 individuals at 9 points would certainly overpower one at 10. Yet, 3 beings at 9 points would not stand a chance against a single being at 10. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Before the clash between Super Saiyan Blue Gohan and Golden Frieza could commence. An overwhelming wave of energy swept through the surroundings, causing the entire Earth to tremble. Golden Frieza, hands on his hips, grinned at Super Saiyan Blue Gohan, declaring apologies for the wait. I call this form Golden Frieza. Golden Frieza, Super Saiyan Blue Gohan's expression grew serious, acutely aware that Frieza's power now exceeded his own. However, he was far from powerless at that moment. Frieza made his move. Such incredible speed, Gohan thought, but he had no time to dwell on it as Frieza charged at him. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures vanished from sight, replaced by a flurry of sparks and lightning, echoing with explosive sounds in the sky and on the ground. Only the visible shock waves and the massive craters, each over 100 meters in diameter, remained. Piccolo, Rage, Kakarot, Krillin, and the others could scarcely keep up with the unfolding spectacle. Due to their inability to perceive the aura of Super Saiyan Blue Gohan, they could only sense Frieza's presence. However, their awareness of Frieza's energy could not keep pace with his rapid movements. One moment he was soaring through the sky, and the next he had dashed to the distant ocean, only to break through the clouds and fly beyond the reach of Earth. Gohan's strength was commendable, yet he had only recently mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form, rendering him no match for Frieza. Vegeta gazed at the sky, lamenting, while Goku echoed his sentiments, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "That guy Frieza is much stronger than before. I should be able to engage him without worrying about accidentally finishing him off." "Humph, Kakarot, you've already killed Frieza once. Now it's my turn," Vegeta retorted, displeased at Goku's eagerness to confront Frieza. "In no way. Frieza came to Earth looking for me. I just need to exchange a few blows," Goku insisted. "Kakarot, who knows how long you mean by a few blows?" Vegeta shot back, well aware of Goku's nature after spending so much time together. As Vegeta and Goku bickered over who would strike first, Reg stepped in, asserting, "Enough of this bickering. Let Kakarot take the lead. Each of you will have 5 minutes, and after that, I will intervene to put an end to it." "Fine." Humph. Both Goku and Vegeta acquiesced to Reg's words. Although Goku's divine combat power surpassed Frieza's, it wasn't by a significant margin. Unless Goku unleashed his full power from the outset, Frieza would not be defeated within 5 minutes. However, dispatching Frieza in an instant held little appeal for the battle-hungry Goku. Vegeta, possessing a strength comparable to Goku's, shared similar thoughts 10 minutes later, just as Super Saiyan Blue Gohan was on the verge of being overwhelmed by Golden Frieza. Beerus and Angel Whis finally arrived on Earth. They had traveled a great distance just to witness this battle. If there were no delectable treats, Goku and Vegeta would be in for a world of hurt. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus. After this, Bulma will surely prepare a feast for us. For now, let us enjoy the spectacle," Whis stated, having visited Bulma's house several times in secret and already informed her of their arrival. "Oh, Frieza's power has increased significantly," Whis observed, maintaining his usual cheerful demeanor. "Humph," Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, on a rocky outcrop, Beerus and Whis gradually descended. A tremendous clash erupted in the sky as two figures, one golden, one blue, engaged in a fierce battle. Their overwhelming power nearly causing the earth to crumble, until Reg intervened to stabilize it. Bang! Frieza landed a punch on Gohan's face, the immense force causing his cheek to cave in and blood to spill. Gohan staggered back, dissipating some of the impact, yet the residual force left his head ringing. Instinctively, his left hand launched an energy blast that struck Frieza. The void erupted with explosive energy as the two warriors unleashed their formidable might, sending shockwaves of energy into the vast cosmos beyond Earth. Haha. "Gohan, you're about to reach your limit, aren't you?" Frieza taunted, arms crossed, smiling at Gohan, who was drenched in sweat. Gohan, having only recently achieved Super Saiyan Blue, was rapidly exhausting his stamina and energy reserves to maintain the transformation. Yet, even as he felt himself on the verge of losing the Super Saiyan Blue form, he had accomplished his objective. Gohan suddenly laughed at Frieza, and the azure aura enveloping him vanished, transforming into a brilliant golden light. Frieza was confused by Gohan's actions, perplexed that he had reverted from the transformation, yet still wore a smile. "What are you laughing at?" Frieza inquired. "Frieza, your opponent is not me. It is my father, the very one who once brought about your demise." With that, Gohan rapidly descended, sensing Vegeta and his father's aura directly beneath him. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who could not sense energy, he followed Gohan downwards. Just as they neared the ground, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. He turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Beerus!" Witnessing Frieza's shock, Gohan also spotted Beerus and Whis. But he could not fathom why Frieza would be so afraid of Beerus. "Humph, Frieza, you have quite the audacity to call my name," Beerus stated, his face expressionless. "I am sorry, Lord Beerus, Frisia stammered, hastily apologizing in fear. Your affairs do not concern me, but should you disrupt my enjoyment of food, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you all, Beerus declared coldly, munching on the delicacies Bulma had prepared as the supreme deity of Universe 7. He showed no favoritism. Concepts of good and evil, destruction and rebirth, all adhered to the cosmic order. Beerus's words ignited a glimmer of hope in Frisia's eyes. His father had warned him time and again that while it was acceptable to offend anyone, one must never provoke a god of destruction. Even now, having attained his golden form, Frisia instinctively sensed an aura of invincibility, or rather, death, emanating from Beerus. Gohan, you should step back, Goku said slowly, hovering beside Gohan, and then turning his gaze to Frisia. All right, Dad, I'll leave Frisia to you. Gohan nodded and flew towards Reg's location. Son Goku. Frisia's face contorted with rage upon seeing Goku. Frisia, after battling with Gohan for so long, you must have expended considerable energy. How about taking a rest? It wouldn't be fair otherwise, Goku taunted, inciting Frisia's fury to a boiling point, ultimately making him laugh in anger. Ha, Son Goku, you remain as naive as ever. Do you truly believe that my fight with your son was my full strength? I used less than 70% of my power. With that, an even greater pressure emanated from Frisia, as golden light soared into the heavens, a dazzling radiance illuminating the sky, originally possessing 450 units of divine combat power. Frisia's strength surged rapidly, 500, 510, 530, ultimately reaching 550. With a wicked grin, he gazed confidently at Goku. Suddenly, Goku let out a roar, a brilliant azure light radiating across the sky, as divine energy surged forth. Behind him, a vast ocean of luminous starlight erupted. Goku's appearance transformed. His hair and brows turned blue. His pupils gleamed with a faint azure glow, and his aura became holy and resplendent, dotted with star-like specks. This aura was incredibly dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, swirling with a bubbly essence. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue Goku. In this state, Goku's power doubled that of Gohan. Instantly, Goku's divine combat power soared to 800 units. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air as Frisia was sent soaring into the sky like a golden meteor. Propelled by Goku's punch, beyond Earth, amidst the boundless starry expanse, colossal planets floated in the vast ocean of stars, as insignificant as mere specks of dust in the silent abyss of the cosmos. Two streaks of aurora suddenly flared like meteors, darting swiftly through the Milky Way at speeds rivaling that of light itself. Wherever these beams passed, nearby stars erupted one after another, shattering into cosmic debris. Sun Wukong and Golden Frisia engaged in a relentless melee, exchanging energy blasts as they battled from the Earth to the vast universe, clashing in countless rounds, the intensity of their confrontation escalating with each moment. Throughout this ordeal, Frisia could only defend himself, lacking any opportunity to counterattack. The terrifying and chilling intent to kill, coupled with a searing aura, surged from beyond the galaxy to the Earth, causing the Dragon Ball warriors on the planet to scream in rising panic. In their shared form as Super Saiyan Blue, Sun Wukong faced Frisia, the dynamics completely contrasting his previous encounter with Son Gohan. Engaging Frisia, Sun Wukong exerted overwhelming power to subdue him, had he not held back even a fraction of his strength during the assault. Frisia would have been left in a dire state, if not dead. Nevertheless, even in this restrained bout, Frisia emerged battered and bloodied, his wounds deep despite being minor. The sight of shattered stars exploded into countless meteors, scattering across the cosmos in a cataclysmic display, evoking a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Sun Wukong. Frisia bellowed in a frenzied rage. Having believed that his power had multiplied 1,000-fold, he envisioned his arrival on Earth would herald a reign of slaughter and devastation. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the reality that he had become nothing more than a punching bag for Sun Wukong. Despite possessing strength surpassing Frisia's, Sun Wukong had chosen to hold back during their exchanges, a humiliation that Frisia could scarcely comprehend. Gritting his teeth, his blood-red eyes reflected the icy malice within him, his lips curling into a sinister smile. The Saiyans were the eternal obstacle to his Ice Clan. Ever since the legend of the Super Saiyan emerged, Frieza had been warned by his elders to steer clear of the Saiyans. From initial wariness to disdain upon witnessing their presence, to eventual exploitation. He had even obliterated planet Vegeta with his own hands. Yet he had never anticipated that the once formidable Saiyans, whose battle powers barely exceeded 30,000, would possess such immense potential, growing into an unfathomable force. Even as one of the most brilliant talents of the Ice Clan, he could not triumph over the Saiyan before him. Kakarot, the time has come. Reg's voice resonated in Sun Wukong's ear. I'll wait. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback by Reg's words, but quickly regained his composure. Still craving the thrill of battle, he intended to request a brief reprieve. However, Reg, well acquainted with Sun Wukong's character, did not allow him to finish. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt the scenery before him shift, and when he came to his senses, he found himself next to Reg on Earth. Vegeta, it's your turn. Remember, don't kill him. I still have use for Frieza. Reg's gaze fell upon Vegeta as he spoke. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, puzzled by Reg's desire to spare Frieza. At the moment Sun Wukong appeared, a brilliant azure light burst forth from Vegeta. His hair and brows transformed to blue, his pupils shimmering with a faint blue radiance, as an aura of divine brilliance enveloped him. Speckled with starlit points, this ethereal energy pulsed with vitality, undulating gently, interspersed with bubbles of energy swirling in rhythm. The Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Ultra Blue Vegeta, his divine battle power surged to a staggering 750. The sacred aura swirled, while behind Vegeta, a magnificent sea of sparkling celestial light erupted. A beam of sky blue aurora shot skyward, soaring beyond the earth. Sun Wukong, come out. Frieza, now in the cosmos, scanned for Sun Wukong's form, oblivious to his sudden disappearance. Yet during their previous encounters, Sun Wukong had executed this maneuver countless times, leading Frieza to suspect an impending ambush. Just then, a sky-blue aurora hurtled towards him from Earth. Here, Frieza roared, conjuring a swirling purple energy blast that spiraled violently towards the sky-blue light, only to see it charge straight into his energy blast without evasion. IT hit. Frieza's expression brightened momentarily, only for his countenance to shift dramatically. No, it can't be. Sweat trickled down his brow, his shock palpable. The Saiyans he once dismissed as easily vanquished had grown to such an extent. Frieza, I want to show you the mercy Kakarot did. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a calm demeanor masking the tempest within. Damn it, another blue Super Saiyan. Vegeta, how could you possibly transform like this? I refuse to believe it, Frieza snarled, his voice escalating into a furious scream as he unleashed a colossal energy sphere, exceeding 100,000 meters in size, aimed squarely at Vegeta. Final flash, Vegeta spread his arms wide, then forcefully clasped them together, as the azure brilliance engulfed Frieza's energy sphere, consuming him whole and sending him hurtling away. The cataclysmic force sent Frieza tumbling through the cosmos, his golden exterior battered and scorched. In a single strike, Frieza was grievously wounded, having already depleted considerable energy and stamina in his prior battles against Son Gohan and Sun Wukong. His divine battle power plummeted to 300. Curse it! Impossible! I should reign as the strongest in the universe. Frieza roared in anguish, venting his pent-up emotions, teetering on the brink of madness, defeated by former subordinates. Combined with Sun Wukong's restraint, he was nearing his psychological breaking point. Vegeta! Vegeta! Frieza charged recklessly, his mind a blank slate, fixated solely on the desire to eliminate Vegeta. Suddenly, a flash of gold enveloped him, transforming the golden light into a deep purple. As his golden skin reverted to white, Frieza's speed diminished tenfold, leaving him vulnerable, even to the likes of Piccolo. Confronted with Frieza now in his fourth form, Vegeta could only shake his head and charge forward. A dazzling purple streak illuminated the sky as Vegeta descended, landing on Earth with a rapidity that far surpassed Frieza's descent. He hovered above, arms crossed, as a sky-blue aura gradually dissipated. Boom! Frieza crashed into the ground. creating a massive crater and losing consciousness. Unlike Sun Wukong, Vegeta showed no mercy. Even in Frieza's weakened state, he delivered a brutal kick that shattered Frieza's skull. The mere flick of Vegeta's power could have resulted in Frieza's demise. Reg, witnessing the scene unfold, displayed a look of disbelief as he realized how close Frieza had come to annihilation. Frieza's body is now suspended in the air by Reg's energy. Reg, what do you intend to do with Frieza? He's a perilous foe, Vegeta inquired, skeptical. Although Frieza's strength paled in comparison to his own, if both were at their peak, defeating Frieza would still require time. Having observed Frieza's recent battles, Vegeta understood that Frieza's current state was freshly attained and could not be sustained for long. However, should Frieza regain consciousness, he would likely become familiar with his golden transformation once more, potentially enhancing his battle power. Frieza possesses considerable strength. Killing him outright would be too advantageous for him. Keeping him alive could prove beneficial. Reg explained, Do as you wish. I want to be involved in this matter, Vegeta retorted coolly. Then we shall meet again. Speaking thus, Reg accompanied Frieza in a flash, disappearing from sight. Moments later, they found themselves on a planet 10 times larger than Earth, where towering ancient trees, exceeding 100 meters in height, loomed ominously, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Occasional rays of the setting sun filtered through the dense branches, creating a surreal atmosphere. Beneath the surface lay numerous colossal, unidentified skeletons, with shattered bones stretching over 100 meters, casting an eerie presence among the foliage. A vibrant, winged tiger, reaching a length of 100 meters, viciously tore apart a similarly winged black panther, when suddenly a colossal lion adorned with a shimmering horn lunged from behind. Here, every adult creature was no smaller than 100 meters, and the gravity was 100 times heavier than on Earth. Each being possessed a power level not less than 1,000,000, with the mightiest among them reaching an astounding trillion, equivalent to a single point of divine combat strength. This realm was none other than the time-space divine realm, also known as the time-space divine star, a place transformed by Reg, where all creatures were the result of his experimental modifications. Reg brought Frieza into the time-space divine temple within this realm, where vast expanses of primordial forests coexisted with awe-inspiring high-tech structures. In the center of a colossal inverted conical pit, a man with long black hair and a red-furred upper body had his head intimately connected with the ground, creating a cloud of dust that billowed around him. Gohan, I never imagined that after just recently transforming into Super Saiyan 4, your power could be so immense, echoed Goku's voice, resonating loudly. But you're still no match for Dad. Gohan gasped, having mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4 autonomously during his years in the time-space divine realm. Gohan, as long as you persist in your training, there will come a day when you will surpass me. Your potential is tremendous. Even after a long hiatus from training, you've rapidly attained Super Saiyan 4 in just these few years, Goku remarked, gradually descending before Gohan with a smile that I will do my utmost. Gohan nodded in affirmation. Has the time-space divine king returned? Goku suddenly noticed a figure resembling Vegeta approaching Gohan from behind. That Frieza. Gohan's expression shifted in shock upon seeing Frieza walking beside Reg. How could Frieza's power be so formidable? Goku observed Frieza with astonishment, recalling how, in his own world, Frieza's strength was merely on par with that of Super Saiyan 2. Yet now, the Frieza before him possessed half the power of Goku's newly attained Super Saiyan 4 form. At that moment, Frieza was bound by Reg's energy, displaying a displeased demeanor as he was led along, momentarily stunned upon beholding the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. The aura emanating from Super Saiyan 4 Goku instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within Frieza, as he sensed the very essence of death in Goku's presence. Frieza struggled to comprehend how Goku, whom he had not seen for merely a few minutes, had become so extraordinarily powerful, leading him to suspect that Goku had been suppressing much of his strength during their previous battle. Is this Frieza from your world, Divine King? I never anticipated that this Frieza would be so much stronger than the one from my world, Goku remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed on Frieza. Indeed, he is the Frieza from my world. I brought him here for Gohan and Trunks to train with, Reg replied with a grin. Divine King, I want need to. Although this Frieza is significantly stronger than the one from my world, he is still no match for me. Gohan chuckled that Gohan's words irked Frieza, who had already been bewildered by Goku's earlier comments. And now, Gohan's statement further ignited his fury. Frieza, seething with anger, retorted, "You, who were once defeated. What nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't it you who was just vanquished by me? Do you wish to face me again?" Gohan paused, bewildered. He was never defeated by Frieza. Perhaps in his youth, he was not a match for Frieza. But now his strength had surpassed that of the tyrant. Nevertheless, having become a time-space patroller, Gohan surmised that Frieza's comments likely referred to his counterpart in Reg's world being recently defeated by Frieza. "Very well, let's have a match," Gohan declared, his gaze fixed on Frieza, brimming with combat intent. "Huh, do you expect me to engage you in battle? I might as well concede right now," Frieza mocked Gohan. "Divine King, please release him." Gohan disregarded Frieza and directly addressed Reg. Understood. Reg nodded, his eyes gleaming with golden light as the energy binding Frieza gradually dissipated. "Achoo!" Gohan shouted, a flash of golden light enveloping him as he transitioned through Super Saiyan transformations, ultimately achieving Super Saiyan 4, with his upper body cloaked in red fur and his red hair cascading over his shoulders. Thunderous roars and blinding flashes of lightning erupted around Gohan's Super Saiyan 4. Gohan's divine combat strength reached 600 points. "What state is this? Did you not transform into the blue Super Saiyan God?" Frieza inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Gohan, perplexed by the discrepancy in his transformation. Super Saiyan God in blue. Gohan's expression shifted in surprise, realizing Frieza's reference that he had not anticipated that his counterpart in Reg's world had already attained the blue Super Saiyan God transformation. Now, faced with Frieza, who claimed to have recently defeated another version of himself, Gohan understood that although the other Gohan was 7 years younger, Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 were transformations of equivalent caliber. Gohan's expression grew serious as he proclaimed, "Frieza, transform, or you shall not stand a chance against me." Though uncertain about the nature of Gohan's transformation, Frieza recognized that failing to transform would leave him at a disadvantage against Super Saiyan 4 Gohan. A pressure equivalent to that of Super Saiyan 4 Gohan erupted from Frieza, a dazzling golden light spreading across the sky, fierce as the sun, molten as magma, and magnificent as a divine descent. A layer of golden skin began to envelop Frieza's form. Super Saiyan 4 Gohan gazed excitedly at the transformed golden Frieza, beginning to comprehend the magnitude of the power of his counterpart. For the strength of golden Frieza was not far from his own, boasting a divine combat strength of 570 points. "Oh, Frieza can still transform," Goku observed with mild surprise, having reached a divine combat strength of 3,000 points himself, positioning him at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. Equivalent to the third stage of divine realms. As both warriors transformed, they stood opposed on the ground, locking eyes. "Let the battle commence," Gohan declared, and the air erupted instantly. The colossal orbs of golden and red energy surged forth almost simultaneously, crashing into one another with a thunderous clap, each attack brimming with overwhelming might, the winds howling through the void, sweeping across the vast expanse. Whereas Goku and Gohan's previous skirmishes had relied solely on physical combat, the current clash between Frieza and Gohan unleashed their full energy, resulting in a cataclysmic collision of formidable powers. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors from the GT world observed, their eyes wide with shock, for they found themselves utterly dwarfed by the might of Frieza and Gohan. Am I mistaken? Is that really Frieza?" Shinhan exclaimed, astonished as he witnessed golden Frieza battling Gohan, recalling how, in his world, Frieza's power was inferior to his own. Now, the Dragon Ball warriors from the GT world, each possessing power levels exceeding 3,000 billion, all stood at strengths beyond Super Saiyan 3. Gazing in awe, Frieza, in the midst of the turmoil, the training of Vegeta was interrupted, drawn in by the fierce aura emanating from the clash between Frieza and Son Gohan. Although Frieza's power was inferior to his own, it was still sufficient to capture Vegeta's attention at that moment. Son Gohan and Frieza were engaged in a fierce aerial battle, creating chaos and devastation around them. Had it not been for the multiple manipulations of time and space by Reg through divine powers, the entirety of the time-space divine realm would have been obliterated by their ferocity. Nevertheless, the sheer force they unleashed caused the entire realm to tremble incessantly. Intrigued, Vegeta approached the battlefield where Son Gohan and Frieza were locked in combat. As he landed, a violent whirlwind surged towards him, as if the very sky were collapsing, bearing immense pressure. Vegeta instinctively took a step back, covering his face with his hand. "What a tremendous force!" he exclaimed. Astonished, the air erupted with a terrifying pressure, and two blinding beams of light collided violently, releasing a torrent of raw energy that generated a massive shockwave. The overwhelming force radiating from the two combatants toppled countless towering trees in the surrounding forest, which exceeded 100 meters in height, as if they were mere blades of grass caught in a tempest. The formidable creatures of the time-space divine realm, each surpassing 100 meters, were engulfed in fear and fled in a frenzy from the divine temple. Simultaneously, the power unleashed by the two ignited a fierce battle spirit within Vegeta, causing his blood to boil with excitement. The Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan and Golden Frieza were locked in a fierce stalemate, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Son Gohan grew increasingly emboldened, while Golden Frieza began to falter. The chaotic winds and flying debris swept past the onlooking Dragon Ball warriors. Yet Vegeta, Reg, and Son Goku remained unmoved, suspended in the air, intently observing the clash. The sounds of explosive impacts echoed continuously, and as time progressed, Son Gohan's Saiyan physiology seemed to grant him an edge, allowing his divine battle power to incrementally rise. Conversely, Frieza found himself increasingly overwhelmed. He dashed forward only to retreat rapidly, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Frieza, battered and bruised by Son Gohan's onslaught, compared their transformations. While the Super Saiyan God was less prone to injury due to its superior regenerative capabilities, the Super Saiyan 4's power increased gradually with each confrontation. The disparity between Frieza and Son Gohan widened with each passing moment, and it became evident that defeat was inevitable for Frieza. Gritting his teeth, Golden Frieza's face darkened with determination. He refused to succumb so easily and continued to fight. "Frieza, surrender," Son Gohan suddenly declared. "I have discerned all your abilities and techniques. There is no need for further struggle, that if you charge me again, I will injure you." "Never. I could never lose to you," Frieza retorted fiercely, his gaze fixed on Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan. "Supernova Death Energy Ball," Frieza shouted, unleashing a brilliant golden radiance. The flames flickered around him as he raised one hand toward the sky, gathering a fiery red energy sphere. Numerous fiery red specks coalesced into a colossal energy ball, surpassing 10,000 meters in size, looming ominously in the sky. The terrifying energy radiated with enough force to obliterate a sun. "Humph, a fool unaware of his impending doom," Son Gohan scoffed, slowly positioning his hands in a flower bud formation at his waist. Gathering a red energy sphere in his palms, his gaze fixed on Frieza. "Haim!" Son Gohan chanted, the red energy in his hands accumulating to exceed 5,000 points of divine battle power. "Die!" Frieza shouted as he forcefully thrust his right hand downward, sending the massive fiery red energy ball, infused with 5,000 energy fluctuations, hurtling towards Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan. Boom! The terrifying fiery energy had not yet struck the ground when its oppressive force cracked the earth, sending rocks flying and clouds of dust swirling. Tenfold. Son Gohan roared, unleashing an energy blast even more potent than Frieza's. With a foundation of 600 points of divine battle power, his tenfold Kamehameha amassed an attack strength of 6,000 points. While Frieza's energy ball, despite having a divine battle power of 570, was only augmented by 7.8 times. The two colossal energy blasts collided with a deafening roar, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the air, expanding outward in visible ripples, accompanied by dust and a buzzing Frieza's energy sphere could not compare to Son Gohan's tenfold Kamehameha wave. It was overwhelmed within mere seconds, pushed back by Son Gohan's immense power. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the realm as Super Saiyan 4 Sun Gohan hovered in the air. Crackling with electricity, his body ablaze with a fierce crimson aura that blazed upward, obscuring the sun. Super Saiyan 4 Sun Gohan sighed in relief, reverting from his transformation. Moments later, Frieza plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that shattered the earth like a spider's web, sending debris flying before he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. My lord, what purpose did you have in bringing Frieza to the time-space divine realm? Vegeta inquired, his expression laced with confusion as he addressed Reg. Of course, to serve as a training tool for Trunks and the others. Though Frieza is a villain, it would be a waste to simply kill him. He can serve a purpose as a resource. Reg replied calmly. Splendid. Vegeta laughed heartily, his excitement directed at Frieza. Though Frieza's divine battle power was far beneath his own, at least he could provide Vegeta with a warm-up without the fear of being dispatched in a single blow. All right, I leave Frieza to you all. I shall take my leave. With that, Reg vanished in an instant. In the time-space of Dragon Ball Super. Vegeta, do you think Reg took Frieza somewhere? I don't know. When he returns, you can just ask him, Vegeta nonchalantly replied. Over the years, Reg had been elusive, but Vegeta was indifferent to this. His only concern was how much stronger Reg had become. Well, it has already been half an hour. Who knows if he will even return, Son Goku lamented. Kakarot, Vegeta, aren't you two supposed to follow us back to the God of Destruction's realm? Reg's voice resonated in their ears. Of course, we are waiting for you. After training for so long, it is time to challenge you, Vegeta retorted with a cold huff. Reg suddenly understood and responded, Oh, I see. Then let us all face off together. What did you say? Vegeta snapped, clenching his fists and glaring at Reg. Indeed, do not underestimate us. As he spoke, a brilliant azure light radiated from Son Goku, a stunning aura rising around him, enveloped in a dazzling glow. His appearance transformed, with his hair and eyebrows shifting to blue, and his pupils shimmering with a soft azure light, surrounded by a divine and radiant essence that scattered like starlight. This aura was incredibly dynamic, its outer layer rippling gently, swirling with a bubbly essence. Son Goku's divine battle power rose to 800 points. Vegeta scoffed, and a matching azure aura erupted from him as well. Vegeta, with a divine battle power of 780 points. Excellent. 2 Super Saiyan gods in blue. As he spoke, a sudden burst of golden aura erupted from Rager, his hair transforming instantaneously into a deep black, whilst a layer of crimson fur enveloped his form, complemented by a pair of black casual trousers adorning his lower half. Super Saiyan 4. A vibrant red light radiated around Rager, with sparks of electricity dancing in all directions, creating a fierce illumination in the air that erupted with explosive sounds. Rager's divine combat power stood at an astonishing 2,500 points. The Super Saiyan 4. Such formidable strength, yet there is a discernible difference from the last time that Vegeta's pupils quivered. The last time he witnessed Rager's transformation was during the confrontation with Beerus. And due to the vast disparity in their powers, he could not gauge Rager's divine combat power at that moment. However, now Vegeta could distinctly feel that even though Rager's current transformation lacked the blue hue of the previous form, it still harbored incredible might. How impressive! Goku exclaimed with exhilaration, fully aware that Rager's divine combat power far surpassed his own, yet he found himself even more thrilled. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, and with a nod, the air suddenly erupted, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Boom! Goku and Vegeta propelled themselves back with a speed even greater than their approach, their immense power creating 2 distinct paths through the air, plummeting downwards. Boom! Following 2 resounding blasts from afar, countless energy blasts surged toward Rager. With a swift motion, Rager deflected an energy wave, whether from Goku or Vegeta, and charged forward, appearing instantaneously before Goku, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his head. Bang! Goku let out a pained cry as his body collided through several mountains, ultimately landing atop a small hill. Damn it, after all that training, I'm still this far behind. This guy hardly ever trains. How can he be this strong? Vegeta observed the momentarily incapacitated Goku, his body enveloped in a shimmering blue light, filled with resentment. His power had vastly surpassed that of his initial transformation into Super Saiyan God Blue. And he had believed that even if he was weaker than Rhaegar, the difference wouldn't be significant. Yet reality dealt him a ruthless blow that Vegeta's thoughts were fleeting after witnessing Goku being sent flying. He charged forward. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy waves from his hands, overwhelming in their intensity. The explosions echoed like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth as blue orbs relentlessly bombarded Rhaegar. Yet, Rhaegar simply swatted them away into the sky with ease. Whoosh! Rhaegar swiftly approached Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick that sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Vegeta, taken aback, raised his arms in defense. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, causing the ground to tremble and shatter. Vegeta managed to block Rhaegar's kick, but his arms grew numb and weak from the impact as he was violently pushed back, his heels scraping away the earth and carving deep grooves into the ground. This guy possesses immense strength. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on Rhaegar. That moment, Goku teleported behind Rhaegar and executed a sweeping kick aimed at him. What? Goku's voice abruptly cut off in the that instant. Rhaegar had seized Goku's kicking leg with his left hand. Without hesitation, Rhaegar gripped Goku's ankle and slammed him down to the ground with brutal force, showing no concern for Goku's safety. Boom! The earth split apart, debris flying as Goku crashed into the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, Rhaegar's hand descended once more, grabbing Goku's leg and hoisting him up before slamming him down again with ferocity. Boom! Another thunderous roar reverberated as Goku was once again driven into the earth. However, at that moment, Vegeta, who had been sent flying, returned to the fray. Take this, Vegeta shouted, unleashing a concentrated energy wave from his left hand. Rhaegar remained silent, casually tossing Goku aside, while simultaneously launching a massive red energy sphere. The ensuing shockwave tore through the fabric of space, shattering the earth, as the two energies collided with a cataclysmic explosion, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air, forming a mushroom cloud. Despite the battle taking place on Earth, the energy waves unleashed by the three fighters detonated mid-air, alleviating any concerns about the planet's destruction from their clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was filled with a rapid display of red and blue light, as Super Blue Goku and Super Blue Vegeta executed a coordinated assault from either side, their fists crashing toward Rhaegar. Yet Rhaegar simply caught their punches, forcefully colliding their fists together. Are these Saiyans insane? From a distance, Piccolo watched in trepidation, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his body trembling. Any one of the three could effortlessly obliterate him with a mere energy wave. Thus, witnessing Goku and Vegeta fight so desperately against Rhaegar left him in a state of shock that, what has transpired? Is this an internal conflict? Beerus observed with a peculiar expression, perplexed by Goku and Vegeta's fervent battle against Rhaegar, yet sensing no intent to kill among them. Sigh. Another fight, Bulma remarked, feeling somewhat helpless as she sensed the tremors shaking the very ground beneath her. Bang! Rhaegar, along with Vegeta and Goku, crashed through countless trees, ultimately crashing into a rocky outcrop, producing a cacophony akin to the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Dust swirled, enveloping the scene in a gray haze, with numerous craters dotting the landscape. Super Blue Vegeta's hair reverted from its azure glow to black as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Goku, though not unconscious, remained in his Super Saiyan 2 form, trembling and with his divine combat power diminished to below 50 points. Likely weaker than even Piccolo. It's a time to continue, Kakarot? Rhaegar observed Goku with a smile, despite his battered state. Goku took deep breaths, his golden aura gradually dissipating, yet he grinned at Rhaegar and replied, of course we must continue. I still have a trump card on my sleeve. What? Rhaegar's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Goku's words, as they reminded him of the Kaioken technique. A 10-fold Kaioken would amplify his power tenfold, while a 20-fold would double. That out if Goku could unleash the 10-fold Kaioken, even Rhaegar would have to transform into Super Saiyan 4 God to contend with him. Goku took a deep breath and suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Did you consume a senzu bean? Rager regarded Goku with a puzzled look, as Goku's transformation indicated he must have restored his energy through the bean. Haha, sorry, I didn't eat a senzu bean. I just couldn't bring out my trump card without it. Goku chuckled foolishly. Ugh. Rager felt somewhat speechless. He had expected Goku to transform directly into Super Saiyan Blue and immediately employ the Kaioken. However, he was taken aback by Goku's transformation being a result of consuming a senzu bean. Thus, a new battle was about to commence once more. With that, Super Blue Goku began to roar. Ah! Super Blue Kaioken. 5 times, a brilliant red light erupted from Goku, as a halo of azure starlight enveloped him, radiating with red brilliance, as boundless energy surged through his being, simultaneously, like a mountain pressing down. The burden has increased immeasurably, and the consumption of physical strength has surged dramatically. A crimson radiance roared and surged in all directions, as red light and fierce energy surge around Sun Wukong, flames of red burning at the periphery of blue light. A violent wind whirled around, tearing through the air with a sharp sound, reducing rocks to powder, which was swept away into the distance by the howling wind. The unconscious Vegeta was directly blown away by the momentum erupting from Sun Wukong. With the quintuple Kaioken combined with Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue power, 800 multiplied by 5 equals 4,000, elevating Sun Wukong's divine combat power to an astounding 4,000 points. In this state, he could only aim for a swift resolution. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and roared. Although he could utilize the Kaioken in Super Blue form, the quintuple Kaioken could only be sustained for a brief period. Thus, he had to seize the initiative and strike unexpectedly. Otherwise, surrender would be the only option. As Sun Wukong unleashed his quintuple Kaioken, Reg stared in slight astonishment. Only 5 times? Not 10. Just as this thought crossed Reg's mind, Sun Wukong had already launched his attack. A flash of red and blue light raced past, as Sun Wukong's powerful fist drove deep into Reg's abdomen. Reg's eye twitched, enduring the pain to retaliate with a punch. But Sun Wukong leapt into the air, evading Reg's blow, and then swiftly kicked both legs together against Reg, sending him flying. That moment, Reg finally reacted, quickly halting his airborne form and transforming into a streak of crimson light, racing towards Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a frenzied battle in midair, exchanging blows. Sun Wukong's divine combat power of 4,000 points matched against Reg's 2,500 points, equivalent to 7,500 points of divine combat power, though Reg was indeed stronger than Sun Wukong. Even with the enhanced divine combat power from the Kaioken, he was not an ordinary 4,000-point divine combatant capable of defeating him. Moreover, Reg was keen to ascertain just how many times the Kaioken Sun Wukong could utilize, which is why he did not hastily attempt to defeat him. Thus, the two seemed evenly matched in the skies. Damn it. What is happening? My power clearly surpasses his, yet why do I feel his erupted strength is even more formidable? Sun Wukong could not fathom why, despite his power exceeding Reg's, he was still unable to overcome him. Bang! Bang! At this point, there was no time for Sun Wukong to ponder further as they continued to clash. Retreating from the sky to the sea, breaking through the earth, soaring into space, and then returning, shaking the very fabric of space and generating sparks of electricity. Huff! Huff! After 3 to 4 minutes of combat, Sun Wukong began to pant heavily, his arms hanging limply at his sides. The energy expenditure from using the Kaioken in Super Saiyan Blue form was immense, and even the quintuple version was nearly exhausting him. Reg, let us settle this with one decisive move. With that, an intense energy surged from Sun Wukong's hands, radiating a searing light. Haim! With all his might, Sun Wukong unleashed a full-powered attack, his muscles bulging to their limits, veins protruding, and his arms trembling as his throat erupted with a thunderous roar. Instantly, dazzling red and blue light enveloped the heavens and the earth, so much so that even in the cosmos, one could observe the Earth's surface erupting with a striking red and blue brilliance. A colossal wave of energy, nearly 100 meters wide and stretching thousands of meters long, surged toward Reg. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong unleash the Kamehameha towards him, Reg's expression turned grave, for the attack power of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha had reached 40,000 points. Should Reg remain still and allow himself to be struck, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Reg unleashed all the energy within him in one breath, a formless gas sweeping outward, gathering storm clouds in the sky, with bolts of lightning crashing down incessantly. The thunderous roars echoing continuously. Countless fragments of rock and soil were lifted into the air, suspended around Reg, as red light manifested in his vicinity. Electric sparks danced wildly, creating fierce illumination in the air. Producing sounds even louder than before, Reg swiftly performed a series of hand gestures in the void, and then a red energy materialized before him. Final time burst, Reg shouted, unleashing a wave of energy even more potent than Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, clashing with it in a spectacular collision. Boom! The sound shook the earth as the energies of Sun Wukong and Reg collided, erupting into a cacophony of explosions that ignited a continuous blaze. Ah, Kaioken! Sun Wukong bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, pouring all his energy into the Kamehameha. Yet against Reg's final time burst, Sun Wukong's attack was gradually pushed back. Kakarot must finish, just as Reg was about to complete his statement and intensify his power to push back Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Suddenly, a blue energy wave shot toward Reg from another direction. "What the Vegeta?" Reg exclaimed, as he was propelled outside the earth by the combined Kamehameha of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's ultimate flash. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, utterly drained of strength, unable to rise, while Vegeta, having rested for a brief moment, was in slightly better condition but could not manage to move either. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, coughing a few times before struggling to sit up, offering a grimace to the now nearby Vegeta that was more sorrowful than a cry, saying, "Vegeta, aren't you worried about Reg perishing in our attack wave?" "Umph. If he dies, he dies. We can always have Shenron resurrect him." "Kakarot, you've kept this from me for far too long," Vegeta said through gritted teeth, having trained under Whis. Yet Sun Wukong had managed to surpass him using the Kaioken. From being the strongest Saiyan to becoming second, and now again third, that it was one thing for Reg to outshine him. It was entirely normal for an elder brother to surpass a younger brother. But for Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, to leave him far behind was unacceptable. "Huh. Oh, Vegeta, I didn't intend to keep it from you that it was my first time using the Kaioken, and I was uncertain if I could successfully employ it in Super Saiyan Blue form." Sun Wukong explained to Vegeta. "Humph. No need for explanations. You surpassed me, and I, Vegeta, am not one to shy away from defeat," Vegeta replied, his expression sour. Suddenly, a terrifying oppressive force descended from above, directly pressing down upon both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Crack! Sun Wukong and Vegeta were forced down to the ground. Damn it! How could this guy still harbor such immense power? Vegeta, unwilling to concede, struggled to stand, while Sun Wukong, having completely exhausted his stamina from the Kaioken, could only barely lift his head to gaze at the sky. There, Reg hovered in the void, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 God Blue. Previously, Reg had been surrounded by red light, but now he was enveloped in a dual-layered aura of flames, with an inner layer of red and an outer layer of blue, radiating brilliant light, akin to dazzling fireworks. The fusion of the advantages of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, the formidable strength of Super 4, and the regenerative prowess of Super Saiyan God. Divine combat power, 5,000, 15,000. Vegeta. Reg glared at Vegeta, the pressure bearing down upon him intensifying. Crack. The sound of Vegeta's face colliding with the ground echoed as he was slammed down. "Vegeta, do you realize you almost got me killed just now?" Reg gritted his teeth as he spoke to Vegeta, who, had it not been for his nearly Majin Buu-like resilience, would have been slain by the combined attacks of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He vowed that the next time he faced Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he would not let his guard down. These two protagonists with their power-ups had eliminated foes many times stronger than themselves on more than one occasion. This must be the legendary halo of the protagonist. Humphrey, you were the one who claimed it would be 1 against 2. What is the matter? Are you still unwilling to accept defeat after losing? Worst case, I could just kill you and revive you again. Vegeta directed a smile at Reg that was more grotesque than tears. Oh, Vegeta, then let me kill you and bring you back to life. With that, Reg hurled an energy ball directly at Vegeta. Damn, Reg, you bastard, are you serious? Feeling the terrifying energy ball released by Reg, Vegeta began to panic, and Goku was taken aback as well. Puff 3 or 4 seconds later. The injuries sustained by Goku and Vegeta were completely restored by Reg. In the vast expanse of the universe, countless stars formed intricate galaxies and nebulas, showcasing a dazzling display of celestial beauty. Amidst the infinite darkness, two figures traversed the cosmos at superluminal speeds. Point 1 was a woman with bluish-green skin and a long silver-gray ponytail, adorned with a pale blue halo around her neck. She gracefully clutched a long staff, its midsection glowing faintly red, her elegant curves accentuated by high-heeled shoes with a white and black design. Beside this enchanting woman stood a stout figure with a short tail, draped in a black and white sash, adorned with golden bracelets on his hands and golden armlets on his arms, mostly clad in deep red attire. They were none other than the angel and the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Bados and Kampa. How much longer until we find the Super Dragon Balls? Kampa yawned languidly, addressing Bados. Lord Kampa, finding the Super Dragon Balls is no simple task. They might have been hidden away by Lord Beerus. Bados replied with a smile. Then what's the point? Even if we find the other 6, without the final one, it would all be in vain. That wretched Beerus. The mere mention of Beerus ignited displeasure on Kampa's face. Although they were brothers, their personalities were nearly polar opposites. Aside from a few shared interests, they regarded one another with disdain. Hee, Lord Kampa, this is merely my speculation. Perhaps even Lord Beerus is unaware of where the Super Dragon Balls are hidden. Bados chuckled at Kampa. Let us hope so. Kampa resumed his previous languid demeanor. Meanwhile, on Earth, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, aside from spending time with his wife, Android 18, and guiding his 2 children in training, Reg had not engaged in any training himself. This is the world of Dragon Ball Super, and at this moment, Broly had yet to make an appearance. However, Frieza had already been captured by Reg. If Frieza had not taken the initiative to go to Broly and his father's planet, it would mean that Broly was destined to perish on that planet. Yet, no matter how vast the 7th universe is, even Reg does not know where Broly is residing. Nevertheless, this posed no issue for Reg. Having studied all the magic of the 7th universe, he had already grasped the power of the dragon. Although he had only scratched the surface, it was sufficient for him to locate Broly. Moreover, Reg soared beyond the confines of Earth. Now flying through the cosmos with his physical form present, his speed had surpassed that of a spaceship. Achieving superluminal velocity, while it might not match the swiftness of angels like Bados and Whis, it was still far faster than any spacecraft. Reg was currently en route to the planet where Broly resided. One might wonder why Reg did not use instant transmission to reach Broly's home planet. It was because he only knew its approximate location. Thus, he intended to fly until he could sense Broly's energy before teleporting there instantly. Just as Kampa and Bados were flying through the starry skies in boredom, a tremendous energy wave rippled through the universe, a byproduct of Reg's incredible speed. What is that, Bados? Kampa exclaimed in surprise. It seems to be an energy fluctuation caused by someone flying. Let me take a look. Bados grasped her staff, which immediately manifested a glowing circle. The image displayed Reg soaring through the cosmos. A human. It is astonishing that a mere human could ascend to such divine heights. Bados gasped, her expression one of shock. As an angel, she possessed the ability to glimpse into the past of individuals, akin to how Whis had shown Beerus the battle between Goku and Frieza on Namek. It was a form of temporal ability. Bados began to examine Reg's past in the Dragon Ball universe. Her face registered disbelief. Though she could not see events from other timelines, she was aware that Reg had attained the status of a god of time. What? A human? Impossible. How can a human possibly move so swiftly? Even Hit cannot match such speed. Kampa was astounded. The most formidable human he had encountered was Hit, yet even Hit's speed paled in comparison to that of the individual before him. Despite sensing that this human's power was inferior to his own, the existence of such a powerful human in Beerus's universe made Kampa envious of Beerus. Who is that? At that moment, Rhaegar suddenly sensed he was being observed from the shadows. Instinctively startled, he halted his flight in the starry expanse, eyeing his surroundings with vigilance. However, he detected no presence nearby. "Oh, Lord Kampa, it seems he has noticed us." Bados smiled at Kampa. "What? How could he sense us from such a distance?" "Bados, let us go and see if he truly belongs to this universe. I even suspect he might be hiding the Dragon Balls we seek." Kampa urged Bados. With a gentle smile, Bados reassured him. "Whether he is hiding the Dragon Balls, I am unsure. However, he indeed hails from your brother's universe, and his identity is quite remarkable." "Remarkable? Is his status comparable to that of a god of destruction?" Kampa was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Bados would say such a thing. Could he possibly be a candidate for god of destruction? There was indeed something divine about him. "Bados, regardless of his identity, I refuse to believe anyone can surpass a god of destruction. We shall find out who he truly is by confronting him directly." Kampa declared to Bados. Indeed, it presents a splendid opportunity for Lord Kampa to stretch his limbs. Bados replied with a slight smile. Kampa nodded. "Then let us proceed." "How peculiar! Could it be that I misjudged?" Rhaegar's eyes brimmed with confusion as he fidgeted with his fingers, employing the divination technique he had developed. "Angel Bados?" Rhaegar's expression shifted in surprise as he realized it was Bados who had been watching him. He was fully aware of how Bados had discovered him, and he also deduced that Bados was approaching his location. Moments later, a radiant light surged toward him, revealing two figures amid the glow. "God of destruction of the 6th universe, why have you left your realm to come to my 7th universe?" Upon Kampa's arrival, he was taken aback by Rhaegar's inquiry, momentarily stunned. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't he be addressing me as the esteemed Lord Kampa upon my appearance? Why does his tone imply that I have committed some wrongdoing? Kampa remained dazed by Rhaegar's questioning for a while, until Rhaegar reiterated his inquiry with a more assertive tone. "God of destruction of the 6th universe, why are you here in the 7th universe?" At last, Kampa regained his composure. Feeling Rhaegar's divine power was barely a fraction of his own, Kampa cursed himself for having been intimidated by such a weak human. However, his expression darkened, and his face turned sullen as he angrily retorted. "How dare you, a mere human, speak to me in such a manner? Must I report to you regarding my whereabouts?" As he spoke, a purple energy began to coalesce around Xiangpa's right hand, radiating enough power to vanquish a formidable opponent whose divine strength had waned. He hesitated to eliminate Rhaegar outright, mindful of Bardos's recent warning. Should Rhaegar possess a significant identity, reporting the incident to the Grand Priest could prove detrimental. "Underestimating me, are you?" Rhaegar thought to himself with a smirk. Meanwhile, the energy sphere in Xiangpa's hand was hurled towards Rhaegar, who casually retaliated with an energy sphere of his own. With a resounding boom, Xiangpa was engulfed in the explosion, leaving his upper body charred and blackened. Xiangpa froze momentarily before unleashing a furious roar, scattering the energy of the destroyer god around him, which suddenly erupted in a dazzling array of colors reminiscent of peach blossoms. At last, Xiangpa unleashed his full power, entering his destroyer god state, boasting a divine strength of 29,000 points. While it paled in comparison to Beerus, the disparity was negligible that a golden aura enveloped Rhaegar, swiftly morphing into a vibrant red. Sparks of electricity danced around him, creating a fierce luminosity that crackled through the air. Encasing the red glow was a layer of blue flames, emanating a splendid radiance akin to brilliant fireworks that Rhaegar's divine strength surged to 5,000 points. Xiangpa, now in his destroyer god form, regarded the transformed Rhaegar with a cold, impassive expression. The smaller stars surrounding them shattered one by one, signaling that both combatants had pushed their energies to the utmost limit. Suddenly, Xiangpa struck first, moving with a speed that seemed to transcend light itself. Though taken aback, Rhaegar did not falter in his own movements. As Xiangpa made his advance, Rhaegar reacted in kind. "Freeze!" Rhaegar shouted, pointing at Xiangpa with urgency. Against these destroyers whose divine strength far surpassed his own, Rhaegar relied solely on the power of time and space to hold his ground. Otherwise, it would be prudent to retreat as far as possible. With a crack, the terrifying force of Xiongpa's attack erupted. Yet Rhaegar swiftly evaded, exceeding Xiongpa's velocity. Not because he was faster, but because Xiongpa's speed had been hindered by the influence of Rhaegar's temporal power. What is happening? Xiongpa's expression shifted to one of shock. The notion that Rhaegar could outpace him was astonishing, but it was the manner in which Rhaegar evaded his punch that truly bewildered him. However, Xiongpa quickly regained his composure. Realizing that Rhaegar's palm was poised above his head, he instinctively raised his arms to block the impending attack. The collision reverberated across light years, as countless stars were nearly obliterated. Destruction. Transmutation, brilliant luminescence flickered in the void, merging and then vanishing entirely. Not in an explosion, but as if erased from existence. The power of destruction annihilates all, while Rhaegar's force transforms everything into naught. Though similar, they were fundamentally distinct. Boom! A colossal wave of energy erupted in the cosmic expanse, shattering bubble-like regions into oblivion. Both Rhaegar and Xiongpa recoiled, with Xiongpa astonished to find himself staggering back thousands of meters before he could steady himself. "Who are you exactly?" Xiongpa growled, his expression darkening. Despite his superiority in speed and strength, the peculiar force emanating from Rhaegar had inexplicably slowed him down. What good was strength if he couldn't land a blow? Rhaegar breathed heavily before retorting, "You initiate an unprovoked attack and still have the audacity to question my identity." Xiongpa glared at Rhaegar, mentally cursing, "If only I knew who you were, I wouldn't be in this predicament." As his frustration mounted, the energy radiating from Xiongpa intensified. If he had already unleashed his full power, now he had tapped into the true essence of his destroyer god abilities, that Rhaegar's expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes betraying trepidation. Xiongpa was now exponentially more dangerous than before. Although his combat strength remained at 29,000 points, the true terror of a destroyer god lay not in their inherent strength, but in their destructive capabilities. With the utilization of this power, Xiongpa's combined combat strength surged tenfold, equating to a formidable 89,000 points. In an instant, Xiongpa's form flickered, moving so swiftly that Rhaegar barely registered it. Then, with a single punch aimed at Rhaegar, it became evident that if Rhaegar were struck, even survival would leave him with a shattered skull. That a flash of golden light streaked past, and Rhaegar vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. Xiongpa, unfazed, launched another assault. As purple beams flickered through the air, Rhaegar gritted his teeth and moved once more, this time retreating to a distance of 10,000 meters from that vantage point. He unleashed a punch directed at Xiongpa. Bang! Xiongpa raised his arm to shield his forehead, the sound echoing as Rhaegar's fist collided with his AR-MIS. This the instant transmission technique. Xiongpa's face registered surprise. Rhaegar's maneuver was strikingly reminiscent of Hit's technique from Universe 6, leaving Xiongpa astonished. Realizing Xiongpa's expression, Rhaegar understood the thoughts racing through his mind. However, he could not afford to let Xiongpa dwell on such matters. After all, Xiongpa's combat prowess was inherently superior. Should Xiongpa close the distance, Rhaegar would find himself in grave danger. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid exchanges reverberated throughout the cosmos, with Xiongpa unleashing his true power, the entirety of his destructive energy erupting forth. The universe was suffused with an aura of devastation, painting a picture reminiscent of apocalyptic collapse. The overwhelming destructive force surrounding them had the potential to obliterate entire star systems, had it not been for Bardas's divine power. A third of the universe's star systems would have been annihilated by their clash. Oh no, it should be said that it was Xiongpa's destructive energy that wrought havoc. Rhaegar's power lacked the same offensive ferocity. As the sacred flames encircling Rhaegar flickered under the onslaught of Xiongpa's terrifying energy, he began to feel the strain of fatigue, while Xiongpa's attacks intensified. Boom! Xiongpa's incomplete destructive energy sent Rhaegar hurtling away, a sharp pain blossoming in his chest. Had it not been for his Super Saiyan God regenerative abilities, Rhaegar would have succumbed long ago. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of pride, for despite being outmatched in divine strength by a factor of 5 or 6, He had managed to engage Xiangpa for so long, a testament to his own capabilities. When a destroyer god employs their destructive power, any foe with divine strength below 20,000 points stands no chance. Those above 20,000 may contend, but cannot triumph. Once they surpass 30,000 points, Rhaegar's teleportation becomes increasingly ineffective. Finally, the temporal explosion wave. Rhaegar vanished once more, reappearing 100 miles away to unleash a wave of energy. "Return to me!" Xiangpa swung a single arm, dispelling Rhaegar's attack with a punch. Boom! Over 100 light years away, the devastation wrought by Rhaegar's attack obliterated countless celestial bodies. What on earth is happening? Such an overwhelming pressure. Piccolo gazed in shock at the heavens, sensing the clash of two formidable forces engaged in battle. "Can you feel it, Vegeta?" Goku asked, his expression grave. "Yes, it's Rhaegar. I wonder who he is fighting," Vegeta replied, his demeanor serious. A flicker of concern crossing his features. "Let us go find Lord Beerus," Goku suggested to Vegeta. "Agreed," Vegeta nodded, and together they sped off towards Beerus and Whis, who were indulging in a feast. However, Beerus and Whis had long since vanished from sight. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, each discerning the other's intentions. Dragon Fist. Reg's gaze sharpened, as his fist suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light. The force of his punch transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, exuding a vast and boundless aura, its roaring energy surging towards Kampa. "Erupt!" Reg bellowed, invoking Sun Wukong's ultimate move. Yet in Reg's hands, it was unleashed with even greater speed than Wukong could muster, in that very instant. He had already teleported before Kampa. Destruction! Kampa roared in fury, his fist emanating the destructive power of a god of destruction as it crashed towards the suddenly appearing Reg smack. There was no tremor, nor the cataclysmic explosion they had anticipated. It was as if all their unleashed power had simply dissipated upon striking cotton. Before them stood Beerus and Whis, effortlessly grasping the fists of Reg and Kampa in their palms. "It is time to cease hostilities, Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus," both Beerus and Whis intoned in unison. "Kampa, you gluttonous fool, do you intend to annihilate my universe? And you, Reg, how could you engage in battle with Kampa?" Beerus erupted, directing his ire towards Kampa, and then questioning Reg with a tone of reproach. "Humph, you ought to direct that inquiry at your dear brother. It was he who initiated the conflict." Reg retorted coldly, unwilling to grant Beerus any semblance of respect, especially since Kampa was quick to resort to violence at that moment. Kampa was left utterly bewildered. The title of God King that Beerus and Whis had invoked left him perplexed, for he had no understanding of which deity bore such an impressive title. Was it not the indication of being the king among gods? Kampa, in his confusion, chose to ignore Beerus's scolding, but as Whis and Beerus elucidated the matter, he finally grasped the essence of Reg's divine nature, realizing he had unwittingly been ensnared by Whis. He had become the test subject for the new god of time, and would be the first god of destruction to offend him. Reg, with a mere 5,000 points of divine combat power, had matched him evenly. What would happen if Reg grew even stronger? The thought of this made Kampa wish to apologize to Reg, only to find that Reg had already vanished. On the planet Bampa, the air was thick with swirling yellow sand and scorching heat, the arid desert rendering even the wind intolerably warm, as if the atmosphere itself had been warped by the oppressive temperature. Bampa's daytime heat soared above 100 degrees, plummeting to -20 at night. Amidst the vast desert, on a ridge of towering sand dunes, two figures, one large and one small, trudged forward, leaving behind a trail of solitary footprints. A gust of hot wind swept through, obscuring their tracks beneath the golden sands, leaving one lost in the vastness, uncertain of their whereabouts or destination, a stark reminder of humanity's diminutive stature in comparison to nature. Upon closer inspection, the larger figure was an elderly man with white hair, while the smaller figure was a young man with a dim gaze and an expressionless face. The young man, robustly built, was bare-chested save for golden wristbands and a necklace, his lower body draped in a red cloth secured by golden belt, wearing white pants. He towered over his father, Paragus, who stood at nearly 6 feet tall. This was Broly, born on the same day as Sun Wukong, the legendary Super Saiyan, whose combat power at birth was an astonishing 10,000 due to his overwhelming strength. He and his father were exiled by King Vegeta. In the sweltering heat above 100 degrees, Broly and Paragus traversed the desert in search of sustenance. Bampa was a planet marked by its harsh environment, with few living creatures, most of which were enormous and inedible. In the midst of this desolation, Reg sat cross-legged atop a high rock, recuperating from his earlier confrontation with Kampa. His gaze fell upon Paragus and Broly as they wandered through the desert. Having endured such a cruel environment since childhood, coupled with his extraordinary physique, it was no wonder that even in his normal state, Broly could suppress Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God form. Yet, how could Reg persuade Broly to join his side? This posed a genuine challenge. Reg cast a glance at Paragus, contemplating silently. Presently, although Broly had not yet attained the pinnacle of strength seen in the Dragon Ball Super films, his normal capabilities already boasted a divine combat power of 100. In contrast, Paragus's combat power barely reached 100. It seemed that Paragus' survival hinged on the machine he used to control Broly. As Reg continued to recover his strength, he discreetly calculated Broly's divine combat potential. In the narrative, Broly's normal strength had absorbed the power of transformation into a great ape, elevating his divine combat power to a staggering 1,000. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his power would surge 50-fold, reaching 5,000. At that time, Sun Wukong's strength would have reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Blue evolution at 4,000 combat power, and Vegeta would match him at 4,000 as well. Their fusion in a Vegeta would amplify their divine combat power to 80,000, sufficient to defeat Broly. Of course, it was evident that Sun Wukong and Vegeta, at present, far surpassed their narrative counterparts. When the time came, their strength would surely eclipse that of Broly at his peak, yet no amount of power might suffice against Broly in a berserk state. As Broly and Paragus searched for food, Broly suddenly halted. "What is it, Broly?" Paragus inquired, his expression tinged with concern. "Father, I feel as though someone is watching us," Broly replied, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Paragus' face paled. Having lived on Bampa for the past 2 or 3 decades, he had repeatedly eluded death, all thanks to Broly. Even when Broly was still young, he had an uncanny ability to sense impending danger. Initially, Paragus dismissed it as mere imagination, but after surviving numerous encounters with terrifying beasts, he began to trust Broly's instincts. Though Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000, there were creatures on this planet whose power exceeded 1,000,000. When Paragus and Broly first arrived on Bampa, life was incredibly challenging, but as Broly matured, their circumstances gradually improved. Was another terrifying creature lurking in the shadows? Paragus questioned Broly, his face a mask of uncertainty. Broly shook his head and replied, "Father, I don't think it's a creature from this planet. It feels more like a human presence." Broly's intuition was distinctly different this time. As he spoke, his gaze settled on Reg, who was situated miles away. Reg's expression shifted. He had never anticipated that Broly could detect him from such a distance. However, having been discovered, he saw no point in concealing himself. In an instant, Reg teleported before Broly and Paragus. "Long time no see, Commander Paragus," Reg greeted them. Having appeared before the duo, Reg was born on February 19, 732, while Vegeta made his debut on December 1st of the same year. Although Reg and Vegeta were of the same age, Reg was 10 months older, having been born on the same day as Vegeta in the narrative. "You?" Paragus gasped in astonishment. "You are Prince Reg?" He had never expected Reg to appear here. Perhaps Paragus had channeled all his hatred towards King Vegeta. But he held no ill will towards Reg after all. Before planet Vegeta's destruction, Reg's combat power had merely been 20, placing him among the lowest ranks of warriors. Hence, Paragus felt a twinge of sympathy for Reg. The Saiyan Prince. Before the birth of Broly, Paragus maintained a relatively amicable relationship with our E.G. in Paragus's mind. As a lower-class warrior, Reg should have long since perished. After all, the majority of common lower-class Saiyans sent on missions from planet Vegeta seldom survived for long. save for a few non-combatant Saiyans. However, Reg, being the Saiyan royal prince, perhaps enjoyed a special privilege being dispatched to a planet devoid of formidable foes, making his survival a rather expected outcome. The title of colonel among the Saiyans equates to that of a modern military lieutenant colonel. While Paragus himself belongs to the upper echelons of strength within the Saiyan hierarchy, Reg, as the royal prince of the Saiyans, was initially deemed unfavorable by King Vegeta due to his low battle power at birth, compounded by the king's deliberate concealment of his existence. Thus, the average Saiyans were only aware of Prince Vegeta, oblivious to the fact that Reg was the true royal heir, a secret known only to Paragus, a figure of considerable strength among the Saiyans. Suddenly, a look of joy crossed Paragus's face. Reg's arrival on planet Bampa indicated that he had come aboard a spaceship. With this thought, Paragus eagerly inquired, "Reg, where is your spaceship?" "My apologies, Colonel Paragus," Reg replied, shaking his head. "I was forced to land on this planet due to a malfunction with my spaceship." Naturally, he could not disclose to Paragus that he had arrived via instantaneous movement. As for the spaceship, he could easily procure a dilapidated one later on. Is it possible to repair it? Paragus and Broly gazed at Reg with hopeful anticipation. "It should be reparable, but it will take a considerable amount of time, at least 5 to 6 months. Reg pondered for a moment, calculating the timeline for the upcoming tournament of power, before finally responding, 0.5 to 6 months? Paragus's expression faltered, and he coldly retorted, "I don't care. You have 3 months if the spaceship isn't repaired by then." Before Paragus could finish his threat, Reg delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. Bang! Paragus screamed in agony as his body crashed through several rocky outcrops before plummeting to the ground with a thunderous impact. The aftermath scattering debris and rendering him unconscious. "Father!" Broly exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. "Oh, you truly believe I'm still the Reg of your?" Reg scoffed disdainfully at the crumpled form of Paragus. It was entirely within his expectations that Paragus would turn hostile. After all, Saiyans were known for resolving conflicts with violence, given that Paragus had been stranded on this planet for so long. If he were to calmly reason with Reg, it would indeed strike Reg as odd. "You shall pay for this," Broly shouted in fury, launching himself at Reg with his powerful arms. An overwhelming, invisible shockwave erupted, causing the very ground of planet Bampa to tremble. Broly unleashed a terrifying force. Bang! Broly's fist struck Reg squarely in the face, yet Reg did not evade. He absorbed the blow head-on, a golden aura enveloping him. Instantly, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan, radiating a brilliant golden light akin to blazing flames, as waves of energy surged forth. The brilliance of Reg's transformation left Broly in awe, with Broly's battle power at 100 points and Reg's at 94 points, equivalent to 282. Reg was nearing 3 times Broly's strength. However, Broly was no ordinary warrior with just over 100 points. He had the potential to accelerate his power at a rapid pace, akin to a rocket, as long as his physique could withstand such might. Although in the plot, Vegeta had surpassed Broly with his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Broly would eventually catch up. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Reg's battle power soared to 188, 564, approximately 5 times that of Broly. With a swift motion, Reg pushed Broly's arm aside and landed a punch on Broly's right cheek. Broly was sent hurtling through the air, gliding through the sky as Reg pursued him, launching another attack. Broly gritted his teeth in defense, barely managing to keep pace with Reg, but he was completely unable to match Reg's speed. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, the speed escalating with each strike. Reg landed dozens of hits on Broly, each one weighing heavily upon him. This brute's power is escalating. Reg thought to himself that I can no longer afford to play around, despite having exchanged hundreds of moves in mere moments. Broly's battle power had already surged to 120 points. If this continued for just a few more minutes, Broly would inevitably catch up to him. Then, an immense burst of golden light erupted from Reg, who unleashed a punch at a speed imperceptible to Broly, landing directly on Broly's shoulder with a force nearing 600 points, knocking Broly unconscious that a week later. Paragus and Broly obediently followed Reg, the three of them traversing the desolate expanses of planet Bampa. Over the course of the week, Paragus and Broly had finally been subdued by Reg's overwhelming strength. Although planet Bampa boasted a harsh environment with gravity 10 times that of Earth, it did not lack for oases. After more than a week of wandering, Paragus, Broly, and Reg finally arrived at a small island on planet Bampa. While the island was only as large as 10 sports fields, it still felt somewhat cramped for the trio. Nevertheless, finding such a refuge on this inhospitable planet brought immense joy to both Broly and Paragus. With a crash, Reg produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground. To Broly's astonishment, a grand villa materialized before them. Towering 4 stories high, 3 above ground and 1 basement level serving as a garage. The villa was also equipped with a swimming pool, and the subterranean level was stocked with an abundance of Earth food. While it appeared plentiful, it would only last the 3 Saiyans about a week. Aside from Paragus's relatively unchanged expression, Broly, having lived on planet Bampa his entire life, was utterly astonished by the unfolding events. Throughout the week, Reg frequently shared Earth delicacies, winning over Broly's heart, who affectionately began to call Reg Big Brother. Paragus, feeling a pang of jealousy, feared that Reg might usurp his son's affection. Whenever Reg was absent, Paragus attempted to brainwash Broly. However, having lived in isolation on a planet devoid of humanity, Broly yearned for companionship more than anyone else. Thus, Paragus's attempts fell on deaf ears, as Broly resumed his camaraderie with Reg the following day. Much to Paragus's frustration, who cursed silently, yet feared Reg's wrath, that in a race such as the Saiyans, which holds great reverence for the strong, occurrences of such nature are far from rare. Instances of sons slaying fathers and fathers taking the lives of sons are not uncommon. Thus, Reg sought frequent excuses to venture forth in search of spaceship parts, and during his time with Broly, he would offer guidance on how to harness his power. Through Reg's earnest efforts, he ultimately became Broly's first human friend. As the 3rd week on planet Bampa unfolded, Reg found the constant need for excuses burdensome, ultimately deciding to leave behind a clone of himself on Bampa, which, upon transformation, possessed 1/10 of Reg's divine combat prowess. This was a modified version of Tien's 4-demon fist technique that on Earth, the Dragon Ball tournament organized by Beerus and Kampa had finally commenced. Each time Kampa and Beerus met, they would engage in a unique contest, wherein each would present a culinary delight from their respective universes for the other to sample. The winner would be determined by the superior flavor of the dish. In this particular contest, Beerus triumphed with a simple bowl of instant noodles from Earth. Upon learning of Earth's culinary abundance, Kampa urgently instructed Vados to locate the Earth of Universe 6, only to discover that it had long been annihilated. In a bid to acquire Earth's delicacies, Kampa proposed a grand interuniversal martial arts tournament, with each side dispatching 5 warriors to compete. The victors would claim 6 Super Dragon Balls and ownership of Earth's 7th universe. However, unlike previous narratives, Kampa was unaware that he had been deceived by Beerus. He did not realize that Reg resided on this very planet, meaning that regardless of victory or defeat, he would not obtain Earth. Meanwhile, his twin brother Beerus was playing a shrewd game of deception. Thus began the fierce contest between the strongest of the 6th and 7th universes on an unnamed planet, specifically the last Super Dragon Ball. In this iteration, the 7th universe fielded Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Buu. With Reg present, Beerus did not resort to sending Manaka, an ordinary individual, to spur Goku and Vegeta's fighting spirit as in the original tale, the 6th universe. However, adhered to the script, sending Hit, Kaba, Batamo, Frost, and Bergamo into battle. The first match, Piccolo versus Bergamo, with Piccolo emerging victorious. The second match, Piccolo versus Batamo, narrowly won by Batamo. The third match, Vegeta versus Batamo, with Vegeta securing an effortless victory. The fourth match, Vegeta versus Frost, where Vegeta triumphed easily, leaving Frost battered. The fifth match, Vegeta versus Kaba, where Vegeta again emerged victorious, taking Kaba as his disciple. Today, the invitation has been successfully issued, and by tomorrow, before midnight on Friday, a minimum of 5 updates will be made, with efforts to reach 10. The saga of Dragon Ball Super's Super Saiyan God begins. QQ Group 9431511529. The next world to be explored is the one of heavenly domination, with the subsequent tales of the primordial era detailing the aversion of Saiyans, which can be bypassed if desired. A world of the primordial era vastly different from Reg's memories, where the land is desolate, and the skies are filled with bloodlust. Here, the human race suffers immensely, beset by the brutal demon race and the warlike shaman race, as cities burn and blood flows freely. The lofty saints, viewing all as mere ants, reign supreme, when Reg, accompanied by the likes of Shi Hao, Yi Fan, Goku, and Vegeta, individuals adorned with the halo of protagonists, arrive in the primordial world, they find themselves in a time shortly after Panga's creation of the heavens. With the 3 pure ones yet to take form and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, merely drops of essence, countless Deluo as soldiers, millions of Hun Yuan as generals. This realm is both paradise and hell. The land stretches vast and desolate, the air thick with the scent of blood. This is a peak era of the primordial world, where battles rage and blood stains the heavens. Lei Chentian gazes upon this vibrant world, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair, as he is yet no larger than an ant's toe. Having just been reborn as a Saiyan, he finds himself transported to the primordial world once more due to the destruction of planet Vegeta. Cabba, enraged by his battle with Vegeta, undergoes a transformation. The Saiyans of Universe 6 enjoy a far superior environment compared to those of Universe 7, which allows Cabba to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan under Vegeta's provocation. This form boasts 50 times the power of his base state, yet he is still easily overwhelmed by the Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. The 6th match, Vegeta against Hit, a figure clad in a long purple coat, with his hands tucked into his pockets, appears before Vegeta. It is Hit, the foremost assassin of the 6th universe. The Hit's face remains devoid of expression, his gaze fixed coldly upon Vegeta, silent and unyielding. Humph, Vegeta scoffs, refraining from engaging Hit in conversation. Yet internally he feels a tumultuous wave. From Hit, he senses a dangerously ominous aura. A sky-blue energy envelopes Vegeta, transforming his hair and eyebrows to blue, with his pupils glowing a faint cerulean hue, radiating a divine and luminous essence amidst a scattering of star-like particles. This energy is extraordinarily dynamic, its outer layer undulating gently, occasionally swirling like bubbles. He's turned blue. Its previously inscrutable expression finally shifts. While he dismissed Vegeta's golden Super Saiyan form, the emergence of Vegeta's blue Super Saiyan form now posed a significant threat capable of injuring him. So what if he turns blue? He still won't match Hit. Kampa exclaims, raising his fist in encouragement. His confidence in Hit runs high, for he ranks as the strongest in Universe 6, that yet, with 4 opponents before him, he fears that a wheeled battle might lead to Hit's downfall. Kampa's thoughts are not lost on Beerus, who, witnessing Kampa's urging for a swift resolution, calls out to Vegeta, "Vegeta, hold on. Even if you lose, it matters not. Your primary goal is to exhaust Hit's stamina, allowing us to secure victory." When Goku takes the stage, Beerus's words ignite a fire within Vegeta. Having already been surpassed by Goku, his frustration mounts. Beerus's implication that he is merely a tool for draining Hit's energy stings sharply. Ignoring Beerus, Vegeta charges at Hit. Damn it, Vegeta dares to defy me. Beerus's expression darkens. Lord Beerus, you are quite clearly undermining Vegeta's pride. It's no wonder he wouldn't heed your words, which chuckles. Humph, it matters not. Beerus snorts coldly, unconcerned with the outcome. That he believes his chances of victory to be significantly higher, feeling confident that Vegeta will proceed as he wishes. Brother, is Uncle Vegeta really going all out? Is that guy truly that formidable? Goten inquires curiously of Gohan. That I cannot say for certain, but one thing is clear. His strength should be at least on par with Uncle Vegeta. Gohan replies gravely, his gaze fixed intently on his father. Goku, who is unblinkingly focused on their level of power. As long as they're not worlds apart from a destroyer, they can sense the strength of their opponents. Presently, the aura emanating from Hit feels exceedingly perilous, compelling Gohan to conclude that Hit's power is at least superior to his own, perhaps even exceeding Vegeta's. As Gohan contemplates these matters, Vegeta has already launched his assault on Hit. After the arrival of Frieza, It has been just over a month. Compared to the previous month, Vegeta has now ascended to the Super Blue evolution form, equating to the third stage of divine power, a combat strength of 2,000 points. In an instant, Vegeta propels himself to Hit's side, akin to a flash of light. Raising his fist to strike, as he nears Hit's cheek, he cannot fathom why Hit remains unperturbed, with his hands still in his pockets. As Kampa smiles, the onlookers among the Dragon Ball warriors observe with a mix of confusion and excitement, although they were unaware of what Hit was truly doing or why he was standing still. They all knew that if Super Blue Vegeta's punch landed, it would undoubtedly injure Hit. With a resounding boom, the Dragon Ball warriors of Universe 7 cried out in shock. Piccolo was stunned, Tien was taken aback, and even Trunks was left speechless. Even Beerus appeared momentarily bewildered. Only Gohan, who had once received guidance from Reg, and Goku, who frequently sparred with Reg, recognized Hit's technique. The others merely witnessed Vegeta being sent flying, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, while Hit remained motionless in his original position. How could this be? They hadn't seen that fellow make a move just moments ago. What on earth was happening? Dad, Vegeta! Bulma and Trunks exclaimed anxiously. Piccolo's expression darkened as he looked toward Goku and Gohan. Goku remained silent, but Gohan, perceiving Piccolo's concern, explained, "Uncle Piccolo, that's time skip. It's a technique that allows one to leap through time, granting the user the ability to toy with their opponents during the interval of the jump. If I were to put it in Uncle Reg's words, it is a manifestation of the laws of time. A form of temporal power. I've only witnessed such power," and Reg Piccolo's face was filled with astonishment. His intellect allowed him to comprehend just how terrifying such a power could be. He meant that as long as the difference in strength wasn't insurmountable, one could easily triumph over foes whose power was several times greater. Time skip? Vegeta chuckled. "At last, I understand why you keep your hands in your pockets. That's the reason." He wiped the blood from his mouth while smiling at Hit. "Oh, you know about time skip?" Hit inquired, a curious expression crossing his face that he found it strange that someone from the 7th universe would be aware of his technique, considering he had never been here before. Could it be that someone else here possessed such power? In our universe, there's another who wields an even more formidable time skip. Though I loathe to admit it, he is indeed stronger than you. You should know, even the gods of destruction fear him." As Vegeta spoke, he gritted his teeth. The mere mention of Reg ignited a flame of uncontainable rage within him. That Vegeta's words naturally irked both Beerus and Kampa, though Beerus chose not to voice his discontent, for Vegeta was, after all, one of his own. Moreover, Vegeta had not directly pointed fingers at him, for offending the King of Time. Let the fat Kampa handle that. Ultimately, it would draw out the Time King, who could send Kampa back to Universe 6, thereby allowing all the Super Dragon Balls to be mine. With this thought, Beerus chuckled maniacally within. Indeed, Beerus' anticipation was not misplaced. Upon hearing Vegeta claim that even the gods of destruction fear that individual, Kampa's annoyance flared up immediately. He stood up and bellowed at Vegeta. "You insolent mortal! How dare you speak such words to a god of destruction? Do you wish to be destroyed? Let us see if you have the capability." Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta shot back. With Reg as his backing, not to mention being his elder brother, he had no fear of Kampa. Perhaps Beerus could instill a modicum of trepidation in him, but he knew that even if he provoked Beerus, the latter would not kill him. However, if Kampa sought to end him, Vegeta was confident that Beerus would intervene. Furthermore, he believed that Reg had certainly arrived and was likely watching from the shadows. That Kampa's expression soured, and he roared in frustration, "You mortal infuriate me. Do you seek death?" A violet energy sphere manifested in Kampa's left palm, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The sky suddenly darkened, followed by flashes of blinding lightning that slashed through the air, accompanied by thunderous roars that made the entire nameless planet tremble. Meanwhile, Hit, standing on the arena, was rendered speechless. Him. Vegeta's audacity was astonishing. Even if Vegeta claimed that the person he spoke of was more powerful than a god of destruction, he should not be disparaging anyone in front of God. "Lord Kampa, allow me to remind you, this young man is the brother of the King of Time. If you destroy him, do not be surprised if the King of Time comes after you." Beerus interjected, cautioning Kampa. Should Kampa truly kill Vegeta, it would undoubtedly lead to the obliteration of Universe 6. So that individual is the brother of the King of Time. No wonder he dares to speak to me in such a manner. Kampa fumed, directing his anger at Beerus. How could Beerus neglect to warn him? Kampa was certain that the moment he made a move, Beerus would undoubtedly step in to save Vegeta. Ha! Kampa, you nearly fell into a trap. If not for Beerus, you would have been in serious trouble. Beerus laughed heartily at Kampa. Humph. Kampa scoffed, choosing to remain silent. Let the match continue, Bados announced, directing her voice toward Vegeta and Hit. Hit, while your time skip is impressive. It pales in comparison to that of the individual I mentioned I have already seen through your time skip. Vegeta smiled at Hit. That's so. Hit furrowed his brow, uncertain if Vegeta was merely bluffing or speaking the truth. However, the fact that Vegeta's words could restrain a god of destruction led him to believe that Vegeta was not deceiving him. Suddenly, a swirling vortex erupted beneath Vegeta's feet. Bang! Bang! Two sounds reverberated, causing the space to tremble and unleash a deafening roar. Vegeta managed to block Hit's arm with his left hand while his right fist was caught by Hit's left hand. Though he failed to strike Hit, he had indeed seen through Hit's time skip. Bang! In an instant, Hit landed a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta knelt on one leg, unable to comprehend how Hit had managed to attack him when their hands were locked together. The divine combat power of Vegeta and Hit was comparable, both within the realm of 2,000 points. However, Hit's time skip granted him an advantage, allowing him to surpass Vegeta in combined combat power. Although Vegeta was significantly stronger now than when he first encountered Hit in the storyline, it was merely enough to match Hit's combat prowess. That alone did not guarantee victory over him. Vegeta gritted his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, half crouching, and raised his right hand to unleash an energy blast at Hit. Boom! Hit crossed his arms defensively in front of him, blocking the energy blast Vegeta sent forth, pushing him back several steps. Witnessing Hit being pushed back invigorated Vegeta, who then surged toward Hit like a streak of light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shadows of Vegeta flickered rapidly across the arena as he charged a Hit. Yet each time he advanced, he was sent flying back with even greater speed. Nevertheless, Hit did not land Hit every time. Vegeta managed to land a few punches on him as well. Bang! Vegeta and Hit's fists clashed, producing a fierce spark that cracked the ground, causing the protective shield surrounding the arena to tremble. The spectators outside the arena felt the overwhelming energy surging forth. To his astonishment, Vegeta realized that aside from time skip, Hit's inherent strength was not inferior to his own. Vegeta coldly remarked to Hit that although he possessed time skip, his own strength was equally formidable. He had predicted Hit's position 0.1 seconds in advance. Oh, you're the first to see through my time skip. Hit smiled at Vegeta, clenching his fists and placing his hands at his waist, gathering power to elevate his own strength further. Unfortunately, this is not my full power. Vegeta was taken aback as a violet radiance emanated from Hit. However, Hit's godly combat prowess had not increased, which left Vegeta feeling quite perplexed. Nevertheless, when Hit finally revealed himself to Vegeta, the latter comprehended the situation. Hit had merely enhanced his instant transmission technique rather than his raw power, while Vegeta had previously been able to predict Hit's instant transmission to 0.1 seconds, he now found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The difference between 0.1 and 0.2 seconds, albeit a mere tenth of a second, had instantaneously doubled Hit's combined combat effectiveness. Bang! Boom! Crash! The sounds echoed continuously as Vegeta dashed towards Hit, only to swiftly retreat, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. And no matter where Vegeta fled or how rapidly he moved, Hit effortlessly sent him flying with a single blow. Cough, cough. Damn it. Vegeta struggled to rise, coughing a few times, gritting his teeth, and casting a grave look at Hit, still determined to continue the fight. Yield, Hit suddenly spoke. You are no longer my match. There is no need for you to struggle. I would rather not win the match by eliminating you. Huh. Do you underestimate me? There are only defeated Saiyans. There are no Saiyans who concede without a fight. That I am Vegeta. As he concluded, Vegeta roared. A pressure more formidable than before erupted from him, that a cerulean aura surged around him, flickering like flames in a fervent blaze, igniting his fighting spirit, fueling his resolve. Vegeta charged forward, instantaneously appearing behind Hit. His palm slicing downwards like a blade, his speed doubling from before. Hit's expression shifted in surprise as he activated his instant transmission once more, this time skipping 0.3 seconds, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch towards the retreating Vegeta. Bang! Time seemed to freeze as Vegeta was sent reeling, tumbling off the arena. Hit versus Vegeta. Emerged victorious. Not bad. Vegeta, you managed to push past your limits and unleash your potential, Reg remarked, grinning at the fallen Vegeta. Wheezing, Vegeta struggled to sit up, breathless as he asked, Reg, are you here to mock me? Of course not. Your power is nearly on par with mine, Reg replied, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, beginning to replenish his energy. A golden light gradually flowed into Vegeta's body, and after about 4 or 5 seconds, he finally regained his strength and stood upright. Once back on his feet, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Goku, who had stepped onto the arena. Reg, tell me honestly, what is your godly combat prowess? Vegeta inquired, his eyes fixed on Goku. It is currently 6,500 points, but do not be deceived by the surface-level figures. My true combat prowess exceeds 6,500 points. Reg responded, also watching Goku and Hit. Reg had sensed Vegeta's energy reaching the nameless star during the battle, meaning he had nearly witnessed the entire confrontation between the two. The fact that Vegeta could engage Hit evenly and even forced Hit's instant transmission to grow by 0. 3 seconds genuinely astonished Reg. Vegeta nodded silently, having already elevated his power to 4,000 points in that fleeting moment. Yet he was still defeated by Hit, whose basic godly combat prowess was merely 2,000 points, a fact made all the more disheartening by the knowledge that Hit had not even fought at full strength. At that moment, Vegeta felt a sense of despair creeping in. He had always been the one to triumph against the odds. It was inconceivable that, even when unleashing his full potential and doubling his godly combat prowess, he was still bested by Hit. Though Vegeta maintained an exterior of calm, an intense sense of frustration simmered within him. Hit was an assassin, and an assassin facing him in a direct confrontation would likely only be able to utilize half of their full power due to the restrictions of the arena's rules, which prohibited Hit from employing his lethal techniques. This realization made it even harder for Vegeta to accept the reality of his defeat. Hello there. I am Goku. I just watched your match. Your instant transmission truly is impressive to have defeated Vegeta, Goku said, a cerulean aura enveloping him, as his hair and eyebrows transformed to a striking blue, his pupils shimmering with a faint azure light, radiating a divine and bright presence, adorned with starlit speckles. This aura was incredibly dynamic, its outer layer undulating gently, interspersed with bubble-like energy swirling about. Goku's godly combat prowess. 2,000 points. This truly your strength. If this is all you have, I suggest you concede. Hit remarked, his gaze curious as he examined Goku. Though Goku seemed to possess the capability to fight him, he was still not Hit's match. Goku replied with a bright smile, I know, so this is not my full strength. You? Hit furrowed his brow, unsure if Goku was speaking truthfully or merely bluffing. Yet his instincts told him that Goku was likely much more formidable than Vegeta. Countless questions flooded Hit's mind, but before he could dwell on them, Goku launched an attack, leaving no time for contemplation. Swish, swish. A flurry of light flashed as Hit found himself behind Goku, only for Goku to instantaneously reposition himself behind Hit. Bang. Ultimately, Goku and Hit's fists collided, unleashing fierce sparks that cracked the ground, shook the space around them, and caused the protective barrier to tremble. Goku was struck in the face by Hit's punch, staggering several steps back. Yet, Goku smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. What are you testing? Hit queried, perplexed by Goku's actions. He could not fathom why Goku would conceal his strength only to allow himself to be struck. I'm merely testing your instant transmission capabilities. You are more powerful than I anticipated. It seems I can no longer hold back. I had intended to save this technique for Reg and Lord Beerus, Goku stated earnestly. What? Hit's expression shifted to one of surprise. He understood how formidable a god of destruction could be. If he could not contend with them, any technique meant to face them must be incredibly potent. Beerus, you wouldn't be afraid of being bested by a human. Would you? A human has devised a strategy against you, Kappa remarked, noticing Beerus's astonishment and mocking him. "Humph, you should first concern yourself with whether Hit can defeat Goku," Beerus retorted coldly, unconcerned with Goku's potential techniques to defeat him, dismissing Kampa's sarcastic tone and urging him to focus on his own warriors. "Humph," Kampa huffed. Realizing his words had failed to provoke Beerus further, he fell silent, directing his gaze towards the confrontation between Goku and Hit. Whoosh! Goku took a deep breath, the cerulean light surrounding him gradually dissipating. This caused Hit to frown, thinking Goku was reverting to his normal state before unleashing his techniques against the god of destruction. Yet in the next instant, Hit was left astounded. In a flash, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, an eruption of red energy exploding from him. The cerulean starlight around him enveloped in crimson brilliance, an endless tide of energy surging within him. Simultaneously, his physical exertion surged dramatically. Yet compared to his battle against Reg, Goku's current power was exponentially greater. The scarlet aura roared outward, swirling around Goku, red flames igniting at the periphery of the cerulean glow. A tempestuous wind spiraled around him, producing sharp sounds that shattered the protective barrier surrounding the arena, unleashing a terrifying aura that washed over the spectators, threatening to sweep away all those below the divine realm. Had it not been for Beerus and Whis hastily reinforcing the arena's protective barrier, everyone present would have been blown away by Goku's overwhelming presence. "Super Blue Kaioken times 10, as Sun Wukong shouted his final battle cry. He transformed into a radiant blaze of red and blue, hurtling directly towards Hit. "What?" Hit exclaimed, his expression shifting with astonishment. At that moment, Sun Wukong's speed had surpassed even his own time-skip ability, and Hit's demeanor changed, his heart racing with trepidation. The red and blue aura emanating from Sun Wukong bore down on Hit like an immense weight, causing him to feel several times heavier, with his arms crossed in defense. Hit was sent sprawling back a dozen meters by a single punch from Sun Wukong, his feet skidding across the ground and leaving behind deep impressions. The oppressive force radiating from Sun Wukong rekindled the long-dormant fighting spirit within Hit, which had been extinguished over millennia of invincibility in Universe Six. It was only upon encountering Vegeta that Hit's fighting spirit had begun to stir once more. Now, the pressure emanating from Sun Wukong awakened Hit's combat instincts, honed through countless battles over the ages, and he joyfully shouted as his aura intensified. The divine combat power that had scarcely increased over 1,000 years surged rapidly, and in an instant, Hit's divine combat power soared to 4,000 points, while his time-skip ability improved to 0.5 seconds, resulting in a tenfold increase in his battle prowess. Meanwhile, under the tenfold multiplier of the Kaioken, Sun Wukong's divine combat power skyrocketed to 20,000 points, as Hit and Sun Wukong clashed head-on. Their fists collided with a force reminiscent of two colossal pieces of steel striking together, creating sparks and flashes of light. The varied hues of energy surrounding them were violently drawn back, tearing apart the surface of the arena. Apart from beings like Reg and the god of destruction's angel, who transcended the third stage of divine power, the spectators could only witness two radiant lights darting across the arena. Even Vegeta struggled to discern the figures of Sun Wukong and Hit as they engaged in battle. Amidst the flurry of fists and kicks, the sound of their strikes echoed within the arena. And within the span of a mere second, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, each combatant showcasing their prowess. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloping the arena. Most spectators, aside from ordinary individuals like Bulma and Chi-Chi, were beings with battle powers exceeding billions. Even the likes of Vegeta and Gohan, who possessed godly powers, felt the formidable aura bearing down upon them, as a sea of crimson light obscured their vision. Kakarot, Vegeta, gritted his teeth, uttering those weighty four syllables he had thought he had caught up to Sun Wukong, believing they stood on equal ground, but unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong had surpassed him to an astounding degree. This realization left Vegeta feeling even more despondent than if he had been defeated by Hit. The tenfold Ultra Blue Kaioken, Reg observed Sun Wukong with a serious gaze. At that moment, Sun Wukong's divine combat power had eclipsed his own. Yet, Reg remained confident that he could easily defeat Sun Wukong. Utilizing time skip, Hit was able to engage with Sun Wukong's 20,000 points of divine combat power, despite his own 4,000 points that Reg's divine combat power exceeded that of Hit, placing him as a deity of space and time within this universe. Thus, Reg's mastery of time skip was even greater than Hit's, enabling him to counter any of Hit's techniques. The Super Saiyan God Blue form was already formidable. But if its power were to increase tenfold, would that not bring it close to matching my father's strength? Regu stared in astonishment at Sun Wukong, employing the Ultra Blue Kaioken atop the arena. No matter how powerful Uncle Sun Wukong becomes, he cannot surpass our father. Regu declared with conviction that my father is stronger than yours. The Super Saiyan God Blue form is impressive, but should its power increase tenfold, it would undoubtedly surpass Uncle Reg. Sun Godin protested. No, my father is stronger. Regu shouted back that my father surpasses yours. Sun Goten retorted. As the two began to bicker, Trunks remained silent, aware that both their fathers were stronger than his own. He could only watch the battle unfold on the arena, while Regu, possessing a more mature demeanor, chose not to engage in the trivial argument between Regu and Sun Goten. Bang! Bang! The two disparate beams of light collided rapidly, with Hit and Sun Wukong exchanging blows. Each strike unleashed a catastrophic force akin to two planets colliding. Perhaps the protective barrier summoned by Beerus and Whis could contain the explosive energy. But the arena itself had been reduced to rubble. The combatants unleashed countless energy blasts, and the aftermath of their clash had transformed the arena into a vast chasm, with shattered stones pulverized into dust, and electric sparks igniting the air. Throughout the battle, Sun Wukong maintained the upper hand against Hit. While Hit's time skip allowed him to keep pace, his offensive capabilities fell short when measured against Sun Wukong's. Each of Sun Wukong's strikes inflicted increasing damage upon Hit, and as time wore on, Hit found himself sustaining greater injuries. However, the longer the fight continued, the more it became unfavorable for Sun Wukong. After all, utilizing the tenfold Ultra Blue Kaioken drained substantial stamina and energy. Boom! They had clashed, Regu shouted excitedly. Just as he spoke, Sun Wukong and Hit struck each other with a punch, both staggering backward. How strange. I should have surpassed your time skip. How did you notice me? Sun Wukong pondered, his expression serious. It is because my time skip has improved, Hit replied with a confident smile. Improved? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, quickly regaining his composure. Unlike in previous encounters, he was not as fatigued now. However, if he were to amplify his Ultra Blue Kaioken further, his stamina would deplete even more rapidly. A grin spread across Sun Wukong's face. If that is the case, then I too shall surpass my limits. 20-fold Kaioken! Sun Wukong bellowed. An overwhelming force surged within him, as if it might burst forth from his very being. The aura surrounding him danced more wildly than ever. Kakarot, has he lost his mind? Reg's expression turned grave as he watched Sun Wukong, whose divine combat power surged to 40,000 points, exceeding even that of the destroyers. How is this possible? Beerus and Kampa could no longer remain seated, both leaping to their feet. Sun Wukong's divine combat power had become a genuine threat. Should they underestimate him, he could very well obliterate them. In an instant, Sun Wukong clenched his fist and charged a Hit with double the speed of before. Under the astonished gazes of all and the wary stares of the two destroyers, Sun Wukong's fist, radiating red and blue light, struck directly into Hit's abdomen, the force propelling Hit through the protective barrier and out of the arena. Hit spat out saliva, doubling over in pain, unable to rise from the ground for quite some time. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood triumphantly atop the arena, which had been reduced to mere earth, revealing its true nature as a colossal Dragon Ball. Yet, all eyes were fixed on Sun Wukong, oblivious to the golden glow emanating from beneath his feet. The victory of Sun Wukong from Universe 7. The announcer raised the microphone high, declaring the outcome amidst the astonishment of the crowd. How could he lose? How could Hit possibly be defeated? Kampa shouted in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet deep down, he had already accepted that Hit, facing a Sun Wukong whose divine combat power had surged 20-fold, stood no chance. He recalled witnessing the lackluster power of both Vegeta and Sun Wukong in the God of Destruction's realm, only to be astounded by their unbelievable growth. Kampa, did you see? It is now proven that the warriors of Universe 7 surpass those of Universe 6. Ha ha! And we have two even stronger fighters yet to make their appearance, Beerus boasted triumphantly. Kampa could only endure Beerus's arrogance in silence, though he doubted Beerus's claims, having felt little strength from Gohan and Buu. He could not shake the memory of having previously underestimated both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. His expression darkened, teeth clenched in frustration. The 6 Dragon Balls, painstakingly gathered, were so easily relinquished, an outcome he found utterly unacceptable. Time passed gradually, and under the healing powers of Beerus and Whis, Hit and Son Goku finally regained their strength and spirit. Damn it, you allowed me to lose the match. I will destroy you all. Kampa could no longer endure Beerus's mocking laughter after his defeat, directing his fury towards Hit, Kaba, Batamo, Frost, and Bergamo. In truth, Kampa's words were merely expressions of anger, yet they immediately instilled a sense of dread in Hit. Kaba, Batamo, Frost, and Bergamo, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. Aside from Hit, the others had lost their fighting spirit. Confronted by the terrifying power of Kampa, Batamo, Frost, and Bergamo were too frightened to rise from the ground, although Kaba felt fear as well. His demeanor was slightly better than the other 3. Hit remained silent, his expression impassive as he gazed at the God of Destruction. Kampa, he was not one to simply await his fate, even if he could not match Kampa's strength. Yet, should Kampa wish to take his life, he would at least take a piece of him in return. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. The sky darkened ominously, followed by flashes of blinding lightning that pierced the heavens like swords, accompanied by the roaring of thunder, causing the entire nameless planet to tremble. Damn it, Son Goku. What are you doing over there? This is a matter of the 6th universe, not ours. Seeing Son Goku fly to Hit's side, Beerus erupted in anger, for Kampa was eager to eliminate his own, which suited Beerus just fine. This meant that next time they sparred, Kampa would not be his equal. Yet, Son Goku rushing to aid his former rival infuriated Beerus to no end. My apologies, Lord Beerus, but I will not allow this fiend to kill Hit and the others. His actions are utterly outrageous, Son Goku said, his expression grave as he regarded Kampa. True to his nature, Son Goku could not comprehend why Kampa would suddenly turn on his own. Must one be killed for losing a match? Thank you, Son Goku. But this is not your concern. Even with you here, it would merely be a death sentence. You should leave, Hit said with a bitter smile, feeling a newfound appreciation for Son Goku's willingness to risk his life for him. No, I will not stand idly by as you are slaughtered by this monster. Son Goku replied with unwavering determination. That moment, another burst of light appeared beside Son Goku. Master, Kaba exclaimed joyfully, astonished that Vegeta, whom he had only recently met, had come to assist him. Vegeta, Son Goku smiled as he looked at Vegeta. Kakarot, I'm not here to help Hit. I simply cannot bear to see the Saiyans of the 6th universe fall to that brute. Vegeta scoffed at Kakarot. Just then, another beam of light flew toward Vegeta and the others. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, I'm here to help you. A radiant azure aura surrounded Son Gohan, whose hair and brows turned blue, his pupils shimmering with a soft blue glow. The divine aura around him was both sacred and bright, scattered with star-like sparkles. This aura was remarkably dynamic, gently rising and falling with a swirling, bubbly essence. Son Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan God in blue, possessing divine power comparable to Vegeta's, with a total of 2,000 points of divine strength. Vegeta coldly snorted, also transforming into a Super Saiyan God in blue. Due to the Saiyan hierarchy, his divine power had slightly increased after sustaining injuries, though not as fearsome as the earlier transformations. Vegeta's divine strength had risen by 100 points. Son Goku smiled faintly, transforming into a Super Saiyan God in blue as well, boasting 2,100 points of divine power. Hit, too, began to unleash his fury, his gaze serious as he stared at the now bewildered Kampa. With 3 Super Saiyan gods in blue and the top assassin of the 6th universe, even a god of destruction like Kampa began to feel a headache. The combined divine powers of these warriors totaled 10,000 points. However, as seasoned fighters, their synergy would exceed mere arithmetic. 1 plus 1 would indeed surpass 2, even should Kampa wish to defeat them. It would take considerable time. Should a battle ensue, the seventh universe would undoubtedly be devastated. And if these warriors fought for their lives, Kampa would find it difficult to rein them in. Hey, Kampa, it seems the situation has escalated beyond control. We might even attract the attention of the God of Time. And that would spell trouble for you, Kampa, Babidi teased, knowing well that Kampa's threats were mere bluster. Not to mention, eliminating Hit and the others would render the sixth universe devoid of power, making it the weakest among the 12 universes. Once Son Goku and his companions intervened, it was clear that Kampa could no longer act, even without the God of Time's involvement, for Beerus would never allow Kampa to murder Son Goku and the others. Damn it, Beerus, why are you not keeping an eye on your subordinates, ensuring they don't meddle in affairs that do not concern them? If you don't, I will destroy them all, and you will surely regret it. Hearing Babidi's words, Kampa began to regret his earlier threats, unleashing his frustration upon Beerus. Haha, Kampa, they are not my subordinates. If you wish to destroy them, go ahead. I would prefer if the one beside me also joined the fray. Beerus laughed, pointing at the tall figure standing next to Whis, the God of Time. Kampa's face fell in shock, realizing he had not even noticed when this individual had arrived. Enough, let us cease this bickering. Kampa, I do not believe you would truly wish to destroy Hit and the others. Reg, now reluctantly stepping forward, did not believe Kampa would follow through with his threats, understanding that they were merely expressions of anger. After all, becoming a god of destruction requires more than mere strength. Even as sometimes childish Kampa understood the importance of restraint. Indeed, my earlier words were merely in jest. How could I possibly wish to destroy Hit? I was simply provoked by some shameless individuals. Kampa, now relieved by Reg's intervention, redirected his childish tantrum towards Beerus. Hearing Kampa's insult, Beerus's expression darkened, and he retorted, "You fat fool, who are you calling shameless? You, the bone-thin one, dare criticize anyone's weight?" As Beerus called him a fat fool, Kampa's expression immediately soured. Generally, those who are overweight despise being called a fat fool, especially someone as hot-headed as Kampa. Fat pig, skinny bones, to the astonishment of all. Beerus and Kampa began to bicker like street thugs. Just as they were about to engage in a serious fight, Reg's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed a powerful presence appearing before him, causing him great shock. He had not felt any spatial fluctuations or energy. Had they not appeared right before him, he would have been oblivious to their arrival. Before Reg stood a childlike figure, accompanied by a tall, slender bodyguard. The child had a round head and a colorful appearance, exuding an innocent charm. He was none other than the strongest entity in the Dragon Ball universe, the embodiment of universal order, Zeno. Meanwhile, Beerus and Kampa continued their quarrel. The usually cheerful Babidi and Whis had become serious, urging the feuding gods of destruction with utmost respect. The king of all has descended. What? We will deal with this later. Beerus and Kampa exclaimed in unison, as they prepared to engage in battle. The mention of the king of all made their faces pale with fear. The king of all. Beerus and Kampa widened their eyes, instantaneously appearing before the Omni King at a speed several times faster than the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, multiplied by 20. The two of them stood upright in front of the Omni King before bending their upper bodies down forcefully, their heads nearly touching the ground. Not only they, but the gods of destruction also hurried to the Omni King's presence, promptly prostrating themselves before him. Meanwhile, Reg, who typically faced even the mightiest foes with a playful grin, now wore a serious and solemn expression. However, unlike the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai, Reg merely nodded respectfully to the Omni King, stating, "I have the honor of meeting you, Omni King, that I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Beerus and Kampa simultaneously exclaimed with utmost reverence, their sweat pooling on the ground. The gods of destruction were terrified, and the Supreme Kais from two universes dared not lift their heads in the presence of the Omni King. You two gods of destruction have come to hold such a competition. I must remind you to exercise caution, the Omni King said. Yes, we are deeply sorry, Beerus and Kampa responded in unison. However, the Omni King continued. After watching, I found it quite interesting that I would like to host a universe-wide competition next time. Both Beerus and Kampa were momentarily taken aback, and without a second thought, they nodded in agreement, replying, of course. Witnessing the usually unruly Beerus and Kampa, who could do as they pleased in their own universe, trembling before the Omni King, filled with fear and behaving more submissively than anyone else, Reg couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Hearing Reg's laughter, the Omni King turned his gaze towards him, shaking his head. This startled all the gods of destruction and supreme Kais, and at that moment, Beerus and Kampa silently thought, "What are you laughing at? Don't provoke the Omni King, or we will all be dragged down with you." They believed Reg was now in grave danger, fearing that the Omni King could easily erase someone with just a thought. The two guards beside the Omni King also adopted stern expressions, their faces serious as their small eyes gleamed with cold light, exerting an overwhelming pressure towards Reg, causing his expression to change. Although Reg was aware of the strength of the Omni King's guards, he did not anticipate their power to be so immense that their mere presence made it difficult for him to move. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would likely result in his immediate demise. However, Reg's nearly Majin Buu-like regenerative abilities meant he could not be easily killed. Nevertheless, Reg was unafraid of them. He might not have been their match, but he was confident in his ability to escape if it came to a chase, unless the Omni King pursued him relentlessly. Therefore, as the two guards glared at him, Reg did not retaliate with a fierce glare of his own. "Perhaps I fear the Omni King, but I do not fear you," Reg thought to himself. However, the Omni King did not appear angry. He stepped forward and said, "Are you the new time god? How wonderful! Ever since the last time God passed away, I have had no one to play with." "Play with you?" Reg's expression faltered, as he recalled that the previous time God had indeed played with the Omni King a few times. Yet, if it weren't for the previous time God's mastery over space and time, coupled with a knack for escaping just as the Omni King's anger flared, that individual would have long been obliterated. Realizing this, Reg swallowed hard. He was not nearly as fortunate as the last time God, who successfully evaded capture each time. Without hesitation, Reg firmly declined. "Omni King, I am afraid I cannot play with you." Hey, Reg, don't," Beerus exclaimed anxiously. Reg resided in the 7th universe, and if he angered the Omni King, it would not only affect him but also everyone in the 7th universe, including Beerus himself. "Silence! Do you wish to vanish?" the Omni King chided, casting a cold glare at Beerus, who was not the only one affected. Even Kampa from the 6th universe felt the pressure of the Omni King's gaze. Kampa quickly lowered his head, cursing Beerus internally. "Damn you, Beerus! Why drag me into this? Why did you have to speak up? And you time god, how dare you refuse the Omni King?" Simultaneously, the two guards who had been intimidating Reg also panicked, retracting their pressure, no longer daring to act further. "Why is that?" the Omni King inquired curiously, looking at Reg. "Well, Omni King, you see, I have just become the time god, and there are many matters I need to attend to. Once I have completed them, I shall play with you," Reg explained. "When will you be done?" the Omni King asked, his expression one of disappointment. By the way, I shall gift you some gaming consoles in my moments of boredom. I used to play with these." With that, Reg conjured several gaming consoles, featuring characters from the Dragon Ball universe, including Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. "These games can be played with anyone. They are far more entertaining than playing with me." "Really?" The Omni King's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the console in his hands. "Ha! Omni King, these are incredibly fun. We often play this Saiyan fighting game." At that moment, Son Goku approached, grinning at the Omni King. This once again startled Beerus, Kampa, and the other deities that my goodness, are these Saiyans all insane? Beerus and Kampa internally berated, initially thinking Reg was already reckless, but now witnessing Goku being even bolder by engaging the Omni King directly. "Who are you? Can you play this?" the Omni King asked Goku curiously, noticing that Goku did not exhibit fear like the others. He appeared quite interesting. Omni King, am Son Goku. Let me show you how to play." With that, in front of all the gods, Goku casually took the Omni King's hand and sat down on the ground, teaching him how to play the game. This left the two guards beside the Omni King utterly astonished, their small eyes nearly popping out. "The characters here look quite like you," the Omni King exclaimed with excitement. That's because this is me," Goku replied with a goofy smile. Thus, in a surprisingly familiar manner, Goku engaged the Omni King in conversation. Approximately half an hour passed, during which Goku won against the Omni King several times in the game. Eventually, Bados and Whis interjected, "Omni King, you've been out for quite some time. You should return. You cannot remain in the lower realms for too long." Ah, all right. It seemed as though he had been in the lower realms for several years. It was indeed time to go back. Hearing Bados and Whis, the Omni King nodded. He then addressed Reg and Goku, saying, "Goku, Reg, remember to come play with me when you have the time." Of course, Goku and Reg replied with smiles, nodding at the Omni King. Then, farewell. With that, the Omni King and his two guards, along with the gaming consoles Reg had gifted, vanished in an instant. That scared me to death. Beerus and Compa sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Finally, the Omni King has departed." During that half hour, they felt as though they had endured an eternity. Son Goku. Once the Omni King was gone, Beerus called out loudly to Goku. "What is it, Lord Beerus?" Goku replied, his expression puzzled as he looked at Beerus, unsure of why he was being shouted at. "Oh, you realize you nearly brought about our demise. If you had angered the Omni King, the entire universe would have suffered because of you. And you, Reg, how dare you refuse the Omni King? You truly have a lot of audacity." Beerus fumed, observing Goku's innocent expression and Reg's nonchalant demeanor as if nothing had happened. This only fueled Beerus's frustration. Hey, Beerus, what does this have to do with me? It was Kakarot who approached him. Besides, it's dangerous to accompany the Omni King to play with fate, even if I were to indulge in play. It would only be after I reached the third stage of the dimensional deity that I would accompany the Omni King in a game of house, Reg said to Beerus. Lord Beerus, I find that the Omni King does not seem as formidable as everyone claims. Why is it that you gods are so fearful of him? Sun Wukong remarked with a foolish grin. The Omni King. Beerus's expression shifted as he gazed at Sun Wukong's naive demeanor, feeling utterly speechless. With Sun Wukong's personality, Beerus was left at a loss for words. To refer to the esteemed Omni King as Quan. Madness. They are all mad. You scions of this universe are all lunatics. I shall no longer indulge in your games. Come, Whis, we are returning. At that moment, Compa had lost all desire to remain there. After Hit and Kaba bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they followed Compa and finally soared towards the direction of Universe 6. I never anticipated the existence of such colossal Dragon Balls. It is simply unbelievable, Piccolo exclaimed, gazing at the 7 enormous Super Dragon Balls suspended above him, their surface a transparent amber hue, adorned with red pentagrams ranging from 1 star to 7. The 7 massive Super Dragon Balls scattered across the vast, empty expanse of the cosmic starry sky, creating a truly spectacular sight. Come forth, Dragon of the Gods, Beerus called out to the Super Dragon Balls in the cosmic void. Uttering the incantation in the divine language for summoning the dragon with the Super Dragon Balls could only be accomplished in this sacred tongue, as these Dragon Balls were intended solely for deities. A thunderous roar echoed through the endless depths of the universe. Golden lightning flickered between the Super Dragon Balls, gradually spreading throughout the cosmic realm. Instantly, the entire world seemed to change color, revealing a vast and divine spectacle. With a roar akin to a stellar explosion, the magnificent form of the Super Dragon emerged. It was a long, winged divine dragon, slender yet robust, reminiscent of the Yinglong from Chinese mythology, but grander in scale. With its scales the size of entire galaxies, a magnificent and sacred aura permeated countless star systems, causing the entire universe to shift in hue, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. The Super Dragon unfurled its golden wings and swallowed the vast star system, where Beerus resided, in a single gulp. Countless celestial bodies of various sizes flew past Reg and the others, entering the belly of the Super Dragon. Reg had encountered the dragon from Namek, the dragon from the GT timeline, and the dragon from Earth. But this was his first encounter with the Super Dragon from Dragon Ball Super. That IT truly is colossal, Reg remarked in astonishment. Even though he was aware of the plot, witnessing the Super Dragon's size left him astounded. Thus unfolded the subsequent events, as Beerus's wish aligned closely with the storyline, restoring the Earth of Universe 6 to its original state. The dragon on Earth could grant me access to all the magical training secrets of the 7th universe. If I were to locate the Super Dragon, It should be able to bestow upon me the means to master the abilities of the entire Dragon Ball universe. With his thought, Reg decided to ask Bulma for assistance in creating an enormous dragon radar. Although he could replicate smaller dragon radars through magic, he had never encountered one that could encompass the entire universe. Thus he knew he could not create it. Earthpoint 3 days after the conclusion of the God of Destruction tournament. Everyone returned to Earth at this moment. Sun Wukong finally issued a challenge to Reg. I knew that Wukong would definitely challenge Instructor Reg, Krillin said, grinning as he clasped his hand behind his head while looking at Tianjin. With a tenfold increase in power on top of the Super Saiyan God Blue transformation, this time the instructor truly faces a formidable opponent. Tianjin nodded in agreement. Wukong, do you think he can surpass the instructor? Yinchan remarked, his tone tinged with uncertainty. They had never truly fought, and they had yet to witness the full extent of the instructor's capabilities, so they could only find out through battle. Piccolo's gaze fell upon Reg. Realistically speaking, Sun Wukong's godly combat power, with a tenfold Super Blue Kaioken, had already surpassed Reg's. However, Reg did not gauge his true combat strength based on mere surface-level godly power. In Piccolo's mind, he believed that Sun Wukong would emerge victorious. Yet instinctively, he felt that Reg was even stronger than Wukong. During Reg's training sessions, his strength remained an unfathomable mystery, while Wukong's power, though formidable, was always displayed before them. The most terrifying enemy is one whose strength remains unknown. Conversely, if you are aware of an enemy's power, you will have a target to strive to surpass, and inevitably, you will one day exceed them. Reg belonged to the former category, while Sun Wukong belonged to the latter. Thus, Piccolo instinctively believed that Reg was somewhat superior in the northeastern seas of Earth. Sun Wukong and Reg floated above the ocean, while Krillin, Yinchan, Tianjin, Daipo, Reggaeton, Regadi, Trunks, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and others observed from a distance. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted. In a cascade, a celestial blue starlight enveloped him, transforming his hair and eyebrows into a brilliant blue, with his pupils shimmering with a soft blue glow. The surrounding aura was sacred and radiant. Scattered with star-like specks, this energy was exceedingly dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, interspersed with bubbles of energy that swirled rhythmically. The Super Saiyan God Blue form elevated Sun Wukong's combat power to 2,100 points. With 2,100 points of godly power, coupled with the tenfold Kaioken, his strength soared to an astounding 21,000 points. Kakarot, I never imagined you would adapt to using Kaioken so swiftly, Reg said with a smile. In the storyline, after battling Hit, the side effects of forcibly using the tenfold Super Blue Kaioken rendered Sun Wukong unable to utilize his energy for nearly a month, even hindering his ability to fly. Yet now, Sun Wukong had fully regained his peak state, meaning that at least before the Universe Tournament, he could actively enter the state of Ultra Instinct, rather than being compelled to enter it passively during the tournament. Brother Reg, in order to defeat you, I put in a tremendous effort to successfully use Kaioken in my Super Saiyan Blue state, Sun Wukong said, his face displaying a hint of pride upon hearing Reg's compliment. All right, Brother Reg, you too should transform into Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue. The blue-haired Sun Wukong declared coolly, as you wish, but I shall not become blue, nor Super Saiyan 4, but rather Yao Hong. With a burst, mist-like flames erupted, their hue a striking Yao Hong. The Yao Hong colored hair and eyebrows, along with pupils glowing with a faint Yao Hong light, surrounded by a sacred and luminous aura, scattered with star-like specks. This energy was extremely dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, interspersed with bubbles of energy that swirled rhythmically, almost identical to the Super Blue form, save for the entire color being Yao Hong. Originally, Reg's transformation was also blue, but under the influence of the divine essence of the time and space god, the energy attributes underwent a shift, transitioning from Super Saiyan God Blue to a rose hue, somewhat akin to Black Goku's Super Yao Hong. However, Reg comprehended this Yao Hong state more profoundly than Black Goku, the color nearing purple, red, and blue blending into purple in the Yao Hong state. Reg's godly combat power was 3,500 points. The godly combat power of Super Saiyan 4 was 7,000 points. with Yao Hong at 3,500, Super Blue at 3,000, Super Red at 2,000, Mystic State at 1,500 points. Super Saiyan 3 at 1,000 points, Super Saiyan 2 at 500 points, Super Saiyan 1 at 250 points, in base form at 100 points. Sun Wukong's Super Blue stood at 2,100 points, Super Red at 1,000. Super Saiyan 3 at 400, Super Saiyan 2 at 200, Super Saiyan 1 at 100, in base form at 40 points. Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the others gazed at the changing colors in the sky with astonishment, realizing that the blue Saiyans were already so formidable. Now, a different color, Yao Hong, had emerged. What? It isn't blue. Sun Wukong's expression was one of astonishment, yet at that moment, Rhaegar had already launched an attack against him. The divine battle power of Rhaegar, surpassing that of Sun Wukong, surged forth as he charged towards the super blue Sun Wukong, who was equally resolute in facing him. Neither party flinched or evaded. They collided violently, their fists meeting with a thunderous clash that echoed like steel reverberating. Clang! Countless exchanges ensued, with Rhaegar's divine battle power eclipsing that of Sun Wukong, his strength and speed clearly superior. The encounter was characterized by Rhaegar's relentless dominance over Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong's physical prowess allowed him to endure the blows, he soon found himself on the defensive after being struck by Rhaegar's final blow. Sun Wukong was sent soaring through the in that fleeting moment. He finally unleashed the super blue Kyoken. The crimson radiance erupted from Sun Wukong, enveloping him in a brilliant glow, while the azure starlight surrounding him was enveloped by this red brilliance. The red light roared outward, creating a tempest of fiery energy around him. As flames danced upon the azure glowed, a ferocious wind swirled around, tearing through the air with a sharp sound, and an overwhelming aura caused the very earth to tremble. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the super blue Kyoken X-10 Sun Wukong, and his form began to rise slowly. The earth was no longer able to withstand the sheer magnitude of their clash. For Sun Wukong could barely control the sudden surge of energy that would unleash catastrophic destruction upon contact with the ground. Otherwise, the earth would be obliterated in an instant by the energy radiating from Sun Wukong. As Rhaegar ascended, Sun Wukong, in his super blue Kyoken state, followed suit, soaring into the sky. The earth diminished beneath them within mere seconds, and before long, both warriors found themselves amidst the vastness of outer space. A red aura materialized around Rhaegar, causing the crimson light enveloping him to vanish, replaced by a fusion of red and azure luminescence, perhaps due to the amalgamation of the powers of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Rhaegar's Super 4 God state absorbed divine energy rather than merging with it, unlike the Super Saiyan God form. The similarities between the divine prowess of the Super Saiyan God and the divine essence of the time-space deity may have contributed to this outcome, resulting in an increase rather than a breakthrough in power. Alternatively, it could be that the Super 4 God-S power transcended divine energy, rendering it beneath his consideration, thus opting to absorb rather than merge. Regardless of the reason, Rhaegar was indifferent as long as it enhanced his strength. His hair began to lengthen rapidly, turning black while golden light radiated from him, eventually transforming into a vibrant red. His body became adorned with crimson fur, and he donned red trousers paired with black casual pants. Surrounding him were 2 layers of flames. The inner layer was red, while the outer layer shimmered blue, exuding a splendid radiance akin to dazzling fireworks. The outermost layer still bore traces of azure spiritual light. An awe-inspiring aura surged forth as the brilliant light obscured the sky, equivalent to the expanse of 10 Earths. The weight of the Super 4 power combined with the divine brilliance of the Super Saiyan God created an immense presence. Rhaegar's black pupils bore a reddish hue, and his long black hair exhibited a hint of pale blue. From a distance, Rhaegar's colors mirrored those of Sun Wukong, both adorned in red and blue. One radiated red externally with blue within, while the other displayed red within and blue outside. The Super 4 God, having absorbed divine energy, now boasted a divine battle power of 7,000 points. Rhaegar, 7,000 points of divine battle power multiplied by 3 equals 21,000 points, making Rhaegar's 7,000 points equivalent to 21,000 points. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's tenfold Super Blue Coke Divine Battle Power also reached 21,000 points, establishing parity between their strengths. However, Rhaegar's Divine Battle Power was not augmented through skills like Sun Wukong's. It was a tangible embodiment of his own strength. Each 10-point increase in Divine Battle Power represented a minor tier of existence, where a warrior with 10,000 points could easily vanquish one with 9,999 points. And two warriors with 9,999 points would falter against a single warrior exceeding 10,000 points. T present. Sun Wukong equated to two warriors with 9,999 points plus an additional 1,002 points. Bang, 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 boom, confronted by Rhaegar. Sun Wukong wielded no means of retaliation. Rhaegar unleashed a flurry of striking attacks. A left hook, a right hook, a sweeping kick, and finally a powerful energy blast hurled towards Sun Wukong. The overwhelming pressure of their realms, along with the suppression of speed and strength, rendered the seemingly negligible disparity of 21,000 points in divine battle power inconsequential. Hua! Sun Wukong doubled over, spitting blood, his eyes bloodshot as waves of pain coursed through his body. He had believed he had surpassed Rhaegar, yet despite the evident disparity in divine battle power, he found himself unable to prevail. Boom! A tremendous force rattled Sun Wukong, leaving him disoriented and unable to discern his bearings. In quick succession, Rhaegar delivered a powerful kick, sending Sun Wukong hurtling away. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red and blue light, darting towards the nearest small celestial body, akin to the explosive force of a missile. Boom! Was the power of Super Saiyan 4 combined with the Super Saiyan God truly that formidable? Though Sun Wukong's body was rapidly recovering thanks to the regenerative abilities of the Super Saiyan God, he realized he was no longer a match for Rhaegar. Under the complete suppression he faced, he began to ponder whether the fusion of Super 4 and Super Saiyan God would yield cataclysmic consequences. Would he truly need to resort to the 20-fold Super Blue Kaioken? After only a brief period utilizing the 10-fold Super Blue Kaioken, Sun Wukong felt utterly drained, gasping for air, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's entry into the small celestial body, which measured hundreds of thousands of meters. In his prolonged absence, Rhaegar called out, "Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? I refuse to believe you could perish so easily," just as Rhaegar began to question whether his blows had indeed been excessively forceful. A sudden, deafening explosion erupted, causing the massive celestial body before him to disintegrate into nothingness, and even more terrifying pressure than before surged forth from Sun Wukong. The crimson light radiated outward, encompassing a 100-kilometer radius of space in fiery energy. As terrifying energy swirled like a blazing inferno, the onslaught of energy blades swept through, pulverizing all meteors within a 100-kilometer radius into dust, erasing them from existence. 20-fold Super Blue Kaioken. Sun Wukong's voice echoed from afar as Rhaegar's vision was momentarily illuminated by a flash of red and blue light. Seizing the opportunity while Rhaegar was momentarily stunned, Sun Wukong initiated his assault, delivering a powerful punch that sank deep into Rhaegar's abdomen, twisting his fist as the force penetrated within. Rhaegar's eye twitched involuntarily, instinctively retaliating with a punch, but Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded. Rhaegar's form plummeted rapidly, soon descending beneath the earth and into the depths of the ocean. Huff! Huff! Sun Wukong took deep breaths in the cosmos. Yet within mere seconds, he felt an excruciating pain throughout his bones, an after-effect of his body struggling to bear the immense power of the Kaioken. Instant transmission. The words flashed through Sun Wukong's mind as he sensed spatial fluctuations behind him. His body instinctively reacted, spinning around to deliver a punch. Bang! Their fists collided. Sun Wukong and Rhaegar locked eyes, their fists meeting in a fierce clash. Suddenly, a smile broke across Rhaegar's face. Oh no! The moment Sun Wukong saw Rhaegar's grin, he instinctively sensed danger. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent reeling backward, blood gushing from his nose, while Rhaegar remained rooted in place, his punch still poised in midair. Sun Wukong clutched his nose, crimson with blood, his gaze fixated on Rhaegar. The equal battle power they shared had allowed Rhaegar's time manipulation ability to rival Sun Wukong's tenfold Super Blue Kaioken. Yet in Rhaegar's hands, this ability rendered his power even more formidable. The Time and Space God King, renowned for his dominion over time and space, stood before Reg, while his time skip was as if he were a younger brother. Sun Wukong could scarcely fathom the terrifying combat prowess of Reg. Bam! Boom! Bang! A series of relentless sounds echoed as Sun Wukong was struck by an unknown assault, leaving him battered and bruised in an instant 0.2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, Wukong was a mess of injuries, blood staining his face and the corners of his mouth, trembling all over, having already exited the ultra blue Kaioken state. Indeed, time had merely leaped to 0.2 seconds, yet even this brief interval was nearly unbearable for him. If I were to skip to 0.3 seconds, I could obliterate you in an instant, Reg remarked casually to Sun Wukong. Heh, even if I must concede defeat. Sun Wukong's words were abruptly cut short as Reg knocked him unconscious. As a Saiyan himself, Reg understood the nature of Sun Wukong and his companions. Regardless of the disparity in strength, they would never concede unless utterly defeated. However, Reg was not their enemy. Naturally, Reg lacked the reckless fervor of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who would boldly confront foes far superior to themselves. Minutes later, Vegeta observed as Sun Wukong's body descended from the heavens. Caught by Sun Gohan, he let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Yet internally he was struck with astonishment and discontent, feeling that Sun Wukong had surpassed him by a considerable margin. If Reg had surpassed him, at least Vegeta could argue that Reg was his elder brother. It was only natural for an elder to outshine a younger sibling. But Sun Wukong, a lower-class warrior, had eclipsed him, which was somewhat intolerable for Vegeta. They had all started on the same starting line. That Sun Wukong could outpace him so significantly was infuriating. Who would have imagined that even after utilizing the 20-fold Ultra Blue Kaioken, Wukong still fell short against Reg? If Reg were to unleash his full power, how terrifying would his combat strength truly be? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. It's astonishing. Just the transformation into a Super Saiyan can rival the Super Saiyan God. No, this is no ordinary Super Saiyan, Vegeta declared with unwavering conviction. This energy resembles Broly's? Could it be that these two youngsters are the legendary Super Saiyans? Sun Wukong's expression reflected his astonishment, recalling the considerable challenges he had faced against Broly in the past. Good heavens, the offspring of the Time and Space God King are indeed legendary Super Saiyans. This is simply unfathomable, Sun Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Are these still mere children? Krillin lamented, feeling a sense of unease at being overshadowed by two youngsters, Vegeta and Vegeta, both identical in height and physique. Boasted bulging muscles that were both hard and formidable, their power astonishingly immense. A palpable pressure emanated from the two, igniting fierce combat intent that clashed violently, causing the surrounding temperature to soar beyond 100 degrees. Fortunately, none in the time and space divine realm were ordinary beings. All possessed strength exceeding 10 points of divine combat power. What an overwhelming aura! Even Chaos, the weakest among them, could deeply sense it. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his body trembling. The intense sounds of battle resonated for miles, as countless fragments of stone floated suspended in the air. Two green lights entwined and danced amidst the heavens. Sparks flying brilliantly, exuding an air of formidable danger. Vegeta and Vegeta engaged in a frenzied battle, exchanging blows without evasion. Each attack landed squarely upon the other. Their fists collided with such force that the resulting energy created massive craters in the ground. Each blow echoing like thunder. The two roared, their relentless exchanges leaving a multitude of scars upon their bodies. As their combat raged on, Vegeta began to emit feral growls. Two tigers could not coexist on a single mountain unless one were male and the other female. Though the two legendary Super Saiyans were brothers, their battle instincts would ignite against one another, driving them to fight with unyielding ferocity. Thus, the pupils of Vegeta have vanished. Although Regut the Emperor retains some semblance of sanity, he is compelled to engage in battle with his fraternal counterpart, who strikes with lethal intent. Otherwise, it would be his own life at stake. Ha 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 ha. Completely devoid of reason, Ragution, having repelled his brother Regut the Emperor, begins to laugh maniacally, enveloped by a luminous sphere that radiates around him, culminating in an energy ore that expands outward from his very core. In the next moment, energy blasts erupt in all directions. Akin to a torrential downpour from the heavens, the relentless barrage of the energy sphere obliterates the surrounding forest for miles, rendering them into ruins, as flames dance wildly and thunderous echoes reverberate. Something feels amiss. Sun Wukong, casually swatting away the energy blast hurled towards him, gazes with curiosity at the now deranged Ragution. Were this on Earth, such widespread unleashing of energy blasts by Ragution would likely result in the planet's instantaneous obliteration. However, even within the realm of the time-space gods, the area has been flattened to the ground, though in the vastness of the time-space realm, spanning 510 billion square kilometers, this devastation is hardly significant, as it is 100 times larger than Earth itself. Boom! It seems this little fellow has indeed lost his wits. Piccolo, nonchalantly deflecting several incoming energy blasts, remarks with a calm demeanor. While Piccolo's strength may not rival that of GT Son Goku, Sun Wukong, or Vegeta, he undoubtedly surpasses Trunks and Son Goten, far exceeding the now frenzied Ragution and the nearly deranged Regut the Emperor. Just as Piccolo contemplates intervening, a flash of golden light darts across the sky, revealing a man hovering above, with a child sporting a tail resting on his shoulder and another similarly tailed child cradled in his right arm. Uncle Vegeta, it seems we've found ourselves in quite the predicament. Upon uttering this, Regut the Emperor promptly faints. Truly, as a member of the royal lineage, it appears my two nephews are far superior to my lackluster son. Vegeta muses to himself, wearing a confident smile, though his expression darkens at the mere mention of his son Trunks. During the GT saga, Trunks had already been neglecting his training, only resuming his efforts after defeating the one-star dragon. Although he has now reached Super Saiyan level 4, he still pales in comparison to Ragution and Regut the Emperor. How strange. I can't shake the feeling that someone is thinking of me. Trunks sneezes involuntarily, rubbing his nose in confusion. The narrative has now reached the midpoint of the Dragon Ball Super arc. And once Black Goku is vanquished, an array of god-level warriors will emerge. Hit, Topo, Dispo, Jiren, and the formidable beings from Dragon Ball Heroes that follow the Super storyline at that juncture, the adversaries encountered will be of the caliber of destroyer gods. Hence, Regut has brought Ragution and Regut the Emperor to the realm of the time-space gods for training, ensuring they possess the strength to avoid immediate annihilation when the Dragon Ball Heroes narrative commences. Though Ragution and Regut the Emperor are prodigies, they are still quite young. Half a month prior, Regut arrived in Universe 6 on Planet Salad. This truly Planet Salad? The environment is reminiscent of the former planet Vegeta, with gravity 10 times that of Earth, and its size comparable to the original planet Vegeta. The sole distinction is that the Saiyans here lack tails, and unlike the previous planet Vegeta, extraterrestrial beings are seldom seen. Most inhabitants are tailless Saiyans. Are you the time-space god king? My master's brother, a youth whose hairstyle mirrors that of young Son Gohan, yet appears frail and shorter than Vegeta, gazes at Regut in astonishment. Oh, it's you, Vegeta's brother. It seems your strength has improved remarkably over the past month, surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold. Regut smiles at Gabe, discernibly noting the latent power of transformation within Gabe. Despite his lack of transformation at present, I remember my master's words. I must train diligently to surpass him. Gabe replies with a beaming smile. Then strive for greatness. Your current goal is to transcend Super Saiyan 1 to achieve Super Saiyan 2. 3. In even divine form, Regut advises calmly that I will do my utmost. Gabe declares, his gaze resolute. Suddenly recalling something, Gabe questions Regut, by the way, God King, what brings you to Planet Salad? And how did you traverse from Universe 7 to Universe 6? Upon observing Gabe's inquisitive expression, Regut chuckles. Your inquiries are rather simple to address. Firstly, as a Saiyan from Universe 7, it is only natural to be intrigued by the Saiyans of another universe. Secondly, I am a god. Does that suffice? Gabe is momentarily taken aback, finding Regut's reasoning undeniably sound. In that case, God King, this is your first visit to Planet Salad, so you must not be well acquainted with my homeland. Allow me to serve as your guide, Gabe offers with an apologetic smile, addressing Regut. Indeed, Regut nods, acknowledging his unfamiliarity with Planet Salad. The Dragon Ball Super narrative scarcely covers the environment of Planet Salad. Thus, everything must be creatively fabricated by the author. Towering skyscrapers rise from the ground, dual overpasses reach for the sky, and stores, office buildings, and residences are arranged in an orderly fashion, all illuminated by radiant lights. With a continuous flow of flying vehicles and aircraft, as countless Saiyans soar through the skies, the technology on Planet Salad appears to parallel that of Earth, yet the inhabitants are undeniably more formidable. Under Gabe's hospitality, Regut visits the headquarters of the Lace's Defense Force. Gabe introduces Regut to Linsir, recounting his experiences at the Destroyer God fighting tournament. Saiyans have gods too? This is truly astonishing, especially the time-space God King. Linsir exclaims in disbelief. Though the Destroyer gods are powerful, there are indeed more than one being in the 12 universes who surpass or rival them. If I were to shed the title of time-space God King, I would be just another among them. Regut replies with a smile. Linsir, the captain of the elite Saiyan unit known as the Lace's Defense Force in Universe 6, possesses formidable strength and extensive battle experience, having once been Gabe's mentor, earning his unwavering trust. However, after sustaining severe injuries and grappling with mobility issues, he retired from the force and recommended Gabe as the new captain in the narrative arc concerning survival in the universe. The Destroyer God, in search of 10 skilled warriors to represent Universe 6, commanded Gabe to seek powerful Saiyan fighters for the tournament. Gabe's immediate thought was of his former captain, Linsir, prompting him to pay a visit. Upon clarifying his intentions, Linsir expressed his reluctance to participate due to severe leg ailments, not wishing to be a burden to Universe 6, and ultimately suggested that his sister Caulifla take his place in the Tournament of Power. Regut, sensing the immense power concealed within Linsir, resolved to assist him in healing his injuries. If Linsir's wounds could be mended and his latent potential fully unleashed, his strength might rival that of Super Saiyan 3 or even exceed it. Ultimately, Regut succeeded in healing Linsir, allowing him to stand once more. Although he still struggled with mobility due to years of inactivity, he was at least able to walk. Splendid. Captain, you can finally stand, Gabe exclaimed joyfully. Ha! I owe this all to the God King. Linsir responded with excitement. Oh, God King, do all Saiyans from Universe 7 possess tails? Linsir inquired, noticing the tail behind Regut. Indeed, all Saiyans in Universe 7 are born with tails. However, only my son retains his tail, while the others have long since shed theirs. Reg nodded and said, It seems the legends are true. The former Saiyans indeed possess tails. Sora nodded in agreement and remarked, By the way, regarding the Super Saiyan that Gabe mentioned, does it only exist in your universe? If it exists in the 7th universe, why is it absent in the 6th universe? Soru's face reflected curiosity. Gabe had already informed him about the Super Saiyan, including the fact that his sister could now transform as well. Perhaps it was due to differing living conditions. All Saiyans possess the potential to transform. However, this does not imply that every Saiyan can achieve transformation, as innate talent, emotional drive, and foundational combat skills are all essential. The living conditions of the Saiyans in your 6th universe are undoubtedly far superior to those endured by the Saiyans of our 7th universe. In the past, weaker Saiyans on planet Vegeta scarcely survived. Even if they did, their lives were spent in servitude, forever regarded as inferior. Thus, their paths diverged significantly, although there are now few Saiyans left in the 7th universe. Each one who has survived is an elite among elites. I understand that acquiring power is no easy feat upon hearing Reg's words. Sora nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is remarkable that Saiyans who have thrived in such harsh conditions are not formidable. Gabe, I heard that a deity of the Super Saiyans has arrived on our planet. Salada. Gabe, summon him. I wish to challenge him. I want to see whether this so-called god of Super Saiyans is truly formidable, or if my Super Saiyan prowess surpasses his. Suddenly, a voice filled with battle intent interrupted their conversation. A girl clad in a pink strapless top and loose training pants stood above them, arms crossed, Exuding an air of arrogance, IT was none other than Khalifa. With a hairstyle reminiscent of Raditz, Goku's brother, her bright eyes gleamed with excitement. Ever since Gabe informed her about the martial arts tournament and taught her to transform into a Super Saiyan, she had been eagerly anticipating a chance to fight a Saiyan from the 7th universe. Khalifa, don't be reckless. You are no match for this esteemed individual, Soru admonished Khalifa, fully aware of his sister's impulsive nature. Before his injury, he found it difficult to manage her, and now, post-injury, he felt utterly helpless. Brother, stop siding with outsiders. Even if he is the god of Super Saiyans, so what? He might not be stronger than me. I am currently more powerful than Gabe. Khalifa shot a challenging glare at our EG.MY apologies. Your Majesty, MY sister is rather straightforward. Please disregard her, Sora said with concern, fearing that Reg might retaliate against Khalifa in anger. Haha, how amusing. Little sister, you are the first Saiyan of such low power to challenge me. I enlighten your brother and Gabe. I shall offer you some guidance. Reg replied with a smile directed at Khalifa. What did you say? Strength is determined only through battle, and judging by your stature, you're not much taller than me. Why do you look down on me? Khalifa retorted angrily. Reg did not respond to her provocation, but stated, Well, I presume you do not wish to challenge me here. You may choose the location. Humph, follow me. Khalifa huffed, naturally unwilling to engage Reg in such a setting. She opened the door and dashed outside, transforming into a white beam of light that soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant in a desert on Salada. Khalifa hovered mid-air, arms crossed over her chest. What a slow pace. It seems I overestimated him. Khalifa remarked disdainfully, noticing Reg's absence. What do you mean by overestimating me? Reg asked with a smirk, standing behind Khalifa, looking down at her. Reg stood at 1.83 meters tall, while Gabe, even with his hair, barely reached Vegeta's nose, which meant Gabe was at most 1.55 meters tall. Khalifa, being half a head taller than Gabe, was likely around 1.63 to 1.65 meters. At this moment, Reg towered over Khalifa, their faces nearly level as he looked down at her. Ah, Khalifa gasped, quickly distancing herself from Reg. Did you? Khalifa stammered, astonished that she had not sensed Reg's presence or noticed him following her. How was it possible? Khalifa stared at Reg in disbelief. What is the matter? Are you already frightened before the fight begins? Reg teased, observing Khalifa, who was around 14.5 years old, reached the level of transforming into a Super Saiyan at such a young age spoke volumes about her extraordinary talent. Who has scared? Khalifa retorted defiantly. Let us begin, Reg said calmly. Stop looking down on me. Yeah. With Khalifa's battle cry, the energy around her surged, golden light exploding forth, her power overwhelming. The ground beneath her cracked open in a web-like pattern, and the air churned like a tidal wave, surging in all directions. Khalifa's pupils shifted to blue. Her hair turned golden and stood upright, excluding her bangs. Khalifa's Super Saiyan power level reached 50, while her base form was 1. Gabe's Super Saiyan level was 40, with a base of 800 billion, distinct from Vegeta's. That it seemed the power levels were somewhat chaotic, so let's revise them. Aside from the highest power levels remaining unchanged, the others will be adjusted. Goku, Super Blue 2100, Super Red 800, Super 380, Super 220, Super 110, base 200 billion. Vegeta, Super Blue 2100, Super Red 800, Limit Breaker Super 230, Super 110, base 200 billion. Reg, godly power in Super 4 state is 7,000, Super Red 3500, Super 4, Blue 3000, Super Red 2000, Mysterious State 1500, Super 3 1000, Super 2 500, Super 1 250, base 100 power level. Protagonist power remains unchanged. While others follow standard Saiyan transformation calculations, as Khalifa transformed into Super Saiyan, she dashed toward Reg at incredible speed, the ground beneath her collapsing into a deep trench. Reg smiled faintly, standing with arms crossed, unfazed by Khalifa's rapid onslaught. Not a single attack could touch him. With a confident smile, Reg moved with ease, dodging all of Khalifa's strikes. Dodging all you know? Khalifa screamed in frustration, her attacks seemingly striking only air, which drove her who preferred direct confrontations, into a frenzy. Khalifa glared intensely at Reg. Fine. I won't dodge anymore. Reg smiled at her. You said it. Khalifa charged forward, throwing a punch at her, as her fist neared him. Reg's demeanor shifted. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, and he tightened his fist, countering her strike. Bam! The sound and explosion echoed as the air shattered, visible waves of energy radiating outward, sending Khalifa reeling backward. I refuse to believe it. You haven't even transformed. How can I possibly lose to you? Khalifa shouted defiantly, gathering golden energy orbs in each hand, launching a barrage of attacks toward Reg. Khalifa relentlessly bombarded Reg with energy blasts, yet he stood still, and all her attacks were halted just a meter from him by an invisible force. Time passed slowly as Khalifa finally ceased her assault. Panting heavily, her chest rising and falling as exhaustion set in from her relentless exertion. This guy a monster. Carlafla gazed at Reg with a pallid complexion, her heart racing with trepidation as she realized that despite her utmost efforts, she could not make him budge an inch. Though she was combative by nature, she was not foolish. Confronting someone with powers vastly superior to her own was a grave miscalculation that moment. It dawned on Carlafla that she had chosen the wrong target, for Reg's strength far exceeded her expectations. Out of options? Then it falls to me, just as she contemplated finding an excuse to evade Reg. His voice echoed in her ear. This is bad, Carlafla thought, but it was too late. The world around her darkened, and she fell unconscious. Carlafla, Sasu cried out with concern from a distance, rushing over to embrace her. Do not worry. She merely fainted a little sleep, and she shall awaken. Reg's voice reassured Sasu, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. That it was astonishing that Reg could exhibit such prowess without even transforming. One could only imagine the terrifying extent of his strength if he did. Half a month swiftly passed, during which Reg finally discovered the last Super Dragon Ball in the 6th universe. Under his guidance, several Super Saiyans emerged on the planet Salad. Although this may seem a significant number, with over 1 billion Saiyans on Salad, the emergence of merely 10 Super Saiyans highlights the rarity of such an occurrence. In the expanse of space at the border between the 6th and 7th universes, where the god of destruction Beerus and Kampa hosted their destruction tournament, Reg began relocating the 7 Super Dragon Balls into that celestial arena. The 7 magnificent Dragon Balls radiated a golden glow, standing out against the void of space, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Damn, I'm exhausted. Reg sighed deeply, acknowledging that even as the god of time and space, shifting a Dragon Ball the size of Earth from one universe to another was no small feat. Arise, Shinron, Reg called into the cosmos with divine authority. And no sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the universe, reminiscent of past summons of the Super Shinron, culminating in a spectacular manifestation akin to a stellar explosion. The colossal figure of Shinron blotted out the sky, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly. Even Reg, having witnessed Shinron once before, found himself awestruck. State your wish. Shenron's expressionless gaze fixed upon Reggie, and my wish is to possess the memory of all cultivation techniques across the universes, Reg declared. Shinron remained silent, merely observing Reg. Unlike the typical desires for immortality or eternal life, Reg's wish was unprecedented. This request was neither overly difficult nor particularly simple for Shinron. After what felt like an eternity, just as Reg began to doubt Shinron's ability to fulfill his wish, the dragon's immense eyes glowed with a brilliant red light. Your wish has been granted. With that, Shinron transformed into 7 beams of light and vanished. Typically, one must wait a year before using the Dragon Balls again. But as the god of time, Reg possessed the unique ability to make them available once more, simply by placing them in his temporal realm for a day in the outside world. At the moment Shinron disappeared, Reg suddenly felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind. Countless images replayed in his consciousness, threatening to overwhelm him with sheer volume. However, he quickly regained his composure as these memories were sealed within his mind by Shinron. Phew, that was close to driving me mad, Reg thought, feeling as if he had watched television for 3 days and nights without rest. He was utterly fatigued. Crack. Reg opened a spatial tunnel to his temporal realm and stepped through, collapsing onto his usual bed for rest in the temporal realm. 3 days passed, equivalent to mere minutes in the outside world, and Reg began organizing the myriad cultivation techniques he had acquired. Techniques from Jiren, Topo, Dispo, and even from the yet-to-be-released second season of Dragon Ball Super featuring Moro were now at his disposal. Each movement of his hands conjured a different ability. Hit's time skip, Dispo's speed. Topo's strength, Jiren's combat prowess, and Cabba's dark energy, A.S. time, slipped away. A full year passed in the temporal realm. The entire domain began to tremble as Reg's body emitted a brilliant red-blue light, manifesting numerous distinct auras and abilities from various beings. Each unique aura and fighting style showcased different powers, all belonging to the pinnacle of the universe's warriors. Although their strengths varied, each provided Reg with invaluable insights and inspiration. Gradually, the radiance enveloping Reg began to fade, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. In the state of Super Saiyan God 4th, Reg's divine combat power reached 7,300 points, while Yao Hong stood at 3,700, Blue 3, 150, Red 2, 100, and the mysterious state at 1,580 points. His Super Saiyan 3rd state registered at 1,040 points, second at 520, first at 260, and his base form at 105 points, although Reg's surface combat power remained unchanged over the year. His understanding of martial arts had ascended to a divine level, verging on the pinnacle of martial mastery. Son Goku had reached the limits of martial understanding, while Vegeta was nearing the advanced stage, likely to attain the deep blue realm soon. Suddenly, Reg rose and unleashed a powerful punch towards the ground, producing a thunderous explosion as an invisible pressure rippled outwards. The earth within 100 kilometers erupted into a tempest of wind, a terrifying blade of energy tearing through the landscape, leaving a colossal crater in its wake. "What tremendous power!" Reg exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, though his base power had only increased by 5 points. His 105 points of divine combat power could now unleash an explosive force of 420 points. The divine mastery allowed Reg to tap into 4 times his own strength, upon transforming into Super Saiyan God 4th. His divine combat power surged to 7,300 points, equivalent to 29,200 points of divine energy. Coupled with his temporal abilities, even if a god of destruction unleashed their full might, Reg could contend with them evenly. Even if all the gods of destruction united against him, he could evade capture at will. With his powers significantly enhanced, Reg exited the temporal realm, materializing in the divine palace on Earth in the 7th universe. Although he could open the tunnel to the temporal realm, its location was within the palace, so it was only natural for him to appear there. What is this aura? Stepping out of the palace, Reg felt a perplexing energy emanating from Bulma's residence in West City. It bore a striking resemblance to Son Goku's aura, yet was interwoven with a divine energy, surpassing even Goku's Super Saiyan 3rd form. In the future world, although Trunks had become Reg's temporal patrolman, even transformed, his Super Saiyan 3rd form barely reached a divine combat power of 80 points. While his base form was formidable, he had yet to grasp the transformation into Super Saiyan God, rendering him no match for Black Goku. Son Goku's combat powers were as follows: Super Blue at 2,100 points, Super Red at 800 points, Super Third at 80 points, Super Second at 20 points, Super First at 10 points, and a base form of 200 billion. Currently, Black Goku's base strength alone surpassed Son Goku's Super Third power. Boom! The heavens erupted in a cacophony of explosions, overwhelming killing intent, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. "Ha!" Son Goku shouted, unleashing a powerful strike that collided with Black Goku's fist, generating an explosive sound akin to a missile detonating midair. Had it not been for the energy shield reinforced by Vegeta's Super Saiyan God strength enveloping Bulma's house, West City would likely have been obliterated in that single blow. Swish! Instantaneous movement. Sun Wukong swiftly transported himself behind Black Sun Wukong and delivered a powerful punch, sending Black Wukong hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground and creating a deep trench. "Who on earth are you? Why do you look exactly like me?" The transformed Crimson Sun Wukong glared coldly at Black Wukong. "Ha ha! This is splendid. I never imagined this body possessed such formidable strength. Black Wukong remarked with a grin, rising from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, seemingly unconcerned about the injury inflicted by Sun Wukong. What? Sun Wukong was perplexed by Black Wukong's words. Kakarot's body. Vegeta also failed to grasp the meaning behind Black Wukong's statement. However, he recalled the Dragon Balls. Yet, the Eternal Dragon on Earth lacked the power to facilitate a body swap between Sun Wukong and another individual. Even the Dragon on Namek would be incapable. While the Super Dragon Balls could, they had already been used by Beerus, meaning that even if he wished to use them, he would have to wait a year. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you? What business do you have with my body? Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he confronted Black Wukong. Despite having surpassed Black Wukong in strength, he sought to uncover why this doppelganger bore such a striking resemblance to him. Refraining from killing Black Wukong in an instant and instead choosing to subdue him. Suddenly, at that moment, Reg appeared, accompanied by the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Black Wukong cast a glance at Beerus, his expression shifting to one of unease as a terrifying force began to draw him backward. This phenomenon was a result of the time ring on Black Wukong's hand interacting with the time ring of Trunks, created by Reg, causing a temporal distortion that pulled Black Wukong back to the future. Recognizing Beerus, Black Wukong did not resist this formidable force. Instead, he willingly allowed himself to be drawn away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! He escaped. Sun Wukong, reverting to his normal state, exclaimed with a grim expression. Upon seeing that Black Wukong resembled Sun Wukong perfectly, Beerus appeared somewhat astonished. However, upon spotting Trunks, he quickly understood. Beerus's icy gaze fell upon Trunks as he admonished. Do you realize that recklessly traversing time and interfering with historical events is a grave offense? Trunks trembled under Beerus's chilling stare, an aura of death looming over him. What a terrifying gaze. The thought raced through Trunks' mind that, as Beerus posed his question, Trunks hurriedly replied, I'm a time patroller, traversing various timelines to combat temporal crimes and counter the schemes of malevolent forces that seek to alter history. Time patrollers? Haven't they all perished? Beerus questioned, pausing momentarily as he recalled Reg. Actually, the time patrollers were indeed exterminated, but I have reassembled them. Reg's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Time God King. Reg, the crowd's expressions brightened. Reg, do you know who that fellow truly is? Why does he resemble Kakarot so closely? Vegeta inquired of Reg. He is Kakarot. Reg replied with a knowing smirk directed at Sun Wukong. What? The group gasped in astonishment, with only Whis maintaining his usual smile, unfazed by Reg's revelation. Reg, you cannot be serious. He truly is Wukong's doppelganger, Trunks exclaimed, struggling to accept this revelation. Despite the uncanny resemblance, Black Wukong's behavior and personality were entirely different from Sun Wukong's. Sun Wukong also regarded Reg with a troubled expression. I haven't finished. What I meant to say is that his body is that of Kakarot, but his soul belongs to an entirely different individual. Reg clarified with a chuckle. You nearly scared me to death. I knew Wukong could never become like that. Bulma exhaled in relief, patting her chest. Were it not for the differences in attire, Black Wukong donned long sleeves, a red belt and white boots, wore a time ring on his right index finger, and had slightly darker skin, complemented by a patera earring on his left ear, while Sun Wukong was clad in an orange training GI adorned with Whis' signature on the chest, a blue belt around his waist, deep blue wristbands, and blue Velcro boots. Bulma would have been unable to discern who was WHOT that moment. Vegeta burst into laughter, declaring, this is fantastic. I'll take on Kakarot's doppelganger. What? That guy stole my body. How could I let you handle him? Sun Wukong protested, fully aware of Vegeta's intentions, which stemmed from the fact that the doppelganger bore his likeness yet was inferior in power. Trunks is seeking my assistance, not yours. Vegeta retorted coldly. I don't care. That guy stole my body. Sun Wukong insisted that he asked for that Wukong doppelganger. Father, I think we should clarify his identity before discussing this further. Trunks interjected, attempting to mediate between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Reg, you must know who that fellow is if you recognize that his body belongs to Kakarot. Vegeta directed a nod toward Trunks and turned to Reg with a questioning gaze. Reg nodded, stating, "I initially did not know, but I just examined the timeline and discovered that Black Wukong's true identity is the Kaioshin of Universe 10, a candidate for the position of Kaioshin." What? Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback. That individual is formidable. He has eliminated all the Kaioshins from his timeline, making him an invincible entity. The group was astonished, yet they were unaware of Zamasu's motives for annihilating the Kaioshins. After all, even if all the Kaioshins were gone, wouldn't there still be the god of destruction? While Beerus's expression darkened, the others remained oblivious to Zamasu's reasoning, and they did not dwell on it further. As Reg began explaining how Zamasu used the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with Sun Wukong, that a few minutes later, as Beerus and Sun Wukong prepared to confront Zamasu from the future, while another group set out to face Zamasu from their timeline, was suddenly inquired of Reg, "Time God King, I recall that you lack the ability to examine the timeline. How did you acquire this skill?" Reg was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had been fabricating tales about the timeline. Yet Whiss's inquiry indicated that the concept of a timeline genuinely existed in this world. That is because the previous Time God King was not as formidable as I. Reg responded directly to Whis. This reasoning posed no contradictions. Moreover, Whis found no grounds to challenge Reg, as he himself was not well versed in the intricacies of the timeline. Thus, he could not formulate questions for Reg, only aware that the timeline was a mysterious river encompassing everyone's past, present, and future. However, as the god of time and space, it seemed only natural that Reg could perceive the timeline. Ultimately, Whis did not ponder for long before leading Beerus toward Universe 10 to confront Zamasu, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed Trunks through the time portal to the future. "Haha, Vegeta, Kakarot, now that you possess my time rings, you are my subordinates," Reg declared with a smile directed at Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Vegeta remained expressionless, ignoring Reg, while Sun Wukong feigned indifference, turning his gaze elsewhere. Observing the lack of response from both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a sense of unease began to stir within Reg's heart, because he had already heard that Trunks had resurrected Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The causal chain is set, destiny cycles. Even with the emergence of a variable like Reg, the overarching narrative of the Dragon Ball universe was ultimately restored to its original course. Despite the differing processes, the outcomes remained largely the same. As the ancient texts state, small currents may change, but the great tide remains unaltered. Reg did not alter the grand scheme. Thus the Dragon Ball's natural order disregarded Reg's fluctuations. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the future had undergone training in the underworld, they had already succumbed to death. No amount of training could elevate them to the divine realm, even after being revived by Trunks and enduring years of training. They were no match for Black Wukong. That it could be said that Black Wukong was lurking in the shadows, leading to the inevitable demise of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the future world. Once thriving cities have been reduced to ruins. Towering buildings lay in ruins, and newly constructed urban areas had once again become desolate wastelands. 99% of humanity had perished under the tyranny of Black Wukong and Zamasu, leaving the remaining 1% to survive in makeshift underground shelters. In the narrative, Black Wukong sought to harness the power of Sun Wukong, engaging Trunks in a perilous game of cat and mouse. With each battle, Black Wukong's strength escalated, ultimately forcing Trunks to retreat to the past. Presently, despite Trunks being significantly stronger than in the story, another incarnation of Sun Wukong surpassed him, leading to Trunks' eventual flight. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Reg, and Trunks found themselves in a world resembling an apocalypse. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated as he gazed upon the familiar yet alien city, igniting a flame of rage within him. Corpses lay scattered, the remnants of humanity, while homes burned to cinders. What was once a bright day had been shrouded by smoke, the clouds above swirling in hues of black, white, and gray. In that moment, Sun Wukong's fury was palpable. If he was enraged, one could only imagine Trunks' wrath, as his family and friend were lost in this city. Vegeta and Reg appeared relatively unaffected. Reg had traversed countless planets and parallel universes, witnessing devastation far worse than that of the future Earth. Vegeta, having once been a destroyer of planets, remained stoic. To him, this Earth was not a second home, and his concern extended only to Bulma. Trunks, Sun Wukong, and Zamasu, come forth. I shall end you. Trunks bellowed in anger, bolts of lightning crackling around him like golden serpents. The radiant golden light erupted from Trunks, intensifying in brilliance, as electric energy surged upwards from his feet, lifting his long hair. The immense energy he unleashed caused his hair to grow longer, with strands cascading over his shoulders. Simultaneously, a crimson glow enveloped him, marking his ascension to the realm of a half-step Super Saiyan God. Poised between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 3, Trunks' Super Saiyan 3 power was rated at 80, while Super Saiyan Red stood at 800, with his current state clocking in at 400. This kid is but a hair's breadth away from achieving Super Saiyan God, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, just a smidgen more, Reg added, his gaze fixed on Trunks. Sun Wukong remained silent, surveying his surroundings, acutely aware that Zamasu would be drawn to Trunks as anticipated. Within mere moments of Trunks transforming into half-step Super Saiyan Red, Black Wukong and Zamasu appeared. Huh, no wonder you dared to emerge. You brought help? Black Wukong cackled menacingly. Zamasu, Trunks shouted, and in a flash of light, he brandished his great sword toward Black Wukong. Not good, Black Wukong thought to himself, taken aback by Trunks' sudden surge in power. Though he recognized Trunks' strength, he could not afford to underestimate him, but if he were to take the full brunt of that attack, he could be gravely injured, if not killed. Therefore, Black Wukong grasped Trunks' sword with both hands. Feeling his hands ensnared by an overwhelming force, Trunks glared fiercely at his opponent and roared. A brilliant light erupted from Trunks, flickering between gold and red. What? Black Wukong's expression shifted in shock as he felt his power being eclipsed in that instant. Suddenly, a mysterious figure delivered a powerful kick, sending Trunks sprawling across the ground, leaving a lengthy scar in his wake. Who are you? Trunks, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta called out in unison. Before them stood a man clad in a black Kaishin robe, with green skin and orange Kaishin earrings adorning his ears, his hair styled like that of Kaishin, but with only a small tuft remaining. This individual was a fusion of Zamasu from another world and the Zamasu of Trunks' realm. Endowed with the immortality granted by the Super Dragon, possessing a divine strength at the pinnacle of the first stage of divine realms, rated at 200. Zamasu. Reg's gaze fixated on him, his tone icy. Who are you to recognize me? The divine. Zamasu's expression turned grave as he scrutinized Reg, sensing a divine aura emanating from him. He had never encountered Reg before. All who had known him had already met their demise at his hands. Reg did not respond to Zamasu's inquiry, but directly stated, Evil God Zamasu, do you know that traversing time and intervening in other timelines is a grave transgression? Evil God, how dare you refer to me as an evil deity? Zamasu was well aware that traversing time and meddling in other realms constituted a serious offense. Furthermore, having extinguished countless lives, his actions surpassed mere transgression, marking him with sins too great to bear. Yet being labeled as an evil god infuriated him. Regardless of which deity you are, once you arrive, do not expect to leave, Zamasu and Black Wukong shouted in unison, transforming into beams of light as they lunged toward Reg. Though Sun Wukong and Vegeta were perplexed by the sudden appearance of another Zamasu, they quickly recognized the threat he posed as he advanced toward Reg, both shouting in unison, Zamasu, your opponent is me. Subsequently, Vegeta engaged Zamasu, while Sun Wukong faced Black Wukong. They could not allow Zamasu and Black Wukong to approach Reg, for if they did, their fates would be sealed. Sun Wukong and Black Wukong clashed in fierce combat, with Sun Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan Red to suppress Black Wukong. The two colossal forces collided, creating a cataclysmic energy surge that illuminated the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, Vegeta found his battle considerably easier. Having transformed into Super Saiyan Red, he overwhelmed Zamasu, who could barely defend himself. Suddenly, Vegeta heard Reg's voice resonating in his mind. Vegeta, do not underestimate. This Zamasu possesses immortality. Even a god of destruction cannot slay him. What? Vegeta gasped, surprised by Reg's ability to communicate with him telepathically. Upon learning of Zamasu's immortality, he could not suppress his astonishment. To test the veracity of Zamasu's alleged immortality, Vegeta unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan Red power. A radiant surge of crimson light shooting skyward as he delivered a powerful kick that shattered Zamasu's head, swiftly repositioning himself before the disembodied Zamasu. With arms outstretched, Vegeta forcefully brought them together, unleashing a massive energy wave directed at the headless Zamasu. Boom! A brilliant and blinding light erupted, accompanied by a tremendous explosion resonating in the distance. After a brief moment, the chaotic energy gradually subsided. Here, suddenly, Vegeta spun around fiercely and delivered a powerful punch behind him. What? Zamasu's expression shifted in shock. He could not comprehend why Vegeta had not relaxed, allowing him to succeed in his ambush. Instead, he was once again met with Vegeta's fist, shattering his head. Damn, that Reg guy was right. You truly possess an immortal body. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed over his chest, hovering high above Zamasu, gazing down with pride at Zamasu's rapidly regenerating head. Reg, is that the human with the tail? Zamasu observed Reg from a distance, appearing leisurely. His gaze tinged with curiosity. He pondered why he had never encountered this human, yet he seemed to understand him so well. I care not whether you are immortal. Watch as I reduce you to mere ashes, and then we'll see if you can resurrect. As Vegeta spoke, he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, enveloping the sky with a mysterious aura that washed away the dark. Grim colors restoring the heavens to their normal white clouds. Crack, crack. The air hesitated for a moment before bursting into a cacophony of explosive sounds. That Vegeta's body floated upward, his energy gradually dissipating, transitioning into a divine state emanating a sacred essence. His previously slender form and enlarged pupils returned to normal. His Super Saiyan 2 hairstyle, blue irises, and the color of his sclera transformed to blue. The surrounding aura was both divine and luminous, scattered with star-like specks. This energy was highly dynamic, the outer layer undulating slowly, interspersed with bubbles of energy that swirled intermittently. Super Blue Vegeta's divine battle power stood at 2,100 points, while Zamasu's was merely 200 points. What? Zamasu's face paled in astonishment. Boom! In an instant, Zamasu let out a wail as his body crashed through several skyscrapers, ultimately landing atop a small hill. Zamasu floated up from the hill as if he had lost all strength, his limbs hanging limply. His bones had been shattered by Vegeta's punch. Clenching his upper body, Zamasu abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, realizing his injuries had healed instantaneously. He lifted his drooping hands, gazing at them in disbelief. How is this possible? He conceals such immense power. With that whoosh, Vegeta swiftly approached Zamasu, radiating a sky-blue energy, and delivered a fierce kick that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Zamasu, taken aback, raised his hands to defend. Bam! A thunderous sound erupted, earth and stone crumbling. Although Zamasu managed to block Vegeta's kick, his hands shattered instantly, and he was violently propelled backward, his heels digging into the ground, carving a deep trench. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Gritting his teeth, Zamasu fixed a fierce gaze on Vegeta. Die! Black Goku bellowed, unleashing a purple energy wave from his left hand, aimed directly at Sun Goku. Sun Goku remained silent, casually tossing Black Goku aside with his left hand while simultaneously conjuring a massive red energy sphere. The ensuing tempest tore through the fabric of space, shattering the ground as the two energies collided, producing an earth-shattering noise, and a mushroom cloud billowed skyward. After sending Black Goku flying, Sun Goku noticed Vegeta, who was now transformed into Super Blue, engaged in battle with Zamasu. In response, Sun Goku roared in fury and also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his slender form shifting into Super Saiyan 2, but radiating a sky-blue brilliance. Super Blue Sun Goku's divine battle power soared to 2,100 points, while Zamasu's had risen to 600 points. Boom! Sun Goku, with overwhelming force, grasped Black Goku's face with one hand, crashing through countless high rises, ultimately entering a mountainside, producing a cataclysmic sound. Dust swirled into the air, enveloping everything in a gray haze, leaving numerous deep craters in its wake. Super Blue Sun Goku floated above, his cold gaze fixated on Black Goku, who lay beneath the craters. Black Goku could no longer endure Sun Goku's relentless assault, finally unleashing his most formidable power. Damn it! Sun Goku's expression grew solemn as he observed Black Goku's sudden surge in divine battle power. He realized that the entirety of his counterpart's strength from another timeline had been unleashed by Zamasu. A mist-like flame erupted, its hue a deep crimson. His crimson hair and eyebrows, along with his pupils, glowed with a haunting crimson light, while the surrounding aura remained divine and radiant, scattered with star-like specks. The energy was vibrant, the outer layer undulating gently, interspersed with bubbles of energy swirling about, nearly identical to Super Blue but entirely crimson. Black Goku, having fused the Saiyan body with the original divine realm, transformed, his Saiyan malevolence further amplifying his evil, narcissistic, arrogant, and confident demeanor. Crimson Black Goku's divine battle power stood at 1,900 points, while Super Blue Sun Goku's was 2,100 points. Super Saiyan God Crimson, Super Blue Sun Goku fixated his gaze on Black Goku, uttering those 9 words. If we were to use your Saiyan terminology, this would actually be called Super Saiyan God Crimson. Quite a fitting name. Black Goku replied with a smile. Humph, that is because I have witnessed someone transform into this state. The power of a god combined with a Saiyan's body results in Super Saiyan God Crimson. Son Goku stated casually, "What? Is there another god who, like me, exchanged a Saiyan body with the Dragon of God?" Black Goku exclaimed in shock, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Super Blue Sun Goku shouted, unleashing a tremendous sky blue radiance that transformed into a phantom rushing toward Black Goku. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streams of light flickered rapidly as Son Goku appeared behind Black Goku, moving with astonishing speed. Boom! Black Goku and Super Blue Sun Goku's fists clashed, igniting fierce sparks, the ground splitting apart as Black Goku was struck in the face by Son Goku's punch, staggering back several steps. Black Goku, grimacing, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and incredulously said to Son Goku, "Impossible! How can your power be so immense? I have your body, combined with the power of God. My strength should surpass yours." Hearing Black Goku's question, Son Goku's anger flared as he shouted, "Zamasu, your body is stolen from me, so it naturally cannot unleash my full power." Super Blue King Kai, fist times 10. Son Goku roared, a red light bursting forth from him, the surrounding sky blue starlight glowing with a red aura. The crimson light roared outward. As red flames erupted around the blue glow, a violent wind spiraled around, producing sharp sounds, a terrifying aura making the entire earth tremble. In that moment, Son Goku's power completely eclipsed Black Goku's, no longer merely suppressing him but utterly dominating. How is this possible? Black Goku stammered, fear gripping him. He too could use the King Kai fist. His transformation into Super Blue had already granted him immense power, and to amplify that by 10 times was beyond Black Goku's imagination. Son Goku coldly regarded Black Goku, waving his hand, and the blue light instantly engulfed Black Goku, propelling him away. The relentless force sent Black Goku tumbling through the air, his body instantly covered in wounds, smoke rising, Trunks swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Incredible, truly worthy of being Goku's student. If only I possessed such formidable power. Trunks yearned deeply in his heart. Power! If only I possessed such formidable strength, no one would meet their demise any longer. Blood splattered as Black Goku was propelled backward by the force of the impact. How is it that the Sun Wukong of this timeline possesses such immense power? I have clearly surpassed him. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong forcibly utilized instant transmission to appear beside Zamasu, leaving behind a trail of blood and acrid smoke that on the other side of the battlefield. A series of explosive sounds echoed relentlessly. Zamasu was sent flying backward, his joints cracking violently as his bones shattered, with certain parts of his body obliterated, only to regenerate swiftly. Vegeta's strength far exceeded that of Zamasu. Even though Zamasu was immortal, he still felt pain. Each punch from Vegeta caused Zamasu's body to erupt, inflicting excruciating agony upon every inch of his bones. Though Zamasu suffered, Vegeta was not without his own challenges. No matter how fiercely he attacked, even reducing Zamasu to mere ashes, Zamasu would inevitably recover. At this moment, Vegeta was beginning to feel fatigued. Pant, pant. Vegeta breathed heavily, his gaze fixed anxiously upon Zamasu. Huh? What's the matter? Out of energy, how could a god be slain by a mere human? No matter how powerful you may be, it makes no difference that I am immortal. Zamasu laughed arrogantly at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, remaining silent, fully aware of his dwindling stamina. But at that moment, a smile crept across Vegeta's lips. Zamasu, you claim to be immortal, do you not? Then I shall transform into limitless energy. Upon hearing Vegeta's assertion, Zamasu chuckled. Haha, human, you certainly have a sense of humor. I am eager to witness how your energy can be limitless. Ignoring Zamasu, Vegeta turned to look at Trunks, who was lounging in a chair, leisurely munching on popcorn pilfered from who knows where. With a cola in hand, Trunks, would you care for some? Reg, observing Trunks' serious demeanor, inquired. No thanks, Uncle Reg, Trunks replied awkwardly, glancing at Reg, who seemed unfazed by the gravity of the battle. Suddenly, Vegeta's furious voice rang out. Reg, stop eating. Hurry and help me regain my strength. Why are you shouting? A mere evil god has reduced you, the Saiyan Prince, to this state. Reg retorted, pointing his left hand at Vegeta, unleashing a golden light that enveloped him. Humph, Vegeta grunted, not uttering a word as he felt his energy rapidly replenishing, a more potent aura erupting from him. The cerulean glow surrounding Vegeta intensified, shining brighter than before. Zamasu, this time I shall turn you into nothingness and see if you can resurrect once more. Vegeta bellowed. What? Zamasu's expression shifted, astonished at Reg's ability to restore Vegeta's energy. There was no time for contemplation, as Vegeta charged toward him at near light speed, leaving Zamasu momentarily dazed by the flurry of attacks that followed. Bang! Zamasu's upper body was obliterated in an instant, as Vegeta casually kicked him apart. Crack! Zamasu's lower half continued to stomp on the ground, eventually cracking as his upper body rapidly reformed. Bang! Vegeta crossed his arms and delivered a powerful kick towards Zamasu. Boom! Zamasu was once again effortlessly blasted apart by Vegeta's strike. Boom! 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 The fierce battle raged on, not merely continuing but escalating, as Zamasu repeatedly reassembled his body after each assault for Vegeta. Surely, even a mortal body has its limits. Vegeta remarked calmly. Heh, as long as that guy's energy is not depleted, I remain immortal, Zamasu replied, a smile on his face, though a flicker of concern was caught by Vegeta. Without a word, a flash of cerulean light surged forth. Zamasu barely reacted as blood splattered around him with a thunderous boom. His head was pierced, the upper portion of his body disintegrated by the immense shockwave, blood erupting like a fountain. Yet, Zamasu's head quickly regenerated. With a confident smile, Zamasu proclaimed, I admit your strength is formidable, but if you cannot kill me, in the end, I shall emerge victorious. Humph. The Super Blue Vegeta offered no response, merely scoffing as he extended his right hand towards Zamasu, his index and thumb forming a circle while the other three fingers crossed. Unleashing a shockwave directed at Zamasu, Vegeta's atomic blast pierced through most of Zamasu's shoulder. Zamasu gritted his teeth, his expression darkening as he gazed at Vegeta, who could casually unleash an attack capable of penetrating his shoulder. Although he possessed immortality, the pain of being pierced through was undeniable. Oh, you still feel pain, Vegeta remarked with a confident smile directed at Zamasu. And yet, what does it matter? You still cannot kill me, Zamasu replied, maintaining his own smile. Suddenly, Zamasu's expression changed. He placed his right index finger and thumb on his forehead, vanishing before Vegeta's eyes. Trying to escape? Vegeta's expression shifted as he sensed Zamasu's energy re-emerging at a distance, transforming into a cerulean light racing towards Zamasu and Black Goku's presence. It seems the fused Zamasu is about to make an appearance. Reg commented casually. What do you mean by fused Zamasu? Uncle Reg, are you implying that Black Goku and Zamasu can merge? Trunks, standing beside Reg, naturally overheard the conversation. Indeed, Reg replied, observing the two figures adorned with earrings. Those are Patera earrings, worn by the Kaishin. Their primary function is fusion, significantly surpassing the effects of the Metamoran fusion. When fused, their combat power combines and amplifies by 20 times, as long as one wears on their left ear and the other on their right. They can merge into a new entity, inheriting all skills of the fusers. The drawback is that only Kaishin can fuse permanently. For others, the fusion lasts only an hour before automatically separating, and if energy is excessively depleted, they may separate earlier. As Reg spoke, he glanced at Zamasu's energy reappearing in the distance, a smile forming on his face. And you just witnessed Zamasu's sudden loss of color, likely due to Kakarot nearing the defeat of Black Goku. Zamasu possesses immortality, making him impervious to Vegeta, but Black Goku does not. Trunks exclaimed, "What should we do?" Zamasu and Black Goku are already formidable foes that if they fuse, it will become even more challenging to contend with. Haha, no worries. If they fuse, Kakarot and Vegeta can also merge, right? Reg chuckled. Let us hope so. Regardless, to be absolutely certain, I must go and take a look, Trunks declared, transforming into a beam of light and soaring away. This battle is about to escalate, with Black Goku's divine power at 1,900 points, and Zamasu currently at 300 points. Together, they would total 2,200 points, multiplying to a staggering 44,000 divine power post-fusion, that I fear that after their fusion, I may not stand a chance against them. Reg spoke to himself, and as his words fell, his figure vanished without a trace. In an instant, Reg teleported directly to the location of Vegeta, Goku, Trunks, Black Goku, and Zamasu. The moment Reg appeared, Black Goku, who had been severely beaten by Goku, was miraculously restored to his peak condition under Zamasu's healing abilities. Simultaneously, Black Goku switched his other Patera earring to the opposite ear. Drawn together by the allure of the earrings, the two rapidly fused into one, enveloped in a dazzling radiance. The brilliant, blinding light obscured everything, and a terrifying aura expanded and permeated the entire universe like a vast nebula. Vegeta, this is bad. That's the Patera earrings, Goku exclaimed with alarm, turning to Vegeta. That I know, this is trouble. I should have realized that guy was a Kaishin. They would definitely possess the Patera earrings, Vegeta replied, regret evident on his face. Vegeta, his divine combat power is only 300 points. What were you doing just now? With your strength, you could have easily defeated him. Why did he suffer no harm at all? Goku questioned, puzzled as to why Zamasu remained unscathed, directing his inquiry at Vegeta. Humph, that guy possesses immortality. No matter how I attack him, he can revive, Vegeta retorted, suddenly turning the blame onto Goku. But you, Kakarot, with your power using the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, he should have been no match for you. Why didn't you eliminate him? Vegeta, he can teleport as well. Even if my strength exceeds his, it's not that simple to kill him, Goku explained. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome, Vegeta fumed. What trouble? Isn't it better that they fused? Once fused, his immortality will no longer be effective, for Black Goku does not possess such a trait. Reg's voice echoed in the ears of Vegeta and the others. Upon hearing Reg's words, Trunks suddenly recalled what Reg had just said. Right, Dad. They fuse at Kankyu, and Mr. Goku fuse as well, Trunks suggested. Goku's expression remained unchanged, but he looked excitedly at Vegeta. However, Vegeta's face darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he shot back. I would never fuse with that guy Kakarot. Vegeta, don't you want to save this world? And your dear Bulma? Goku pressed. Upon hearing Goku's last remark, Vegeta's face flushed. He retorted, what a joke. We don't need to fuse to defeat him. Reg is here too. Although their fusion is powerful, let us not forget that the highest divine combat power among them is merely Zamasu, who stole your body, while the other Zamasu has a combat power of only 300 points. Reg should be able to defeat him. Seeing Goku and Trunks' gaze fall upon him, Reg interjected, Vegeta, if this fused Zamasu lacks immortality, I am confident I can kill him. But even an incomplete form of immortality is beyond my reach, Just as Vegeta was about to say something, the voice of the fused Zamasu resonated. Humans, no matter how powerful your strength, you are destined for death before a true god. Since you failed to comprehend my greatness, I shall bestow upon you death. This is my ultimate judgment. After the fusion of Black Goku and Zamasu, they entered a new state, their hairstyles subtly altered, with a halo of silver divine light shimmering behind them. Their appearance remained a vibrant rose red, yet their aura was entirely different. Their power surpassed Reg's, suppressing the entire Earth and even the universe. This is bad. This Zamasu is far too powerful. Even my 20-fold Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken may not be a match for him, Goku thought, gritting his teeth. All right, this is my time-space earring. I had prepared it for you. You have 5 minutes. I will hold off Zamasu. If you haven't fused by then, I will simply leave, and you can watch this universe perish at Zamasu's hands. Reg declared, instantly appearing before Zamasu and deflecting all of Zamasu's recent attacks. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, gazing at the time-space earring in his hand and at Reg, who stood against Zamasu in the sky. Who are you? Zamasu asked, astonished to see Reg effortlessly block his recent attacks. I am Zamasu, the evil god. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the king of time and space, the god of all timelines. Whatever chaos you create in your universe is of no concern to me. However, your ventures into other timelines, fusing with other versions of yourself, and slaughtering countless Kaioshins is a capital offense. You are no longer a Kaioshin. You are Zamasu, the evil god. As he spoke, a golden light enveloped Reg, and with a final flash of red, Reg's hair swiftly transformed, lengthening and turning black. He radiated golden light that eventually shifted to red. His body adorned with crimson fur and clad in red trousers and black casual pants. Surrounding him were 2 layers of flames, one red and the other blue, emanating a splendid light akin to dazzling fireworks. With a hint of sky blue spiritual energy at the outermost layer, an astonishing aura ascended around him, and the resplendent light obscured a starry expanse equivalent to 10 Earths, bearing the immense weight of Super Saiyan 4's power. Along with the sacred brilliance of Super Saiyan God and the gravitational force of galaxies, his black eyes, with a reddish hue around the pupils, and black hair tinged with a hint of blue, marked the emergence of Reg, the god of Super Saiyan 4, with a divine combat power of 7,300, 29,200 against the fused Zamasu's divine combat power of 44,000. What? Zamasu exclaimed, astonished, as he hadn't anticipated Reg's strength to surpass even Vegeta's. Yet he was perplexed. If Goku's strength was even greater, why was this king of time and space the one to confront him? Nevertheless, Zamasu quickly regained his composure, realizing that Reg's divine combat power was only 300 points, not 29, 200 at Zamasu, puzzled, gazed at Reg. He had heard of the Destroyer Gods and the Omni King, but never had he encountered a king of time and space in the tales told by the old Kaioshin. I do not know what kind of god you are, but since you failed to comprehend my greatness, as those despicable humans do, you shall vanish alongside them, as soon as he finished speaking. Reg unleashed a massive burst of red and blue light, harnessing the power of time to leap forward by 1 second. Bang! 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 1 second was ample time for Reg to unleash thousands of punches, nearly all of which landed on Zamasu, obliterating his body. Yet, in an instant, Zamasu's form was restored once more. What just happened? Why can't I see your movements? Did you manipulate time? Zamasu gasped, shocked. If it weren't for his immortality, he would have been obliterated by Reg in a moment of carelessness. However, he quickly recognized that Reg's ability was indeed the power of time. Die. Reg seized Zamasu's face with his right hand, jumping forward again by 1 second and slamming him down. Thousands of punches rained down on Zamasu's head, causing the rose-colored glow surrounding him to dissipate. 1 second later, the headless Zamasu abruptly stood up, his severed head regenerating as though he had sustained no injury at all. Vegeta, this Zamasu cannot be killed. It seems our only option is to fuse into Vegeta to defeat him. Goku gritted his teeth. Speaking to Vegeta. Damn it, Vegeta cursed under his breath, his gaze fixed on Reg and Zamasu suspended in the void. Trunks and the others watched, apprehensive, as they observed Zamasu and Reg facing off. Trunks, do you think he can really defeat Zamasu? I don't know. Even with my current half-step into the powers of Super Saiyan God, I find myself utterly powerless before him. If Reg is defeated, the only hope lies in the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Yet Vegeta stubbornly refuses to merge with Goku, and this thought leaves Trunks with a throbbing headache. Xiaowu clasped Trunks' icy hand, her eyes brimming with encouragement. It's all right. I believe that true justice will inevitably triumph over evil. Trunks nodded, his gaze drifting to the struggling visage of Vegeta. Zamasu, though your strength is formidable, all of it has been painstakingly honed by Kakarot through countless battles. As he spoke, a tremendous red-blue radiance erupted from Reg, unleashing a flurry of shadowy punches and kicks, each strike possessing the terrifying power to obliterate an entire galaxy. Humph, and what of it? Zamasu retorted coldly, disregarding Reg's onslaught as he launched his own attack towards him. Boom! In an instant, Zamasu was pulverized by Reg's strikes. Yet the very next moment, his soul began to resurrect, reforming his body. Zamasu, relying on his immortality, endured all of Reg's assaults, and upon revival, he relentlessly closed in on Reg, unleashing a barrage of attacks with all his might. However, in Reg's perspective, Zamasu's entire form momentarily froze in midair for a second. That fleeting moment allowed Reg to effortlessly evade all of Zamasu's strikes while simultaneously counterattacking. Though Reg's assaults landed squarely on Zamasu, the latter quickly began to reconstruct his body once more. Reg raised a hand, channeling a threatening energy that emanated the power of a god of destruction, capable of annihilating anything. Those slain by a god of destruction could not be revived unless by the Super Dragon Balls. Destruction, Reg proclaimed, directing the destructive energy into Zamasu's body. Boom! Zamasu was obliterated, his form rapidly vanishing. Yet he was soon resurrected again by the power of the Dragon of God. This is destructive energy. Zamasu gasped in astonishment, but Reg paid no heed to Zamasu's thoughts. Grasping Zamasu's face, Reg uttered two words, transmute. Before their eyes, Zamasu's body gradually shrank, transforming from an adult to a child, and finally into an infant, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Zamasu watched in horror as his form diminished until it vanished completely. Exclaiming, "What is this power?" Transmutation. This was a temporal ability that Reg had comprehended in the time tunnel, akin to the destructive power of a god of destruction, but fundamentally different. 3 to 4 seconds later, the vanished Zamasu reappeared, seemingly unscathed. What in the world is happening? Zamasu's expression turned frantic as he regarded Reg. Though he appeared unharmed, the time taken for his revival had extended to 3 or 4 seconds. Normally, he would resurrect in under 1 second. This indicated that his immortality was nearing its limit. If he continued to be slain by Reg, he might truly face death. Yet despite these thoughts, Zamasu chuckled as he sensed Reg's energy waning. Running low on energy, are we? Zamasu taunted. And what of it? Your immortality is faltering as well. Reg replied calmly, we shall see whether your energy depletes first or if I am the one to perish. Zamasu transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Reg. Boom! Bang! Under Zamasu's frenzied assault, Reg was forced back, 2 crimson marks appearing on his arms, which trembled in response. After all, no matter how he manipulated time, Zamasu's strength surpassed his own. Prepare to meet your end. Zamasu began to retaliate, unleashing a torrent of power that overwhelmed Reg. Their bodies soared ever higher, eventually ascending into the cosmic expanse. The series of thunderous beams shot forth like swords, coalescing into purple energy spheres aimed at Reg. Faced with Zamasu's relentless barrage, even if Reg were to halt time, he could not evade the onslaught of so many energy spheres, each possessing formidable destructive capability. Boom! Countless shards, as beautiful as stars, erupted in the cosmos, and Reg was finally struck by the blow, plummeting through the starry sky and crashing violently into the ground, the moment Reg descended to Earth. Zamasu continued his assault. In mid-fall, a barrage of purple light sliced through Reg's body, leaving him bloodied and battered. Reg, brother Reg, Uncle Reg, Trunks, Vegeta, and Goku exclaimed in shock, having never witnessed Reg in such a dire state. Vegeta, Goku urged desperately, if you don't fuse with Mr. Goku now, Uncle Reg will truly be killed. Trunks implored Vegeta anxiously. Kakarot, this is the one and only time. With a clenched jaw, Vegeta gazed at the survivors on Earth, and finally affixed the time earring to his left ear. The two were drawn together, enveloped in radiant light. Ha! It seems I have triumphed in the end, Zamasu boasted arrogantly, surveying the battered Reg. Not so fast. Reg's face lit up with a smile directed at Zamasu, for he could see Goku and Vegeta on the verge of fusion, a golden radiance illuminating Reg as his injuries began to heal rapidly. Oh! Zamasu's eyes widened in surprise, witnessing Reg's wounds mending at such a speed. However, as Reg recovered, his energy began to wane once more. If Reg's battle power had been at 7,000, it had now decreased to 6,900. Meanwhile, Zamasu, despite the lengthening of his revival time, remained at his peak state. Even if you heal your wounds, what does it matter? Your strength is already dwindling. Soon, you'll no longer be my match, Zamasu stated calmly. Who says you are my equal? Reg smiled at Zamasu. Oh. Zamasu was puzzled by Reg's words, but the next instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Earth, indeed the entire galaxy, its essence resonating throughout the universe. What is happening? Zamasu's expression turned alarmed as a figure emerged in the air, shrouded in light, an overwhelming chaotic energy suffocating the cosmos, a divine power so elevated that Zamasu could not fathom it. Trunks gasped in shock, and even Krillin, who had survived in this world, looked astonished. 2100 plus 2100, multiplied by 20, summing to over 84,000 battle-powered, the warrior, embodying the appearances of Goku and Vegeta, materialized before Zamasu. With Vegeta's hairstyle, his eyes mirror Vegeta's, yet bore a resemblance to Goku's, the contours of his face slightly smaller than Vegeta's. Adorned with patera earrings, he donned an orange short-sleeved tank top, a deep blue turtle school uniform, mirroring Goku's attire, yet colored like Vegeta's. Along with Vegeta's boots and gloves, all graced by a confident smile. Surrounding him was an aura of divine elegance, streams of white light flowing like silk, resembling mist rising. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's battle power stood at 84,000 versus Zamasu's 44,000. Not to mention, at equal power levels, Vegeta could effortlessly overpower 3.4 fused Zamasu's. Moreover, Vegeta's combat prowess surpasses that of the fused Zamasu. Vegeta possesses the analytical mind of Vegeta, combined with Goku's affection for his companions, compensating for each other's shortcomings. Simultaneously, the countless battle techniques of Son Goku and Vegeta have been amalgamated within him, allowing the current Vegeta to simultaneously overpower both Vegeta and Goku under equivalent power levels. Even Reg, relying solely on his temporal powers, cannot contend with Vegeta's for Zamasu, let alone Vegeta. Even Vegeta would be unable to defeat him under equal power. After all, his strength is not the result of gradual training. Hence, he cannot unleash his full potential. Were it not for his immortality, he would have been vanquished by Vegeta countless times. Even Black Goku was bested by Son Goku, had it not been for the Saiyan physiology. Black Goku would have been resolved by Son Goku long, AG. In the absence of Son Goku's Ultra Blue Kaioken, Vegeta stands on par with him, albeit slightly inferior. Vegeta transformed into a brilliant azure light, appearing before Reg with his back turned to Zamasu, arms crossed over his chest, a confident smile gracing his face, saying, I thought you were injured. It seems I overestimated the situation. If you do not appear soon, I shall truly be defeated. Reg's expression brightened. How dare you ignore me, vile god? Zamasu seethed, perceiving the mysterious figure behind him as an affront, his rage igniting as crimson flames enveloped him, blooming like a breathtaking rose, exuding a terrifying majesty and ferocity. This moment, Zamasu's divine combat power surged to 46,000 points. Saiyans experienced significant enhancements upon revival from the brink of death. Although the increase in combat power becomes less pronounced upon reaching the Super Saiyan level, the effects are even weaker at the Ultra Divine and Ultra 4 stages. Zamasu, possessing Saiyan blood, nonetheless gained an additional 2,000 points after numerous revivals. Perish, Zamasu bellowed, invoking the divine reverse scale. His right hand conjured a massive, searing fireball, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, its power immense. As Zamasu hurled the yellow-red energy sphere toward Vegeta, it expanded instantaneously. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, raising a hand to obliterate Zamasu's energy sphere, the divine reverse scale. With ease. What? Zamasu gasped in astonishment, realizing Vegeta had not employed any energy to block, but merely crushed his formidable attack with a single hand. Even Reg could only use energy waves to fend off such an assault. "Who are you?" Zamasu inquired coldly, his expression grave. "Haha, since you are a Zamasu formed from two entities, I too am Vegeta, a fusion of Vegeta and Goku," Vegeta replied confidently, a smile gracing his face. "What?" Zamasu's eyes widened in shock, finally comprehending the source of Vegeta's immense power. Goku and Vegeta's innate strength surpassed that of both him and Black Goku, and now fused, their might was even greater. Ultra Divine, Turtle School, Energy Wave. Vegeta suddenly shouted, facing Zamasu, thrusting his hands forward. An energy sphere, initially 1 meter in diameter, appeared before him, rippling with tremendous energy that erupted violently. A cataclysmic energy beam soared skyward, engulfing Zamasu's form, a horrific scream erupting from him. Would Zamasu still revive? In the distance, Trunks and Krillin held their breaths, silently observing the unfolding spectacle. The overwhelming radiance gradually receded, and the tempest in the sky began to calm, revealing Zamasu's half-formed figure. Gasping as he floated in midair, "Ea!" Diffused, Zamasu roared, quickly regenerating his destroyed body. However, his newly formed half was grotesque and enormous, a stark contrast to the other side. "Ha! Zamasu, you are no longer immortal. I venture to guess that your newly formed, unsightly half is what you consider the despicable and inferior humans." The dual voices of Goku and Vegeta echoed in Zamasu's ears. "Yet if I only knew. My power has increased," Zamasu declared, unleashing his energy that a cloud of misty crimson flames enveloped him, growing in intensity, scattering like stars. "Die," he shouted, as a radiant sphere, resembling the sun, began to expand. In that moment, Zamasu's divine combat power skyrocketed to 50,000 points. Reg's expression shifted, and he swiftly joined Trunks and the others, transforming back into Super Saiyan 4 God. Reg emanated golden light, his hair lengthening rapidly to become black, his body adorned with red fur, and clad in red pants and black casual trousers. The malevolent god was likely cornered by Vegeta. Reg mused internally, while a blue energy radiated from him, forming an invisible barrier that shielded the survivors. A surge of energy reaching deep into the earth to protect its core from the devastating onslaught of Zamasu and Goku. The ground trembled violently, a deafening explosion resonating as a boundless energy shockwave erupted, illuminating the dim starry sky surrounding the earth. After Zamasu's energy explosion evaporated all matter within the vicinity, he floated in the air, intoxicated by his own power, proclaiming, "My aspirations, my beauty, my very existence is the pinnacle of solitude." "Hey, how did you become so self-absorbed all of a sudden?" Vegeta couldn't help but remark. Zamasu's gaze fell upon Vegeta, who hovered before him in his ultra-blue state. "You, mere human, cannot comprehend the praise of divinity. I am Zamasu, the supreme god of the universe, immortal and indomitable." Despite Zamasu's grotesque transformation, he remained oblivious, gazing at his body with an almost fanatical admiration. "Insane," Vegeta scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Zamasu, as azure light erupted from him, radiating vibrant flames akin to resplendent fireworks, adorned with shimmering azure particles. Vegeta understood that he could not maintain this fusion indefinitely like Zamasu, whose divine fusion was unbreakable. The time-space earrings, developed by Reg himself, while not as universally compatible as the Patera earrings, had their own limitations. Unlike the Patera earrings, which could lead to premature separation due to excessive energy consumption, the time-space earrings would only disband upon death or voluntary choice. Their fusion requirements were akin to those of the dance fusion, necessitating that the participants' physiques and powers be relatively compatible. Once fused, their combined strength would be amplified exponentially, maintaining this state for 1 hour. The maximum power of the time-space earrings could not exceed the creator's energy threshold. This referred to the pre-fusion individual combat strength. If an individual's power approached or surpassed Reg S, the fusion would not endure for long. Nonetheless, compared to the drawbacks of the Patera earrings, the time-space earrings proved significantly more effective. Thus, Vegeta had merely 1 hour of fusion time, whereas Zamasu needed only to endure for that duration to secure victory. Smack! In this moment, Vegeta launched an assault on Zamasu, appearing before him and delivering a resounding slap across Zamasu's face. The sound echoed as the fused Zamasu fell to blur before being sent crashing like a sandbag. Crashing into the ruins a kilometer away, raising a cloud of dust. Zamasu let out a thunderous roar, a radiant halo of vibrant colors blossoming around him. Reminiscent of delicate snowflakes, a tempestuous aura surged forth, sweeping across the entire earth with a ferocious howl, causing the ground to tremble violently and the skies to shift ominously, as if the apocalypse had arrived, or perhaps it had already come. No matter the location, there exists a saying, "Do not strike a person's face." This was especially true for the narcissistic Zamasu, who was particularly sensitive about his own visage. Holy light, with a flourish of his right hand. Countless crimson arrows of light formed before him, cascading down upon Vegeta in an overwhelming deluge. Boom! The air was rent with explosive sounds akin to thunderclaps. Billowing clouds of white smoke began to rise as a cerulean light floated in the void, emanating a dazzling brilliance akin to resplendent fireworks, imbued with an immense sanctity, carrying the weight of celestial starshine and the gravitas of entire galaxies. Vegeta hovered motionless in midair, encased within a translucent protective barrier. "What?" the merged Zamasu exclaimed in shock. His full force strike had no effect on Vegeta whatsoever. Without granting Zamasu a moment to contemplate, Vegeta launched an attack, vanishing in an instant only to reappear right before Zamasu. His fist clenched tightly, delivering a powerful blow to Zamasu's abdomen. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as a cerulean light shot upward from Zamasu's body, piercing through the clouds above, tearing a massive gash in the sky. As endless clouds churned to form a vast void, from the perspective of outer space, one could observe a colossal cavity appearing above the Earth's atmosphere, revealing the terrain below with startling clarity. A gaping hole, over 30 centimeters wide, appeared in Zamasu's abdomen as he staggered back with his hands clutching the wound. Yet within mere seconds, that gaping wound miraculously healed to but I am immortal. You cannot kill me, Zamasu proclaimed, but before he could finish, Vegeta delivered another kick that exploded against his head. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged, for he noticed that Zamasu's regeneration was slowing, and his aura began to wane. Previously, Zamasu could recover in less than a second, but now it approached 3 seconds. Boom! Zamasu crashed heavily onto the ruins, smashing 2 towering mountains into rubble, creating a vast crater point. 50 minutes had passed, during which Vegeta had obliterated Zamasu countless times, yet the merged Zamasu revived each time. Throughout these 50 minutes, Vegeta had exhausted all his techniques multiple times, but Zamasu still stood unvanquished. However, his divine combat power had plummeted to 20,000 points. Vegeta, your time must be nearing, Zamasu chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, having endured immense suffering during this nearly 60-minute ordeal. Vegeta, undeterred, continued his methodical assault, while Zamasu appeared to have given up on counterattacking, allowing Vegeta to strike unopposed. 5 minutes later, a flash of golden light flickered as Son Goku and Vegeta prepared to unleash the Super God Turtle Wave. Is time up? Son Goku inquired, and as soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards the direction of Reg Vegeta. Wait for me. Seeing Vegeta suddenly flee, Son Goku quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan and followed suit. Meanwhile, Zamasu's furious cries echoed behind Son Goku. Trying to escape? Have you consulted with this god? Holy reverse scale. Zamasu conjured a massive, blazing fireball with one hand, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun and brimming with devastating power, hurling the colossal sphere towards Son Goku and Vegeta. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku glanced at the massive fireball trailing behind him and urgently shouted to Vegeta ahead, "Vegeta, grab my hand." "Okay," Vegeta nodded, understanding Son Goku's intent. Now, both Son Goku and Vegeta had expended considerable energy post-separation and had little left to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Just as Vegeta grasped Son Goku's hand, Zama's energy sphere was about to strike. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Son Goku and Vegeta vanished, while Zama's energy ball soared into space, detonating amidst the stars, with a thud. Son Goku and Vegeta reappeared within Reg's protective barrier, tumbling to the ground. "Vegeta, Kakarot, the situation here is in your hands," Reg instructed. "Wait, Reg, please help us restore our energy," Vegeta, lying on the ground, spoke weakly. "Understood," Reg nodded, placing a hand on each of them, channeling his healing abilities to absorb the surrounding energy and replenish their strength. After 4 or 5 seconds, both Son Goku and Vegeta returned to their peak condition. "Vegeta, do you think if we fuse together, we can defeat Zama's?" Son Goku asked. "It should be possible," Vegeta replied, though uncertain. "No. Although your energy has been restored, your mental fortitude has significantly waned. If you fuse now, you may only last around 10 minutes before separating again. You must rest for at least 30 minutes before you can use the time-space ear to fuse again. Moreover, I've already devised a strategy to confront this foe." Reg smiled at Son Goku. "What strategy?" Trunks inquired excitedly. "The Demon Seal Wave," Reg declared as he vanished in an instant. "Of course. Why didn't I consider the Demon Seal Wave?" Son Goku exclaimed with joy. "Kakarot, what exactly is this Demon Seal Wave? Can it contend with Zama's?" Vegeta asked curiously. "It should be able to. The Demon Seal Wave can seal away an opponent several times stronger than oneself. The stronger the adversary, the greater their energy expenditure. And right now, Zama's is weaker than before. If it weren't for his immortality, I could defeat him with my current strength." Son Goku pondered. "Mr. Goku, if that's the case, wouldn't Reg's wave easily seal Zama's?" Trunks remarked, his face lighting up. "I'm not sure. Zama's can also teleport, that if he notices, the Demon Seal Wave might not be effective. I never expected Reg would master such a technique," Son Goku said hesitantly. Bang, bang, bang. Reg immediately launched an assault on Zama's. With a flurry of punches, side kicks, and spinning strikes, he unleashed a seamless barrage that left Zama's with no opportunity to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. Zama's form flitted through the void. Blue radiance emanated from Reg, as blue flames of energy filled the air. With his gaze fixed upon Zama's, Reg extended his left hand, cradling a gleaming orb that pulsated with energy, its resonance echoing through the atmosphere. As Reg hurled the energy sphere, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal and terrifying light that surged toward Zama's. Boom! Boom! A cataclysmic clash of energy erupted in the void, and the blinding brilliance radiated throughout the galaxy. Ha ha ha! You cannot kill me! Zama's voice echoed with maniacal laughter through the expanse. Yes, that's so? Demon Seal Wave. As Reg roared, he sensed that Zama's divine combat power remained stubbornly between 18,000 and 20,000. If this continued, he had no idea when he would be able to vanquish him. Instead, Reg resorted to employing the magic sealing wave to confine him. The moment when a tempestuous brilliance erupted from Reg's hand, it ensnared Zama's, drawing him into an endless vortex. What is this? Zama's voice elongated in the air, sharp and resounding, as if a spear pierced through the void. In a state of utter panic, Zama's found himself ensnared by an irresistible force, his body contorted by this overwhelming power. Before Reg appeared a metal-made Bagua furnace. Reg exerted all his energy to imprison Zama's, rotating a perfect circle in the sky, guiding it to spin incessantly and form an energy cage. Meanwhile, Zama's form was stretched like a strand of noodle, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Reg, even though he was oblivious to the situation. Yet, his sixth sense warned him that if he were to fall into this Bagua furnace, he would be forever unable to rise again. Get away from me, just as Vegeta